All right, chat. We are just a little bit, tiny bit. Nope, that's the wrong thing. We're just a tiny little bit behind. Sorry for the flashbang, but we're currently sat here. Also, let me make sure to swap in the corner, right? Yes. Okay, good. It's worked. Why is that cropped wrong? Thinking. Anyway, so yeah, we have this up. Gonna hit play. We're at 1.5 times speed because we're trying to get caught up. I wasn't kidding when I said we're starting half an hour late. Half and an hour late.
Championship Sunday here from Arlington, Texas, and welcome to our annual Build a God panel. We're happy to have you here. Some of our most dedicated Smite fans who are going to come out early on Championship Sunday and sit here with us and build a God. And with me,
all right. And while they're doing this, we're going to play a game.
Anna here. Gang, this is something we do every year. Get this crowd of incredibly dedicated Smite fans out and just kind of spitball a little bit, you know, figure something out and build a god. We've done this in the past with gods like Cronus and Sekhmet, Garuda, where one of the abilities actually kind of inspired an ultimate ability that you worked on, right, Pon?
Yeah, so the original pitch for Garuda from the Build a God meeting was kind of a dropship style. People could get together as a team and actually go across the map. And so when we were working on Horus,
I'm support main, but just like I don't always want to play support.
How do you make sure that people know that they're
therefore it's whale time.
But it got our brains thinking internally, so it's really cool to see that actually come to fruition.
So your ideas, as good or crazy as they might be, or bad in some cases, like when I suggest them usually, can end up actually being in a god. So we're happy to have you here and joining us as we talk about our new god for this year. Normally this process is very long, lots of research, all that kind of stuff, so we don't have time for that. We usually bring the god to you, and in this case we are. And this year we're doing Bake Neko. We just did Bake Kujira, the ghost whale. Bake Neko is kind of a ghost cat, which Pod, you've done a good amount of research on.
Yeah, so I did some research on this. So I'm going to give you the brief TLDR so we can get into the god building process. But the Bake Neko is a type of cat spirit that is often vengeful and haunts people, or can shapeshift and deceive people to cause inner turmoil. It's largely the kind of abilities that they have is like cat plus. All the things cats do, have like the kind of fickle, stupid love you one moment and then bite your hand.
Cat plus.
Like scavenging around, all that kind of stuff.
Cat
that
definitive edition.
Bake Neko can do.
Crazy.
But there's the extra kind of added layer of people trying to predict what cats are going to become Bake Nekos, because one way they can become a Bake Neko is actually they split into two cats, one being the Bake Neko and the other one being just the normal cat. In other cases, they can become a Bake Neko after something kind of vengeful happens. So one story that illustrates that is there was a guy, two guys were playing a game of Go, got a little heated as it does, a lot was on the line, and after the match, one of the other ones killed the other. Normal game of Go, standard stuff. And the mother of that guy was so grief-stricken that she cried to this cat, was wailing, and then eventually she died. And the Bake Neko ended up drinking her blood after that moment and turned into this vengeful spirit that just went after that dude who killed her son. Like, super vengeful, super loyal, just haunted him to no end.
Love that.
And so there's a lot of ways that they can become Bake Nekos, and there's a lot of different insights to how that might happen. So things like, if you see a cat's tail starting to split as they get older, that might be them becoming a Bake Neko. If they drink lamp oil, which at the time was sardine oil, so of course lots of cats are going to want to go for that, that might be an indication. If they look up at the moon, if they just meow at you and you kind of think it sounds like human speech, you just might get the hunch of the Bake Neko, and so they were often people were really scared of that. And so lots of humans are just kind of jerks. We'll leave it at that. But there's a lot of superstitions about how you might get there. So, but largely, I think for this character, you're just kind of looking at what things can cats do and how that might be an ability for the character, as well as they do have that kind of shape-shifting and deception and trickery. And there's a lot of things about like how they'll be a character, then something will give it away that they're not that person. So they might have different mannerisms, or they might not behave the way you expect, or their form might shimmer and flicker out just a little bit. And so you have to figure that out for yourself if you want to avoid being deceived and tormented by the spirit.
Well, Anna, you heard this backstage a little bit. You were doing some preliminary work on what, here in Pon's story, what Bake Neko could look like. I know you've got a little something here. What are some of the things that stood out to you on the art side that, that
I
caught your ear?
pulled up the
We're
Twitter
really excited that's a kid,
and then
because everybody loves Johnson. Oh yeah, that's my official concept.
So
I think that's a good
actually,
idea.
in terms of art.
I'm thinking of skins in the future, and I really think that a keyboard cat, like, we haven't done that. We need to do that. But yeah, I actually came up with 3 different options. We could do like more of a demonic. We can do more of like a cute, puffy, adorable, and then I was thinking a full-on ghost-like spirit. So glowing eyes, really cool looking, ethereal. But yeah, so I just sketched up a basic body. I'm really excited about it, and I can't wait to hear what the audience has, for ideas.
I know, it's going to be really interesting. And right before we get to that, Lermy, I want to come to you and kind of lead the talk about, we have to determine what type of character this will be, magical, physical, what type of class. We're going to let the audience get involved in that, but from, what are some of the things that would dictate that on your end if you were hearing about that?
Yeah, so normally it tends to come down to like what kind of powers does this creature, god, goddess, whatever it might be, have. And so for me, when I'm looking at it, if we have a character, let's just say like Ares, he's got a lot of fire, he's got a lot of genes. That's like a character that he's got like the physicality and the mentalness. That also then goes into the secondary kind of nature, which is like what kind of tankiness level in kind of a sense are they? So Ares obviously very tanky, gotta be in full armor, shield, sword, all that good stuff. So we want to make sure that we're kind of addressing that as well. And with Ares specifically, the flames, really big deal for him. So that was kind of leaning towards the magical direction. So kind of that same process, you guys. So what do they do? How does it work? What does it look like? What does it feel like? Does it feel right that this character is magical, physical, or any of the 5 classes in Smite?
Right. Well, also kind of a little bit less of a big deal in Smite 2, right, Pon?
Yeah,
you can build either one.
Yeah, in Smite 2, we're kind of leaning away from that class structure as rigidly. We're letting characters have different types of damage on their kits, different types of scaling. So if an ability, for example, Ratosker's Flurry, that might make sense as being a very physical damage ability, physical scaling. But if we want to do something where like you said a Spirit for, that feels very magical, and that's something that we could also do. So we can kind of do more freeform there, or we could do the more Smite 1 class structure. Lots of advantages both ways, keeping things more uniform or trying to add that little depth of flavor, but it's kind of up to the audience.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what you all have to say. So let's go with, a little bit more Smite 1 tradition. Should it be more physical or magical? So if you think that Bake Neko sounds more like a physical character, let me hear you right now.
Yeah.
A little bit. How about should it be a magical character instead? Let me hear you.
That's close.
That's pretty even.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we could try and do something a little split. I mean, that's what we can do in Smite 2 now. You can build to either path. Why not try and come up with some abilities that one might be physical, one might be magical, and see how that goes? Does that sound good to you all out there? Okay, cool. Now, right before we get to the questions, we also want to establish what type of playstyle we're going for. So, I mean, immediately you're thinking ghost cat, spirit cat, all that kind of stuff. Cats are quick,
Assassin.
cats are agile. That lends itself to assassin right away. But you never know. We could have there are some big boys, some chunkies out there, if you will. Could have a little chunky guy and rolling around the soul lane or something
Big
like
fan
that.
of that.
You could also have it be
I
like
love that. Just
a
yarn balls and like he's just
like
eating
a
like 30
an
That sounds
assassin
pretty good to me, too.
style
So
hunter.
let me hear you if you think assassin playstyle is the way to go for Bake Neko.
Like,
Pretty definitive.
Yeah.
you're looking for a jungler here, whether they're a hunter or an
If it's a
assassin.
physical ability, it can be physical. Magical spirit ability, it can be magical. But a little bit more of an assassin playstyle here for Bake Neko. So if you have any ideas of what Bake Neko would do, please hop in line. We've got Frog, we've got J-Max standing by and ready to go to take your questions or take your suggestions. We can start it off right now. It looks like Frog has got a line forming already. Frog, what you got?
Hello, boatman.
Okay, kind of bounce,
I am the
bounce it off
whale
their head,
of
so to speak. I mean,
vengeance.
all assassin's movement ability is key. You need a good one, and that seems like it could be pretty simple right away.
Yeah, I like the flexible movement options of if you are successful in being aggressive with it, you get the extra little defensive remaneuvering that you need to. That's why I like double dash on Rad Hunter.
Yep.
That existed, right? That was just very, very potent, very, very powerful.
Hey, I'm a fan of double dash. I mean,
Hello, boatman.
everyone loves Lamont Dash. Like, no one is complaining to me about it at all, and no one needs to, for the record. So,
I just want to get level 3,
J-Max,
man.
What you got over there?
Come on forward, introduce yourself to everyone. Yeah, I'm the Kurt Locker. My idea was kind of a riff off the Morgan ult, but kind of toned down. When an ally dies, as a vengeful act, you can take on the image of the ally, god, and then take on their abilities, maybe just without the ultimate, but that way, oh my gosh, my tank died. Take on their abilities, avenge them, and then revert back.
Yeah, I think finding the right shape-shifting ability is going to be key in the lore, and that's a cool take on it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think the idea of doing it with your allies specifically and avenging them definitely gives you that same kind of idea of, something
going
bad
to die
happened,
for
which,
this,
it's
but
fun
that's
for Bake Neko,
honestly
and then they're
okay.
doing something to then, pay back for it.
Right, I mean,
As long as the
it's
soul
gonna be potent,
gets
though.
out.
Yeah,
It didn't matter.
I don't know why she went back in, but it
using
worked
some of
out.
the strategy, you have everyone commit to kill one person on the team.
Insane.
That's a lot of ultimates, a lot of CC, a lot of things burned to do that. And then if Bake Neko can just be like, nope, I'm that person again, that's very, very potent.
Yeah.
Very strong for sure. We got a lot of people lined up. We're gonna have to go fast. Frog, what you got for us?
We're gonna have to go fast, and we're already going fast because we're at 1.5 times speed. I didn't upgrade my dongle.
Disarming
That's
meow
perfect.
or even a purr where it endears itself to the enemy. So they're disarmed. They could even be silenced, and then it lashes out with similar to Dodge E1 where it causes a bleed. I think that'd be a great assassin ability.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think that would be
You
really
see,
interesting.
you set up there, go ahead.
I just got the immediate visual of the cat kind of floating on the back. So I have 3 cats at home, right? And one of them loves to just roll on her back, but you do not touch the belly.
Not allowed.
You touch the belly, you're going to get destroyed. And so I'm just imagining this cat kind of floating in the air on the back, and then after a second or two, everyone in the area can't fight because everyone's so adored, and then all of a sudden
Yeah,
I love that
would be
idea.
cool. Could also be a cool little counter ability.
Yeah, I was
almost,
thinking like a parry, it's one of almost like Nemesis Shield, right, where she can put up the barrier and do that, but instead it would be if you get hit while you're so cute, I mean, you gotta get punished for that.
You're not allowed to touch the belly for sure.
Yeah.
Anna, you cooking something up over there? Are you ready
Just
for
a
us? Or
little
you
bit.
want me to wait a little
I'm just
bit?
writing down these great ideas with some ability.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, obviously,
Yeah.
makes me think we should check in and see what Anna's got cooking
So
far.
in my professional opinion, we've got.
You now see my reaction.
They pay me the big bucks. So yeah, I was thinking, the pounds, the shapeshift. I really love that idea from the local hero.
Don't
Suggested that, and then the counter I immediately thought of Shrek with a cat.
Yes,
I think that's amazing.
Yes.
I just love the idea of there's some feature that really gives it away that that's not the right guy.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
so funny.
Yeah.
Just the headdress on the cat head,
Can you imagine Neath with cat ears? I mean, we've done it a million times,
yeah.
but
But this would be a whole
yeah,
other.
this would be adorable.
Okay, great. We're off to a great start here.
Look at
for
the whale
Build-Up.
jumping
J-Mac,
around.
what about you?
Introduce yourself and what's your idea for Bake Neko?
Yeah, so I'm Cinnamon.
You're the
and I
floppy
have
whale
the idea
flopping.
of Bake would put a debuff on you that would negate all healing and instead deal it as damage. It would heal you a tiny bit.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, it could be always looking for those specific counter picks. I think that's something that MOBAs allow for that is really interesting, and having an anti-healing assassin would be good. We haven't had one in a long time since like Sir Cat, which is why I think that's
Yeah, she's like the OG one, right? But when you have like the specialty characters that kind of do that a lot, like you think of Odin as kind of like that direct counter a lot of times, and yeah, having someone like that would be really cool, where it's like very dependent on what the enemy does. Like I'm almost thinking like the same vein as like Bosch, where like you get that extra effect if you're playing into that specific kind of ability.
Yeah, I think you can play it into also the vengeful theme, right? Because like that's one of those things where if you're trying to be tricky, you actually want to take the advantage they think that they're about to get, and then just turn it on its head all of a sudden. So I love theming around that.
Yeah, very cool.
I can't clear this effectively,
Go ahead and
can
introduce
I?
yourself and your idea.
My name is Matt, wholesale Armada. Let's go. My
No,
idea
but I
is
think I can
instead of
clear
a
it,
full
actually.
damage assassin, maybe a team player assassin. You can jump
clear it
onto
and
an
then
ally,
back.
give them a little power boost, and then jump off to attack an enemy.
Okay, cool. So kind of taking a riff on that pounce idea from earlier, and maybe your initial dash on an ally is a little bit shorter, but because you can springboard off of them.
Should
get
not
some
have worked
distance
at
or
all.
Something like that.
Yeah,
I'm seeing the vision.
I mean, I'm just thinking of my cats. Oak will use me as a springboard.
Okay,
like,
hear
literally
me
just
out.
jump on my shoulders
I
and then
want
jump on
Glad
top of the
Shield.
fridge, and then now he's on top of the fridge.
I want it now. I want to be doing tons of damage
It's
now.
not a platform, you don't exist. It's just another way to get up.
And then we're gonna go mid.
Well, I know you, but
I need to get
yourself, everyone,
Chalice
what's your idea?
as well.
So I'm Spooky Mars. I am one of the community team casters for SEC. My idea, I was actually talking to Frog last night about
Haven't
something. It was
worded
great.
since,
he really liked it, and he specifically asked me to bring it to you. So we were
the
talking
start.
about what kind of ultimate a new guy
You
can
know,
have.
we'll have to-
And since it's a cat, cats love yarn, and we love global ults, right? So we're thinking maybe like some strands of yarn come down from the sky, hit everyone. It's on target, of course. Just automatically hits everyone. Wraps them in some yarn, and it's kind of like a sleep effect, right? It slows them down for a little bit, and then after like a second and a half, it puts them into like a mess.
No.
for a
Take the
second.
farm. Take the
And
farm.
if
Take the
they
farm.
They take some bonus.
Yeah, cock-a-doodle-doo man's got me.
Damage.
I'm about to send you to the back of the line. What are you on? Have you played this game? You want? Did you just say an 8-second mez? Back of the line, Mars. Back of the line.
So I think the best part about that is, so internally we get everyone on the team to actually come pitch us ideas. We have a whole bunch of meetings set up for that. And like 6 people at the company have a bit.
Did you get
They always
jumped
have a
during
bit.
that club?
And that was the type of setup that leads into, the ball string comes down, wraps
Because
them
jumping
up,
is
it
literally
kind of takes the
just
shape of
stunning
something,
yourself.
Maybe a bit, like maybe you can have some
Owie.
wheels and it pulls them up onto a track and you're playing Smite card.
Yeah.
And like that's the bit. They will always sneak it into it.
Sorry,
they
it's
will
actually
keep it,
a
and
self knockup.
You always expect it, but you never know when it's going to happen, and it always catches you off guard.
I think one of the best
My
bits that we ever
bad.
had from anyone was Dolson's boy in a boat
Yes,
bit, and
he
then we
always
finally got
wants
to
to
do
boy in
it
a boat.
with
I know.
Karen. That was very exciting.
Yes, yeah, no one would have a bit. Like, having a bit is a respectable thing, though. Like, if someone on the stage happens to have a bit about a certain ability that would always get pitched, everyone would think that's funny and cool, right?
No.
Weird, I do. Anyway, Frog, what's your line got for us?
It's going to be tough to beat the 8-second mez, but give us your name. What do you think?
So my name is Wade Dykes from Arkansas. So my thought process is most cats are pretty fast. No one pursue me's and stuff like that. So my thought was maybe for an assassin, especially in this magical physical split, you have a 3-split kind of dash that one of them you can choose that you actually go, and the other one's creating out the spectral form. The spectrals go like more magical, and then if you hit somebody, of course you either slow them or you can even do the pounce idea with the spectral cats, which are more on the magical side.
Sure. I think that's a really cool way to incorporate that trickery aspect
Yeah.
and have a different type of movement.
Yeah, I love that. Just the amount of tricks and deception that you can pull with that ability is going to be really, really high. And I like how it brings that more spiritual side to you. You have literally that physical magical split where one of them is going to be the real one, and the other ones are going to be that kind of magical skills form. So that's a cool way of bringing that in.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And something we would have to think about learning in this is how am I deciding which one to take? You know what I mean? Like that control aspect of it. There are lots of really good base ideas, but then we have to go, oh, but is it going to feel good having to figure out how to control it?
And even beyond that, like the difficulty of the character comes into question a lot of times too, which is not even necessarily difficulty in terms of that skill ceiling, but the skill floor. We want to make sure that characters are moderately accessible, right? Where people can pick it up and still feel like they know what they're doing to a moderate amount. Of course, you got to take a couple games to feel like you really know the character, but we want to make sure that when players are playing Smite and they're playing the various gods, that they can pretty much figure out, okay, that's doing damage, or okay, I'm dashing right now. So we want to make sure that whatever targeters we're using, whatever visuals come into play, it's going to be very clear.
You want to make sure that if you're dashing, you know you're dashing.
That's another ability that
I think that would be more difficult to screw up, honestly.
You have the animal inside of it. You can have various different poses of the Bakeneko doing various actions.
Okay, go through him. That's
User is Servindi. You've seen me for the
that's tragic.
I want to lean into the trickster aspect more, like the ghostly spirit thing. So my thinking, right, is you send out like a clone of yourself, and you can direct it around, direct where it goes. It'll fake any animations you do, any sounds you do. So you can
I got
notice people
ditched
where
for
you
them
are.
to chase
You
a
can, like,
Susano that was
teleport to
already
it,
gone
so you
by
can
the
think
time
it's a
they
fake
started
one,
that
think you're coming
chase.
from around them,
Nice.
teleport to it, you burst the damage with the ult or something. I don't know. We're missing
Well, the good news is Zeus is not allowed to play the game.
Morgan, Loki, and
Bad news is I will not be capable of playing
I
the
was
game.
really thinking the Morgan.
Yeah,
Can
very
you
cool.
repeat that real quick, just because it was a little bit hard to hear?
Sure. So you make a clone, and then it can play some of your sounds. It can throw off the enemy, but you can also choose to swap places with it
Nice.
and deal some damage on.
So
on
we're
landing.
talking
I think that it is a good,
Ying, but like
extension
as a
of
distraction
Morgan and all
instead
that kind
of
stuff.
a heal
very
thing.
clear, tricky amount of things.
Basically.
And I think that having that is that the real one, is that the clone type of play is something really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the way that Morgan does it, but you can kind of tell, right? Even with Wukong, who's another character that does something similar, there are times where that guy gets me, the clone. I'm like, oh my god, I thought he was
Why
just
is this guy
inting.
basic yeah,
Why is he just walking up and inting? What's going on here?
Right.
So I really like the idea of like having another kind of clone, but it being even a little bit trickier too. Like I would love to see some more of that like kind of movement work into it, or even like we were talking about doing sounds, abilities, animations, whatever it might be, to kind of play around that idea.
Yeah, and I hear you're in the kitchen yet again with what we've got.
I'm just out here cooking.
Let's check and see what you've got right now.
Well, I had some ideas for healing and transcom. I just think it'd be really neat to see him like hop on the head or something like that. If he were a small
Like neutral
character,
farm is
although
more
then again,
important
make him
just
like a large
because
cat, that would be
anyone
neat,
can
but,
get it.
And then transpo just him getting through the
So
map.
we want to make sure that if anyone is us.
Yeah,
but
Geb.
for Dave, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I am thinking that like maybe it would make a lot of sense, and depending on some of the stuff that UI might be allowed to do, you might actually be able to scale that character depending. So it might be this big cat that might be on the scale of like maybe even like an Odin. But like when they do this ability, they kind of shrink down and sit on top of the head, and then they constantly grow. You get that like growing moment of them actually going. That might be really cool.
Yeah,
I have no idea if we can actually do it, but
No, I like the idea for sure. That sounds very cool. All right, let's hit the frog line. See what they got.
I'm Lady Lifetime, and my idea is y'all mentioned the idea of how Sparky Neko is a trickster and uses human voices
Away we
as well.
go. Nope.
So one of my thoughts
No, we
is
don't.
I really like how Discordia Golden Apple,
Sad.
whenever you
No
poke
shard.
someone, they say you rock whenever they get hit by it. So an additional effect onto some of Baki Neko's abilities to kind of expand that idea. Maybe enemy missing left, gank right lane, or some other
Ooh,
effect
that's
like that to
cool.
really kind of add to that trickster idea.
oh, I love that.
I love that too.
That's so cool.
We've definitely wanted to
You have the
play
I'm
with
the
things like
greatest
that, but
on-
we've always been a little bit
yeah.
nervous that people would get too
Yeah,
annoyed.
I mean, we had a discussion about it at least a little bit around like Mama was one of them that has like the alternate voice lines, which is really cool. But yeah, Discordia really is like the OG of like manipulating the VGS system, and dude, that's just sick. That's a really
Using
neat
the
idea.
VGS system for that trickster kind of character design is a really cool
That is so
idea.
on theme.
Yeah,
So good.
Absolutely perfect for her. All right, J-Max, what you got?
A lot of great ideas so far. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then give us your idea for Bakineko.
Hi, my name is Jaron. I had almost the exact same line of thinking of the person that was right in front of me. But to iterate on that, just maybe something is off about the clones. Maybe like the color or if the effect is a little different. Playing into that idea that there is a tell that gives away the Bakineko right before it happens.
Yeah.
Or maybe an idea for a passive ability is that whoever last killed you, or if you witness a teammate die, you get a damage buff against that character, just to give you sort of a way to hunt them back or get back into it.
A little bit of revenge against the enemies at that point. Okay.
I like it. Yeah, and I think that the idea of there's something slightly off about the clone is a really good lore tie into what you were talking about.
Yeah, like maybe like the ears on the head socket, or like we can use the buff belt socket to put like maybe a tail on characters. There might be some cool things we can do there to like actually bring some elements and make it so that if you're paying really close attention, you can actually tell.
Yeah, I love that for sure. All right, let's hit the frog line.
All right, I know you, but go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us your idea.
Hello, Mechanus Cadesius, a local here.
Yo, wait, I know
And
him.
The idea was more for a passive.
I've casted
for this,
with him.
New god based around the idea.
Great
of
caster.
If Bakeneko would be crowd controlled to kind of store that maybe and be able to take it back out on the enemies later, up to maybe a 50% duration increase on crowd controls inflicted to his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, playing off that agility, you try and grab a cat, but doesn't want to be grabbed, you're not getting it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think that having something, and as well, love to slip CC, I think it could certainly be very good, but gotta have a cooldown on that type of thing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's
Like,
something you gotta keep in mind as well with a lot of passes, right? Is that some effects can be really, really strong, so you only have it happen every so often. Like the one that I can think of that.
Oh, cool! I popped my shard and it didn't go off. That's why it felt like my cooldowns were
hitting him as
going
well.
for a
So
long time.
that's kind of a similar idea of what we're cooking up there. So it's definitely interesting, and it makes sense for a character like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. And I like the idea of I mean, that's something that we think about is, all right, we got to get a passive, we got to get a clear ability, we got to get, CC, the ultimate, all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate the idea of let's find something for the passive.
Yeah, we definitely do that a lot. There's times where we're like, how do we ultimatify this ability, or even de-ulting an ability has happened before, where we'll come to a pitch and we'll say, okay, this is what I want for the ultimate, and then
That's what I was trying to do, is get him to throw it in.
Why don't we just make it a normal ability? So there's ways that you can kind of like
Skoink.
amp up the, whether it's the presentation or the actual action itself of whatever ability is kind of being pitched to ultimatify or unultimatify it.
Right, for sure. All right, J-Max Line, what's that deal?
What's your name? Do you have any cats? I think that's something we should have asked some of the other people. Do you own a cat?
I'm actually allergic to cats.
It's okay, I'm in the exact same boat. Dog owner, any kind of animals?
I do have a dog, yeah.
Okay, what's your idea for Bakineko?
I was thinking more of like a passive, kind of playing off the trickster vibe. I was thinking something where like maybe every third ability, when you use an ability, it procs a random sound cue of a different god. That way, it maybe not even necessarily in the game, like the current game you're playing, but just procs a random
Just
sound cue.
maximum chaos. Just a random voice line. Random skin too. Why not, right?
For sure. And everyone loves the god ability sound videos, guessing what ability that is. But you hear how deceiving just hearing an ability in a vacuum can be. It can definitely throw people off, so I like it. And I'm told that I should be checking in with you because you're in your bag yet again.
Just out here working. Not as serious as the other drawings I was doing, but I thought it would be really cool to just go ahead and start with the initial costume design.
Yeah.
Just adding a lantern and just little bits and pieces of his lore that Pawn mentioned, like the salmon oil lamps just really stuck out to me, and I thought it would be really neat for him to carry lamps on his waist. Also a really cool fish-style pauldron on the side. And then
I really
just,
like
the
having
rest
a
of his
one
body,
extra level
cats don't
in
really need
the
too much,
three.
so he would just be
I should
a
go
cute
left.
cat with some armor on top, and yeah.
I think it's a great look for sure. I mean, you don't. Again, a cat's not going to be wearing too much, like I said. But I love the lore tie-in of the little.
Dinger.
For sure.
Yeah, that is really cute. I think especially just because like they talked about in the lore as well how Baki and Neko when they look up at the moon, like their eyes will kind of shrink up like Catherine wants to do. So that's kind of like another kind of glowing thing in the darkness that kind of alludes to that like kind of eye thing that they talked about.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely awesome. All right,
I just want to make sure the Gilgamesh goes down.
J-Max, we have to know, do you have any cats?
No, I'm a dog person, but...
Well, tell us, introduce yourself and tell us your idea.
I'm Connor, and I'm going along more of the cat idea, where it's going to be a flurry of paws, where it's a long channel ability that stacks up the more you just whack something. I think we've all seen the cat videos of them just going absolutely ham on each other, so I just think it'd be funny watching two Bake Nekos slapping the crap out of each other.
Yes, I'm seeing the vision immediately of two Bake Nekos, going full paws. I like it. And I think that, we have a couple of assassin channel abilities that assassins want to do things quickly.
I thought I could do more.
Something like a long channel.
Just taking a shitload of damage.
I think there's a lot of interesting design space there that you can really work with. And we also have the needed clear ability, how Bake Neko clearing the jungle camps. Something like a channel paw swipe could really work well.
Yeah, we also do in-hand chains. That's where my brain went to. Is like you have like slash.
Yeah.
And that slash could actually have bonus effects as like the payoff for actually getting.
Excuse me, my glad shield hits are doing
in-hand canceling. Some actually want to get to the end of their chain like
50 to 90 damage. Insane.
So just that kind of stuff can really help you clear the jungle as well.
Especially it's like basic attack cancels are so much fun. Having that being incorporated in the kit. Like the one that I think of the most is like you have Thor when you just want to hammer wall attack and like all that in between. Doing stuff like that is so much fun. So having a way to kind of access even like an in-hand swap.
I'm gonna upgrade that.
To do different kinds of cancels.
Probably gonna go Relic Dagger later, honestly, as well.
Introduce yourself and what idea
Go
that you
crazy
have
on the
for,
cooldowns.
Hi, my name's Tyron, and when I looked at the design, I first immediately thought of Rattle, so through the Cosmos, but instead of the official branches, I thought of the Torii Gate that is normally around Japanese shrines and even within Tokyo Bay itself, and kind of thought of it being kind of more of a 70-unit wide radius ult where you can just jump between each post and being able to jump on someone, being able to cause damage.
Nice.
And adding onto that,
I didn't steal the kill, but I helped.
These 3 spread like dash, being able to have 2 extra spectral
Are we not
versions of
gonna go?
herself,
Okay.
being able to feint where she's going to end up.
Okay.
Look, Grasshopper, always a fun guy to kind of walk. You never know where he's going to land at so many times. So I like the idea of being able to kind of trick where everybody's going to go.
Yeah, that's very cool. And having an iconic, image of the Torii Gates, I think makes a lot of sense. And yeah, faking a jump to one and going to a different one is very cool.
Yeah, I love just the trick shot and sort of play there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That reminds me of like how you can kind of do that with some of the other ults in the game. Like Yorm is one that I'm thinking of. Is like, am I gonna go there? Am I gonna go there? And being able to kind of read that is so much fun when you get like the correct read. That kind of skill expression and like you have those really iconic moments that you feel like I own there.
Right.
That's what we really want to empower players to do is to have that moment where they feel like they pop up.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like the clip of like when Bob's getting ready to jump over a wall and just jumping in place, the other person jumps over
I
the
didn't.
wall.
No,
Like,
we're good.
That's just such a mental play that if you were that Odin that was like chasing them with Bob, you jumped over and they jumped in place, you're just shattered for the rest of the game.
Oh, yeah, you've outplayed them mentally. It's game over for sure. All right, let's head to Frog Line.
All right, go ahead and tell us your name. All right, I'm Alien Invader. And then I'm going to use the prompt up on the screen here. Hey, yo, what the cat do?
Well, I had a little bit more of a higher order idea instead of specific ability. Sort of lean into Smite 2, gods being able to have both physical and magical. Just make it a stance switcher. Have a normal looking cat that has physical damage for its abilities, maybe a little bit less offensive, and then have the ability to switch into the ghostly
Are we
fury
trying to
form and have it
surrender?
do magical damage to the abilities.
I like
Who's
that. I like
trying
that a
to
lot.
surrender?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the soul who didn't come over until it was too late. Nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go down the Smite 2 track for a little bit. There's some other things that are really cool that we're only starting to really scratch the surface on and starting to experiment with the active items. You could just give a character an item that does this, so it doesn't actually take up an spot, and that way you have a bit more control. Or you can have different upgrade paths like Rathaus or Acorn.
Well, also, what
but
the
because you get
hell is
extra
that build?
You can actually do some stuff that doesn't actually force it to be on the ability slot bar itself. So
Tell me that's at least going to be Nimble Bancroft, right?
It's like wow, I'm really good at talking. Rat Acorn, like you were saying, but it's a ball of yarn that's exclusive to Bake Neko, and if you it's got its stats or whatever, use the active button, you go spirit mode, a little bit more intelligent scaling type of thing.
Yeah.
I can kind of see that for sure.
Cool. Yeah, I can definitely see that on that kind of character, especially if you want to like switch up who you're ganking.
Not close enough to
If you
Thebes.
want
I
to,
thought about
you know,
waiting
like
for
the
it,
Soul Leader
even though it was
has
really
only,
far
like,
away.
8
I'm
defense,
losing my
something like
buff.
that, and you want to switch to physical side of things and do some strength damage.
Maybe
I feel
not,
like
maybe
that
not,
would be
maybe not.
a crazy
Fuck
option for the
Doodle
stuff
Man
that
got me
have.
covered.
Stance switching does get brought up for like almost every guy at some point. It's the range versus physical or melee. It's the magical versus physical.
He tried to
It's
got
something we
me.
love to bring up,
He
but
didn't got
it
me.
is a lot of work to be fair. So we'll have to be sure. All right, J-Mac, what you got over there?
Go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody and then tell us your idea for the cat.
Hi, my name's Preston. So my idea is it's another passive
Did
idea.
my 2 just not
kinda
get
inverse
thrown?
Kali, where you get to choose an ally, and if that ally is killed, whoever killed it, you get the bonus damage towards them, the revenge thing. But maybe add on to it, like add a little Thanatos passive in there, where they're like it pulses out and lets you see where they are on the map every like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, something like that, until either you kill them or you die type thing. Something along those lines.
Okay, kind of combining the best of both worlds on a couple of different assassins for another. I like the idea.
Yeah, very cool. I think that getting that passive locked in is also oftentimes a good keystone or cornerstone to kind of build the rest of the kit off of.
Yeah, if you have a path like that, you're definitely trying to play up the vengeful angles there, and so I can see a lot of the other abilities really playing into that as well, and trying to make the best use of that kind of deception and vengeful angles.
Probably going to get
Agreed. All right,
Scarf,
Anna, let's
honestly.
check in with you and see what you got cooking.
All right.
Let's level
So I
up
worked a little bit more on the
3.
concept. I immediately thought
get
when I looked
some,
at all of the stuff about
extended
Bakeneko
stun
was the
duration.
markings on his body. I think it would be really cool to mix like the physicality of it and also adding glowing bits to his body. Like there's these pieces that are glowing naturally. And then on a more serious note, I did a another thing. So like that would be something that you could do, like slap, slap, slap. And then paw prints everywhere.
Right.
I really love that idea. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? It's been like maybe like 10 minutes, and in that 10 minutes, you just like have not only a whole new concept over there, but like you also have your fun image there, just play it. Like, can we just give a big hand to that? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
That is incredible.
And that is the goal. Like, we're literally watching Michael Jordan play basketball right now.
It's so awesome.
Let me give a quick shout out real quick to the concept team back at Hi-Res, because they're the ones that taught me how to do all this. So
It's true.
shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out to the concept team.
Yeah.
They are good for sure.
My babies.
All right, let's get like 1 or 2 more suggestions, and then we'll do a little bit of crowd cheer voting to kind of select the
cried.
direction for some of these, and then we can get back to the idea.
But also,
with
that
a
was
little bit more
never gonna
focus.
work
I think
out
that should
for
work out
him.
well. So, Frog, let's head to you.
All right, go ahead and tell us your name and your idea for Bakeneko.
So my name's the Divine 8, and then my idea was stand switching. But I like the idea of incorporating all 3 of the designs shown: the demonic, the nice one, and the spectral form. So I was thinking like tier, but they stand switch with the 3rd ability, and then first 2 are demonic, and then second stance would be 2 of the nice one, and then when they ult, it would be a spectral form that sort of combines the 2 stances.
I love that.
Okay, that's really cool.
I love that idea. Similar to like what we've done with all the tiered gods that like have like one oh god, I forget the one, a demonic one for Loki.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I'm also in the exact same place you are.
I think that would be so cool. I love that idea.
Yeah, I really like that too because stim ultimates. We have a few of them, and they are very exciting. But we try and limit how much we do that. But tying it in, like stand switchers, usually you stand switch with ult, but tier is unique in that aspect, and kind of like that combination of stim ultimate and stand switch on a regular ability could be really, really cool.
This is winnable,
Yeah,
but the
I like that
soul
idea a lot.
won't
All right,
fight.
Zach, let's head to your line.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then what ability idea do you have for Bakeneko?
My name is John. I'm actually part of Kittens with Mittens in the OSL League. So I was thinking for a dash, if you dash and hit someone, it kind of turns into like a Tsukiyomi ult a little bit, where the cat's bouncing back and forth and doing some damage.
My problem isn't that she's not rotating. My problem is that she's rotating after we die.
Anything else?
Yeah, no, we are legally required to call it Zoomies.
Yeah, whatever the ability is that makes the cat go fast.
Yeah, 100%. So, okay, Lermy, you've been taking some notes. You've been kind of categorizing these. What are some of the things that are standing out to you that maybe we could, say, do we want to go this direction or this direction, and let the crowd kind of narrow it down?
Yeah, so I'll just kind of run us through what we have so far. A lot of the passives have been all kind of the same nature of having that kind of revengeful style with it. So I think that's pretty locked down that it seems like that is kind of the way that we want to go.
Yep.
In terms of our clear, we had a couple options between something like the scratchies, which is very fun. We also had the
It was actually a
clones as well,
4v3.
coming up a lot in terms of like using it for various purposes.
But I'm saying the game is a
it really seems
4v6
like we're a
because
lot of,
she
like,
keeps
the
running
clear
into
really was the rapid
fights.
slices. Okay, but to finally get something that we can talk about here, we have.
She keeps
what
running
we
into
usually
fights
kind of
after
identify,
we're
like,
all
our clears
dead.
are 1, our CC or utilities are 2, movement is 3.
I
That's
don't
like
care if you're killing their
color
ADC.
stuff.
You're
So
not
the
you're
movement
not
is
helping.
going to be fun here. So we've got the zoomies that we just talked about, right? That's going to be an awesome one.
Surtur
Of
won't
course, we've got
rotate
the
either,
trickery with the clones,
but,
which is
like,
great. And then I guess the third one that we
he's
had
not
was the
rotating
Wupass
after we're
target
all
of
dead
changing
like
what
she
kind
is.
of dash that you do by aiming it differently.
And the pounce as well, right?
Yeah, we had
Onto the ally, kind of ricocheting off of there. So we know that we've got some really good movement ability options. It seems like some clear options. Because this is what at least for me in my process, what I do is kind of lay out like this, like, okay, here are my clear abilities that I kind of like, here are my CC utility movement. And it seems like if I were making this kit right now, I'd be telling myself I need some more clear abilities to try and find the right one. So maybe just something, if you have an idea that isn't a clear ability, feel free to keep throwing that out. But that's what we'd be doing on our side, is trying to brainstorm this particular thing that we're still looking for. How are we looking on the ultimates, by the way? What are we looking
really
at?
Cool. We've got the Tori style, being able to move around and kind of like switch and be deceptive there.
Zeus.
We've also got a couple of the abilities, especially the BGF one that was kind of like ultimate style, use some kind of trickery there to kind of like mix up enemy comps, which I thought was really cool.
Sure.
We've also got the debuffing enemies so they don't heal, they take damage instead. And then on top of that, we've got the ally dying to transform into.
Yeah, I just wanted to cover Surtur once I saw Zeus was coming over, I was like, yeah, we're
even when you really love an idea, and a lot of these base ideas are really great, we want to try and get down the line, are we exploring the whole idea of this theme? So clear abilities and shape-shifting could be the same, could be different, let's find out. So Frog, let's head to your line and see what we got.
All right, go ahead and tell us your name and what do you think?
Like what Soul's been doing is, in that scenario, rotating now. Like Cool Khan did.
The milk pitch has returned.
I mean, in this case, it makes sense, right?
Yes, this is your best milk pitch yet. I will give you this.
Can you expand on how the milk would relate to the cat, or is it just milk?
Just give Bakeneko a bowl of milk. And a nice cat. They deserve it.
Maybe a backing animation?
That's what I was about to say, Frog, is that yes, we do have these little moments, and they're backing animations, they're taunt animations, they're waves, they're claps. This is a constant bit here on the show, which I
love the whales
and,
clap.
I think this is the most likely one to get the bowl of milk.
Yeah, it just makes sense. And I think that's another fun part about what we do as well.
Yes.
We do more than just the abilities when it comes to the brainstorming. Sometimes we'll talk to various teams, like we'll talk to the effects team or the animation team, and they'll come to us and they'll say, well, we're doing this character. I really think it would be cool if they could do this. And so, like we were talking about, that kind of like flavor animation of like having, the bowl of milk. Maybe when they come back and they just animate, they're like, oh, I'm home, back at my place with my little milk bowl.
And it's milk time, That's what they said. He says that in a very clear human voice.
Voice acts too.
Yes, it's
so that's
milk
what he
time.
says.
It's milk time.
It's Morbin time now.
Designers here starting out very young on this. What's your idea for Bakaneko? Okay.
So my idea is if it's a support, like it jumps onto an ally and blocks all damage from going through, and then if it's an assassin, it's like a furball, and the more kills it has, the stronger it is.
Ouchie.
Hey, good suggestion. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that the hairball aspect is something that hasn't been brought up quite yet. And that
so part of the problem too is we don't have
probably not blocking all of the
proper
ADC. But being able to absorb some definitely could work.
I love the.
Please don't run in on that.
Like, being on top of the head,
and you really like running into fights we've lost.
You know how like cats are like knocking off the table.
Kind of like this. Kind of like I'm doing now. This is called greed. Greed and ego.
It's like if you do like the
that was pure greed. I should have backed up. Okay, the soul's not chasing them. The soul's not chasing. That's huge.
You're kind of like a moving soul at that point.
Yeah, you can even jump onto an enemy and clear out his peel. You know what I mean? Like knock away his own allies and do something like that. Okay, we're cooking now. I like it. All right, Frog, let's head over to your line and see what you got.
Well, tell us your name.
Hi, my name's Dalton.
And then what's your idea for Bakaneko?
Yeah, so my idea was kind of more in line with like the Neko model, like split tail part, but as the game kind of goes on, the tail starts to split.
We're still quite a ways behind, chat. Oh no.
And that can tie into the actual abilities by a passive, but you know, as you rank up your abilities more and more, you get like more penetration or more power, so that you have a bit more scaling. But early game, this could also help with like a jungle too.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're really criticizing. Okay, the Soul's build is starting to come together now. As long as that last item is Cyclopean,
to scale something throughout the game. So I mean, I think assassins are usually very good places for it. So
also, Soul's build just kind of left her with no early and leaves us with
where you might bring
minimal
that
to work with in the way of ADCs.
Actually get a late game scaling component somewhere in the kit so that you feel like you're in fact late game. That's the problem with a lot of assassins is you are very good in the early game, late game is really hard for you to get into a team fight impact. So it's a way to kind of balance that out.
Sure, absolutely. All right, here we're ready for an art check-in here, and I think I'm excited to see what you got.
Lots of good work here. So
wording like we're in lane.
Oh my goodness, that is so good. That is serious.
Thank you. Wow. And of course we have to give it up for the milk.
Yeah, I knew as soon as the milk came up, I was like, I knew Anna was going to be all over
Can't wait, that's what brings me here. But yeah, Zoomies, and then I changed this one up because I really
cool
love that idea of it being like a giant paw swipe and him sitting on top of somebody.
Yeah. No, that is awesome. That's a great look. Big fan of that. So we're making some good progress. I think the latch on to an
Why is she not running towards us?
I will warn you all, God designers out there, that when you allow someone to dash onto someone and ride with them, you do get a lot of angry DMs about it. Something to be wary of. At least in my experience, you'll get some angry DMs. But again, fits the assassin theme. If it's capable, fine. Right?
I do want to throw like a little bit of a cool side thing.
Yeah, please
so Baron, his original ult was you dash into an enemy, you kind of possess them, and you got to
that's right.
them. And the Zima Mon actually get that kind of possession.
She's yelling at us for being blind. Meanwhile, like she's just
okay. Like, it was a cool internal callback to that, and like the way you execute on it is like incredible. Awesome.
Yeah.
Time to bully Susan.
Right,
Surtur, you want to like auto heal, buddy?
So many things that we go through to actually iterate on abilities, and it's not even like going through completely new abilities too. There are some abilities that even through like the development of the god themselves, that just changed, especially like some of the like utility of it will change occasionally. Like for instance, with Mammon, like we were talking about.
Oh, now the Mammon is upset too.
No, it didn't. And for a lot of time, the ultimate was very, very weak. And
Owie.
Determined that she needed a little bit more.
Why does he do so much damage and take none?
The ult felt weak, and we had trouble with how we wanted to present it artistically, that we really wanted to let her throw it with a lot of momentum, and that was the presentation we liked. But then it just dealing damage, it was heavy, in her hand, it was heavy as she threw it, and then it just kind of like landed with a little pop, and that wasn't really like fitting thematically in that. So adding that little knock-up helped transfer, like give the idea of the weight of the projectile.
There's so much to the feel and like the visual tie-in of like what the character's doing. So a lot of times in Smite, you'll say, oh my god, that hurt.
Yep.
I did not
so
get
we
hurt.
could go mana cores, we could go binding.
But you know when something is hitting you, if it has that weight, if it has that feel, and it translates into the gameplay and the mechanics themselves, you'll get that interaction. You really will kind of like feel it in a sense.
So
sure, absolutely. All right, let's get it over to J-Max Line and see what they
you
got.
are literally four of Soul's deaths. She has no room to play. This is hilarious. 4 of Soul's deaths are basically just inting.
So it's on the screen, it's just like a cat kind of crisscrossing the screen.
She just broke all the chests and I didn't get any money.
They'll cleanse them from god debuffs such as like Opwash,
I broke it, Mom.
Madness or the new Mammon debuff.
Yeah.
And if they do cleanse that, they get angry.
Okay, so we need to get 4 fizz stacks.
Oh, okay, yeah. I like that idea. First of all, what the god that is being pounced on, if you're an enemy and seeing visually, I like that idea of scratching at their eyes, whatever. Plus, that's a classic F. Fit. He always had implemented blinds. That was always a bit of his. So pocket sand was always a big one. And I like the idea of cleansing a god debuff, and then if you cleanse a god debuff,
she's not right, but she's also not wrong
the god
either.
Debuff you cleansed. Like you can fly across the sky.
Knew they were there. Wasn't gonna go in there alone.
Be able to access a target because they made the mistake of hurting your ally.
So I love just getting a variety of feedback
Buff
hinges
full
for
circle,
abilities.
baby.
Because even if we don't use that ability directly, like often it's good to have those notes because something will happen in my brain. So then you start talking about the like kind of post like
I can't do anything.
I was thinking like imagine like the cat walking on your ability bar and staring down at it, and like whenever ability you fired after that point, it would just bat it off for you off, and it would like fall off for a little bit.
Wow, that would be so cool.
Completely tangential to that bit. Yeah. Like it like having that's why we have so many internal groups that we bring in to get a variety of feedback is because we really want the ideas because it helps us really kind of flesh out the kit as we need to.
And especially with like the idea that you were talking about of like bouncing off of other people's ideas, that whole idea was like, what if we silence specific abilities? Like how we were talking about how we tend to like put specific abilities in places on the bars, right? Or even like just disabling ultimates by themselves. That could be a thing. So I really like that idea of being able to kind of like specifically disable one ability or one kind of ability.
My immediate thought when you said that was increasing the cooldown of the next ability they use. So you do the anti-CDR tech that we've been kind of working with, and they put a palm print. They're on top of you. You use an ability, whatever that ability is. They palm print on it, and it stamps 3 seconds on the cooldown. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Feedback there is important to also explain to people.
If Sol gets Cyclopean, our team fight is a lot better. Like, she is hitting her autos, and that is the important thing for an ADC to be doing. In terms of, like, once you are in a fight, she needs to just be landing autos in the right places.
Tell us your name and then your idea for the cat.
Evan, and my idea for the cat was in the passive have like a stacking ability that is based on the number of like allies that die recently. Like you're seeking out vengeance for them, you get empowered.
That's funny. Like we're the 3 that are negative, and it's literally just because of these 2. Mostly because of Sol. Let's be honest with ourselves here.
You get stronger because of it.
Yeah, I really like that. That kind of fits the vengeance theme we've already been going for.
Yeah, and it's always good to notice if we have underlying tech that supported something. ESET passive has that tracking nearby ally deaths. Very easy probably to put a different type of hook on it and allow them to do that. So I like that idea a lot. J-Mac, let's head to your line.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, and then what's your idea for Bakeneko?
Hi, my name's Patrick, and my cat, she gets the zoomies really
Guaranteed
bad,
I'm older
so
than
it's
you,
really fun
and
to see
yet
her
you're
pounce and
arguing
springboard
with them
off
on the
things.
internet.
So my idea was simply like a dash that...
oh my god, I
more
think
like
there is a
she hits
child in the
wall,
lobby.
Maybe a minion or a god or something that she bounces off and like gets kind of like the Hu Yi one where like if it hits a wall it bounces off. It's like a jump kind of thing where if she hits a wall she bounces off of them.
Okay, so kind of like Ricochet, kind of like the Nana Kappa, but jumping instead. That's wild. I like that idea.
People are going to be like, oh, reports don't do anything. Like, they
it's
do.
something that we really like, and would not surprise me at all if it was on a kit one day. Is the Ricochet, but you're the projectile, you know, and I think that movement would feel really, really good. So
I'm even thinking about
Did
like,
they see me?
Are
they going to follow?
Kind of like an assassin. How do you actually gank, right? So you could have a dash that's straightforward, just do some damage, or maybe you might find an opportunity to be like, I could actually jump onto this wall, maybe jumping off the wall gives me more range, you might push the target a little bit, so you can actually try and position yourself well to actually push
really
the devastating position and then actually do the gank successfully that way. So make sure the gank makes sense of the
The Ricochet also makes sense as well, being a little tricky. Like with the existing Ricochets that we have with like Hercules or Hu Yi especially, just being able to walk up and go, you never know when I'm going to put this Ricochet. Kind of the same idea where
We're not killing
you
Charon.
move yourself into this kind of unpredictable location for them. They won't really be able to react to it, so we got to make sure.
That's this is the toughest part, is that I feel like when you hit 2 abilities in the same archetype, where I love this Ricochet dash idea, and I love the attached to an ally, not delay something, whatever it is.
I love the attached to an ally. Yeah, cats attaching to their allies. I've never seen this before.
Why not Bakeneko? All right, let's do it. I believe we're ready for Frog's line to go here.
Go ahead and tell us your name and your idea for Bakeneko.
Name's Londo.
Fuckload of nits now. We're good. We're also at Proc Cap as well. That's not from the 1. No, it is from the 1. Okay.
Maybe knock off a ward or 2.
I kind of dig that, like interacting with wards. I'm not sure that's something we've ever really done before.
No, and something that
yeah. I don't even care. I don't even care. That was a sick team fight.
Very cool. All right, I believe we have time for one more.
I don't even care that we lost. That was a sick team fight.
Looks like our last one's going to be a group effort here by probably the most iconic fans we
okay, there's the Maman saying reporting does nothing.
Start off with, I got no voice right now. I've been cheering for Totem all day, so. But I'm the A in Jam today.
I'm M. And I'm the M in Jam as well.
All right, so our whole idea, cats, one of their most annoying traits is that they just hit everything. They hit stuff off of the counter, tables, whatever. So our idea was that the cat could parry. Someone drops the sun on this cat and it just goes, and there's no more sun. I'll put it to my numbers guy real quick though.
Yeah. So we thought it would kind of be like an immunity like Soul 3, but there's no charge up. So you press whatever 3, and immediately you go immune for about half a second. And for each 100 damage he would take, he returns that as 0.1 second of a stun or 0.2 seconds of a stun. So like if you took a 1,000 damage Tothel, turn it for a 2-second stun, you don't take any damage.
My part about Vake is, dude, this guy's a cat. He's a ghost cat. These guys got 9 lives. Like, especially assassin style, the whole gimmick. He's got built-in timeline like 9 times, but he's got a lot less health. But he keeps coming. I think that's a good part. The 9 life cats, that's sick.
Got the whole package of abilities for you to kind of break down and go through now.
Yeah, I was really with you guys until I heard 9 timelines. But I mean, honestly, It's kind of cool.
Yeah, Boss actually really had that kind of like lower revive passive inspired by the 9 lives thing. So like, there probably are other ways to explore the 9 live concept that we could drill down into.
Yeah, that's sometimes something that comes up as well. Is like you have kind of a theme of an ability that you're trying to set down. I remember with Karen, we really wanted to make sure that we had, you know, a boat ability for sure, a spirit ability was one, and a water ability was very, very important to have like each of those. So that was kind of like the jumping off point for Brainstorm, as I'm saying, you know, here's the theme that we're looking for. Let's find a way to actually make it into an ability.
Right. No. Okay. So I think we're in a good spot.
What is me being alive gonna help if you're all dead?
But we've gotten so many
Exactly. So why go in 1v4? You guys can't see chat in the bottom. Hold on. You guys can't see chat.
Probably swipes, maybe batting around some things. And maybe you can help
that's
guide us here
hinting
with
at that
some of the
point.
things you've heard.
Yeah, well, from a concept perspective, I really love all of the suggestions that were given today. So I was thinking with the pauldron and also like little lights and stuff from the sardine oil lamp.
Oh
we could do
my
some really
fucking!
cool
All right,
effects with that.
I'm gonna report her
and
for
have,
inting.
like,
I'm gonna
pearl
report
in
her
the
for
mouth
inting.
of the pauldron
I was the
with
first to 20. Yeah, and you would have been
that's
there
pretty
sooner
much-
with less deaths.
Well, like,
No,
I
no,
don't know,
no.
this
She's
has been
literally
great.
inting.
Like, everyone has amazing ideas.
I know.
Awesome. Maman went AFK for a few minutes, and Soul was inting. All right.
Here's the real question. Can we get away with letting him have 2 jumps or 2
All
dashes?
right.
That's what I was liking the most out of these ideas.
Honestly, I like it too.
Yeah. I mean, the kit that people seem to be kind of pitching here is a character that's highly mobile.
All right. Well, at most, I'm gonna have time for like an arena game.
On what is happening here? I'm so
I want to know. I can't see quite up here.
They've been stacking up on every thunder stack.
All right, well, I'm so too. Let's go. You guys are nuts. Well done. Well done. I still don't get it, but I'm happy for you. I'm happy to hear it.
They did the thing.
Oh, they did the thing? Oh, right. Let's go. Nice. We're doing the thing. Yeah, like you're saying, highly global kit.
I mean, I think that double mobility, getting in the middle of a team fight and being this disruptor trickster, we had that old pitch that changed healing around. We had the idea of you being in there to do either a parry or like a don't touch the belly type ability. So you could engage the fight, kind of pick someone out there, do a lot of damage to that target, and then you're just there in the middle of the team trying to make it so that the rest of your team can come in and be as disruptive as possible.
Yeah, and I feel like the ultimates, shape-shifting being the #1 thing in Bake Neko's lore, would want to get that in there somewhere, taking over the body of
Dude, this
the down
conversation
ally,
I'm having
getting that
behind
mobility to be able
the
to get to
stream
that
is
ally from the
glorious.
body wherever they are, and then take them over means that you don't need as much damage output in the base kit because you're assuming that they're taking over someone else's kit, without the ultimate. So it's always risky, doing things like that, but I think that it could work for Systems Landing.
Yeah, the trickery aspect is really important.
The Soul is saying Neath was never in the mid-game fights. Wait, what?
To just do any of these things in slightly different ways, and that really does increase a lot of that skill expression, which players really love at the end of the day, to be able to kind of style on their opponents. So I think giving a jungler especially a way to do that is just so much fun.
Yeah, Pon, do you want to talk to the programming team about
Holy
Bake Neko being
shit.
able to use every ability of these other characters? I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
Easy
I mean, we
inting
already
report.
have to consider it, so it wouldn't be the biggest
We
deal
go 2,
ever,
2, and
but
12.
there's gonna have to be
Yeah,
some
okay,
conditions on it,
that's
some
cool.
windows,
That's
maybe
great.
there's
You
some
could have
capabilities
kept
that can be
pushing.
taken, but, the programmers
But
are surprisingly kind.
you didn't.
They will try.
Yes, they will
and they will let me know if their try is going to be unlikely to succeed, and to tell us to make backup
God.
kits. So a lot of time we have backup kits and backup things that we're going to try if that doesn't work out. But for this purpose, I think let's just go.
Yeah, I love it. Give yourself a round of
I
applause.
did
Thank you so
outdamage
much
them a
for
monk,
helping us
which
with
is
the Bake
hilarious.
Neko. Bake Neko is going to be a nightmare for everyone to deal with, but
The Surtur really didn't
thank you all. A great year here. No better way to close out than Bake Neko.
Like, he built tank, but he wasn't
Later
tanking.
showmatch right after a quick break.
He kind of built tank. This weird-ass ability auto-attack hybrid shit. Alright. Well, there's probably time for an arena game. But instead, we're gonna play Assault. It's gonna be a mistake, chat, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, see, because we're running into it. Although, to be fair, we're only like 10 minutes behind. Yeah, we have time for an Assault game. It's fine. We're 10 minutes behind, which actually means that right now in the stream-ish, a couple minutes ago, is when the Creator Showdown should have started, so you know. That was an amazing conversation I had with the Soul. It was basically the Soul just I would like to play the whale.
My name's John Koob. I'm with Steel Series, and we're here with
Max Aurora. And Max Danica.
and Raku,
Captain Twig. And Zatman.
We're going to see how well you actually
Okay,
know
well, now I
the
can't
game
let go of my left
You're gonna
click.
name that sound challenge. Let's go sound number 1.
Deicide. Deicide. This is Deicide announcer.
Okay, well, we've already
Regular announcer.
seen this.
Deicide,
Yeah.
I'll go again.
I can't believe they traded the whale for me.
I have no idea. Oh man. Yeah, I got nothing. That's a Christmas house game. Huh? It's a Christmas house game. I'm pretty sure. Is that like Kumba 1? Actually? Really? Oh. It's someone's laugh. Anubis laugh. Okay. You should know this. Why? Is it an honor? No, because you like to laugh. That's Anubis laugh. What the? Twig. Oh man. I'd be playing that. I don't ever laugh. Game.
Anubis.
Why do you dodge?
I kind of knew this now. Yeah.
Why do you dodge? Oh, and I could have let go left click. Nice. We got fucking dodged in assault. Are you serious?
That's my role. That's Artemis.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Level up. Hey, you are slow, buddy. Dude, I told you I was gonna lose. Leveling up. The level up. Yeah. Pinging on the map. Ping. Ping. Ping.
Walking in.
Lock in. Looking in like a character. Oh my god, I was thinking about it.
Also, if I have any friends in chat, by the way, I am in Bean Murder server, and I will screen share the window that I have the stream up in if any friends want to join me in VC here. I guess we could play new, I'd like to play ESET, though. Yo! Let's go! It's free, we all get it. People are way too mad about nothing carrying over. I'm sorry, man. It's just true. Like, people are just too mad about it for no damn reason. I understand why people are mad, but it's just like, nah, dude. Nah, it's nothing. We actually kept our starting team, and you know what? It's pretty solid. Like, do I want to just get Chronos Pendant to start this off? Because I feel like I could just get Chronos Pendant to start this off. Oh, but getting Charon's coin is just good, though. I will play 1 first, right? Yeah, 1, then I think it's 1, 2, 3, right? No, it's 1, 3, 2. The cooldowns are 10, 10, 14. That's kind of long. We can get Charon's coin later. There will be enough scrapping for second item Charon's coin. I will pick up a starter, but not immediately. Alright. Now we're finally getting started.
2, 1, go.
As this gets started. Yeah, we're gonna be missing it, huh?
No.
Yes.
Nice.
What a bitch. That's not who I was trying to hit. Oh my fucking god. Wow! Dude, I fucking hate lobbies like this.
I mean, I'll take it. 30 seconds, right?
I'm just gonna click it right here and see what happens.
Fucking ARAM. Nobody fucking cares.
Come on. Oh no, it like, dang it. I need something. Yes! Yes! So clutch.
You get starter and class shield? Damn, that's wacky.
Nice, no worries. Yep, Oh, bollocks. Have I got time for one more? Am I good from the side? No, I've moved it. How do I put money in?
Welcome back, Smite fans, here to the SWC and our Year 11 Content Creator Show Match. It's a tradition that we've had here at the Smite World Championship. Bring some of our big name content creators out here. Sometimes do charity events. This year, we're going to be showing off the brand new Season 11 map. I'm J-Mac, I got Mifflin, Aggro, and Isaiah joining me here on the desk. So we can kind of talk a little bit about what's going to be going on, some of the people who are going to be on these teams, and kind of what's to be expected for Year 11. I know that you guys have been putting a lot of work in Year 11. It feels like almost 6 months ago. You probably guys had already started work on the new year. So kind of talk to me about some of the thought process coming into this year, Aggro.
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to refresh the Conquest map a little bit and bring some new mechanics. So things like the teleporter that can take you from one side of the map to the other.
The teleporter's going to be
comments,
really cool.
I think, are going to be really, really big. That's a really fun mechanic that we have been willing to drop everything that's happening in the match to go and compete over a comet. I'm going to be honest. It probably
Where's the Ganesh?
doing that, but
Why
it is to me. If I can get the
no
scepter,
one
if I can get the
CC'd
scepter, then we might
ever?
as well have it.
And as far as players that are going to be here, as I mentioned, as content creators, it's also members of our stream team. We can introduce our first couple of teams out here. We have the Order team, made up by Weekend, Rexy, Double J, Davian505, and J2 Rudo to round out the roster. And then for the Chaos team, we have Eleon, Sam the Dude, Bacon Crumbs, J2 Faye, and Lady Rebellion for the remainder of that roster. He's going to be doing head-to-head. I believe it's going to be a blind pick best of one matchup for this, Isaiah.
I know, we've got a stacked
Yo,
roster for both teams.
Tina!
Well-known content creators.
Thank you
Some
for
of
the
faces that
raid.
players see every day on the Smite
Holy
game.
shit. I was
I'm
wondering
super
if you were
excited for
still
them to get their
live.
first look at the Year 11 map, kind of play it live on stage, feel it out a little bit, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Welcome on in, Raiders. I am the Chaos Cat, and you will fear me. Smite World's happening, currently show match behind, so I'm speeding up the stream while I play.
Really? That doesn't surprise me.
We'll be putting the actual world stream into focus.
You technically still owe an album, if I'm not mistaken.
That's actually a great point, J-Mac. I can't believe that you narked on him like that. That is crazy. That's your teammate that you just absolutely threw under the bus. But because it benefits me, I'm going to go with it. Yes, Mifflin, you do owe me a Christmas album. It's not even the season, guys. It's like January. Better late than never, my guy.
Get started for next year, but before we get to jump into our match, we do have F-Dot standing on stage to get an interview with some of our content creators.
But yeah, once Worlds actually comes up, we're going to be putting that stream into focus. Just that for right this second, you know, don't want to just be doing nothing while they're doing nothing.
These guys, and I'm looking at them. They look pretty heavy. What's going to be the game plan for you jumping in here?
I'm just going to look pretty.
Well, I mean, I thought that was his. He already said. So that's the problem, though. That's exactly what he said to me as well. So I mean, how are you going to handle that?
All I know is we get a double J paid to do together.
I'm stuck.
It's punishable.
Why was I rooted for that long?
Already starting that. Also, I need to bring up that before he was wearing
Neath root does not last that long. I call shenanigans.
Literally what we're doing here.
I call shenanigans.
Do not feed this man's ego. Come on now. Unfair, unfair. All right, all right. Pretend like I
But yeah,
asked you
well,
a
welcome on
really
in,
deep
Raiders.
question.
I hope the stream went well.
Yeah, I think Pineapple is full.
You
Frickin'
know what?
gaming.
I think so. I'm going to be with you over here. I'm going to agree.
Don't know how long this stream is
I
going to
got
be.
one last question.
Oh, it
Who
might
answers
be a long one.
You? All right.
I
so
hope not.
Jumping into this
It might
one,
be.
you've got Leon over here, Lady Reb. Who is going to do the carrying on the squad?
Oh, it's going to be Elion. Come on.
Oh, come on. Why do we gas him up so much? I don't like. All right, fine. Give it up, give it up, give it up. And then on a real note here, you guys have tons of fans. Everybody has really, really loved how you guys represent the Smite community. And what would you like to say to everybody out there as they scream their head off for you to feed?
Scream their head off for you to feed.
Remember, this is a good time.
Nice.
That's the truth. Over here, we have the other squad led by. Do I lead with the 667 joke? I guess we'll get there. All right. Down here.
It's getting windy and the light is flickering.
Big fans out there.
Hoping for the
All right,
best.
so let's start with that one then. What do you got to say to the fans at home? Or I mean, hell, the fans right here.
Well, be prepared for a stomp, because, you know.
From that direction, they're going to stop you, or?
No, other way around.
Oh, okay.
The main goal, I want to solo Sam. That's
It's like, you got to clear it up after the ambiguity of enjoy the 2-0,
All right,
you
well,
know?
we're going to deviate from our previously scheduled programming. Yo, Sam. Homie over there says he going to solo you. Who said that?
Actually, you mean the wannabe Sam?
Oh. What's your final statement to him all the way down there?
You know, I wish him the best of luck, because Lord knows he needs it.
Woo! Woo! All right. Man, usually they try and get us to get players to smack talk, but this seems to be pretty easy out here. All right, man. Your turn. They're talking smack. Do you have anything to return to them, or are you going to be polite?
Andy better watch his doors. We're setting up 10 outside.
I mean, it's just a regular night for Andy streaming, right? We all just stream slamming him over the shoulder. Absolutely. Right here, my man. Yo, Jay, nice to meet you. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All right, clearly, you got the power. What are you channeling today to bring the energy?
Challenging my
It
villain
would
origin
not let
story
me
and
turn left.
make sure that I'm going to continue the saga that I'm on, which is become the best villain that I can be within the Smite community.
So is this a filler episode, or is this your arc?
This is my arc. Lately's been filler, but this is my main arc.
I mean, to be fair, you have a filler arc that's about a background
end
character.
on a positive note or a negative note? Chat, do we go positive or negative? Negative? All right, what's up, Winston?
The negative note?
Of course he's the negative.
Right.
Of course
Right
he's
now,
the negative
I
node.
want you to cheer
He's an
if you
asshole.
like Weekend.
Damn.
All right.
No
I
cheers.
Want you to cheer if you
Let's
hate
go.
Weekend.
Yeah! Don't like Weekend.
What do you have to say to all of your wonderful, wonderful haters?
I appreciate the support, and I'm just gonna channel it into Farm and Andy. So
I mean, fair enough.
Tell them to sub.
they better be subbed. Come on.
And then real talk.
I ain't giving you money.
Real talk, tons of positivity here. We're all joking, and you have represented tons of positivity in the Smite community, my man. The way you welcome
joking,
everybody
I
to the
don't like
stream,
them.
the way you make everybody here feel welcome. I know how you want to start this one, so say it.
Aloha!
Now, to start this one off, we'll be fighting on the battlegrounds of the gods, but here, we're just friends. So, lead us with some wise words of positivity as we play our first game of Season 11.
Good luck to everybody. Mahalo for us, allowing us to be up here, and this is an incredible thing. And, can't wait to show what we got.
Ah, so close.
Oh,
Tragic.
I pulled it way too fast. Against who?
The losers over there.
I got him. He's talking smack too. All right, friends. Thank you so much for being with us. We have our first game of Season 11. This squad versus that squad. Give it one more time. And
This
then jump
squad
into the
versus
battleground
that
of the
squad.
gods.
You know, I think he could use some better team names there.
That's right, our players are going to get ready to jump into the first look at the Season 11 Conquest map. We get to check at all of the new balance changes, all the new changes that have just come across on the map in general. Already kind of got a little sneak peeks, what you're talking about earlier, the teleporter, the comment, a couple of new things. But what are some of the bigger dynamic changes as far as itemization is kind of concerned? We're getting a whole bunch of new items.
That
Are we just getting a bunch
one
of reworks to the
minion,
old ones?
dude,
Kind of
that
ideas to
one
it,
minion.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that's coming to the item store right now. I mean, lifesteal being reworked is a really, really big deal. Now you're going to be lifestealing for more in God combat, but less when you're out of God combat. But lifesteal items get a few more stats. Some new lifesteal items like Crimson Claws and Rejuvenating Hearts rework. But I think that one of the
Won't
biggest
stun,
things
but
when
it
you're
deals an
in
ass
year
load
11
of
playing Smite is
damage.
learning how different it feels to get your relics upgraded for free as you're playing the game and completing those quests. Getting those relic power spikes a little bit earlier has been really, really impactful in a lot of team plays. So I think that the relic changes,
Not what
the
I
new
wanted to
shards,
do.
they're more
Not who I wanted to
passive,
hit.
all of that is going to be really
How did the
Yeah,
second
no,
shot?
no,
That
no,
second
no,
shot
no,
was
no, no, no,
literally
Recipes are gone.
after.
Instead, it looks like you've now incorporated a lot of the recipes into some of the other animations.
That
with
second
the
shot
relics,
fired
we're
after
not
I
cooking
left.
anymore. There's so many people who were
That's
forgetting to cook,
insane.
and now we're just going to give them the food for free.
The spirit of cooking, yeah, exactly.
Gave everyone DoorDash gift cards.
Exactly, yep. DoorDash, yep.
I could really use a DoorDash gift card.
No, not sponsored. Yeah,
No,
I know,
not
that's
not
the play.
sponsored.
But no, I think the overall takeaway was that the idea of these recipes and completing these quests in order to get these rewards was really fun and something players really enjoyed. But like Isaiah said, it was a little bit, we needed to smooth it out a little bit, make it a little bit easier. And I think that we really come home for that. Yeah, I mean, it's taken up another item slot. It can be incorporated more smoothly.
Do you remember how many SPL games we watched where Pagon has walked out of base? It's like level 12 before somebody tells me he doesn't have a recipe and that he wasn't cooking?
Well, there you have it, Smite fans. The scrubs among us that took away all our recipes.
Among
It's
Us?
big on fault 100%.
Entirely his.
Among Us?
I know, he is in finals. Hopefully he remembers to cook in finals.
That's what I said, bro. Pick up your bounce.
Isaiah, what's your favorite part so far coming year 11 with all the new changes? What's the one thing that really stands out to you that's kind of your favorite?
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things is something that the community asked a lot about ever since we introduced these is glyphs. You're able to stack out your entire item build with glyphs now. If you want 6 glyphs, go for it. It's going to be super awesome. We got a new glyph with Envenom Deathbringer,
Owie.
and an Executioner has a new glyph as well.
Yep, exactly. That Devoted Deathbringer and now Envenomed Executioner are going to be really, really cool. So crit builds, here's a little spoiler for you. They're pretty good. Like, you should probably be buying Devoted Deathbringer for this round.
I made the mistake of boxing it on her with lifesteal and crit
Calamitous
as a
is just
and that
such
was
a
not
funny
fun time
item.
for me.
No, they're pretty good at that these days, it turns out. Yeah. You guys already know so much about this stuff.
I've
been working on it for months.
He's been working on it, and I had to stick around play test the end of Thursday to make sure that things were still running well for me.
Oh, okay. All right. What were you doing then? Thursday evening? What time was that?
That was
We're
probably
gonna
about
go
6:15, 6:30 maybe.
Aegis.
15 drinks in at the bar.
I like the
I was going to say, you can plead the fifth. Like, you don't have to self-incriminate, but you actually,
be like, oh,
you were down.
You just let it fly.
I drank a fifth. You don't have to say it. Hey, let's go.
We got the obligatory shout out to the Happy Birthday Jippins, at least from the sides.
How behind are we now? Only 2.5 minutes.
Sign that you've seen
Nice.
so far this weekend, Mifflin?
We are almost caught up.
That J2Face sign a little bit earlier, I think, very funny, but I like the signs that really represent Twitch chat, and we essentially got Twitch chat out in the crowd. Yes, I got some designers here. The Vert Persephone sign, I think that may be my favorite. What is wrong with you?
I like the
don't know
oops
why
I farted
why
sign.
did they
That one
put you
was
on this? This is
That's a good
insane.
sign right there.
What in the like? My favorite sign, J-Mac, thank you for asking, was
what's your favorite?
was the really well-drawn Leviathan logo.
So
that was a good one.
The artist actually walked up to me after that game and asked me to sign it, and I was like, where in the world do I even put a signature on this to not ruin the artwork? So I found a spot all the way in the top corner, but I believe we are ready to jump into our game here for the Year 11
gamer
Creator
time.
Show match between our squads. Remember, older team is made up of Weekend, Rexy, Double J, Davian, J2, Rudo, Chaos Side, Elion, Sandadude, Bacon Crumbs, J2 Faye, and Lady Rebellion. We jump right into Year 11 with our content creators facing off. I'm not surprised they put Weekend and Elion in the jungle against each other. You could put them on the same team, so you got to put them against each other in roles.
Have to. I mean, those are two of the strongest players out there, just period. But particularly in this matchup, you gotta line them up against one another, and it's their natural role. So.
And I'm looking at the lineup here. We see some content creators on some signature picks here. Weekend pulling out the Mercury, Rexy on Pool, Elion on the Alphonse. It's gonna be really exciting to see how things shake up.
I don't think that's fair. They should be allowed to play their signatures in a matchup like this. I mean, there is some distinct drop-off. It's Weekend and Leon representing like all your Grandmasters players, and then it's like, hold on, give me a second. You chose this line. Like, you started this sentence. It's got to be Fig Boarhead, right? I don't understand how we've gotten here. I truly do not.
This might be the only time we actually get to see Athena this entire weekend.
I know, I noticed that.
Banned by every single team. Now Lady Rebellion gets to rock it.
We're sweating. Yeah, well, she's just a person of the people, you know? Like, she knows the people wanted to see Athena, so Lady Rebellion pulled it out.
A lot of free Athena signs. I was surprised by that. We get booze when Athena gets banned. That's wild.
I know.
Now, hold on. Do we still have Totem on them? That's the very important question. Is Totem still a thing for our crowd?
Well, I just got deleted.
Look out for Totem then, because that's like the #1 thing that fans want besides Athena.
That's right, but there's another camp now for the first 8 minutes on both of these side lanes. So you can see that little purple or pink-purple circle right where Sam the Dude is right now. That's the teleporter, but that isn't active for the first 8 minutes. For the first 8 minutes, it's going to be a Naga camp that spawns there. So with that teleporter being there, we've moved the cooldown buff off to the right side in this new little alcove, and a shield alcove on the other side as well.
It's kind of like a shout out to Season 0. I remember those side lanes, side jungles, pretty interesting.
We always hear the people miss the side jungle, for sure. That's a common request.
Yeah, having side jungles is a really cool idea to shake up
walk
mobile.
over there unless a buff was there.
Right.
Forehead in a bit of danger there in the mid lane. Should be fine. Nice little fear, keeps him alive. The crowd wants the Totem. Sam the Dude will grab the first Totem of year 11.
The hero we need.
No doubt about it. No surprise. Sam the Dude, absolute beast over there on the Hercules. So I'm interested to see what type of prioritization these laners go for. Are they prioritizing these shield camps and cooldown buffs, you know, or trying to get that Naga on a quick respawn, because it is pretty easy to kill, but not nearly as much of a benefit whenever you do.
I'm seeing that now because of these teleporters being where those camps at least. Seeing a little bit of extra kind of push to the side now. That's where we kind of move these initial camps over to.
Yes, exactly. We wanted these junglers to spend less time in mid and more time doing this.
Weekend going for the gank, but he's completely out of mana. Needs help of J2 to try and get that kill. But a push to the tower by Sam the Dude. Oh, back under tower. A little bit of style for Sam the Dude. Doesn't
You know,
get him the kill.
the funny tower dive is always a strat.
Nice. He was feeling himself this morning. That was clean, and he gets the Comet as the reward. So you basic attack this down. It's got 10 health pips, and he's getting a little bit of golden experience for each of the little meteorites.
You know, we
that he
do
picks
a
up.
little
But
bit of
whenever it breaks,
shenanigans.
whoever's standing there underneath the Comet at the time, and if there are two, you have to push each other out of there. A little bit of sumo wrestling action. You get the intercept.
Is there anything that influences
I hate that just doesn't look like an ultimate
Yeah,
in
it's
that
random to
skin.
start, and then it will.
Like, I
it will
know
not
that it's his
repeat
ultimate,
lanes
but it
back to
doesn't
back.
look
So it'll
like
be,
one.
I believe it's 90 seconds after, or 30 seconds after it's been killed, that you will end up getting the next round of Comets, but they will not repeat the same lane back to back. So it won't be solo next time, but it can be duo or mid-next.
I might be tripping, but I think I saw something like explode around that guy's tower. Is that
Totem,
man? You didn't hear the cheer?
Wait, the Totem through tower stuff? No, it's like it does the effects to give you the idea that it's there.
Oh, blink over the wall. Elion with a decoy.
First
Takes
blood of
him
year
down.
11, baby.
First blood.
Elion.
And it wasn't against Wraithen.
Wasn't against Wraithen this time. Yeah, he was able to escape by not playing whatsoever. Yeah, that was his escape. You saw Weekend there, by the way, getting that Golden Blade effect already. It's because of his new Golden Shard. You see right next to his purification piece there. You don't have to press anything whenever you have Golden Shard. Any of these passive shards, you just get these effects. And it's a way that we've seen so much love for the recipe system and having these little bonus effects that help you clear fight in the early stages of the game that eventually get outscaled by the second relic. Didn't want that to have a Golden Blade effect on a cooldown. It wouldn't feel good if you need it all the time, it's low, why do I have to press it all the time? Golden Shard has really been there to fix that, and it's been really helpful for a lot of those characters.
That's an elegant solution. The amount of times I drop kills just because I forget to press my shard
got the
is
kill.
ludicrous. So anything that makes it easier, maybe I'm one.
Died for it, but we got the kill.
Had our comment on the right side. Now we have it in mid, Big Forehead, which is a name that I cannot believe we allowed. It's going to trip me up for sure.
Believe it or not, there were names that were worse. That's why. That's a big forehead is solo double J. We had some issues earlier, but Weekend's forehead was big enough for 2 people playing.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, that's what we've done so far. Oh, Lady Rebellion's coming in here.
At the end of the Sonic Boom from Weekend. Bacon will immediately jump onto the Mountain Archery, get himself out, but Lady Rebellion is surrounded by 3, caught by Weekend, thrown back. The dash keeps getting canceled out. There's no way for
it's
Rebellion
over.
to be able to
That's a
get
kill.
back. There's just too much CC on the side of the Order team, and they knock it down for their first kill.
Mifflin, what was your favorite part of that fight, would you say?
We're about to be caught up.
Yes, I love when Water Weak Wave gets used in the middle of a team fight. That's always
But
that's
also,
always really good.
wow.
Solid gank there coming from Weekend.
So you were saying it was 8.5 or 8 minutes before those Naga camps eventually start turning into the teleporter. What does it take for me to be able to access this teleporter? Where does it take me? What's kind of that process?
It's real simple. You stand on it, it channels for a short duration, and then you show up on the other side of the map. You do have cooldown, can't do it all the time though.
Unfortunate for J2. Makes a nice play to jump over the damage from Leon, but unfortunately for him, doesn't have any way to escape the execute. So kill going to Leon, and maybe a solo kill in mid. J2 uses the drums, avoids the Dragonflight, and is still chasing down Big Forehead, but just doesn't have the movement speed to catch him out. Now Rex is getting involved.
Oh, he hits the combo!
Not enough damage, though, and Elion might be there just to try and bail out the Raijin. Jay's going to stand his ground and make sure that Rexy falls away.
Ooh, close on that taunt. Elion's still chasing it, but Weekend's here. And I think that's going to send him packing. Unfortunately, Lady Rebellion is not going to get that same opportunity.
No ultimate available. A nice effort to save their teammate, but stepped a little too far forward, and now it's even 2-2
Dude, I'm a
on the
gamer
kill.
sometimes.
Top on the gold, at least it's 1,500. Separating these two teams, Chaos team coming out on top in the gold department here.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Elion in particular. I mean, I've had opportunities to jungle against this guy a whole lot throughout the years, and it seems to me he hasn't changed at all. He won most of the time, but he hasn't changed at all. That is a solo lane camper. He's got his little campfire set up. He's making s'mores, and honestly, maybe go somewhere else. Is he on lead as well?
Yeah, he is incapable of not owning. Like there's some people like Wing who just can't turn it off. They
you don't gotta hit all your autos,
win,
just
no matter
enough.
what. And you gotta respect it at some level. I actually watch him on stream. It's crazy. He does this to like subs. He does this to like his followers. If he's doing it for fun games with his fans, like they must be masochists. His hands rated E for everyone. Good.
Well, as we approach 7-minute mark, we might get to see a chance to see that teleporter come into play, and well, Sam's going to give it the audience one. Totem, I think that actually goes over to J2 Rudo, sneaking that one away from Sam the Dude. I just want to see this first teleporter. Is there any kind of indication, like, is this just like hidden, all of a sudden they're in my lane, or is there any kind of like indication of this? going to be happening.
There's a pretty loud sound. They'll get pinged on the mini-map anytime they step on the teleporter, even if you're just walking over it.
Owie.
So you know it's coming, but sometimes if you're pushed too far up, it's pretty hard to get away anyways. So you can also make some really cool objective plays centered around it.
Stands his ground against two. Sonic Boom onto just Lady Rebellion.
I kind of wish
has an
the
ultimate to try
outer
and escape
jungles were a
HBB,
little
but
bit more
just getting tossed
like
around like a ragdoll
jungles,
at this point. The
you know?
crits are good. Another 3 surround comp. Lady Rebellion goes down, but these are the only kills that the Order team has been able to pick up so far.
And where's El Leon going, man? Right back over here toward the solo lane.
I was gonna say there's a lot of action in solo. I wanted to point it out. You know, Sam the dude is cooking. You look at his first item after his starter, it's that Void Shield, and
that's a great call
back.
there,
Talk to
Isaiah.
me about Void Shield,
Void
Aggro.
Shield's back?
Void Shield is indeed back, so
I
it's
have
one of those things that
nothing on this
people
item.
in the community have
It's
really
an
been
item.
asking for. Bring back this Void Shield, and we're really
I
excited
want
to
to
be
get
able to do
timeline.
it.
Not going to be immuned out by Fig Boarhead, but when there's 3 under your tower and one of them is El Leon, he's going to make sure he gets those kills. Double. Now for the jungler of the Chaos team, Weekend steps up.
I don't
and
think we're getting
we'll
timeline
spot
here.
out a lone Athena, 4 levels ahead at the moment, but only going to get some chip damage up against the god.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not
so
getting enough done. I
get
just have
Void
to go
Shield.
for
It
it.
isn't
I just
the
have
flat
to grab
protection
tier 2
reduction, though.
staff.
It is percentage, so sometimes you'll see how much? You get 10% of
That's
their
good. That's way
in the
better than
world.
it used to be.
It's very good. And we, warrior itemization is something that the community was very, very vocal about. The lack of good options for them. So now they'll be able to do it. And, oh, great, perfect. Weekend was just able to drop the jungle shop, and you just saw him upgrade his short sword there into
Nice.
that tier 2. So
There's my level 20.
Buying the jungle, those purple circles, you can see it on the mini map as well, that it does get marked. And on the other side, the red team will also have a jungle shop in that chest that is spawned in the same location. And it just alternates between that speed buff that you're used to and having that jungle shop available for you. It's very, very potent.
Rexy getting the 2v1 kill over on the left side of the map.
Get him!
Now putting a 4th death on
Fruit
the
roll-up
hands of
won't
Lady
save you.
Rebellion. And now we're getting to that point where the
Will
teleporter
kill
is
me.
spawning in. You can see Sam Dude
I cry.
the option to go for a teleport.
It's okay.
I like it. Well,
I'll have
Rex is not
timeline
really
and
respecting
respawn.
it, and that's something that we do a lot. Is step on. Am I coming or am I not? No, I'm gonna step off and not really be there, and just try and keep that in the back of your lane opponent's minds. I feel like this could be a good teleport angle though for Sam to do.
We actually had a moment in the playtest on Thursday where we had a 2v2 happening over in Soul
There we go.
Lane.
He's going, he's doing
and
it.
someone started up the teleporter and just walked through accidentally and popped up over into duo, but Sam the Dude gonna take it intentionally. Weekend charging up Sonic Boom.
He doesn't
Dude
care.
with that scepter, he's just gonna walk right under the tower and keep up the pursuit. Bacon used the ultimate on top of 2. El Leon goes in. Execute not gonna be available to him. Beads away by Rexy, able to jump out of there. Now Weekend coming back as Bacon is a bit too far forward. They got the entirety of the Chaos team on this
Oh,
side of the map.
no.
They're trying to go for a kill, but they just can't find anybody.
Really good frontlining here from that blue side, and J2Ruto could potentially have stepped on the teleporter and gone over to try and make a play happen with that flank, but not a bad idea to stick around and hit those bastions, as bastions got a little bit of a buff this in year 11's launch. Now going to be a little bit stronger for you to just sit there and take those away, kind of
Should've
get
popped
that
that
extra
sooner.
little bit of bonus. A little bit of tankier, now up to 1,000 health from 750.
I
A
gotta
little
run.
bit more protections for both of them, both physical and magical. But the gold reward has been increased from 75 to 100. So now you get a little bit more of an advantage.
I'm sure you explained it already, but I'm dumb and I need multiple iterations of information.
Yes.
Is there an internal cooldown on that teleporter, or is it just
Only for the player that used it. So if your lane opponent teleports, then you can step on the teleporter and use it right after them, but you can't teleport from solo to duo and then immediately teleport back to the duo lane, or to the solo lane from duo. I believe it's a 3-minute cooldown. Could be wrong on that, we could have changed that.
Now, is there any... We'll ask that in a moment. Bacon getting by Weekend and Rexy getting to be taken down in the 2v1. But talking about teleporter, is this something that has to, we saw that you had to sit there, it has to channel up. Are you able to back on top of this thing and just head back to base while it's going off, or does this cancel all of your animations?
No, you'll be able to channel your back, but I think the timing will work out that you teleport over to the other side and then back to base, and now you've put the teleporter on cooldown for yourself.
I'll say what Aggro's thinking. Why would you do that, J-Mac?
It would be funny, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little goofy.
Yeah.
It's still goofy.
Yeah, you can goof on them a little bit.
Why not try it?
Yeah, we
Look,
explained it
you
was silly
suspect
goofy.
someone's coming over to your lane. You said, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and back here on the teleporter. Now all of a sudden you're in the dual lane. They're not over there. Just an idea.
Right, but when you back, that takes you to base, and you're still not there.
Yeah, but in case somebody may
Nice.
have, try to sneak up on you in the jungle, while you were trying to back, teleporter takes you just a little bit faster than the back. I don't know. Just an idea, just
He's
a thought.
cooking, you know? He's cooking.
Well, we are 12 minutes in, and we see the blue team rotate.
It would be funny to just go
like
yeet
balance.
into the teleporter just
show
to
people
pack.
what's going on because the Stygian Beacon has got some new stuff with it.
Thank you. Yes, it does. The Stygian Barrage. You just saw the towers take a little bit of damage on the red side because the blue team not only getting the beacon, but killing J2 Fei as well. And that will scale throughout the game. So it doesn't do it. The first beacon doesn't do a ton of damage, but I believe here. I should probably find it here just to be safe. Make sure I get you the correct numbers on exactly how much.
His document.
I sure did.
20-something page.
It's going to be 500 damage to each tower, and it's going to be the most, the most available tower. So it's not going to deal 500 damage from tier 2. If tier 1 is up, of course. But that's still a good amount of structure damage to spread out over the map, chunk it out a little bit. First capture is 500, then 650, then every capture after that is 800 damage, and you'd be really surprised how quickly it adds up.
So it hit Phoenixes as well if those are the last exposed.
It will, yes, it will. It won't kill Phoenixes though. It can kill towers,
Wow.
won't kill a Phoenix.
Weekend throws
not that.
Rebellium
I
under the
should've
tower,
been.
taunted back by Rebellium, and Bacon takes down Weekend. Now
Yo,
Rebel
yo,
trying
yo,
to
Weekend
find her
dead.
way
Let's
out
go, let's
of
go.
this team fight. Davian has closed
out.
off the path, but Lady Rebellion will make it out. Rexy hit by the
Oh.
boulder from Sam to Dude, a kill for the solo laner. Now Davian all by himself under the tier 1 tower. Eleon, Sam the Dude gonna pincer, body block him under that tier 1, but Sam's taking a bit too much damage. Rebel has come back. The taunt onto Davian is good, but he's still got the watery grave. Will get him out of danger.
Davion with the
Wow.
casual 1v4 under the tower
All
right in
right.
time
Big
for Morgan
cleanup
Le
here
Fay.
for big Boarhead here. Lots of damage.
Easy double for the boy.
Sam the Dude on the run. Low health, low mana. Big fear. Dragonflight misses
no.
though. Has to
Oh,
use the Aegis
oh,
to back away. Davian now
oh.
gonna try and bail out his mid laner, but Elion, he's got the execute.
that's it,
Doesn't
and that's
even
it.
need it. Rampage for the jungler, and Davian now left by himself. Execute saved for the tank, and Elion picks up the double.
Right on time, man. What a team fight that was,
Oh
though.
my
Playing
goodness.
underneath that tower. Davion
I
lived
still say visually that the
forever
best,
with this Kuzenbo, but eventually gets whittled down by this
the
really,
best
really fed
map
Alcon.
in
6-0,
Smite
by the way, for
visually, period, is
Now going back to the beacon,
year
mentioned how
10,
it's now doing damage to towers. Is that
when,
giving any kind
Charon
of additional
first
buffs?
released.
Before you got the extra power, the extra damage to structures, and then at 3 caps you got the Titan push out. Do we still have those Titans? Do we still have those those passive stats with it?
No, we're really trying to focus on, the Titans getting unleashed was a game-ending mechanic potentially that you had to really respect, and this is just kind of a different flavor of that. So the Stygian Barrage is the benefit that you're getting from capturing that beacon. I think you still get golden experience as well. Those are things that we've experimented with a lot, so I could definitely be wrong on exactly
Oh, she's done.
What
Never
reward
mind, she
you
had
get in
Aegis.
terms of that.
I'm gonna
but
cry.
overall, the main focus is definitely that Stygian Barrage and knocking down these towers. Because like I said, you think 500, 650, that really lowers those towers pretty low, pretty quickly, and all of a sudden you go to end the game and we've killed all of their tier 1s, even though we didn't actually have to hit them a whole lot because we just got enough Stygian beacons on our side.
Or even incentivizes different plays around maybe Phoenix Siege. Maybe you hold off on capping a beacon a little bit after the Fire Giant, or restrict yourself to capping until those tier 2s are gone. Really makes it a little bit easier to break into the base.
Yeah, I believe we experimented with a lot of different Phoenix rules on what damage it would leave the Phoenix at. There is no world where Sam the Dude gets this, right? I mean, he's gonna be pretty low.
Oh, Eagles rally by J2 stuns him out. He's gonna try and take down the tier 1 tower. Big
he got
goes
it.
through, but a slam from J2 Rudo shuts down Sam the Dude. Another kill for the Order side team. And we're still at a relatively
Dude,
close
that
game
worked.
here,
Dude,
16
that
minutes
worked.
in.
I
Only
came out of it
2K
with more
down.
health than I went into it with.
Keep their onslaught, catches out Lady Rebellium into the jungle, channels up that Defender of Olympus,
A
but it's
decent
just
Adisa.
too long of a channel. Rexy jumps in and cleans up the kill.
This is feeling targeted.
I know, it's kind of bullying almost at this point, isn't it? I mean, you're surely not even getting that much gold for killing her at this point. 0-6.
Just about no gold, I'd say. It's to send a message.
Okay, bird go
You know a
down.
little something. That's how you played, It was more about the
What's that
message than...
What are they trying to send? Like, don't play Athena in our games? Like, what's the message they're
Okay,
sending to Lady
why am I the
Rebellion?
only one shooting at the tower?
Hang out
Shoot
there
the
for a little
bird.
bit. I mean, as a support, like, sometimes that is kind of what I want, right? I want you to just like not split my farm. So at the end of the day, like maybe they're cooking.
Supports need farm too. Like
I'm the
it's
only one
beneficial
that shot
to
the
split
Phoenix.
farm. Do you want somebody to frontline and tank Phoenixes for you when you siege?
You sound so silly right now.
Also, when the hell did alternate timeline?
Why didn't I get inbound up here with me? I gotta have a fellow support main helping me out here.
Like 4 minutes ago.
Why didn't we get
even
inbound
notice.
up here? That's the question I think everyone in the entire crowd has been asking.
Well, who would you replace?
You. No, dude. You. What do you mean? It's not Isaiah or J-Mac, that's for sure. That only leaves one.
So, Pyromancer.
I mean, I do
now
have
goes
no
down
flat
along
pen,
with
but at this
Goldfury
stage
on
that
the
doesn't
other
matter all
side.
that much.
Goldfury, I assume no real changes to this objective. Any adjustments to the runic bomb that's now on, or was it still the same old runic bomb from last season?
No, it's same runic bomb.
Kinda
You know,
wanna
we
go
really like
Cyclopean Ring for
the
the
amount of
memes.
different uses that players have found with the runic bomb. You know, I think that we've seen it a lot this weekend in the World Championship, that playing around stacking bombs, being able to confirm fire.
No, let's go Reaver. Let's go
open up
Reaver.
a split push, knock down these towers. I think that something we have definitely noticed is that towers in year 11 do not stand as long as they have stood in previous years between the Stygian Barrage and the runic bomb. And you know, I think it adds a new element to the pace of the game that, you know, we're excited to see what players do with.
Why are you
And I'm seeing a completely unfamiliar item in that third slot for J2 Rudo.
I'm not
Is
defending
this
that
new
tower,
lifesteal
dude.
item that you guys
It
were talking about
is.
hinting on Twitter?
Interesting, a Crimson Claws here for J2 Ruto. I have never seen it on a Bologna, and I think it actually could be pretty decent because it gives you a shield of based on your max HP. So this is that kind of the opposite of Bloodforge. Bloodforge gives you a shield when you get a kill. This Crimson Claws will let you get a shield if you're lifestealing at full HP, kind of give you a shield to prep yourself into the fight, and it gives some really good stats:
Ouchie.
power, attack speed, and physical lifesteal.
Over towards the middle lane, Lady Rebellion crashes in to bail at the
How's
team,
the
but
Neath
weakened
top
under the tier
mitigated?
1
Wait,
tower.
what do they
takes
know?
down
Wait,
J2
I've just
Faye.
realized they don't have a
Comet
tank.
lands in the middle of the team fight. Naxi throws Fig Forehead.
Oh, I shouldn't have
for
gotten
a
Reaver.
loop,
They don't
and
have a
now
tank. This
it's
is gonna
Elyon
do
surging forward,
anything.
unstoppable. A 7-kill streak
Never
for the
mind.
jungler of the Chaos team. Davian taking up as much as he can, trying to help out the team. J2
Might
Rudo
not have been
taunted
better off
back,
getting, like,
and an
tablet
execute there for
somewhere along the way.
Elyon. Double kill for the jungler of the Chaos team, and they might not stop here at Dive In. On top of Weaken in the jungle, Elyon is just winning this fight in the matchup between them. Rebel's going to try and go in and get the top, but doesn't have the
Damn it.
distance to do
Weaken
so.
didn't get out.
Really
I
close.
cried.
What a fight here from the red
I
side on
cried.
this front line. I mean, Lady Rebellion might be 0-6, but was still putting in a ton of work on that front line.
Sam is just so tanky. He just running it down, just not worrying
I
about
could go
anything
Poly.
in the world, just putting that pressure on the back.
It's not bad.
Same with J2 Rudo, man. I mean, that attack speed, we saw it there between the Shogun
No,
and
we're gonna
Sorry, which
do
now has
more.
attack speed on base for the user as well instead of cooldown reduction. So getting
I
a
think
lot
that's
of
game.
attack speed here on this Bologna. You add that into the Berserker Shield and the Crimson
As long as everyone
Claws
can tank a little bit,
attack
that's game.
speed. J2 Rudo is kind of swinging, even though that laning phase was a little bit rough. Now even with Sam to do.
Like, how much attack speed is on Shoguns, and is the passive been adjusted for, or is it just
No.
way faster now?
Way faster.
get there
you
nearly
get to
fast
really,
enough.
it's not a ton, you know, it's only 10%. That's one of our lower ones for
Unfortunate.
tier 3s, but remember they're also getting that 30%. So
He's got like Odibo.
it's 40, yeah, it's 40% attack speed for that user. That's it's a lot.
And now tied for highest attack speed that any one item provides to a character.
Odibo's probably, I think Odibo's right there, isn't it? I think they're also
40% as well.
40%,
Yeah,
wow.
so yeah, I think it's tied.
I'm gonna take that not for myself,
So for
but
the
to get
two
it away
teams,
from
only
them.
Still a 3K deficit for the order side team, even despite some of the big kills they've been able to get. It's just
All
so
right,
hard for
to
them
the
to shut
Titan
down
we go.
Elyon right now on this Ao Kuang. Holding on to those executes, taking out those tankier targets on the side of the order team. But grouping around the Oni Fury now are both squads. Vision afforded to the blue side team. And for the Oni Fury, assuming still no major changes
Nope.
come this one,
I
still
don't have
giving
enough.
that enhanced wave.
Exactly. Yep.
I tried.
Still the same enhanced wave that,
Threw everything
that
I
really
had.
opens up those split push possibilities.
Unfortunate.
Hold reset now.
How different would that have been if I lived by being able to
Weaken
back
runs
out of
into
the
Elyon,
Phoenix?
charging up that sonic
though?
boom. Can find a couple of targets with
Thinking.
this one, but it's mostly just
All
to
right,
bail
let's
himself
tap
out for an
into the show
escape.
match for now.
J2 Faye taunting back Davian, but this Kuzumbo is so tanky. Even in the middle of 5, he's not going down. J2 Rudo there to bail out, and a nice axe toss by Rexy makes sure that the support can get out of the danger.
Davion is going off right now, but Lady Rebellion finds him again.
On some back, watery grave, triple
Nice.
Eagles
Oh.
rally by J2 Rudo. Bacon doesn't get enough damage.
no.
J2's turning this fight around, but Sam the Dude finds a massive push. Elyon is right back in the
Damn,
fight.
that is
And
unfortunate.
a boulder to put them in execute threshold.
all right,
Doesn't
all right.
matter. Elyon's got the damage
Okay,
in
okay.
hand. And
2 for
he
2.
promoted the fight over to to the right side. It doesn't matter what end of the map you're on. Fig Boarhead's gonna get that kill, and Elion with an execute.
Dude, what a play
Let's
there
go.
from Bacon Crumbs. He knows he's dead. He knows that,
Dude,
that
these
this Morgan Le Fay is
junglers
going to be
are
able to put
going
on a lot more
insane.
damage than him, so he stands on the teleporter and brings him to the wrong side of the map, so now he can't affect the rest of the fight. Giga
It's a
Brain.
free farm on the right-hand side, so that's a little bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, but at least he's not farming my teammates. You know what I mean? Like, that was going to be a rough fight for the red team to win if Fig Boarhead was able to stick around and play. But man, that was a smart play there by Bacon Crumbs.
Yeah, that's interesting. And if one team starts to channel the teleport, does it also just get the same channel, or
It'll
is it
take everyone whenever the channel is complete. Anyone who's on the circle goes with you. So it's like a horizontal. That's the same. So you can step on it, and then the last second step off.
Yeah,
if
so you
they're
can do
still
cool stuff
on
like
it,
that.
it'll complete the channel.
So I
and
will
send
say
them
that
away.
this map isn't
You can push
that
people
different.
off. You can push people onto it to go with you.
9
We've
to, I
done
know
a lot
that's
of
normal,
nonsense
but
with
just
it.
like,
It's been a
oh
lot of
man,
fun.
9
How
to
long
10
does it
was
say
so
after
crazy.
it's been activated entirely? Is there like is like 5 seconds, 10 seconds? Is it as soon as the person's teleported, it's done? What's kind of the internal cooldown with that?
It stops the full channel as soon as you step off, I believe. I don't think it rolls back the timer. I think it's a 3-second channel, I want to say. So not a ton of time, but you can step off, step on, step off, step on, and it'll start the channel from 0 every single time. I think we again iterated a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. I apologize if I'm wrong.
Towards the Pyromancer for Chaos Team. I guess the question I was kind of going for is, if somebody else activates it and they teleport away, do I have time to jump in the teleporter after they've been sent off, or will it kind of still go back to that channel state where you
It'll
have to
go
stand
back to
off?
0. So I did get the official numbers here on some of the things. It's 4.5 second channel. So you 4.5 seconds is what it takes. If someone hops on the teleporter, teleports away, I step on it right after them. I have to channel for 4.5 seconds in order to get there.
You know, Agar, you used to team with Andy, Leon.
Yeah.
Do you think he's yelling at these guys on stage, like directing the troops, or
Yes.
is this just? Oh,
Yes.
He just is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I do.
We did get a little hover there of one of our new relics in the game, Divine Barrier pulled.
Nice.
Tell me a little bit about this one. This one, just at immediate glance, feels like this is like Thought's Berry that he throws up, a defensive style instead.
Exactly. So you can put it up over objectives, you know, in front of your tower, in front of the fire giant, anything like that, and it will make any ranged basic attacks that pass through it deal 30% less damage, and anyone who walks through it will get slowed
I
for a
think
little
it should
bit as well.
affect
Great
melee
for
if
cutting
you're
off
standing
choke
like
points.
on
I'd love to see
opposite
Sam
side
Deduce
of
kind
it
of
from
drop it on one of
someone.
these fire entrances because it takes up the whole
sounds funny.
area.
Fire Giant is melting to the Chaos Team. It's up to the Order Team to try and stop this one, but Big Boarhead walks in a 5 and loses his life nearly. Needs a little more damage from the Chaos Team, and they
Not
do
enough.
just that. A pick up by Sam, pushes one away, but Weekend Sonic Boom to the back.
it.
He's already got an immediate double kill. Lady
Stop it.
Rebellion throwing
No,
against the wall. It's a
Weekend,
triple
why?
kill for Weekend. Elion is still the big one that they got to try and take down. Rexy gets the axe toss onto Elion. Weekend wants the kill. He's fishing for that quadra. He's fishing for more, but Sam the Dude pushes 3 against the wall. Bails out Elion for a moment. It's Rexy, though, with the shutdown kill.
I'm pretty sure Weekend made that play using the teleporter because he was just on the left side of the map, and then he ulted in with Sonic Boom from the right side. So I think that he showed on the left, pretended to be split pushing. The red team says, hey, Weekend's not here. Let's make a play around Fire Giant. And then Weekend just backtracks to the teleporter, shows up to the fight, and completely wipes it.
Talk to me about this new Fire Giant as well. I'm seeing some new mechanics here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got that totem right there, right behind Rexy, and if Davion can pull the fire attacks onto the totem, it will kill it for him, kind of that raid boss mechanic. That will make the Fire Giant take more damage from all sources.
This Fire Giant's not going so freely to the Order Team. Weekend's now the one tanking this one up. There's a lot of steal potential
Weekend's.
for Chaos side, and there's a laser beam
Oh.
tracking down. Not going to be enough to go for a kill. The Fire Giant goes to the Order Team.
Pain.
When did the Fire Giant get
Pain.
a laser?
It's
This
that
year.
new Firefall, and it's lucky that it died when it did because it's a new mechanic the Fire Giant has. Actually, the Fire Giant heals for the damage that Firefall attack.
100% healing on the damage there.
It's a little bit of regen for it. You don't want to be getting too many people hit by Firefall for sure. So it'll just follow that target for the next 3 seconds, and then at the end of the 3 seconds, it knocks up anyone in that area. So you have to really be careful about standing near your teammates. You know, making sure that if you're doing the Fire Giant, we've got to kill it before this Firefall happens, or be ready to deal with it. But you can also take yourself into the enemies and get them knocked up by it, or take it onto that effigy, let it kill the effigy for you. So there's some cool uses for Firefall for sure.
Talk to me about the tracing a little bit. If I'm just full stop running, is it going to be able to hit me regardless, or?
I think the damage will hit you, but the knock-up will not. I think the knock-up has a little bit of a deploy time, but we, again, lots of tinkering, may have made some changes. Yeah, exactly. Hard for me to say 100 with 100% certainty.
Any new changes? Primal Fury, still same old, give you that extra damage, take a little bit less?
Yep, exactly. Primal Fury, still the same.
So it seems that, well, really only Fire Giant's kind of gotten any real adjustments as far as the primary standing neutral objectives go, as far as Season 11 is concerned. Leon going for a bit of split push on the right side. Look at that tier 2 tower. Will anybody go back to stop it? And Phoenix. The entire order team is just going to be going for this left Phoenix instead. J2 going to take this one up. Jumps to the back line to J2 Faye instead. And now it's going to be Bacon Crumbs being pushed out. Xanadu doing his best to provide a bit of a barrier for the team. In fact, throws out the Divine Barrier just to try and block some of those in-hands going out. Xanadu is just winning this one and blocks the dash from Weak, and it's a kill for the Chaos team solo laner, and what started out as a great potential push has now gone completely sideways. The Chaos team has picked up 2 kills.
That Divine Barrier put in work there, man. I'll tell you what, that Phoenix standing only because Rexy's basic attacks were passing through the Divine Barrier, doing significantly less damage to the Phoenix.
Wait, how long does that sit there? Because it's still there. I thought this was like 3-4 seconds it's up there, but I still see it standing at the end of that team
30
fight.
seconds.
30.
Goodness. It's
30%
wow. On top of it. Is there any way to remove it from that, or is it's just there?
It's there. You got to walk around it, jump over it. Those are your options.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My man Davion has been running for his life for the past 30 seconds. Finally ends up getting killed in the duo lane, but he's a super tanky Kuzenbo. Took a little bit, but the Chaos team finally took him down.
So now the Chaos team can have their opportunity to push. They already got right side tier 2 by the efforts of Elion. Rexy will grab a Pyromancer. Rexy got him. Oh, I guess he doesn't have a spot in inventory, but just put a ward down. You've got ability to do so, but he'll just leave a runic bomb on the ground.
Yeah, who needs it? Someone else can pick it up in a little bit. I like wards more anyway. Runic bomb's only worth 30 gold.
Yeah, but
True.
Yeah, but a runic bomb can also, you know, like.
Speaking of wards, by the way, sorry to, you know, we were just going to move on to Mifflin's point. There are a couple new wards that I'm surprised we haven't seen any of these players go with yet. It's Proximity Ward and Raven Ward. Proximity Ward, both of these are 75 gold. You could only hold one. And we see one for Davion, actually. He just picked up that Proximity Ward. It's that green icon next to his Chalice of the Oracle. Then this is a longer duration ward that sees less. It's a smaller radius, but if anyone walks into the area, it will trigger. They'll have a small window to try and basic attack it down,
So
but it's pretty hard to do unless you're ready for it.
I'm probably not going to buy them very
And then
much
it will
because I am
explode
a
and
Chalice
slow
user.
enemies in the area and reveal them for 10 seconds. They aren't slowed for 10 seconds. It's a slower duration slow. But then you're revealed for a longer period of time.
I tend to leave
really
sentry warding
cool
my
choke
teammates,
points and try and get
usually
some
leaves
extra
anything
information.
happening, to be fair.
How
but,
long
like,
or how many rather can you carry? Is it just one, like a sentry? Okay.
Yep, just one. And Elion has a Raven Ward as well.
And the Raven Ward, that's the one that you send out and it just keeps shooting straight down. Does it have infinite range?
Not quite. It's mostly global, though.
Okay, well, team fight breaks out. Xanadu pushes back one, but man, Bacon Crumbs is getting poked out so heavily. Weakened Sonic Boom finds J2 Faye, and the first kill of the team fight with at least one player so low on the side of the Chaos team. They've got to back out entirely from this fight. Xanadu falling low. David trying to get in there to find that push, but just can't get the window to do so. Instead, it's focused towards tier 2 tower, except for Rexy. He looks like he wants a bit more aggression, jumps forward to get some more space for his team.
Man, Weekend is hitting so hard right now thanks to that devoted Deathbringer. He's got a little bit of, he's got over 100% crit chance between all these different crit items. And so he's getting 10 physical power for each 5% he's over that cap. It is a lot of damage that he is getting from this right now, and you hit incredibly hard. But it is a very expensive build, but when you get there, you feel the payoff for sure.
Just build every single crit item, and it's not a horrible idea anymore?
That's correct. Yep. You can just slam them just like Silver Branch allows you to slam every single attack speed item and makes that build kind of work together. Devoted Deathbringer does the same thing.
Fortunate for Big Boarhead, caught out. J2 Rudo gonna try and bail him out. Aegis is only gonna buy an extra moment, and Elion taken down as well. One trade so far in the fight in the jungle. Xanadu tossed out the boulder just to get some damage on the tanks, but Rexy gets a nice stun on Lady Rebellion, but great ultimate by J2 Faye. Fears them away, but that's not gonna stop Weaken. He dashes in, gets the double kill. Bacon Crumbs low, and still the chase is on. The Nene Kappa now slows him down, chasing him out, has to jump on to the mounted archery. Rexy fishing for this kill. He wants it under the tier 1 tower. Taking up, misses the toss, but gets in after. But so much damage coming from J2Fei. Gets the 1v2 kill. If he can find the damage with the Aegis, is going to be good. The barrier thrown out. J2Fei gets the alternate timeline. Rexy, both of them still alive, but Rexy going to try and go for the damage.
Oh, the greed.
J2Fei goes back in for the kill.
Man, finally Weekend's able to take him down and now gets pushed underneath the Phoenix. And the dude, I don't know if he's going to have enough.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he got on the Bluestone. The Bluestone gets the kill for Sandadude. Double kill for the solo laner. He's been putting in work on this Hercules.
Crazy, crazy team fight. I mean, what a great job there by J2Fei to turn it around, because it looked like it was doomed for the red side.
Sandadude still chasing this kill out. Watery Grave used by Davion to escape. Even the shell just to buy him some extra health. Dragonflight used for Peel. Sandadude finally realizing that he's a bit too far forward. Keep going for this push, but now we move over to the Fire Giant for the Chaos side team. The only one in the area is going to be Fig Boarhead on the Morgan Le Fay. Ultimate available, so some steal potential.
Security,
this Fire Giant's not going down very quickly.
No,
the 3 and the ult are both fair amount of damage.
If they get this effigy killed off, then it should be a little bit easier, but also might make it easier to steal, because it's 15% extra damage from all sources, not just yours.
Yeah, Bacon Crumbs isn't here to kind of shred that thing, shred it down. J2 Rudo comes and teleports in and hits an ult to try and slow him down.
Beam firing through a massive knockup from the Fire Giant. He might just turn this entire fight back around. Elion takes down Fig Boarhead and gets the execute on top of that. J2 Rudo down. That's
and
a
they're just going back in. They want it. They want it.
They
got it.
Chaos team will get the Fire Giant.
So close, but Rexy looking for a little bit more. Jay gonna try and dissuade that with the ultimate. It seems like he does so successfully, man. I mean, I thought that Davion was gonna be able to make a little bit more space, but such a good job by the red team to try and spread out, not get debuffed by what Davion's picked up in that last spot. The Void Domaru, the new Void Stone. You know, we have 4 stones, couldn't make another stone. Void Domaru, that's what it's called.
What is that? Just like, what is a Domaru?
It's a piece of armor. It's
cool.
It's a chest plate.
See, I was going to guess that it was a flamingo's
this is Void Stone, just as you knew and loved it.
I suppose I would have been
It's
wrong.
also in the art there that it's kind of locked into the chest piece, which is really, really cool. And just like Void Shield, 10% of physical protections are reduced for your enemies in that aura. It's the exact same thing for Void Domaru here, just 10% of their magical protections. Really good pickup for the Kuzenbo.
Could you stack both of those effects on one god, just reduce all sorts of defenses both ways?
Yep, it's not like it used to be. Those used to have power on them, so you couldn't build both, but because now they're protection and health items with the more aggressive passive, as we've been trying to lean into with these hybrid items, someone can get both Void Domaru and Void Shield.
Season 11 about to be the year of Ares. All these
Yes,
aura
sir.
items, that's going to be a very strong.
Very good for him, for sure.
See a siege on the tier 2 tower by Chaos team. That one's going to go relatively freely, but I do notice that these divine barriers are starting to be upgraded. What's the benefit of the barrier from going up each tier?
So now when you have tier 3 of Divine Barrier, your ranged basic attacks that pass through it deal 10% more damage. So you can put it in front of an enemy Phoenix or another type of objective.
It's
and
much
increase
better
your
on a
allied
much longer
basic attacks
cooldown.
by 10%. So that'll be really, really
Its
good
stealth
here for
window's a
Bacon
relic.
Crumbs.
I just
Love it
don't know
with
what
the
you want from
Hachiman
it.
as well, because those long range autos are
It's
already
good.
so potent. Now they're going to be even better.
Bacon Crumbs taking a ton of damage from Rexy and Davion, throwing out that Nene Kappa and just a range poke that Rexy has. Difficult on the siege for the Chaos team. They do still have that enhanced Fire Giants. It's a little bit easier, but they're waiting for either Lady Rebellion, for Sandadude, one of them to walk in, start up the tank, and start up the siege. It will be Lady Rebellion, goes in for the taunt. Only taunts Davion this time, and J2Fei gonna use the drums to try and pull him back, but he is so tanky on this Kuzenbo when J2 Rudo goes in with a massive Eagles rally. Not gonna get the follow-up that needs just yet, and Sandadude with a nice pickup and a push. Meanwhile, look at the junglers in the back. Elion solos out Weekend on the left side jungle, and now the siege of the Chaos team has an opportunity to continue. Sandadude falling low, one more hit, not enough, and the Bluestone doesn't get it because Sandadude gets the heal back.
Unbelievably close, though, man. Where did Weekend go? You know, that's what I'm saying. I thought he was going to win that 1v1 for sure with that Devoted Deathbringer, but Protector of the Jungle ends up paying off big there, I think, for
awesome.
Elion. Didn't get one tap.
That's a late game Alquang, just doing late game Alquang thing.
That is indeed Alquang.
Sam is crazy on the Hercules. We're not allowed to let this guy blind pick anymore because he is just popping off on this god. Well, Fig Boarhead, though, able to
He's
get
the
one
Phoenix.
kill on the left side. Rexy gets Elion and making a double for the Hunter for the Order team. Sam Dedude now the last one alive for Chaos, has to turn his tail and run back to the base. But now that beacon is back open, an opportunity for the Order team to maybe try and sneak some big damage back in.
Yeah, I don't put that mid Phoenix to one shot if I mean, it already kind of is. I like this idea. Run it down mid, get this mid Phoenix first, and then you can go back, get the Stygian barrage going, and it'll take down that right tier 2 100% from this HP.
Push forward for Order side team. Sam Dedude on defense. Phoenix not taking a whole lot of damage. Rexy more focused on trying to get damage onto Sam Dedude. J2 Rudo jumps over the push, but still the Phoenix will fall. Sam Dedude runs back to his base. Mid Phoenix down for the Order team. Now they can march back and try and pick up that beacon if they so choose.
Rexy might be getting this left Phoenix on his own, though.
Yeah, he's hungry. You know, he's wanting that solo. It was him and Sam Dedude. He was looking for it, but
True.
J2 Faye respawns, and he's going to do the rainbow.
Yeah, disciplined play. Lame.
Lame?
Lame. No, I agree. I agree.
No, you're on the world stage. Go for the
play
flashy
for the montage. Play for the montage. That's right. Oh, good call here by Doug, putting out Entangling Wings. This is the pickup for J2 Ruto, really leaning into that attack speed, has the chins, and now Entangling Wings, that sprute that everyone loves, but also will give you attack speed whenever you activate it. So no more Frenzy. Instead, it's kind of been rolled in to these Heavenly Wings. Wow, that is a very strong pickup then. I'm so surprised to see so many stats. There are ways to just get attack speed almost as, what's the word? You're not intentionally doing it, it just kind of happens.
Unintentionally.
Coincidentally. Coincidental attack speed all the way across the board. 40% from Shoguns, Entangling Wings, was it 20% there too? 25, I believe. Whew. He's going to be swanging for sure.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see J2 Rudo just sell something for a silver wrench, how much attack speed he's built up for himself.
He's probably gotten over it there. And another good example of a combined tier 3 relic, because now you only have that one option since it's going to be happening automatically. You aren't going to be able to make a choice if it's upgrading when you're outside of the base. Now that Scorching Blink, if you're being affected by the flames, has that same idea as the Enfeebling Blink that used to be there.
Fire Giant being melted by the Order team. Now I'm going to give Chaos a chance to get in there and take this one away. Leon finds J2 Rudo in the jungle. Not doing a lot of damage. Sonic Boom in by Weekend, but it just misses. And now he runs into the Raijin. It's all the damage from J2 Faye. Now Leon takes him down. J2 Faye able to escape from the team fight. It's only Weekend down so far, but Sam Dedude's not going to let it be just one. Fig Boarhead able to get the pushback, but it's another pickup by Sam Dedude. A double kill for Leon.
Oh, the
He's
fear, that's going to be game-changing for them getting out. Maybe not.
Doesn't have the taunt available just yet, but once it is there,
that is a dead mage.
Certain doom for Fig Boarhead. Triple kill
and
for
so it's
Leon.
just
My
the
man's about
tanks.
to drop a 20 bomb out here. He's at 19. What is that? How is that allowed? We need to get some skill-based matchmaking is all I'm saying.
I mean, this game was all in favor of Order team for pretty much the entirety as far as lead is concerned, but now it's flipping its way back to the Chaos side team. They might actually just be going for the end game. 5 versus 2. Later, Rebellion is low to try and tank this one up, so instead it'll be Sam Dedude. It's unfortunate for the tanks. They're doing everything they can to try and get these kills. Maybe one on J2 Faye. No, he's got alternate timeline to bring it back from the grave. J2 Rudo's done everything that he can to save this base, but he and David are not enough. Chaos team takes the win.
Now, there is something to be said about how they kept El Leon at 19 kills. They didn't let him get to 20, and that is a moral victory, to be sure. You didn't want to have that happen. I think some of my favorite
changes. All right, chat, I'm going to be right back. We're going to play a jousting when I get back. We'll be coming soon after the Gear 11 stuff that I can just be tabbing in and out to
there.
So,
15% you're saying if you take out that, I believe so. Yeah, the effigy.
I will be right back.
The effigy of the Fire Giant. Effigy. Yes, right. And who named that? We did. Yeah, but like you were a caster, so you know I'm gonna have to say FG effigy at some point. Well, no, you can just go with the effigy. Like, oh, there's only the one.
And if it's an enhanced Fire Giant, it's the EFG effigy. So it's just effigy effigy.
E effigy.
Oh, J-Mac is cooking.
It's already there. Like, you know, it's like effigy, but it's
we got to get a jump start on this. We're gonna have to be talking about this pretty soon.
I hate it. Maybe it's something else. Cool. No, I do think that it's something that it's a mechanic that takes a little bit to get used to, and you know, especially tanking Fire Giant has been the same for so long. You know, you walk around, you avoid the pools, you avoid the knock-up, all that kind of stuff. It's been really fun as a tank player to get in there and go, okay, I'm gonna
move this attack right into the effigy just to make sure that it will deal our damage for us so that we can then get the buff and burn the objective, bring that type of raid boss feeling back to the Fire Giant.
I think my most excited part is going to be keeping eyes on this teleporter. I mean, we just saw at least one instance already of it pulling team fight, from one side of the map over to the other. I'm excited to see how this kind of affects itself once we start getting some of the more big competitive matches.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really big. I mean, you win a team fight and over in duo late game sometimes. You can't really get back to the Fire Giant in time. Now you can, using the teleporter. You can bring your whole team. You can fake a rotation. You can do what Weekend did and get a split push angle working for yourself. I think that there's a lot that you could do with the teleporter. It just takes a little bit of time to open your mind to the potential possibilities.
Coming into this game, at least starting this round now, the idea of the Order team was bully out the support. We don't like Athena. Athena's too good. Focus a lot as much as they can on Lady Rebellion, but didn't matter once we got to late game. Lady Rebellion comes up with some clutch taunts this entire game to not only save teammates, but be able to pull some of these opponents back in and allow for the team to capitalize on there. So congratulations to our Chaos team. They are winners of our first show match here in year 11.
Super exciting. Really good match for both sides on the content creator show match this year. And I'm super excited for the entire community to get their hands on year 11. We're shooting for PTS to be live tomorrow for everyone. That's some news there for you, so just keep an eye on that. You'll be able to get your chance to play Year 11 if you're hanging out at home, not with us here at Esports Stadium Arlington. And we're looking forward to hearing all the feedback that comes in because we've got tons of pages. Hey, Agro, how many pages is that patch list?
I believe it is 21 is our total page count here.
21
No, excuse me, 27.
27.
Yeah, 27. I think it was 21 before we added our dev notes.
Now, is that like 27 like an MLA format, like Times New Roman 12-point
Here
double
you go,
Space?
Professor J-Mac.
Yeah,
is this,
that looks pretty MLA.
I don't see any cited sources, man.
Yeah, that's page 28. You know, we don't need to give that right away, but you know, it's been peer reviewed. Let's put it that way.
Man, what a long patch that we're going to have to read through, study that the fans are going to have to look back and kind of go, I think, we can also look forward to maybe Blues Ultra giving us, a nice little
infographic
condensed recap in that infographic. I mean, he always does insane work. But these new patches, I don't know how he does it.
My sincere apologies, Blues Ultra, for making you have to do
it's his fault.
I do apologize, truly, and we appreciate the work you do.
Absolutely.
Is there anything, at least in this one, Mythos, that you're kind of excited for now with year 11?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I'm really excited for the teleporter. The meteor as well, I thought was a really interesting mechanic. I'm a massive fan of just having something else near me doing damage that I don't have to aim.
It's the best. It's so much fun, and you're about to back to base, and then you see the meteor coming, and you're like,
I'm staying out.
I gotta stay. Like, I'm not giving a meteor for free.
Jungle Shop too. I mean, that's really fun.
It's really, really potent, and we didn't get to see the new wards really play a big factor because, again, I think that the big thing with year 11 is all these things that we were able to do, they don't seem like they are the craziest thing right off the rip. We wanted to keep things feeling understandable as much as we could, especially coming off of a year with 5 different seasons with a lot of different gameplay changes. We wanted to try and keep things more in line, kind of in Smite, but I think that a lot of things that were added are really deep additions. The amount of strategy changes that you can do with something like a teleporter aren't immediately obvious until you get 10, 15, 20 games on the map, and then you start thinking about how to do that. Where am I placing proximity wards? How am I using Raven wards to open up lanes of invades or
Put the proximity
objectives?
ward on the teleporter, they just come into it. I mean, that's pretty interesting.
They show up slowed, exactly. Like that, things like that can really add a lot of depth to the game that we're really excited to see what the players are able to do with it when they get their hands on it.
Yeah, I'm excited for what year 11 has in store. We still have a lot more stuff going on today as well. Not only do we have our grand finals coming up in a bit, we've also got the Smite 2, I believe it's the Dev Insight that's going to be happening immediately after this. So not only do we got to learn a lot for Smite 1, we got to learn a lot more about Smite 2 as well. And then as I mentioned, our grand finals, we crown our Season 10 World Champion. And I'm going to go ahead and get some predictions from you guys initially. We'll start over with Isaiah. What are your thoughts on this grand final? Warriors and Dragons?
That's messed up.
I'm going to get it from everybody.
I think Warriors win 3-2.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, 3-2 Warriors. That's optimal.
Man, it's hard to root against the crowd, right? Because the crowd was so hyped for that Jade Dragons comeback. I just think that the storyline for the Dragons, that core of Nika and Dardez, Cherio, all those guys getting reverse swept by Paul over and over and over again at Worlds. They conquer that demon, reverse sweeping him in order to get to the finals. Looks like a storybook ending to me. I think I'm going Jade Dragons 3-2.
Well,
the narrative of it is so interesting. I mean, I would be very much so a fan of that if it were to join the tapestry of Smite worlds, but it's the Oni Warriors, and you speak to the crowd, they're so loud in favor of the Jade Dragons. Guys like Genetics get fueled by that. I swear, he eats booze for breakfast.
Well, like what type?
Like a verbal boo.
Yeah, like BOO''S or like.
Well, there wouldn't be an
with
apostrophe.
A Z, you know, like you could have been called him alcoholic. You know that Genetics booze for breakfast. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
To be fair,
Genetics has a
anyone
healthy
is
relationship
drinking with their breakfast.
okay.
It's going to be
Such good
Genetics. Have you
artists in the
seen
community.
this man plays Anubis and Artemis
zoom back
support.
on those signs. Look at that Tiamat, and that's a Kukulkan as well.
Yeah, that's sick. And very impressive. You could give me literally months to work on one poster. I wouldn't be able to produce that.
I couldn't trace that if I wanted to.
But hold on, everyone. J-Mac, don't change the subject. You have to give your prediction.
Yes.
So I'm going to stick with my prediction I gave last night because I'm still holding firm to this one. I think this one is going to be the Oni Warriors. I don't think this one goes the full distance. I'm calling a 3-1 for the Oni Warriors. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Oni Warriors can come out and get themselves a 3-0. Can you imagine the storyline that Genetics gets to have? 2 World Championships appearances in a row and 0 losses? He might just be crowned the GOAT for a role like that, for a storyline like that. So there's a lot to look forward to in that grand final matchup.
You only get 2,000
that would be
XP
insane.
for
like
it.
an unprecedented run across sports,
Nice.
esports,
Insufferable.
everything. Yeah, the ego would be crazy.
I think I saw
we can all say that.
I think I saw a few tweets that say if he wins again, and especially if he goes undefeated again, I'm avoiding his games at all costs. But before we can get to the grand finals, we still have a little bit more to go. The Smite 2 Dev Insight is going to be coming up in just a few moments, so stick around. We'll be back with that right after this break.
Yup. You know what's interesting about that is we're actually ahead of schedule now, unless they make us wait for it, because that is supposed to start at 2. I'm kind of hoping they push that up. But I'm really excited to learn more about Smitty 2. I'm still super happy that it's happening. It looks sick. Like visually and gameplay wise, it looks awesome. Are we just not gonna find the game? Seriously? We got in the joust. Is it time for whale? Yeah, I'm not playing Kusubo. Could go whale. I feel like whale doesn't have good engage, and I feel like you want good engage out of your tank and joust. Like, I have 3 skins that I kind of like. I don't hate, but I don't love either. Legendary is just better default, man. I don't appreciate the fact that as soon as I got off whale, they went whale. I guess if they're going tank, I want to go something that can do damage. I'm gonna go more of a hybrid than auto attack to get the Cupid. Unless he goes bluestone at the start, then we'll go auto attack. Sola's kind of like Artemis in that I feel like you could get away with being ability, or yeah, you could probably get away with going ability based. I mean, people do ability based freaking Soul, to be fair. So, but like, because you just have that attack speed stim, so you can still do ADC things. The difference with Soul is your abilities don't hit nearly as hard, so it won't work as well. But that's fine. Oh, I forgot they removed fucking starter items from Joust, man.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality,
Right, what's
this
Cupid
system is
building?
bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike. For yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the Forge.
What's Cupid building? He's going auto attack. We go hybrid then. We're still gonna start with Bancrofts. It'll be something like this, but instead of Telering, it'll be different.
Easy people live for the night, chasing a feeling just for a high.
Be like Polly, probably.
I found you.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna go Polly. I want the camps to spawn. What is this, League?
And when I was getting lost, I found you. When the night turns to day and the moon starts to
Well, that is unfortunate.
will you be there? Will you be there? When the sky starts to rain, will you run? Will you stay?
Yeah, I get a little bit of attack speed out of this. Whale is trying to engage.
Will you be there? Right when the love runs out, world turning upside down. Not gonna let you go. Keep you close. Thousands are
I hit her, but it's not gonna kill.
minutes are counting down. Promise that you
Wait, he built arrow. Wait, what? Oh, you can build starters again in Joust. Oh shit, they're just not in. Must have been this patch they brought it back. Shit. Maybe it was Season of Worlds. People just don't play Soul in Joust right now. I mean, it's better Whale than one of us, just because losing your support isn't that bad. Losing tank here isn't that bad. But it does suck. I mean, if he has the gold though, then he has Clove. So Death, potentially. My lights just dimmed.
starts to fade. Will you be there? Nice to meet you. Will you be there? When the sky turns to gray, will you run? Will you stay? Will you be there? Or will you be there? Right when the love runs out, world turning upside down.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh, I'm trying. Ooh, didn't need to grab that. I guess Whale probably wasn't going to go for it, to be fair. See, the nice thing is, though, they don't have any, like, sustained... Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. They don't have any sustained damage. Nice. I'm actually glad that I didn't get to him sooner, because I would have gotten hit with that. Hello. There we go. Thank you. Salute.
Right when the love runs out.
Yeet. Hey, that is... Okay. We got this. Then I guess I need to get a starter. I mean, we got Death Stone, surely. Once we get there. right? I have not been last hitting minions, though. I've been trying, just I guess Cupid's been hitting them. Rip. I think we have 2-1-3, right? Ta-da! I'm going for purple. I want better clear. Damn it. That means they've definitely cleared that on blue, right? No, it does not. Unfortunate. Le greed consumes. She missed. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Thinking.
Millions of people live for the night, chasing a feeling just for...
How much does the ult generate? 40. Got it. Fuck it. No, I came too early. I thought it was gonna spawn faster than it did. It's okay. Now we go for it. Okay, knowing purple's about to come back up, I just kind of want to go wait that out. Because here it is. I am taking this purple this time. Nice. Oh, that's okay, because Cupid took the blue. So we're good. Will was trying to deny red, and I didn't know that. Cupid. Where you at, buddy? Okay. Oh, look at that. And then as soon as I finished struggling to get my minion stacks, by the way, I just immediately got the second part as well. That is hilarious. Oh god damn it, the one ring that I want to get. No, I have to grab the Cyclopean here. Okay, here we go. God, I love this skin. It's stupid, but I love it. What the hell's the timer at, anyway? Okay, about 3. Yes! The fucking implosion got him. That's all we need, baby. Heck. Going for purple. Yeah, we gotta do blue first. Yep. I keep screwing the timers up. That's okay, though. Oh, he's just happily taking blue and giving me purple. Okay. I might just go full attack speed, honestly. I don't think we need the burst. I think we're just gonna go full attack speed. Actually, I might still go hybrid, honestly, though. Like, I don't think we need the burst, but also we could certainly not, we wouldn't be hurting from having it. And to be fair, my attack speed goes kind of nutty, and we don't have an equivalent to Silver Branch. So yeah, I think we'll just go, I think I'm just gonna go grab red, honestly. I can't pick it up, but I can deny them the red, which is a big deal. Okay, I want to get demonic. Cupid's got that right, probably. Okay, we're gonna get demonic, and then we're just going power. Typhons, definitely, probably poly.
Woke up this morning.
Let's go Aegis.
The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong.
Did the whale take red? Because that's hilarious.
Nothing can stop me. I'm feeling God.
This ad has me terrified, but I'm gonna hope for the best. Oh, goodbye, Cthulhu. Nice. They surrendered! Ah! Comedy! Oh, we can play another joust game. Why not? Soul is fun.
Oh my god. Awesome, man. Are you guys feeling godly?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I'm
Yeah,
feeling
noticed
godly.
that in that trailer, I got a Gold Fury still.
Did
see
you?
that?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we
I
shouldn't
just
use
now
that clip.
noticed it. It's like Travis stole the Gold Fury.
Awesome. Well, thank you all
Comedy.
so much for being here today. We're so excited to talk a little bit more about Smite 2.
Dude, what
We've been working on
teammates
it
I
for
got, by
a
the
while
way. This is
now,
a great
and
team.
yeah, it's exciting to be up here and talking a little bit. A lot of you probably don't know who we all are,
The
so
whale
maybe we
stuff
should just go down and
I'm
introduce
gonna
ourselves
cry.
first. Travis.
I'm Travis Brown, the general manager for Titan Forge Games.
Yep. I'm Pon. Yep. I'm Pon, an advanced game designer on Smite 2 at Titanforge. I was a former pro way back at the launch tournament, and I've since joined the company, and it's been just a crazy ride up to this point.
What if I play Ability Artemis?
And I'm Max. I
And
run
Joust.
our data science and analytics, but some people may know me online as Innocent Rabbit, general Smite data guy.
I'm gonna do it.
Awesome. And I'm Alex Cantatori. I'm Kilgoon on Twitter. If you are a super old head, you may remember me as running a Smite esports fan blog called Smite-tastic. And then I've been working at Hi-Res for like 8 years now. And now I'm the executive producer of Smite. And I think one thing that's kind of awesome about all of us except for Travis.
Oh, speaking
is that,
of
like, we kind
Smite.
of came from the community. Like, we were
I
Smite
know that
fans
sounds
first,
stupid, but
and
just-
I think we're still kind of Smite fans at our core. And I mean,
We
there's
still
some
don't have the
patches
season 10
in the
patch.
game
Are you
design,
fucking
right?
kidding me?
And
That's insane.
I actually did math before we came down here, and a fifth of the people working at Titan Forge Games came from the Smite community. So just people like you guys, and hopefully more of you will join us because we have we need a lot more people to keep working on Smite too. So this is awesome. Cool. So I think like first place to start, Travis. Like what is Smite 2? Like, what is this project? Can you just tell us a little bit about what we're trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, somewhere around like the end of 2022, we were just toying with different game modes inside of UE5, and just like what could we do within the Smite IP. And we created a game mode in about 4 weeks using that UE5. And that game mode that we created was like, it was pretty cool. We created it quickly, but it just wasn't quite it. And so we spent the next day maybe iterating to another game mode. Like really quickly, we were able to prototype a new thing. And that wasn't quite it either, but it was really fun. But it gave us the idea that what if we just create Smite experience inside of UE5? So we dedicated about 5 people.
So they were literally just dicking around with trying to figure out a Smite spin-off, and then they were just like,
Smite experience inside of the Unreal Engine 5.
Just do Smite.
And in 4 weeks, we were able to create basically the Smite experience.
That's awesome. And
with 5 people in 4 weeks. So.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a little bit. But
Yeah.
first, before we got to that, we had to convince leadership that we should make Smite 2. And to do that, we actually had a PowerPoint deck that we had to make and be like, okay, what the hell is this game going to be? And we actually have some of the slides from it today. And from the start, this was the slide that we were like, okay, guys, what is Smite 2 in a nutshell, right? And it's like, first off, Smite 2 is a true sequel to Smite, powered by Unreal Engine 5.2+. And then we had a couple, like, core pillars, I guess you'd call them. Like, Pompon, can you talk us through them?
Yeah, so first one, Smite but better. Everyone here has been playing the game like for thousands of hours. We've dedicated so much time to it. At its core, Smite combat feels incredible.
Yes.
So we wanted to make sure that we were keeping that core fundamental
Smite's
there.
core combat
but
is
then
some of the
looking at what
best
we could do to
I've
evolve it,
seen
looking at what we could
and
do to
played
take
in
it to the
PvP
next
game.
level.
It's
Want more
fantastic.
godly action. We knew that we could make character abilities feel so much more impactful.
Also,
You saw
Atlas,
Ymir's
Persephone,
Glacial
Pele.
Strike,
Persephone
you
and
saw
Pele
Tox's
aesthetically,
Ultimate.
like
You can
they
see that
just
we can
look
actually
nice
do so
together.
much more now with the Niagara particle
there.
system, with the new audio engine, and just with the upgraded visuals of
A lot
UE5.
of blue going on
And then
on this
depth of
team, though.
location.
My Artemis skin
We
has
have
blue
10
hair,
years
and
of
you got
experience actually
Tonga
creating
in
MOBAs,
all
creating
blue,
PvP
and then Ymir just
experiences.
is
And so
all
we
blue.
can look at all the systems we've done over all the years, and we can really critically evaluate each one and bring in ones that kind of hit the best of both worlds, right? The ones that add depth to top-end players, but are approachable, as MOBAs can be incredibly hardcore games to get into, and make it so that you can hop in, have fun, and then you have the thousands and thousands of hours of learning to do that's so captivating in a MOBA.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard MOBAs described as like the Souls-likes of multiplayer gaming, where it's like, lose to improve, you gotta die to learn the game. But like, maybe you don't have to die quite as much in Smite 2 if we're doing our jobs right. Cool, if we can I think we have a couple more slides here. If we can go to the next slide.
I forgot to cook.
So this is another slide that was in the deck from day one.
Yep.
For where we wanted to start the project, we're like, okay, first thing we're gonna focus on, we wanna make sure we capture the magic of Smite. And from the start, we were like, that magic is the core third-person combat and MOBA formula, right? And a lot of people have maybe asked about, like, why didn't you guys go with like a 3D, more verticality kind of version of Smite? And it really was like, we thought that this core third-person combat that we have is part of what makes Smite amazing, and changing that was a challenge, right?
Yeah,
Because honestly, the reason to not do that is just because at that point it's not Smite.
Thing about Smite that feels so good, and you don't want to just ruin that with changes for the sake of change. You want to really make sure that you're choosing what we're going to change.
You still want Smite to be
making sure that all
Smite.
makes sense. Things like that extra
Tonga's
verticality
okay.
was something that we toyed around with early, but we knew that would fundamentally change
Slowly.
how characters approach combat, how characters aim. You'd have to do a lot of different things to consider that, and so again, with everything we were doing, we were just trying to make sure that we really distilled
We're just
down
gonna pop all
what
of
makes
these
Smite
now.
so good, and there's a lot of really small things that we've done over the years that, like, you don't really notice until you have to build the game from scratch again to really actually make it feel like Smite.
Awesome. And so we got kind of the magic down, or at least a good starting point.
Yep.
And then the idea was we're evolving and refining it. We're not reinventing it, right? So we're doing things like you were talking about. We're adding the impact. We're simplifying but adding depth. And I think the most important thing that's probably on this slide is like respect and honor our community, and that's been there since day one. We come from the community. We've been talking a lot internally about like, if we're going to transition to a Smite 2 with the kind of restrictions that we have, like, man, what's the best way we can do that? How can we make players feel like they are honored and respected? And we actually did quite a bit of back and forth on this. We came up with a first draft of what would become Divine Legacy and Legacy Gems, and we presented it to our pro players. They were the first people we felt comfortable talking to about Smite 2. And they were like, I don't know, guys. We were like, okay, well, we got to go back to the drawing board. So we did another version. And we presented it to our, I believe it was our Olympians.
Yep.
And they were like, it's okay. That's okay. And then we were like, oh man, maybe we got to do one more pass.
Thanks,
we took
Chonga.
another version at it, and we presented it to some of our content creators. And they
Okay,
were like,
so I'm just
"You know
going
what?
to
This
keep getting
actually feels
turbo ditched is
pretty good,
what I'm
right?"
seeing here.
And so we felt very comfortable presenting it this week, and we're going to actually be talking a little bit more about it later today. But yeah, just excited that that's been part of what we were trying to do from the start here. Cool. So Travis, like we talked a little about what Smite 2 is, but I think one of the big questions is like, you know, why did we make Smite 2?
I have to wait.
And
I have to
especially
wait.
now, right? Like you talked about how, but what's the why? What's the reason?
Yeah, I think when we first started making
I need to
Smite,
get trans stacked.
a long time ago, right?
And I
We
don't
knew
know
what we
how
wanted to make
hard
then,
that's gonna be with these
but
two.
It, you know, it was the beginning of Smite, and over the course of like years, 10 years now, we've been continuing to put in new gods with new mechanics, new effects, new, you know, now we have silences and fears and things that we didn't initially
an
start
interesting
with.
item,
We
and
had
I'm a little
new
sad
map
that it's
mechanics,
losing
new
the CDR.
conquest modes, new
Especially 'cause, like,
new
it's
features
still
out of match and
the
so on.
preferred,
And we continue to kind of build on that
stacker
foundation
on,
of Smite over 10 years. This was an opportunity to reset.
Ability-based builds, as far as I'm
And
aware.
when we were able to build that prototype in UE5, and we were like, wow, this is something that we would feel really great about giving to the
Right,
players.
everyone in this lobby.
It was
I'm just in
also
a shitter
chance
lobby
to
right
take
now,
all those
chat.
learnings from those 10 years and just
not yet.
create a better foundation for the next 10 years. You know, so by knowing where we're headed and knowing what we wanted to create with Smite 2, it allowed us to, you know, an opportunity to reset the core functionality of the game. But then we also have an opportunity to reset for the players, new players being able to engage with Smite 2 with a way less daunting experience of a smaller roster initially was a huge reason why we thought this is a good time to kind of create Smite 2.
Yeah.
Damn, I said I was building stacks, and then she just
one thing I have to show
walked
off.
away.
So this slide says strictly better. You said strictly better in our keynote. We've been saying strictly better since the beginning. It's kind of a rallying cry for us, right? It's like don't just make the game. Like don't just change shit to change shit.
Right.
Like if we're gonna change something, let's make sure it's strictly better and it feels better in every way this way. And one of our producers actually made me a shirt that says strictly better because I say it so much. So I had to wear it today. Hopefully when you guys all play Smite 2, you feel like it's strictly better too.
No, and that's absolutely, that's so critical for you guys like to understand. Every time we make a decision on like we're gonna, okay, now let's talk about a mirror. What are we gonna do with the mirror? We don't want to change things just to change things. Every time we make a decision, we said,
I love the
is
fact
this
that I'm
going
about to
be
lose a
strictly
fucking
better?
1v1 to an
We just
Atlas.
use that as kind of a
Because my
rallying
team is
cry.
just
If
stood
it's not
there doing it.
strictly
So
better,
just
we
building.
don't want to do it. If it's just different, we don't want to do it.
Soul Gem.
So
That's
that's
why you
been
did so
something
much.
that has been very important during the development process.
Yep. And so Pon, like we
No
talked about the
fucking
goals,
shot.
Impact, creativity, strategy. But
Okay,
to do
all
this,
right.
like we kind of had to start with like a fresh start for how we're approaching balance. We had to start with a fresh start for how we're approaching items. I know that the item changes are some
Arrow.
of the biggest ones that
This
players
is gonna be
have
a
seen.
wonky build,
Maybe
but
you
that's
can, like, kind
okay.
of talk us through
A little
the
bit of
item
wonk
changes,
never hurt
and, I
anyone.
think we have a little bit of B-roll of the item
Oh,
store
actually,
that
I
maybe we
hope
can
the
play,
wonk hurts them,
since
to be
we feel like
fair.
some new items.
Yeah, so I think the
I
biggest
guess.
thing was we noticed that when you're playing Smite 1, if you want to start going into a direction, you kind of have to know what your end goal is immediately, right? You have to know that you're okay with being in the mace tree because there's something in there that's going to be good for you to build, right? But MOBAs are dynamic. They change all the time. The character you thought might be strong, the character you might need to be worried about isn't
Alright, I
actually
wanna
ends
wait
up being
rest
important
of
in
this
that
buff out.
moment,
I thought I
right?
just wanted to wait.
We wanted to go kind of back to basics with that and make it also so that it feels a bit more intuitive for how you want to build your items. So each item is now a kind of atomic component. So there is
I've been
a
ditched.
strength mace, and it
I've
builds
been
from all
unditched.
the strength items. There's an attack speed bow
Hell,
that builds
the
into
A-
all the
the
attack
Atlas-
speeds.
guys, the
And you can
Atlas-
combine them in different ways, but you can leave the base knowing. Okay,
I
need to be
did-
worried
I
about
just
Anubis.
got
He's the
ditched.
one
I
that's
got
carrying
ditched,
right now. I
unditched,
can
and
build a magical
reditched.
protection item, and then as
Wow.
the build, I can go. Actually, the Anubis is not the big problem now. I could start throwing some power items with that and go towards a power magic protection item. That's a good bruisery item.
I don't think
but
Soul
not a
Eater's
purely
actually
defensive
good
choice.
on
So
ability
that's one of the
Artemis.
big things we want to do there. And we also knew that we were going to be trying to explore active itemization.
Yes.
And so
So
that was
we're gonna go
another
Crusher
kind
next.
kind of a great
I might go
example
Bloodforge,
of
honestly.
simplification, but adding depth.
Probably just better than Soul Eater, right?
You
Soul
want
Eater's
the
what?
wins of a
Frickin-
new player being able to hop in and kind of choosing their own difficulty and opting in when they're ready, but also allowing the more professional players, more hardcore
40
players,
fizz power.
they could start to throw in like 4 or 5 active items that they feel like those are going to be beneficial effects to their team. And so that kind of opt-in difficulty, right? That's just great for new players coming in and for the veterans to really customize their build.
Yeah, so right now I think we have some actual B-roll
Got it.
playing of you playing as Bologna.
Okay. I hope it's good.
This
is a surprise. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so this is from a playtest that we did when we were capturing footage actually for some of the stuff that we used in the keynote. So we can see you kind of picking your starter item there. Now we don't actually have starter items right now. Maybe we will eventually, but maybe just like go into a little bit more depth on like how we set, like I want to build a strength item. What do I do?
So the first thing you do is you go, okay, cool. The mace is the strength item. I want to build strength. I build the mace, and from there I'm deciding to see just kind of how I want to go. If I know I'm going to pure damage Bologna, I might look at that and go, okay, I can see what it builds into up above. I see what options I have available to me. I might build a Skagox, which is 2 maces combined together for a whole bunch of power. And then once I build that, I can be like, okay, cool, I have 3 options here. I just want to keep going damage. So I build a mace, and I keep just throwing on maces, and eventually I have an incredibly high power item because I just did the intuitive thing, right? I knew I wanted power, so I built the atomic things for power, and it kind of naturally flowed me in through using the builds into menu what I wanted to be building. And
There's
so
the built into menu right there up the top.
yeah. And it's nice too
I don't
because you
like
can
the
start to
change to
splash
the item
things
shop.
as a little bit. So like for example, cooldown rate, the ring that you can buy. That's just something that you might pick up because you just want a little bit of cooldown reduction right now. It helps you time with wave clear and everything, and you can just build that and potentially sit on it for a while as you wait for your decision. So
my
it just really feels
goodness.
natural when you're utilizing the system. You're just making the choices that come to your mind when you go back to base. Like, what do I think I need right now? And you can just always point to the specific thing you need in that moment, and just
My
it
iPad
naturally
keeps
comes
disconnecting
together
and
into an item
reconnecting.
at the
I can
end.
hear it, and it's driving me
It
fucking
is a little
crazy.
bit of a change from how we do things in Smite, right?
Okay,
So,
I like how I just
you know,
sometimes
how
on
many
Artemis fire my
games,
ult and
how
it just
long do you
does
think
nothing.
It's going to take people to get used to this new way of building items?
I would say you're probably going to be spending maybe 2 or 3 games, which is a pretty short time for a MOBA span, to really get the familiarity of like how these items put together and your flow through the item store of like how you want to like think about how you build into things. I personally use that built into menu at the top all the time. It's really great for me. It helps me keep focus on what's going on. And then you're going to spend the next 20, 30, 40, 50 games just discovering all the build possibilities you have, right? Like I played an Odin game, and I love playing Odin where I get to stim my whole team so that we can kill objectives really fast. Like, I love using the quick fire of the spear throw so that actually does the attack speed stim. And so I started just picking up shoguns. I started picking up...
God, I love having teammates. I want them
like,
back.
the music tree is like the split hybrid.
This is just a
physical
shitter
and,
lobby. I have people
scaling.
feeding and then
So
getting
straight
away
up
with it.
hits.
It's like, I can't
and so
punish
I
them.
built a whole bunch of things that made my team
I'm
strong
dead.
and let me support my
I'm
team.
in the
I threw down a
graveyard, man.
mushroom to heal them, which is really cool.
Yeah,
and like
that's a
I just
cool
played
active.
that style, and I was like, we are winning.
I'm
at
also
every
just not
objective
being
fight.
allowed
We're
to
going
stack,
to burn
which
Gold
is
Fury,
really
we're going to burn
frustrating.
Fire Giant, we're going to burn
I also
Phoenix,
need more
and that was
CDR.
just super fun, and that's a completely different experience from a full
'Cause I
tank
have,
CDR
what,
Odin
none
or
right now?
a full strength Odin or
Yeah.
even a pure int Odin because he has int scaling now. So there's just so much
wait,
more diversity.
Odin's
with,
gonna have
like, the
magic
character Odin
damage?
now. And it's just really
Alright.
fun.
That's awesome. One of my favorite
Okay.
experiences this week during the dev playtest was building Chalk purely int and cooldown reduction, and so his abilities will scale off of int and strength in certain ones, and so his healing now will scale off of int, and so I would just go in, disrupt the team fights, and then just sustain with my healing just maximized.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
A different way to play Chalk that currently doesn't exist. in Smite.
Definitely. And it kind of takes us into the next point. Like, all of these gods that we're trying to bring over from Smite 1 to Smite 2, right? Like, I know there's a lot of temptation, like, do we just completely reimagine everybody's got a new kit, you know? Do we completely change the way every god looks? Do we, you know, how do you guys decide, like, what things we change, what things we say the same? Like, what's the process going into that?
Yeah, so
Boo.
it's just we look at every character individually.
we
At the end
backed
of the
out there,
day,
but boo.
every character in Smite, someone is a huge fan
Oh,
of. And we know this
no.
when we do reworks in Smite 1 as well. Like, we're trying to be very careful to make sure that that character's identity stays intact. And we're taking the same approach in Smite 2. we're looking at the characters that brings over, and we're looking for the first thing is quality of life improvements. So, for example, Chalk can actually now refire his 1 after he throws his axe to just consume the axe without doing anything else. So if you realize that you want to spin in place and not teleport to it, you can do that easily without having to recast your 3. And that was just an easy to add thing. Or Ymir wall, where you can place it underneath you and walk over it. That's now a built-in mechanic where the target actually snaps behind you to show that that is an intended interaction. So all those quality of life improvements are the first pass. And then we also just look at what the character needs to succeed, right? We knew that if we aren't giving the potential for blink right out the gate at level 1 to Ymir, he really does
I only have
blink in and
142
freeze,
power,
and that's kind
which
of
is
like his
unfortunate.
immediate way to initiate a fight. And if he's losing that, it's hard for him to fill the role of this kind of like warrior dude who walks in, slows everyone, beats on them with the ice mallet, right?
I guess we go fail not,
the
right?
wall,
Like,
we had a version where you're like, let's just throw a knockback on it, see if that
fail
helps
not's
him, right?
funny.
And we threw that on, and it was really nice to be able to pull
And then
people to
maybe
you, push people
Deathbringer
away,
last?
disrupt the team fight
I
that way.
don't know, we'll
It
see.
helped him fit the role he was
We'll
supposed to without the need for blink, which is something that we liked about that. But it was also a bug where he could knock himself up. And we were like, actually, that's just cool. So and I think that's the biggest thing is we look at these characters, fit what their role is supposed to be, figure out what we have to do to make them fit that niche that we've defined as, keeping and preserving what makes that character iconic, and then because we can just rapidly prototype, that Ymir knockup change came out.
I've like,
that was like a
no
30-minute
attack speed built, and we're already going to be this crazy. Oh my goodness.
Gear task that had to go to programming, and it could have taken
Dude,
a while
ability-based
to really
Artemis is
implement it.
wacky.
We would just throw it in there because of just the gas system in Unreal Engine 5.
We're going for red. We're going
that
for
kind
red.
of stuff. We just never really had the opportunity to just as rapidly prototype through ideas as we had before. So it helps us land on what feels good.
And then I think we also have a video of Onher, where we changed his ultimate. Can you talk maybe a little bit about that?
Yeah, and so another type of change that we're looking at is characters that are abilities that we don't feel like have as
What
much
are you doing?
impact,
Your best
right?
impression of me,
So
Ymir?
Honor
Holy
Ultimate
shit,
is one of those
clearing
things where
camp
it's very
support.
powerful. You shoot a whole bunch of projectiles.
Everyone says,
at
I tend to do
targets,
that shit when
but
I'm
the
just sick of my
animation
team.
is just kind of him doing this. There isn't that much grandiose to it. And the other thing is there's not much of a gameplay loop to it outside of just trying to hit all the shots. And so when we wanted to look and see how we could add more impact to the character, we thought, well, maybe we can actually shorten the amount of shots he has and have one really big one at the finale. So you really are playing towards that last
waffle.
shot. And that was an opportunity for us to have like that big wind-up moment, get a whole bunch of sound effects in, and really also differentiate each projectile from each other. Because on her is throws basic attacks, impales, and ults, and they all look very similar. And so being able to differentiate them was another reason why I wanted to try and rework the ultimate. So everyone's been playing it, they're having a blast. The final hit is especially hard hitting. So I definitely, once you guys get a chance to get your hands on it, I'd love to have you guys get
One
shot.
small minor change that we didn't see with on her is also he can place his pillar behind him as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's like a thing where that was like such a good quality of life improvement for Ymir. And Honor
Being able
players
to pop
often
3
want to do
auto
very
and then kill an
similar
entire
thing,
wave is really
and
funny,
they have
though.
to do a 180 quick turn and come back, but now it's a kind of built-in part of it. I've used it to escape many a chasing Bologna.
Okay,
Another thing that we saw
so
in that clip that maybe we could just really
at this
quickly
rate,
talk about
I'm
is
going to
stealth
have
craft.
my
I know
my
people have
5
wanted stealth grass
completed
in Smite for forever. We did the stealth
before
fog
I
at
get
one
my
point in
starter.
time, you know, why is stealth grass in Smite 2? How does it work? How has it impacted playtest so far?
It
Wait,
just creates that
stealth grass is coming to
uncertainty,
Smite?
right? We want to make sure that
Crazy.
you don't feel like you're ever in a solved and completely safe place while you're playing, right? You want to be grouped up with your team. You want to be very tactical with the vision that you have. You want to try and keep
See, I want to
because
say
kind
that,
of
that
map
it's
control,
probably an
map
engine
vision,
thing,
understanding what
right?
the
That's like
enemy
what I
team might be trying to do
instinctively
is a
want to
skill
say
set
is, oh, it's
in
probably an
MOBAs.
engine
And so
thing for
having
why we
the
didn't have
stealth
stealth grass in
just
Smite
creates
1,
that
but
extra
A,
layer of
Marty has it, and
uncertainty. You
B,
never know when you're
Paladins
walking
used to
through the
have it,
fire
and
and
Paladins is
stealth
literally
grass right at the
built off
entrance.
of Smite.
Is someone there? Do you want to face check it? Is it potentially 4 people in that bush and you might potentially face check it? Or you might know they're all there, you let them group up, you let them hide, and then you just suddenly cuckoo ult it and tornado it and they just all get obliterated, right? Just the amount of flexibility, Loki especially, like Loki being able to like stealth and go into a grass and hide, like the amount of evasive trickery you get to do with it, it just adds a whole new dimension to team fights, it adds a whole new dimension to how you want to set up games
Ability Artemis, dude.
Space in the map. And that's kind of stuff we're looking for to make sure that there is that depth there, but it's also pretty easy to understand, right? You walk into it, you become stealthed. If you fire from it, you become visible for a little bit of time. If other people are in the grass with you, you'll reveal to them. So we're trying to make sure the rules are intuitive well so people can just pick it up and just immediately understand, oh yeah, I walk in here, I'm stealthed, I understand it.
Awesome. And obviously, you know, we're making this game in UE5. I'm sure it's brought its own set of challenge, but also a lot of new tools that you can use. You gave us a screenshot of the blueprints for one of the gods that you're building right now. Yeah. Maybe just explain what this is and what we're looking at.
So spoilers, it's Zeus. You can read it. You can see it's Zeus.
I didn't notice it.
Yeah. So there you have it. But this is what our actual design workflow looks like. We have these blueprint systems that are a whole visual-based scripting language, and we've also customized it to go on top of GAS, which is Unreal 5's game playability system, and that allows us to rapidly iterate through this. And the TLDR of this is, Chain Lightning has a lot of rules. It needs to bounce to new targets if it can. It needs to have a priority system. It needs to interact with the shield if that's there.
I'm going to try and get one more Joust game in.
And so there's a lot of rules that have to be there. But I implemented
18K
all
with
those
Ability
rules,
Artemis.
grabbing all the actors around.
I actually think
making sure
low-key
that they're
Ability
right
Artemis
type,
is
making
like
sure they follow the
decent.
filter rules, caching them off, changing the damage of the Chain Lightning, or having it apply the right charge stacks. All of that was done without consulting a programmer because they've made us such an incredible tool set. And so if I want to change Chain Lightning, perhaps, if I want to change a rule, I don't have to wait potentially a week for programming to find the time to do it, or they might discover an issue with that and it might be hard to work with because, again, UE3, Old Smite, there's a lot of legacy code there that might make certain changes that seem easy significantly more difficult. I get to do a 30-minute rework of it, and we get to play it in tomorrow's playtest, and it's where I can play it right then in editor, and I can get to see how it feels, see how that change feels, and it's just super empowering as a designer to be much more hands-on and be able to really prove-fail different ideas.
Awesome. So now, obviously, the footage that we've been showing, this is the product of 11, 12 months of work, right? And obviously leveraging a lot of the amazing art that's been done for Smite over 10 years, and starting from a great base there. But it didn't always look like this. So the day is February 24th.
Okay.
Go back in your little time machine. This is the first time that we ever played something that looked like Smite 2 in UE5. And it's a little bit rough, but I think you could start to see maybe the promise. So tell us, Travis, a little bit about how we got here, what we're looking at, what this is.
Well, the video that we're going to see is basically, this is the culmination of the 4 weeks of work with 5 people. We imported, I think, all of the environment assets from Smite into the UE5 engine. We got, I think, a couple of gods up and running that were able to be played, and we were moving around. Yeah, it's gonna look a little rough.
Yeah, and this is again building up everything from scratch. None of the the scripting and the behind the scenes came from Smite 1. Everything you see here, the mini map, showing minions on it, seeing damage numbers, getting the abilities up and running, getting a HUD set up. These were all built from scratch. Yep. And this took us 4
we don't have a
weeks,
tank.
which even though it looks
unless
really
Nem
rough,
goes tank.
This would have taken us forever to build
those
from scratch.
attacks, they're just crispy, man.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Ship it.
I mean,
say ship it.
Yeah, we could have shipped that.
Yeah,
I guess,
ship that.
right?
Yeah.
Dude, that axe is entirely designer art. The rotating was completely faked.
It's awesome. And obviously it's awesome that we were able to get here so quick, but we knew that we had a lot of work still to do.
I mean, it just looks so much
as much
nicer.
fun as it is to run around with on her doing silly basic attacks.
I like just the lower legs not moving at all as the attacks.
But that video is what made us believe that in 4 weeks with 5 people we could do that. Imagine what we could do if we dedicate, and that's what kicked off making Smite 2.
The crowd thinks we can release that, but I think that part of why the speed and the power of UE5 is so important to us is that it's there's 130 gods in Smite. Every god is somebody's favorite, like we're saying. There's an Olympian. I don't know if any of y'all know Opwash. The dude, I'm not sure if Opwash is going to play Smite 2 until we put Opwash in Smite 2, right? Yeah. And it's we can't go from Smite 1 to Smite 2 without being able to move quickly and with the power that UE5 has really provided to us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't think up until UE5 really was out, we really could do this. We talked to the community for so long, a Smite 2 would be incredibly difficult, incredibly time-consuming, and all that was really true until UE5 came out, the gas system being kind of fully pulled into it, and just the full, complete tool set that was available there.
Berser, please.
It really
Nem's
was
going
that
AFK.
eye-opening moment. I tweeted out a picture of when we first imported the asset over of the order base, and just turned on lumen lighting, and we're like, this looks this much better and an artist hasn't even touched the material work here. They haven't done anything to balance the lighting. They haven't done anything else. And we just saw that like it just looked that much better out the gate. And then we saw that we could just get an ability up and running so
we
much
can always
faster.
go back for our
It
blue.
was the average experience. Like
Going for purple is always going to be contested.
Right? And I think that was the moment that you were talking about. Is like now.
Yeah, stacking is going to be a pain because Kukulkan's also going to want to stack.
11 months, maybe just like.
Okay, so they're a stack.
Got
it.
Like,
Speaking
like,
of stacking,
is there like a
they're those two at least are in a party.
Thing that happened as we were developing.
This is going to be an unplayable match.
I think it was the Ymir wall.
Wall?
Yeah, we had some internal videos. We put together a video, and we had the Ymir wall knock-up. We were having a blast with it in playtest.
Yeah,
we were
I
all
have to
really
get
excited
jealous
about
here.
it. But the rest of the team working on Smite 1, we showed them the video, and their reaction to seeing that,
You're
and
going to have to be getting wards this game.
Like, oh my god, that's so hype.
They have the Bologna and the Thor that are going to want to be engaging. We need like deep and shallow wards at basically all times.
Was really, really, really cool.
Yeah, the walling to knock people back into tower range is one of the most satisfying things I think that we're doing right now. So that's great. Awesome. So, Travis, like, there's a lot that goes into making a video game. There's so many different departments. There's so many different pieces, and there's so much that's just.
What do you mean? Just make the game.
It's like, how do you know
that's what Twitter thinks, right? That's all you have to do according to Twitter, right? You just have to make the game.
Especially when we're starting from scratch and have to. Even the units are different, right? I remember there was a big argument about that in the early days of Smite too.
Oh yeah.
So how do you go through this process of making everything feel great, feel strictly better, right?
Yeah, I mean, because again, we know with Smite 2 where we're going, where we're headed, what features we need, what functionality we need. We know we need gods migrated. We know they're going to be better.
Once fighting is clearly started, I should pop all 3
pots. The great team at Kiteforge Games has a lot of experience knowing what that is, right? So daily, we will advance those features. We'll add that new functionality, new gods. So the pipeline of where we're going and how we get there is pretty straightforward.
I can't get anything off of my item.
Is executing on it like flawlessly.
Holy shit.
But
it's
daily,
19, right?
I will
19,
record,
so
I think we have maybe 4 or 5 different perspectives where we record the play tests that we have daily. And I will watch the gameplay. As I'm playing, I will make a note on the notepad looking for areas that just didn't feel right to me. And it's not a bug. I'm not worried about the bugs, right? The bugs we will find, but it's just something that didn't feel right. You know, there's going to be 1,000 little things that just don't quite feel right that I make a note. And every time I make a note, I go back, spend probably about an hour or 2 every single day watching back videos, frame by frame, of the time where I said that just didn't feel right. And when I look at those videos, most of the time it'll be like, okay, that I can justify why.
What's going on?
Oh, that's a person. Currently gaming.
It's a person.
Currently
and I said, hey,
finals to start.
And try to find ways to make it so that we resolve the reason why
my face.
I didn't feel right in that.
Your
We might make
face.
a design change, or we might change some effects, or we might like do something to make it a lot more clear so that the next time I'm encountering that situation.
I wish I had teammates, but I don't.
So I spend a lot of time doing that.
Yeah.
Attention to detail every day, watching.
Hey, I have a question. When I put you on during my meetup, did that like increase your viewership, or does like the views that you're getting through like VR chat not count?
It did, but I don't know how long you had me on for. So I don't know.
I had you on for like, I think like 40-ish minutes.
Okay, because after about so it just treats them as lurkers, and then Twitch treats lurkers as bots. Got it.
Watch this video and see if
Oh, so what happened? How long did it claim they were there?
About 15, which is, yeah, if I see someone pop up in chat and then disappear, I'll see the view count go down, even if it clearly hasn't gone down. Like, I'll see the same list of people, and then it'll just be like, yeah, you only have like 4 viewers, even though 7 of them were chatting an hour ago.
Watch and see, does anything feel weird or off to you in this moment? So.
Yeah, I think I had you on for longer than 15 minutes.
Nice.
I don't know, you were like, let me think about that. You were the second thing I put on?
Did you just call me a thing?
First I put on my friend who was watching a show.
So you just
They
put
were
on.
like,
So you just watched people who were watching things. You watched people watch stuff during your meetup.
really good at Bologna. It's just
yeah.
God.
And when that was done, I put you on because they weren't doing anything.
And I was in a game and then went in and then because I was waiting for the second. I think I was waiting for the second semis match to start.
I'm sorry, is this a MOBA map that's a straight line? Did I just see that right?
Yeah.
Is this ARAM or something?
No.
Okay.
No. There's no. I mean, this game has ARAM, but I don't have good enough luck for that shit.
And everything registering on my client. And so what I did was I broke down. If we can go back to that first break. This was the first shot, and if you look at the health bar, hopefully it reads well. The health bar is full, and if we advance one frame in my video playback,
Unfortunate.
you can see that my health is registered.
Yeah, it's a 3v3 mode.
Damage has happened to me, which means the server.
I stopped playing League of Legends because they got rid of their 3v3 mode.
I did not know League had the 3v3 mode.
They not only had a 3v3 mode, last time I actually tried to play League, which I didn't play for long, I literally played 2 games, and both games reminded me why I stopped playing League.
Is it players or the game? That's my question. Because there's a lot of issues with both.
It was the players. Okay, so game 1, when I tried to replay League, we had...
And so, I think that's the last of this series here.
I don't know how to explain this that doesn't sound like I'm a sore loser, so I'm just gonna explain what happened.
Go for it.
We had a rude enemy team that figured out that I hadn't played League in a long time, and so excessively bullied me. Like, it's technically good game sense, hey, this is the weak link on the team.
It depends, though, because there are times that you're not the person they should be focusing, and then they do anyway. And then it becomes a problem when your team just kind of stands there and is like, wow, we're going to not save this person.
Well, I was playing with friends, so they tried to save me.
Oh, okay.
It's just, you know, like,
As a result of finding this, we were able to kind of get all those in sync to where that.
So maybe it was good game sense to do it, but there's a difference in between good game sense and letting people have fun, and that wasn't it. And it's not like we were in ranked, we were in casual, and yet they were still extremely sweaty about it. And then basically went out of their way after the game was over in order to state in the game lobby that I shouldn't play League anymore because I'm just that bad at it.
Oh, people say that shit in fucking MOBAs all the time.
Yeah.
That one is one.
And I was just kind of feeling like
uninstall the game thing. That is, as far as I remember, that started in League.
Yeah, and that just was like a very unpleasant experience in general.
Yeah.
And then
disable all chat.
Frame by frame, I was breaking it down. His animation.
Yeah, I just still had it on from back when I used to play League.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, League players are not good at life.
I honestly have to express from having played League like 4 years ago, as much as people like to like pretend that this isn't true, League players were nicer 4 years ago. People like to pretend the game was always a completely...
Every game was less toxic 4 years ago because 4 years ago COVID hadn't hit yet. Every community got way worse when COVID hit, and none of them have gotten better again.
We're making those projectiles go in the right direction.
Yeah, we often uncover core issues there too. Like we have like
God damn it! And they're just, what are you doing?
Debugging lines that actually show what the client, the server
eat my teammates.
Debug lines. We could actually go and reproduce.
What did they do?
Nothing. That's the problem.
Every day, you have like a list of
They just keep watching people run at me. I'm playing a 1v3. They're playing a 2v3. It's not going well.
As many as we can get done on the top 10 list, and then every next day there's a new top 10 list, and it's just
and the next day,
like that every day.
and the next day.
And the whole idea there again is
okay.
It's not about fix even the highest priority issues for the next playtest. It's the 5 things that we feel like we can accomplish.
I don't know enough in order to know if you were just completely out of position, so they didn't help you, or. But I wanted to also express this. this is something I also think is wrong with competitive games.
Damage numbers or whatever.
There's a lot of people who don't understand that an unoptimal move is better than no move at all, and if you see your teammate doing something unoptimal, and it might work if you help them,
Yeah, it's better than trying
you
to
should get
active-
behind them.
Trying to get active on the map is a lot better than standing around doing nothing. That's
And
why I'm trying to be active on the
so
map. And we made them
that's-
surrender!
So that's why I was explaining at that moment that I'm not sure if you were out of position, because it looked like from my minimum understanding of MOBAs that they might have just decided you were out of position and didn't help you, but they should have like helped anyway.
Yeah, that was a very reasonable thing for me to go and try and take, and then I just had 3 people run at me, and Nemback and Kukul Khan just kind of sat in mid-farming.
He just disappears. And he's just gone for the rest of the game.
They're probably like in VC with each other, and
Not the way they're playing, I don't think so.
maybe.
That's awesome. And
I would be surprised.
a day later. So when you play it,
So the second game I played of League, because I only was playing with 2 friends. One of our teammates got upset because they lost their lane, and then just stayed in spawn and stopped playing.
Oh, wonderful.
So I'd only played 2 games, and I got reminded that the enemies are toxic and the allies are toxic, and it doesn't matter if you're playing casual. Everybody's sweaty.
Oh, yeah, no, League is one of the worst offenders of people take casual way too fucking seriously. Like I get annoyed with teammates sometimes, but I will never say anything to my teammates in a casual.
They recorded some of the playtest
Mm-hmm.
footage.
Not never. They're like, people can push limits. I will be, like, if you are actually just doing nothing or you start whining.
And maybe we could play the video and then we could just talk a little bit about like
So,
the feedback that we got from the
yes, League of Legends used to have a 3v3. It was called Twisted Tree Lines, and they even had like a competitive way to play it. And I liked 3v3 so much that I was actually Diamond in 3v3. There's like items in 3v3 that are in the main game, and it's got a completely different balance. And I'd started to play 3v3, and I think that this is so important, and a lot of people pretend it's not in League of Legends, and I don't know what fucking lunacy people are on when they claim this type of bullshit about team-based games. But people claim in a team-based game that your rank is completely based on your own performance, and teammates cannot sink your rank down.
I mean, okay.
I am going to absolutely assure you I didn't magically get more skilled overnight. I was stuck in bronze for a year, and then finally got to silver, and then pushed up immediately, like with like a 70% win rate, all the way up to diamond.
I have friends in Overwatch that are they are like mid to high diamond level, and then my rank is over here in bronze, silver in every role. But I'm as good as they are. But I'm in silver, they're in diamond because they play together and get up there, and I don't queue at the same times as they do frequently. So I just get screwed over.
Have you had them get on an ult and play with you, and then you like lose in like bronze?
Not specifically, but no. But yes, I have played with them on ults. No, we did not lose when it happened.
Okay. I would. That's something that I always want to like test a bit more empirically. I've got a personal anecdote, and yet people will still try to tell me that elo hell isn't a thing in these types of games. Where back when I did play Overwatch, I actually have 2 Blizzard accounts because of Flare, and Flare doesn't actually play Blizzard games anymore, so whatever, she just let me use her account for that type of stuff. And on Flare's account, I was bronze and could not get out of bronze. And on my account, I was gold.
One tick doesn't feel like a lot, but when
Are you gonna tell me I have 2 different skill levels, or are my teammates really like actually keeping me in bronze?
Yeah, it's also partially that the
being
theory
critical,
behind
being
the
honest about what they
thinking
experienced,
that
saying that it didn't feel right
you know you're
yet,
the only
and
factor,
that
your
gave us
teammates can't actually hold your rank down is
push to really
the
make
way
sure that
a
we were
lot of
trying
the
to
people
tune
that
that
say that are people that grind the shit out of these games,
I've kind of left you out of this
and
so
that's
far.
fine.
But I love you. You're my
But the
favorite.
people that do basically
Average.
nothing but play ranked, either in their free
the reason
time
why we
or
wanted you to
it's
be on
you know
panel today, right,
their
is
job
because,
in some
you've been
cases.
doing a lot of work thinking about
They play enough ranked
matchmaking and
that
ranks. Looking at Smite 1
they're
and thinking about
how
what
the
you wanna do
system is
differently
made
for
to
Smite 2. And
work,
I know
but
for
they're not
everybody
how it works in
would love us
practice
to have
because
better
the system
matchmaking and
is
better ranked,
to have a
and
good
I
ranked
think we're
system.
going to
You
Smite
need
2
to
with,
assume people are
here's my
going
plan.
to no life your
So,
ranked
yeah,
system.
tell us
Otherwise,
about
it's
what
not
we
going
have
to be
in
as
store,
accurate.
'cause I'm super excited.
But then when you have a good system, it's not as accurate for people who don't play ranked as much.
I've got another great thing to explain how, even if you don't think about it empirically and you just even think about it emotionally, the ranking systems of these games don't fucking make any sense. Which, this definitely sounds phallatical, you know, fallacy, when like I like say this out loud, but I'm still gonna stand by this appeal to emotion. How much do you think the chess community would riot if your elo wasn't just based on your performance during the game, but based on the performance of 4 random games that got started at the same time?
But going into Smite 2, we have a chance to use our better
I think the
systems
problem though is that you can't do individual performance in a lot of these team games because of how much team play and certain
Oh yeah, if they tried to do
factors are.
If they tried to do like individual performance, there would be certain roles that would be worse for climbing just because they failed their algorithm on it, for example. No, it would be like a fucking mess.
If you did
I
individual
agree.
performance in Smite, or sorry, not Smite, in Paladins and Overwatch, you'd run into a huge issue immediately with off tanks, off supports, because they just get less credit for the shit that they do. And I mean, even tanks in general, because early on the devs thought that Overwatch would probably be able to adjust this. Paladins probably would take a little more work because of needing to fuck with credits and everything. But the devs early on kind of thought that tanks were going to stand on the objective, so you get more credit for just standing on the objective, which is not what the tank does.
So part of that is that with these new systems,
Yeah, especially in Overwatch. I don't know about Overwatch 2. I'm talking about Overwatch 1. They changed the fucking balance a lot. No. I genuinely don't feel it's the same game.
It's the same game. It's the same game.
Thank you. And gathering that data, making sure that we are always working on it. And part of that is also going to be this.
It was a huge balance patch where they band-aided, as they always do,
Okay.
a very lazy solution to a problem that they created for themselves.
Skill rating algorithm that's used.
I don't disagree with you there. I'm saying that
And the thing about shooters is that
they made the tanks even more important, and my statements might not ring true because of the bullshit they did to the balance while changing the game to Overwatch 1.2. Okay?
1.2. I heard 1.5. We're not even given that much credit.
I'm not even giving that much credit. They took away a character and then made the tanks 3 times beefier.
It's just, you know, it's just
That's not a new game.
We're just on Overwatch season like 40 or whatever the
That
fuck.
would be like releasing an expansion for Hearthstone that had 3 times as many cards as a normal expansion and then calling it Hearthstone 2.
we'd have 2 teams, and it looked like they
Yu-Gi-Oh! 2!
But on one side,
I genuinely actually feel like with Yu-Gi-Oh! We are actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! 2.
Kind of
because
are, yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has changed so...
Duelist Alliance
Yu-Gi-Oh!
was the beginning
has...
of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! has, in my opinion, genuinely changed into a new card game. And it's not rose-tinted glasses when you say I like the old
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh!
is completely different. Literally, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! is 3 different games, kind of. Because you have before Duelist Alliance, and then from Duelist Alliance up to I don't know what set it would be, but I guess pre-Double Helix. So I guess just Arc 5 period, and then fucking Modern, everything after Lynx came out, everything after Double Helix came out.
and finally, you know, how you handle a casual match.
And then they all play completely differently. And
yeah, I'll cover some of our plans for ranks.
Pandera is basically just the middle ground, but it's honestly it's the best form of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be honest.
And
Because it's got all of the crazy dumb shit of modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but it still has a lot of the things that feel like interaction and skill expression. Sometimes they're not, but they feel more like it than modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, you could also argue that Yu-Gi-Oh is moving into kind of a fourth stage now, where we have what a lot of people are calling postmodern Yu-Gi-Oh, where there actually is a lot more interaction now. I don't know if I believe that yet, but on the trajectory we're going, it's basically just going to postmodern Yu-Gi-Oh is just modern Yu-Gi-Oh but more interactive.
So important is that the best way to improve matchmaking is always just to have more. It's kind of the one quick trick always to make better games is to have more data points to pull from. And for Smite 1, the ranked player base is super passionate, super loyal, but comparatively small to kind of our contemporaries.
What was I gonna say? What?
Not you. The stream. Don't do it. We literally just talked about this.
Only 5% have ever even tried a ranked match of any mode.
What's going on?
20 players only, and you know, although some people don't want to necessarily play
As someone who doesn't play Smite,
they're talking about
a system that is more inviting to.
I can see the card says ranked, but
yeah.
Remember, I'm like a minute in the past, so I'm sitting here in anticipation.
Yeah. Well, it's what they're talking about. They're talking about making better matchmaking and having more data points, and I'm worried that they're about to be like, individual performance, which is gonna fucking suck for tank players. Because unless your team is rolling, you're always gonna be negative on tank.
Party limitations, so both size limitations and rank limitations.
By world.
As far as rank limitations, size limitations go, the whole idea is to keep the top end.
Okay, so Twisted Tree Line
dominated by parties
as a 3v3 mode. This is what I was starting to say earlier when we ended up on the Elo rant. Twisted Tree Line as a 3v3 mode, my teammates are less capable of fucking things up.
Yep.
My individual performance matters so much more.
Because there are less teammates to screw things up and less enemies to just be way out of place.
Which is the average MMR.
I actually do think enemies being way out of place and anticipating that is part of the skill, and most people will just like hand wave that and go, I shouldn't have anticipated that.
If you are,
although at the same time,
if you're a silver playing
against I think I'm about to like make your argument. I do think I'm about to make your argument that you're about to say. Although I do have to say, the game is just intrinsically a different game at high ranks than low ranks.
Yes.
There's locations you will see a bronze player that you will never see a player at a higher rank. And then that can kill you purely because it's genuinely like, why the fuck were they there? And the answer is not, well, it worked.
It happens all the time to me in Siege. It's just like, why the fuck are you there? What the fuck? What is life?
And it's not even a situation where you can go, well, it worked, so it obviously was a good idea. You're
No,
like,
it
no,
worked
it worked because it was a bad idea.
You play around, you play around good decisions. They make bad decisions, and you get punished.
Yep. Like there is an actual reason that it's like a there is a reason that it's an old proverb. It's like
super excited we've gotten the chance to share it with some of our creators in the past.
It's like modern Yu-Gi-Oh and getting hit with Mirror Force. Like it happens in Master Duel. It shouldn't, but it does.
One of the points on there was maybe the first one down when ranked.
You just reminded me. You just reminded me of a time when I won a duel and my opponent like got so bad and actually just flat out told me, you didn't win because your deck is good. You won because your deck is so unfathomably bad. And I said, you right though.
Sometimes that's what happens, yes.
Because, look, I played two cards. I played a trap card that has, as part of its effect, the words, your life points cannot change this turn. And then I played self-destruct button. So I think you understand why, like, he was like, you didn't win because your deck's good. You won because your deck is unfathomably bad. Why would I have a defense for that?
I mean, sometimes it's just true.
Here's the battle over, and the top end will be sort of redesigned to make sure that the difference between the top 2%, the top 1%, and the top 0.5% is really shown. And there's a lot more to earn in our system, and we're so excited to show off all the plans for this in the future.
Oh, and
yeah,
exactly.
To see who hits, right? Because right now it's like, well, there's a lot of players that we know are at the tippity top, but like if you gave them the opportunity, who would really rise to take
I can
the crowd?
spoil it a little bit. We
Anyway,
simulated a ranked season under our new mode.
So yes, there is a proverb that has been around for ages, way before video games, that a master of the blade only has to fear a novice, because no one knows what he's going to do.
Quality over quantity, so we don't want it to be just
Um,
a grind fest where you have 2,000
And it's true, like, especially like it's just one of the reasons that one of the reasons that ranking in video games really goes so badly is purely because I can say with genuine certainty the people at Silver are playing a different game than the people at Diamond. Which might be part of the reason that earlier in my Overwatch example I told you that I had an account at Bronze that I couldn't get out of Bronze. And then I had an account at Gold that I couldn't get past Gold, and I felt like that was my actual skill cap. Well, maybe the reason I couldn't get ahead in Bronze is because those people are playing a completely fucking different game.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why when people get out of Bronze and they get to Silver, they feel like they're so dramatically outmatched. And same with any other rank change.
Like, I can't
Or why someone, if they fall out of Gold, can suddenly like lose a bunch more matches and then post something demoralized about how, yo, I was like playing at Gold, I dropped to Silver, and then I got pushed all the way back to Bronze.
Well, yeah, like I can't play in low-rank siege lobbies because everyone just runs around playing
And then
Call of Duty. The entire
and then some chuckle
thing
fuck,
with
and
Siege
then
is that it's not like there are other things to do than shoot constantly. That people are just
and then
sprinting
some
around.
chuckle fuck will respond on Reddit or the forums when you complained about having dropped from Gold to Bronze. That sounds like that's your true skill level.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, I've been in this rank for literally the game's entire lifespan. I drop out of it once and I can't get it back. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
And the kind of
Yeah.
key things here.
You are now about to become wet! We all walked out of the great wetness of 2024. I cry. Oh, there's an event in Smite lore that I refer to as the Great Headpad of 2022?
Sure,
Yeah, it's 22.
tell me about it.
It's 22. So basically Tiamat shows up and is the main villain for an entire arc, and then Shiva shows up, there's more to it, but I describe it as Shiva shows up, head pats the dragon, and then everyone's friends. That's basically how the arc ends. That's not exactly what happens, but it's basically what happens.
Analyzes your gameplay.
Dude, anal gameplay? Let's go.
What?
And also, you can
Anal gameplay.
11
Smite 2 has anal gameplay.
Just by playing the game and getting experience that way. So even if you haven't played much Smite,
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I had something really cool happen on Reddit yesterday. Genuinely cool.
Oh, okay.
In Smite 1 for free just by playing through this system, which is pretty exciting. The last thing, which we didn't really go into much detail on in the keynote because there was already so much to say, is that you're going to get a bunch of badges in Smite 2 that honor very specific things that you've done in Smite 1. So if you were a closed beta player in
Worth
Smite
it.
1,
Got a stack.
you're going to get an avatar in Smite 2 that's a badge in Smite 2 that says I was a closed beta player in Smite 1. If you
that's cool.
had Archon Thanatos in Smite 1, you're going to get a badge that shows that you own Archon Thanatos in Smite 2. We've got a list of it's more than 50 things that we're tracking that when we went through, we felt were like some
That's
of the
cool.
most important things.
So it's you're still gonna have like your instead of having the limited time shit that we have now, we're just gonna have limited time shit that says I have the limited time shit.
Level and stars for each god in Smite 1.
You know, understandable. Have nice,
80
Dave.
stars on Aphrodite. You can show everybody in Smite 2 that you had 80
That's what I wanna
stars
know.
on
Who the
Aphrodite
fuck's
in
building
Smite 1.
thorns on you, Mojo?
So hopefully that feels good. And I know there were a lot of questions that came up about the systems over the past few days. So we tried to answer a couple of the most commonly asked questions here on this next slide. One of them was, how did you choose the Divine Legacy skins? And we actually went through the data of the most equipped skins per character. And we were like, okay, well, we're just going to pick the most equipped skin per god that we're going to be moving over towards the beginning. And we wanted to prioritize...
Oh no. Oh no.
Why not just port over all of the tier 5s? Because, you know, those are kind of the most prestigious skins. And really, those skins have a ton of custom tech to make them function. You know, we kind of said in the keynote that it takes about 8 per...
So, I just went to go pull up the thread I was talking about on Reddit, and I have to say never mind, but I'm going to tell you my story anyway. So, you've heard statements like,
common.
God damn it, you fuck. Don't make me gag you on your stream, seriously, let me talk.
Get these nuts!
But, you know, we're always listening to the community, so I just wanted to let you know that's kind of the answer to that question.
So, you've probably heard statements like the statement, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
I've never heard the second part, but okay, sure, I'll go with it.
Okay, that actually, like, helps prove my point. Or, maybe you've heard somebody, like, say before, if you've been online, that, the line isn't blood is thicker than water, it is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. And they're like statements where people basically like add additional lines in order to completely change the meaning of the original quote to mean the exact opposite. But all of these come with an appeal to authority of a sort, where people like go, you know, the original phrase isn't that curiosity killed the cat, which tells you that you should never be curious about anything. The statement was, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, which means that, well, it can be dangerous to ask questions. Knowing the answer is ultimately the greatest good. It's just like, no, that's not the statement at all. Or, another great one that you might have actually heard is the customer is always right in matters of taste.
Nope.
No, the statement was the customer is always right.
Yeah.
In matters of taste was added later.
Yeah.
But so many people will rally behind, yeah, the original statement was in matters of taste, because it's a conviction people really love to know. Like, people love to have that in order to, like, go, no, what I've been told in the service industry is fucking stupid. These customers are assholes, right? And I wish we had a word for all these statements. But I was given a new one. Last night. Which is someone said imitation's the greatest compliment, which is an incorrect phrasing of it, but you know. And then someone like added ... that mediocrity can pay to greatness. Say the whole thing. And I went to go Google it so I could go yell at the guy. But I found his quote as a fairly old quote. I found it from like this guy who like existed back in like 1910. And I actually like thought he existed. Like, listen, the reason I say existed instead of lived is because I can find no other information indicating that this guy ever did anything else important in his life than make this quote.
Say this sentence.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's a guy who there's a French dude whose entire legacy is getting stabbed in freaking, you know, everyone means.
Okay, I'm not joking. The quote claims that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness, is quoted as being said by Oscar Wilde, but Oscar Wilde is quoted saying that he's quoting some guy he met in a bar.
Oh my god, really?
Yes.
That's hilarious. That's amazing.
So we don't know who wrote it.
We don't know who we're quoting. But we sure are.
But Oscar, that's why I said he existed. You know? Because I don't even know who he was. He might not even be real. Oscar might have just made it up because, like, he frankly knew that what he was saying sounds like is a jackass statement. You know? What's better, to be a jackass yourself or to claim, you know, some guy in the bar once said this asinine thing to me, but I'm gonna pass it off because, like, I really love it. You know, I'm making me feel good when you, imitate me. You're just showing me how pathetic you are. Which is what he's saying when he goes that imitation is not the greatest form of flattery, imitation is the greatest form of flattery mediocrity can pay to me. You know? Anyway. So, I, in my research, couldn't actually find the original sourcing of the quote, and I actually thought this might have been the original source of the quote. And I was going to tell you that I'd finally found one. I'd found a situation where there was more to the phrase that completely changes its meaning, and it was actually the original. But apparently that's not the case. No, it's just another example of people fucking changing shit.
gameplay that we want to have those gods experience. We want to be careful with every one of them and reevaluate everyone that we bring into the game. So for those two reasons, it's like starting with a smaller roster, make sure that we deliver the best quality god play, you know, and then also hopefully can re-engage the 40 million players over the lifetime of Smite and get back into it.
To jump in on that, just one other point, it's also really exciting for players who have never played Smite before, because one of the things that we see with the new players coming into the game is that it's a little overwhelming to figure out your niche, figure out which specific god speaks to you, and the smaller roster is like perfect for that. And we all thought that
we got one.
That we want to get to
Yes,
free to play
eat me with your coffin.
That wave of
Nope, nope, not like that, not like that. I didn't say stick me in a coffin. I said eat me with your coffin. It's very different statements, sir.
We do want to keep moving fast until we get to at least 100 gods, because we know we need to get to that level and have everybody's favorite god there as soon as we possibly can. And we want to hear from you, like, what are your favorite gods? What do you want us to be making? Like, you know,
there's a meeting we had where we were all sitting there, and you'd also compiled a list of a whole bunch of people you talked to about how they ranked it, and that meeting was passionate.
I could go Acts of Animosity and then just go like something stupid like Cyclopean Ring. That would be hilarious.
Like, definitely send your suggestions. We're listening.
Maybe we could even say that we could spoil a little bit and say that the next god is Fenrir. No, that's actually true.
Okay, well, actually, nice god Fenrir. Okay, awesome. Awesome here.
Yeah.
We've covered a lot today. Thank you guys so much for being up here. I think we have one more little teaser for everybody out there in the audience. How many of you remember an old skin that you got for playing Smite 1 in closed beta? Yeah, can we see that skin in Smite 1? Just maybe take a quick look. So this is Cacodemon Emir. He's maybe
I like how Vulcan just needed to throw one ability and that would have been done like immediately.
And we thought, man, what would we do if we could build a skin for Smite 2 from the
Pro
ground
tip,
up,
chat,
no
if you're playing a
restrictions
game
whatsoever, taking full
and your
advantage of UE5.
Healy person
Let's see what Cacodemon
has
Emir
to
looks like, in
frickin'
UE5.
hit you, don't jerk around if you want to get healed. Because you won't.
You know, one of the
Dodge it.
strangest
Fucking
things...
moron.
One of the strangest things I ever saw on Reddit was a screenshot of Overwatch shortly after the game came out, where Junkrat, a character with absolutely no healing, was marked as the the top healer on the team that game with 1 point of healing to other teammates.
We can do with the foundation that we've built for Smite 2. And what we've been showing this weekend is really like
And to this day, I have never gotten an explanation and never will for what happened.
Go with the broccoli trees and with, you know, all of the differences then. Like, I'm so excited to see.
I would have even accepted Blizzard going, we don't know, but they wouldn't say anything about it.
No, because that's just not a thing that's going to happen. Because game devs saying
Smaller company would have.
Like game devs saying we fucked up. It don't happen.
It should happen more. It used to happen in small games.
I mean,
And besides, can you see like how funny communities would probably take it if you did actually just say, "Yo, we don't know about something"?
I mean, the Siege devs told us in a blog post back when the audio bug was like at its worst. Then they got rid of it, and then it came back. That was funny. They were basically just like, yeah, so the entire reason this bug even exists is because we fucked up and thought we could be lazy. Was the gist of it. They thought things wouldn't break, then they did, then they thought it would resolve itself, so they didn't try to fix it, and by the time they actually did get around to trying to fix it, it was just way too late, and they had to rebuild a lot of audio shit for the game.
Mm-hmm.
But they, like, came out and said that, and it was cool, but it was also really funny. Not as funny as the time that a Siege dev posted fucking the neck shot thread that they wiped from the internet. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it, they'll come after my VOD. I'm only half joking when I say that, to be fair. But they've wiped that shit from the internet.
Can I tell you a skill I formed in League of Legends that I would honestly say, without hubris?
Can I guess?
Sure.
Alright,
You'll never guess, right?
taking the enemy ADC and turning them into one spaghetti.
No.
Fuck. I was really confident with
Tell
that
you
one.
what, I'll give you like 3 subs if you can like guess with like 1 hint. Okay? Thing I'm about to tell you involves bot games.
It involves
and it's a skill that I don't think most players, as in like probably any player, had actually developed in the game.
Looking, performing.
So what am I about to brag about? Go ahead and
A
guess.
skill involving bot games that most players don't have.
It's when the pressure is on and I'm ready to make my move. Snatching victory.
See, there's part of me that wants to think that it has something to do with,
feeling my
with having to deal with being camped in lane. Because the jungle bots don't even try to jungle, they're just a second top laner. I don't know if I wanna lock that in. Because that's the instinctive first thing when I hear bot games and skill most people don't have.
Okay, you're wrong. Now I'm gonna tell you what it is.
I was gonna
This is something that I am confident. Oh, okay. Alright, fine. Think more.
I'm trying to figure out what it could be in a bot game, because like I said, that was not...
You can probably assume. I guess I'm gonna give you like a second hint here, but it's a small hint. It's to factor you in the right direction. The reason I mention a bot game is this is something you could not test in a real game. This is a skill you cannot form against players.
Okay, now I'm confused. Learn how to taunt your enemies with all of the no-no words. Without ever being
You can do that
punished.
against players. Okay, you can't do that against players. Okay, fine. I'm gonna tell you anyway. You're out of time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have anything. That one made it more confusing.
So this is something that I honestly believe that even most challenger tier players couldn't do because it requires a completely... I think they could do it if they tried, if they even knew to start practicing for it. But this is one of those things that it's like what jackass would even learn how to do this type thing? I, with 9 different champions, could beat 1v5s against the advanced bots.
Okay, you can 1v5 in... Okay. You can 1v5
From the beginning. From the beginning. There's no other
you
bots.
mean like the entire game 1v5? Okay.
The entire game.
Okay.
Beat an entire game 1v5. From the start.
Just play cat, it'll work out. You can do that against players.
And I started with like 1v3 and then moved up to 1v4 and then moved up to 1v5. And I was slowly starting to get it with every champion. I had like 9 of them when I finally quit. And I had beaten 1v4s with every champion. Even the supports. I was doing I'd done every champion in the game. 1v4. And this is one of those things where it's not like I actually had learned a skill that was useful in any way. Don't misunderstand me.
It would have been useful for content.
Actually, you're right. Like, if I still, like, cared about League of Legends, that would have been hilarious fucking League of Legends combat.
That would be really funny content, yes. Need to hit 20, holy shit.
That would actually be really cool content. If I ever wanted to get back into League, like, that's, like, a way to play League that is not toxic. And it would be very novel. Like, that might actually, like, get views.
Novel these nuts.
Not on stream.
I will never be careful, fuck you!
Have I ever told you that I love that your channel points are thonks?
I don't think you've said that, but I was trying to think of something stupid to make them, and yeah, that's what we went with. Come back here, you salad waffle! I only wish to ignite your cheeseburgers with the force of...
So yeah, it's not like this is a skill that's actually useful, but it's a skill I generated, and I can probably say I'm the only player who had it, not because it's actually like something that is the only thing I would have, but purely because who the fuck would learn to do that, and so I was the only person who had.
Yeah, because why would you? So who would? And so it was just no one. But it was funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we still have to wait another 20 minutes. Alright, well, we're queuing up for another fucking game of Joust, chat.
Okay, I can see that, like, he has no way of actually defending himself, really. But I find it funny that their Nexus in this game actually theoretically fights back. It's just he's too weak to do anything.
Oh, the Titans hit really fucking hard.
Okay, well, maybe it was just the perspective, but it looked like he couldn't defend himself.
Well, yeah, because we have two full damage assholes, and then I popped relics so that they didn't die. Because Hunbats decided to go in and tank it. Oh, he was also on a couple tank items, which helps.
Alright.
There's just no music playing from the stream. They just ran out of music. They just ran out of music.
Well, I'm gonna go. I've enjoyed hanging out with you. Thanks for letting me, like, smash. Yeah, I'll talk with you later.
That is not the game I'm playing. Oh no! She left! I am also going to left and refill my water. Hopefully I don't get screwed into having to... I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully I don't get screwed into having to do something I don't want to do when I come back.
Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines in concrete. Speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines in concrete. wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames.
Okay, there we go. Had to pick a character, and then I had to remove Cat from room. Okay, is the Thor building tank? Because that determines my build path. That's why I picked E-Shell, because it'll be nice and flexible. Because if the Thor's building tanky, we can roll with it. He's going. There's no further. Playing Morgan's. Probably. Okay, well, either way I'm going Horn Shard. And I guess either way we're going Gem. No. No, I want to go Axe if I go tank, actually. I'd be so fucking late to this shit. E-Shell's, like... Okay, let's get Bow. Yeah, he's going damage, okay. I could have been there with E-Shell, I needed to see that the Thor was going for damage. Okay, give me the... Great. Did they clear red already? They did. That's unfortunate. Arthur has strange. I said. Owie. The nice thing is they've all got the movement abilities to trigger my shenanigans, so. Ooh. We got first blood, that's huge. Damn. Aegis? Seriously? He does. Why would you ever go first round with Aegis? And wow. Like, that is the objective. We were literally just talking about people getting shit out of going the wrong decisions. Dude literally just got his life saved by a bad decision. Like, you're playing into Thor, Morgan, E-Shell. Wow, they just cleared out all the fucking camps. That sucks. You're playing into Thor, Morgan, E-Shell. Why in the hell, fuck, would you ever conceivably think that Aegis is the correct first relic? $17.50, right? Up. You know what? Actually, in that case, wait, I can just back them. Yeah, I should have just backed. That's okay. And away I go! He's doing more mana regen than this. Because fucking support items keep you. I don't know how the tower targeted me. I didn't step in tower line. I really feel like I didn't step in tower line. Damn, if I were going power, that would have worked. Damn, if I were going power, that would have worked. Now, I do not think Thor should have gone in. I went in because I'm tanky. Kind of. Much tankier than they are. unfortunate that I can't do more than that because of mana. If only there were some kind of buff for that. To be fair, it's expired. It's new blue buff now, but alright, if Thor comes and helps me with this, we'll be well off. He's building a hammer. Oh my god, is he actually building Bruiser? Okay, I need this shit. I'm more after the gold from the chests than anything else. But we got that, so we're good. I have to be really careful about my ability usage right now. Face check red, make sure we have timer on it. There we go. I mean, if Arthur steps up, he's dead. But I feel like he's got to know that. Hi, Set. Nice. So Set is over in the jungle somewhere. Where'd he go? Boring. Skaloof. I think I missed. Nice! Oh, what music to have on. That worked out stupidly well, huh? Not inside of that. Oh wait, shit. The one doesn't actually give me anything for leveling it, huh? Got my stack. I have enough for thieves, right? I do. We need mana regen in this build, but we can get that. Because honestly, what we do here is we just filtered MP5. We just go Valorons. Right. Surely that's the play. I'm gonna wait for my flip. Yeah, it's down for a minute and a half, but getting the 20 seconds off that cooldown is gonna be big. I'm gonna miss a wave if we wait for it, but honestly, it's probably fine. She's just leaving me to it. Oh my god, are you serious? Like, I have Thebes. You need to give me assists on the minions, lady. Hi, you set. Thanks for the stack, idiot. Yeah, having to do this into Arthur is actually kind of shit. Damn, if I had just picked a target instead of trying to get spicy, I would have gotten at least one of them. But we probably only would have done one. Go. Got a magic stack as well. Thor, back the fuck out. Okay, no, that's Dawnbringer. He is just gonna. I mean, if you want to get closer, I can gladly accommodate. Coach. I have max fist X now. Nice. Eset's going to be huge prio for me to at least be poking at now, though. We're probably going to build Relic Dagger somewhere in this build just to keep my relics up as often as possible. Nice! Huge. Huge. Hit the tower. Hit the tower. Hit the tower! Like, the play there was definitely hitting the tower, and I'm upset that we didn't, but it's fine. It's okay. I lived, and we got set, and the tower. All is fine. Still need to do a lot of poking into Eset. I don't know enough for the glyph yet, do I? No. That's okay. I just go something basic bitch like E-Staff. You know, I'm probably not going to go Onis. I'm probably going to go Shoguns, actually. Because I want to upgrade my axe into the haha funny auto attacker. Perfect. Just where I wanted you to be. Damn, she popped Aegis. Oh, hi, Eset. You're who I wanted to hit. And then I hit her and it didn't stack. Fucking awesome. Oh my fucking god, it's not stacking. Bullshit. Why is it happening to me so much? Alright, so yeah, we're gonna go Cyclopean and Shoguns. We're gonna commit to this meme, chat. I do have Thebes fully stacked, which is nice. How many magic cards? Let's do 20. Yeah, that's enough to justify, honestly. We're gonna go Belt. We're just gonna get aggressive. I'm about to do funny shit, chat. You don't understand, okay? You're about to see some shenanigans. Hi, Eset.
And now, it's time for the grand finals of the Smite World Champions. Introducing your teams.
Wait, the grand finals of the Smite World Champions?
Dragons. Someone who's grown up in front of our eyes. A hunter known for his unbridled aggression from Newcastle, England.
I cried.
Man, Vapourish Coast.
Fucking negative CDR. Yo, tank fighting, I'm the winner. Let's get a bit of gold here, if I can. My clearest balls. Alright, we got it. got enough for Shoguns. I have to poke E-set. I have to poke E-set. Dude, my shit's going through her.
A leader of the league.
There we go.
A staple of the scene. Someone you can look up to. Representing Baltimore, Maryland. Give it up for Polar Bear Mike.
I like how Thor waited that long. That was really cool of him. I like the PBM cheers. Those are fun.
A multi-role superstar.
Once we get to 26, sell out of recipe to get the ring. We're gonna do funny shit.
Is better from Paris, France. Darden.
Arthur stopped everything on their team, holy shit. I only have 7 kills, that's a lot. I don't know if I get Cyclopean. I don't know if I get far enough in the build chat. I'm gonna cry. I want to get purple as well. Once I get Cyclopean, I want to be dominating that purple buff.
The win in this team's
Or starter upgrade. I'll want to be dominating purple.
A man of the people, a winner in every sense of the word.
Oh, it's
Hailing
over.
from the country of Georgia, put it together for Nika!
Well, man, I didn't even get to finish my build. Fucking shit. I'm too tanky for you shit, Titan.
As big as his playbook, and the experience to match, hailing from Cairo, Egypt, Cherio!
Alright, I'm gonna be screen sharing in Discord. Unless it makes stream shift to bed, then I'm gonna be sad. I want to see Genetics pull out something absolutely, completely, and utterly ridiculous.
One more time, welcome to the stage, the Dragons!
I almost matched full damage. And I outdamaged the E-set. Dude, I was full tank. I didn't even get to my damage yet. I didn't even get to Cyclopean and Axe yet. I want to see what this build does on paper, actually.
And their opponents, across the way, please welcome the Oni Warriors!
Nee. I hate having to scroll because my fucking scroll wheel was broken. Oh yeah, right. It's training, so I can use any skills. We're going with Cinder.
From Lima, Peru, Netrion!
I'm not going to be unhappy no matter who wins this, provided the matches are good. But yesterday also set a really high bar. Yesterday, plus the fact that this is cringe finals, sets a really high bar.
Last year's world champion support.
So you know. Yeah, Genetics the meme lord. Slay the enemy Titan to be victorious. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, game. How helpful of you.
They promised us greatness. And
I thought I clicked in the same place, and
the
yet
future of the mid lane, and the future is now.
my cursor didn't move, and yet fucking okay, whatever game, whatever you're smoking game. Have fun with that.
The best jungler of the modern era. From Guatemala, the Jungle Diff.
The Jungle Diff. Damn. So 56 and then 8% of max HP, which is kind of nutty.
Unrelenting and unstoppable. He is not trolling. S-O-T!
It's alright. I kind of like this, though, for just a little bit of flavor, you know? Stream froze. Is this me? No, this is them. God damn it. High res, why? Alright, well, that's enough shenanigans for the moment. Over here in Smite 1, the peasant game. Oh my god.
And
we're finally getting in the grand finals.
And just as thousands of Smite fans have descended into Arlington, Texas, our eyes now turn to the final, the pinnacle, the greatest game of Smite that will be played this year, and it's the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors who will play it. A best of 5 separates one of these two teams from lifting the hammer on that stage. My name is Dolson. To join me for the rest of this day, Mifflin, Inbound, and Hazer. A long weekend, fellas, some long days. Friday, Saturday, we got here, and we have whittled it down to 2. 2 teams coming into this set on a 3-game win streak, Hazer.
Yeah, and it's not the top 2 seeds. First and second seeds knocked out already. The third and fourth seeds will battle out. Both teams that they had expectations weighted upon them, but I feel like they've already exceeded what a lot of people thought they could do.
Yeah, and both of these teams have reached those heights that we expected out of them that we hadn't really seen the entire rest of the year. And now they're finally at that point. They're hitting that pinnacle, and they're going head to head.
Miff, what's your read here? You talk about momentum coming into a final set. I mean, gotta be the team that hasn't dropped a game all weekend long, right?
I mean,
but also riding a
but
reverse
it's also
sweep.
the team that has the crowd at their back. If it's a 6v6, including coaches on the stage.
That's true.
It feels like the Jade Dragons just have an army behind them with the fans here.
There's
I mean, the totem has an army behind it.
Apples to apples. Fans to fans might be a worthwhile comparison later on in the day as well when these teams are needing energy. But we will start over in the duo lane. An exciting matchup here, guys, because you look at Netrioid versus Vaporish Coast.
Oh my
Coast
goodness.
no stranger to playing aggressive and trying to find 1v1s. Netrioid has played that way in the past as well. But what do you look at here in the duo lane, Inbound?
I love the
I think I look at Netroid.
Afro
Netroid
hell.
What supremely?
What have I
almost
missed?
Reinvented himself for this tournament. He's willing to play those early game gods. He's willing to dominate. We've been seeing him build consistent crit, which is something we want to see. And he's been dominating in those team fights. Perfect positioning, perfect follow-up, and always where he needs to be.
Yeah, and on the other side, it took Coast a little bit to warm into this tournament, I think. Those first 2 games in the semi-final, he went down this road of the Kings build with Silver Brand, switched over to the crit, and started dominating team fights. I want to see him stick with that. The Hatchy man that he's played 6 out of 7 games so far this event. I don't think he's going to be getting it.
Maybe that's something Oni Warriors are able to key in on. Remember, pivotal plays from Vaporish Coast at the end of that game 5 yesterday to help the Jade Dragons make their way into the grand finals. Okay.
Well.
Understood.
Well.
You know what? No, because bias might start leaking through here. Let's compare the next guy over there in the duo lane. Genetics versus Polar Bear Mike. Polar opposites, maybe, with current sentiment. And Genetics is playing this role, not only support, but the villain role very, very well, Myth.
I mean, but look at his God pool, Dave. It runs so deep. We've seen Genetics be the most target banned player at just about every single event he's played at, and still somehow has something in the back pocket. PBM's got great pressure in lane, but if we're talking pure adaptability, I don't think anyone's topping Genetics.
And that's for sure true, but the one thing I'm eyeing in on is that Ganesh, something that Mike is now showing that he is willing to play, which is perfect going into these finals. I expect Ganesh to be that highly targeted god.
For me, it's the Yamoja for Genetics. I do not want to see him get this pick. I want it taken away. I do not want to see it at all. And we do all dream of a team of PBMs.
I think Mike has some fans here today. Sounds like it to me. And a throwback to the Jazzberry Jammers. We'll see if the squad gets some of that going here today in our grand finals. Over in the mid lane, another great one, a veteran of years of Smite in Dardes for the Jade Dragons against Mifflin, one of the best newcomers we've seen step on stage.
I mean, if we're talking raw mechanical skill, you can't look any further than Pagon. This guy has been a force out of the mid lane. Gets a bit crazy sometimes. He's a loose cannon. But Dardes on the other side playing his own unique meta. He's going to play whatever he wants. He's got the entirety of the Smite God list there.
Erlang was crazy.
In the middle there, and how about the guts inbound to go to an Erlang Shen in a must-win Game 5?
And that's what I like to see, that confidence. He knows that that Erlang set matchup is so dominated by this Erlang, and he's happy to go back to it. We haven't seen it in a while, and he still has that confidence to pull it out in that Game 5, and he dominated with it. So that's something that the Warriors are going to have to pay attention to.
A guy with a god pool so large, he puts our graphics to their limits. Unbelievable. So many gods, and I think he might have to go deep in this set.
Not a pixel wasted in that comparison graphic. It is the year of the dragon, I might add. See if it holds true for the Jade Dragons. A jungle matchup for the ages. Lasbra started to have a really good set towards the end of the best of 5 yesterday. And Mifflin Panatom, maybe one of the best to ever do it.
I mean, I am an unabashed Panatom stan. I've been talking this guy up all year. He has only impressed me. I think you could count bad games on no hands. You can't find one from him.
And this is the time I'll let you gush about junglers, because these two have been playing to the top of their game. And Panatom, as you said, incredibly impressive games. I mean, all throughout this tournament, all throughout this year. And he has this kind of eclectic god pool with what he wants to play also. He'll play that Athena just to be able to flex it somewhere else. So he's not just stuck on those more hard carry assassins.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys have evolved into role players, right? They're both able to play many different styles and provide whatever the team comp that they're in needs.
You ready for this one here, fellas? Let's look over at the solo lane. We've got SOT and Nika going toe-to-toe.
Jeez.
And I mean, our poor graphics folks, they have used every single inch of these graphics. And I'll let the crowd speak for itself here for a moment. And Myth, I think that is going to be important here today. Energy and support, it really turned that set around yesterday. A lot of it started around Totem, and Nika, he fueled into it. He played into it.
There's got to be additional pressure on these soul laners to control Totem just to keep the crowd on their side.
I've not heard Chug's unspecified beverage.
No way!
They'll fight over it.
Oh, no shot.
Oh, come on now.
He's got to breathe.
Yeah! He gets through
the
it.
rest of us.
Inbound. What do you see over in the solo lane?
I mean, I'll double down on that Totem sentiment. I expect Osiris's Bellonas, they're going to want to play for these, because more so than just helping your team out, you're getting the crowd behind you cheering for these Totems, and it means a lot when we get to these emotional
playing for Totem is
finals.
unironically going
with,
to be
with
really
everything
big
in you, with everything behind you,
if either team's going to be
it's an
way better.
emotional game.
Yeah, it's a difficult
the
one
crowd's
to
gonna get
manage
behind
as well, because
whoever
it's something you don't deal with for the rest of the year. And then 1 set a year, 2 sets a year, 3 sets a year, you deal with the pressure of the crowd, and you need to take the momentum away from the Jade Dragons if you're the only Warriors.
I'm judging by what I'm hearing that a couple of our players have joined Kelly over on the stage. Myth, I want to talk about, normally the second game is the most important, of course, in a best of 5. I actually think it might be game one, and I might agree with you here in this set, Mev. Do you think these two teams very momentum-based?
I mean, not even just these two teams. When you have a best-of-5 matchup, when the stakes are this high, setting the tone, setting the pace, letting the enemy team know this is exactly how things are going to go down is so, so important. The Jade Dragon's always been a momentum-based team. Important for the Oni Warriors to stop them there, but I think the Warriors equally so capable of running with that wind in their sails.
We'll talk a bit more about this matchup here in just a moment. Player mentality, player energy, so important in moments, in games, in sets like this. Kelly standing by on stage with a couple of our players prior to the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, please welcome to the stage Netrioid and Nika. Two absolutely incredible players representing amazing teams that deserve to be on this grand final stage. Netrioid, an undefeated run so far. What is it that separates your team from the rest?
I think we're just playing pretty confident. We know that we are good players, so I think we just play our game. I think we're pretty smart when it comes to drafts as well, so yeah, I think that's why.
I'm excited to see how you guys play today. Now, Nika, you had an incredible run yesterday, going down 2 games, then reverse sweeping. What does it feel like to be here on the grand final stage for the Smite World Championships?
It's my first time in the finals. It's the same for a few of the other boys, and we just can't wait. It's a new experience, and you know, it's a pleasure to be here in front of all of you, and I just can't wait to play.
Netroid, I would love to know your thoughts on going up against the Jade Dragons. What has the preparation been like since yesterday?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say about the preparation without leaking something, but all I want to say is that they are great players, great people. I think I have a lot of respect for all of them, especially for Coast. I'm really happy for him. He's playing on the finals, so yeah, may the best team win.
Same question for you. Obviously, you saw how dominant Oni Warriors was. What exactly have you and the team been doing to prepare mentally and for the game?
Likewise, you know, everything Royd said, like I echo it back to them. We have a lot of respect for them as well, and prep-wise, I think we're just going to go in and do a lot of what we've been doing and, you know, stuff that we're confident in, and yeah, just give it our best, and good luck to them as well.
Well, to have you both here on stage in front of all of these incredible people in the audience and to the tens of thousands watching at home, is there anything that you would like to say before getting into game to your fans watching?
You guys have been a great audience, honestly, and I think we all know that whatever happens today, I think we're going with a happy ending, right? So.
Nika, same question to you. Anything that you would like to say before getting into game?
Yeah, just thank you to the fans for the great support and everyone watching as well. It's been my favorite Worlds I've been at, and yeah, let's just put on a show.
And one final question before I let you guys sit down. Is there anything that you would like to say to your opponents?
Not really. I mean, let's play some good Smite. Let's give the audience some good games, and yeah, let's do it.
Nika, same for you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just have the best set we could possibly have, and best of luck.
I love to hear it, gentlemen. Shake hands. Good luck, guys, and we're heading back to the desk.
Oh, this is gonna be a great set. I can feel
it's like
it.
Positivity overload. Every time Nika's been on stage for an interview, you know, you get moved to tears. The energy, the emotion, these are the moments you talk about when you look at the Smite World Championship. Plenty of conversation around the Jade Dragons because of what was a dramatic reverse sweep yesterday. And Hazer, I don't want it to get missed here. The Oni Warriors, you know, maybe less talked about, but it's only because of how clean and how dominant they've been. The big dramatic headlines are the Dragons reverse sweep. The quieter headlines, but should still be a headline, is just how scary and just how clean this Oni Warriors team has been.
Absolutely. I mean, they proved how much they've done over the break, how much practice they've put in, and how much they've learned. They lost to the Atlantis Leviathans in the tournament coming into this World Championship, and then they go and sweep them 3-0, absolutely crush them. And the Warriors have just looked fantastic, clean, and that's why we're not talking about them. We've seen so little to judge them on. They've just been dominant across the 5 games that we've seen them in.
Ladies, gentlemen, Smite fans everywhere, it is time, picks and bans for game number 1 of your grand final starts right now, and it's the Jade Dragons
here we go.
and the Oni Warriors. Teams that have
starting
brilliant head coaches, and draft strategy certainly will have been calculated based on either side. Inbound, what are some early things you want to key in on here in game 1 of the set?
I want to touch on the support bans, because we've seen a couple different ideas of how you want to deal with genetics. And the Bologna ban to start it off, totems are important. That's what they're saying. They're saying totems are important. This early game solo pressure is important. But just as important, those support bans, Yamoja, Ganesh, Shobek, Kepri, what are we going to see from the Dragons? What are they going to let genetics play?
You know, with the Bologna ban there, that makes my mind go immediately towards things like Osiris. If you want lane bully pressure, that's the exact other pick, and still makes his way through those bans.
It's not all centered towards genetics, actually only one. So spreading the wealth.
You never know. Genetics could whip out
there's a lot of draft
support.
strategy around this Oni Warriors team. Sometimes all towards genetics, sometimes spreading the wealth. Are you partial towards one strategy or the other?
Well, what I like in terms of their strategy here is their hunter strategy. They see the first pick Hachi Man and they take it away. They banned the Anher from Coast. He's played the Hachi Man non-stop and they take that away. They're trying to make Coast uncomfortable.
Guys, where's the Athena ban? Where is the Athena ban? Where is she going to get picked? There's no Athena in the top pick.
Dragons are going Afro?
We're going Osiris, Aphrodite. They want those solo totems, and they want to get Mike on the solo pressure.
There it is. Don't care who wins, make it a 3-2. I agree with that.
Pressure, ease of play,
I prefer if the Warriors win, but
brings it all. Essentially permaban throughout this entire event for good reason.
Not essentially.
Her win rate has just been ridiculous. I think this is maybe a major misstep for the Jade Dragons early on.
I love it. I love it. This is starting out this game 1 with a different strategy that the Warriors haven't had to play yet. They've played that the Yamoja. They've played that Kepri. They've dominated that way. The Jade Dragons say, we haven't seen you play the Athena yet. Play this Athena.
And what it does as well is it throws the Oni Warriors prep out of whack. They've spent all last night, no doubt, sitting in a sweaty hotel room trying to figure out what the Dragons were going to do. And this is something that they most likely didn't predict. If Athena were to get through, they were expecting the Dragons to take it. They don't. And instead, it's the Afro support and the Kukulkan. Dardes has been denied this pick all tournament long, and he finally gets it.
No longer. Haven't seen it yet.
So this is going to be crazy. The Kukulkan and the Athena are here.
What are some things you need to see here inbound in the next wave of bans?
I want a little more setup from the Dragons. So if I'm on the Warrior side, I want to ban away any setup god I can. I think that Thor is something that comes to mind, but the Dragons already got to it. Something like that Hunbots, something like that Ratatasker, anything that'll allow them to set up for this Kukulkan.
Hunbots, Naja immediately comes to my mind. Spear of the 9 Winds, not the easiest ability to line up. So anything that makes it easier for the Jade Dragons, something the Oni Warriors likely to put eyes on. That Lancelot, that's strange for a bit of a loop.
That's strange.
Yeah, we have seen Laspra pick it one time, and he did get a win with it, so it's something that he likes to go to in the jungle. Maybe the CC immunity on the ult, able to punish the Athena when the Athena goes for a dash taunt. You don't want the Lance ulting through, denying your backline follow-up, and isolating the Athena as she puts herself out of position.
As we get to these next 2 bans, the Momon is still something I'm really curious about. Is it going to be in that jungle? Is it going to be in mid? Who is going to be playing it? We have mids on both sides, but we still have that jungle potential available for Lasbra, for Panatom. And Panatom especially is something that I'm thinking about. Momon would be really strong in his hands in this comp.
And if it's going to be a team fight based composition for the Oni Warriors, which is generally what we see Athena compositions lean towards, things like Gilgamesh come to mind for Panatom. Thor as well as a great ban from the Jade Dragons. So I think smart to take it away.
Shock is a really interesting
Susano as another AoE CC setup style pick. There are a lot of avenues available to both of these sides, but I feel like the Warriors just have a much easier time lining out the rest of their draft because their top 3 essentially is just dictating all of it.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see the Jade Dragons go towards some more objective pressure here in the bottom 2 as well. They have that Kukulkan, great DPS, as well as the Secure on that mid lane mage. Now I want to see them able to open up objectives, have a Hunter that's going to be able to go the crit build, burst down Gold Furies, and maybe another pick to help zone, a jungle pick for Laspra that helps them set up these Gold Fury fights.
And something that kind of fits both of those is that Erlang Shen, objective damage, setup, CC, all types of stuff that this Jade Dragons comp wants to play around. And on the opposite side, I'm curious to see if the Warriors are going to be looking for something that can match this Osiris and lane, something like that Surtur, which we haven't seen Solar Troll play it yet, but I know he likes it. I know he likes how much totem pressure it brings, and is that something where maybe they want to pick that to shut down Nika?
I feel like it's so hard to match Osiris in pressure in lane. You might have to forego a bit of that totem pressure, but you can instead look towards backline dive, someone that can punish things like the Cuckoo Khan from the Jade Dragons. My mind goes towards maybe even a Sun Wukong here.
Yeah, I think the Sun Wukong makes a little bit of sense. I'm just worried about, last time we saw this Osiris-Wukong matchup, it was 12 totems to 0.
It's not fun.
You said forego lane pressure. You're definitely foregoing lane pressure, but when we got out of that laning phase, that Wukong was able to waste a lot of time, get a lot of space. I don't hate it, but it is a little risky with how much we're putting on this solo lane.
Super interested in this Chernobog pick as well. Chernobog, Afro, not a lane that does especially well in the early game. We've only really seen this out of Cyclone Spin this event so far. Pairing it with a Sobek.
Athena Jungle.
Doing very well.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
In the bottom two.
This is why I love these picks. This is why I love these picks. I love these picks where you just don't know what's coming out of them. I really thought
actually very fast. Her scaling into the mid game is really where she starts to hit her pace though. So early on, expect to see Panatom just farming it up, playing it a little bit safer. Tick over to level 5, can't sleep on the damage from that ultimate.
And I really like the Athena jungle. I'm a little bit more worried about this Ganesh, into the Aphrodite, into this Kukulkan, and even into the Chernobog. There's a lot of survivability, a lot of avoidability of this Ganesh ult. Is Genetics going to be able to get enough value out of this Ganesh? I almost think, I don't hate the Athena, but I almost would have preferred the Athena in the support.
I quite like the Ganesh into the Chernobog. That's one matchup that I quite like. You're able to catch that dash both going into and coming out of the wall with this silence. Ganesh called the counter for a reason. Very, very good at canceling abilities out, and Chernobog really relies on that dash into the wall for safety.
But now that we have eyes on all 5 of the Warriors picks, all I'm seeing is initiation, CC lockdown, team fights in the jungle. They've got it all. Amaterasu can burn beads. Athena can do it on their own.
No.
Where's the CC?
I do not like this Nemesis. Exactly. Where is the CC that this Jade Dragons comp has? The only CC that they have is a single target Afro Kiss or a 3-second delay sit close enough for the Osiris Sun. I don't like it. I would have way preferred that Naja.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high pressure situation. Neja, a very difficult character to pilot, could be punished by the Athena and the Ganesh with that immobility, have to ult out often. So it's a scary one to go towards, but I think this Nemesis just doesn't round out the comp very well for the Jade Dragons.
Myth, anything positive to say about
It's
this
not even,
Nemesis
like,
pick? We are not liking it due to lack of CC, but is there
Naja.
something that you think it does bring to the table for the Dragons?
I mean, I got to dig deep to compliment the Nemesis here. I suppose as counter initiation, there's some value if you're worried about the tanky front line of the Oni Warriors. Defense shred, it's a low-hanging fruit, but it's what Nemesis brings. She's got relative safety, double dash to avoid the Dharmic pillars, but I agree with the other analysts here, Dave. I would have much preferred to see anything with confirmable hard CC.
I will say, though, last time we saw this 3 auto attack Jade Dragons comp, they didn't go for that XE. That's like the one thing I do want to see. If you're going for this Nem, you're going for the Osiris, this Chernobog, build the Executioner. Allow your team to just shred who is ever frontline, because as you said, that's really all she's going to be able to do in this comp is shred.
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's going to make it very difficult for Panatom to play here. If he dash taunts and it gets beads out, he's getting them ulted, he's getting slowed, he's getting all down by everybody. And this Osiris is going to be able to solo zone while that goes on. So this puts a lot of pressure onto Panatom, on this Athena. He better have practiced this, and he better have practiced it hard.
But the vast majority of the Jade Dragons composition is so reliant on that auto attack damage. Good luck sticking to the priority targets on the Oni Warriors. We already talked about initiation, but it's just a change of mentality to turn initiation into peel. There is so much ability to just say, all right, well, you're walking down my Tiamat. Probably won't be. We've seen this Tiamat incredibly tanky, but you're trying your best to stick to him, and now there's slows around you. There's the defense aura. You disrupt some of those auto attacks. The Executioner passive falls off, and you're just losing out on some of this shred.
Anyone else?
Me too. I'm a little stressed up here, and we're just watching so far.
What
we're in
is
P's and B's, and it's getting a little stressful. But the one thing I really do actually really like about the Nem is that solo lane gank potential, that solo lane value that this Osiris will have with that Nem. Solo's gonna have to be really careful on this Ama to not get that dash caught out, because if he does, they can shred him before he can even get out.
Fellas, it's time to embark on a journey. There will be twists and turns and ups and downs, but it starts right now. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals with Gormizer and Trelly.
so much, Dave, and everyone there on the desk. Of course, Charlie, in a little bit, it's going to be Doug who gives us the game. Of course, it's this amazing crowd here in the Esports Arena Arlington, and I think a very electric set that's facing us, especially if you've been watching the bracket, if you listen to us at any point, Charlie. The Dragons getting here, the Warriors getting here. A lot of people did not expect either of that happening. One maybe a little more than the others, but the energy they've brought, the fact that Genetics undefeated on stage, the way the Dragons won yesterday, all of it, it's going to culminate in what I expect to be a great set.
And listen, we got to hear the analysts on the desk. They didn't have their great things to say about the Jade Dragons composition, but as far as I'm concerned, they could play whatever they want. The electricity in this building to support this team has been ridiculous. If you got to see the semifinals yesterday, you know the crowd loves these guys, and they could play just about anything, right?
Did you see the graphic that had Dardez's God pool? Was insane how many different gods that guy will play. Of course, if we're looking at insane, and we're about to get into game, it's something I want to pick your brain on, because we have seen a god banned so much over the last 2 months. And not only does that god go through, but also to a role we haven't seen in a minute. But for now, it's game 1 of the finals, Warriors and Dragons. And as we kick it off, Charlie, I want to ask you about this Athena jungle more than anything. How does Panatom have to play? And if anything, I'm surprised that it's him and not someone like Lasbro.
I mean, Gore, so much is on the line right now. Nerves run high, and so what do you do? What do you do to make your team life just a little bit easier? What do you do to make your team fight a little bit easier? Ease of engage, right? Athena taunt is going to set up for just about everything. Panatom can be across the map at any moment with Defender of Olympus. I tend to agree that when I saw this pick locked in, I definitely thought it was leaning more towards the support role. But maybe Genetics called it off. He said, you know what? The Ganesh is open. We can make a pivot here. We can flex that pick. But later on, it's going to be so impactful.
Right now, I know the desk was talking a lot about lack of CC on the Dragons. I think we're going to have it in spades over on the Warriors. It's making sure that it works. Eyes are on Lasbro. That last pick, Nemesis, took a lot of fire from the analysts. Do you think it's going to be able to hold on to its own? I mean, they were struggling to find nice things to say, but it does help deal with some of the tanky bodies.
Gore, as far as I'm concerned, you go with comfort. In times like this, you go with comfort. I don't care if you get the best 5 gods in the game. If you're playing lights out on Nemesis, you go towards Nemesis. So Lasbro, he was feeling confident. That's exactly why this pick came through. There were other options that had CC, but that's not what you go to. In the World Finals, you go to what you're feeling. And I don't hate this pick too much as long as they're able to use the strengths of Nemesis, right? That tank shred. Look at the tankier targets. There are 3 of them on the side of the Oni Warriors. Panatom may be building full damage, but he's still a Guardian at heart, so getting that front shred, that front steal, I should say,
right?
Could be a big deal.
If
Just
they get
trying
it,
to burn
then
through some of these tankier targets. Connect him to
I
Polar Mike.
Now
you've got an unkillable carry.
Most likely to get it done.
Genetics doing something interesting as well, splitting some farm around just to make sure that Netroid maybe can catch up, getting a small lead. Charlie, you can see, again, small rotations on the map. Blue buff invades have been a topic of conversation. Those are going to be coming up soon. Pagon leaps in, knock up good. Dardez low. They need a little bit more.
Oh, beats for the taunt. He lives.
There, and he stays alive.
The reach needed to connect there from Panatom. Not quite, but Dardez loses the beads. Remember, Panatom has Blink. He could come back in at any moment with a Blink taunt and set up for another engage. And let's not forget what happened yesterday. Pagon was constantly leaping in on this team. He is not going to play defensive at all. And it does not matter if we're on the World's Finals. He is still leaping in aggressively, pulling those relics and getting down. Pagon is going to be an absolute threat for the rest of this game.
The pressure he can apply, the way I was talking about him yesterday, the epitome of hold W, it feels like in a lot of these instances. There are times where you will question his play, but he'll make it work anyway. Right now, we're going to be questioning Mika. Lasbro getting aggressive around the blue buff, looking for the invade. They've got Panatom. The taunt is good. The steal is there. And that's what you need. And the pressure right now, Nika, Lasbro on right. I just saw Mike and Coast in the jungle of the Warriors on left as well. And slowly but surely, Trelly, again, it's small golds right now. 400, if they can keep this kind of pressure up and keep these surprises, force the Warriors to play back, they're going to slowly start taking control of the jungle.
And let's not forget Vaporage Coast is on the Chernobog, right? In one level, once he gets about one more wave, he'll be able to fly across the map at any given moment. This turnabout can be so impactful if you just take a fight over in solo lane. You recognize someone use their dash, you recognize someone use their ultimate. Porsche Coast could certainly use that dash aggressively. He loves to go for those 1v1s. And you can hear the crowd, they're hyped about Nika. This Osiris pick has been dominant in lane. The blue buff invades coming through, and Sot is stuck under his tower.
I mean, the way he played yesterday, look, when you look at the Warriors, you know, we've seen what Sot can do. We've seen mechanically. But when you go back to yesterday and you look at the Ferryman and you look at like Baskin's tenure in Smite, what he's been able to do, no one usually beats Baskin that badly in lane, and let alone does it 2 games back-to-back. Nika and the crowd hyping him up, I think really let him play back to his full potential, what we've gotten used to seeing, and kind of surprised when it comes to fruition and to the forefront that Nika has not yet won a ring. Massive plays here, and the control in solo lane was a huge portion of the Dragons' win. Right now, he's controlling and he's got a little help to get it done. Sot is gonna have the Athena coming in, turns it around with a stun. Lasra getting low, needs a little help. The taunt is good, but the damage, the follow-up doesn't seem to be there. He might be slow, but he's walking out. Meanwhile,
he goes back in, Sot, no!
But he's got the assistance. Coast comes over, and it's first blood for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm talking about. Porsche Coast flies in from left field. He can do that whenever he wants, as long as that ultimate is available. It was looking a little bit sketchy. When Panatom ulted in, I thought those mitigations might be enough to change the way that fight goes. But you also give the first blood to Coast. He's going to get the demos online a bit sooner. He's going to get the stacks online a bit sooner. And you better believe he's going to get aggressive in lane with that kill.
Well, now, like you said, you're playing with the hot hand. You recognize where you can start to put some pressure. Now, Coast, yeah, maybe he can't make the rotation. But like you said, that small lead can really start to steamroll. Not a lot of CC for the Dragons, but they're kind of buying that out with pressure. Luckily for the Warriors right now, blue buff immediately grabbed up, and they don't have to worry about that invade. And as just mentioned, a couple of the ults down on the Dragons slows the roll just a bit. She's got to be worried about the pressure again. Lasbra, this is what we saw them doing yesterday, Charlie. Just Dragons, pressure, on right, be there exactly when you need to. And whether it's getting the crowd on your side or it's invading a blue buff, it's really giving them a lead.
And that's why Lasbra's sitting on this side of the map. Panatom, remember, he's got his ultimate. He could get here whenever he wants, but I think this Athena is going to be a lot more beneficial on the left or even in mid lane. Remember, Dardas' beads got pulled very early on in this game. Not much came from it. Aegon actually hadn't backed in quite some time. I think he stayed in lane for the majority of that beads timer being down, so it wasn't as if he had the Book of Thoth and could have used that damage to aggress. But Panatom had the blink taunt. He still didn't want to go in and put more pressure towards the Kukulkan. And this is one of those mages that can stack up real scary. That Spirit of the Nine wins. You let him get 6 slotted. You let him send that ultimate down Main Street, get a multi-man stun, or multi-man knockdown rather. So much damage can really change a team fight.
And the pressure in the jungle, right? That's what we really saw. Last week, you know, I'm having flashbacks, 4-man ult in the jungle corridor from a Kukulkan, like that kind of lineup. Yeah, Dardas does things like that often. So the Warriors have to be aware of positioning. And right now, Charlie, they have to be aware it's almost 2,000 gold in their favor. And, you know, you could give a little bit of credit to that in the solo lane because Nika, again, has been controlling. Invades have gone their way. First Blood has gone their way, but the gold is slowly pooling in their pockets.
And don't get me wrong, the ultimates that confirm totem are all nice and flashy, but that opens you up to ganks. I mean, right now you can see that Lasbra's nearby, knows that Dazzling Offensive is gone, so SOT has to play very safe. Panatom was hovering on this side of the map as well, but Genetics wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, Dharmic Pillars get dropped. He should be able to walk away there, and that's where one of those moments where that CC comes into question. Yes, you can lock him down a little bit on Genetics, half health, but not enough to really put him in too much danger. Gets to fall back, shield buff could still be threatened out by him. Dardas secures the mid camps over on left. A little bit of a presence from the Dragons being matched now by the Warriors. They've got 4, Mike and Coast safe with the Aphrodite. I'll fall back to their tower line, worried right now about Panatom's just kind of movement, and that's the thing. Panatom right now, it's not just can he get, it's where can he be, because it's
the eagle has landed.
Trelly, he's a massive threat.
Yes.
He certainly
we are currently in grand finals, game 1.
Shut up, Cat. I know it's cold, but that's your fault.
It's fine, it's my stream, but fine.
He's not going
Sorry.
to get the heavy lifting done himself. Because
I'm sorry.
The only Warriors on the back
Oh, yeah.
in the early game. 8 minutes in, it's not going to be the biggest deal. They are still
That's right. I forgot.
towards that later stage.
It went over my head for a couple seconds.
Showing up right side of the map. Nika has been owning. The total,
Where the fuck is this dust
7-0, I
from?
believe, in favor of the Jade Dragons. Blue buff invades, etc.
I don't think so.
Underneath that tower. But remember, upgraded relics start to be a big deal at about this point.
I mean, I cut wood, but that was in a completely different room. There's no way dust got into here from it.
It's from Skittles.
But genetics goes to that
Yeah, I guess.
very early on. That
God.
meditation fully
But yeah, so what were you saying, Cat?
Seeing the difference that can make. Maybe
Game one of
the healing. Do you think of the Aphrodite?
Game
Considering
one of
Michael
grand
has
final.
Tier 2 on med. He's not
Ooh.
upgrading it just yet, or is there
Who's
something else
winning?
that's giving? I mean, the cooldown.
We're 9
I think the
minutes in.
cooldown's a bigger deal. If you could use it in the middle
And
of the
Dragons have a
fight,
lead,
Anton
but-
might get a second taunt. SOT might be able to get a
We're 9
second
minutes
silence. Those sort of things can
Heck,
definitely
yeah.
add up. But remember,
I'm just stopping in for a bit because I saw your thingy.
very impactful as well for these teams early on when the supports, if they show anything, they can find someone walking
Oh,
forward
God.
trying to pull a relic, anything at all could open
Did
up
y'all
this
get
gold
snow
very
up and
wide.
over there?
But the dual line hasn't really left. There was that one time.
Yeah,
that
Yay,
was already away.
snow.
Besides that, the
There was like
supports have been
enough of it
just
that
chained
it
to this
was
dual lane.
very
We also
visible.
haven't
You
seen
could
much
see there was a decent amount, and then
rotation
it's just
from
gone,
either junglers
like,
since then, right? They
6
show up
hours
in the
later.
solo lane, they get the job done.
Yeah. Most of it's gone here. This morning it was still like pouring snow.
In terms of farm level,
But it's supposed to like.
When I woke up, it was still
Now you're wondering
snowing. It
maybe
was
where
like
they're gonna
it's
show
been
face.
windy.
Left side
Yeah.
It's been windy
mid
for
camps,
a
nothing
week
too
and a half
serious.
here.
Phantom with the dash is able to get out of there.
Yeah.
10 minutes in, it's 1-0.
Yeah, and
Still,
fucking-
about
so the
1,500
snow's
gold
coming down.
over
It's all
towards
just like
the
falling
Dragons.
around everywhere, and
Maybe
you know, it's just
something
like
more.
all
Nika
gone.
is walking in the jungle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Supposedly here there's supposed to be another like massive snowstorm. I think tomorrow night.
Oh, there's supposed to be.
Like, there's a local-
There's a huge storm rolling through
is
the
rooting
entire East
for the
Coast
Warriors in this
week.
Yeah.
It's coming to me. It's coming like all of.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. But
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense because it'll go through us first.
who out there rooting for the Dragons?
Yeah. Nope. No water. Fuck.
Being a team that
Oh god.
feeds off energy, that's the
Oh
kind
my
of
god, it's the
energy
one
that can
water.
really
Yeah.
elevate
So
your
you're
play to the
saying
next
they're
level.
Yeah, this is
leeches?
definitely a squad that has been a fan favorite, one that has been
What?
wanting and
Yes.
trying to get back to the grand
Sure.
finals for quite some
The
time.
casters
Finally
are
done it.
saying that
Doing
this,
a great job
that
at
the
the
Dragons
moment of just
feed
holding
off
this
of the
lead that
crowd's
they got for
energy.
themselves,
They're
thanks to that
just
first
describing
blood, thanks to that
leeches.
ultimate.
No, it's what is the fucking symbiotic?
Spirit of the 9 wins for confirmation.
What was it?
It'd be a risky call to let the Oni Warriors get
But
any
Yeah.
that's,
control over
that's
their
also
gear.
yeah. Symbiotic is also a word. It's not really symbiotic though. It's the crowd. Well, the crowd kind of feeds off of the game. But like,
Yeah, neither of them kill each other. They help each other. Which is it when it's like a negative to one of the parties?
Fully upgraded the teleport, both Sot and Nika.
I know that it's something.
Rotation at any moment.
Oh my god,
As far as
so
who's
fucking
going to be more
cold.
impactful, though, SOT's
You know, it's sad when I have to be like, I want to turn on the heat downstairs, and it's just turning on my oven and opening it up.
Nika right now getting a good stun on the Sot.
Because,
but it is that rotation.
but it fucking works. It changes the temperature upstairs, like the bottom, like from the floor. I like
Work with the slows are looking
not again. Not again. Not like this.
If anything, the build isn't allowing a lot of
Not like
damage.
this.
He gets them pretty
Okay,
low.
good.
And again, just asserts dominance in
What's
his
gonna
own
happen?
lane. But the question is going to be the pressure. Right now, Beacon is where I turn my eyes. It's Pawns
I had
in.
been wondering
You've got Mike,
why
you've got Dardes,
my
Genetics,
room
and Pagon
is so
standing by. Mike with
hot
control.
these few days that I'm
and the
streaming.
Dragons slowly
I'm like, yeah, my
building
computer's
up
going and shit, but like,
everything they
my
need.
computer fans.
Yeah.
I have the ceiling fan
onto Mike. You
to
can
help
burn
just
down an Aphrodite pretty
keep the
simply.
air
You got Lasper
feeling
coming in the
cooler.
back. Pagon has
And
to be
I
careful.
hate ceiling fans.
And the Warriors
So
will
the
not
fact I have
step
the
up.
ceiling
Dragons
fan
get
on
themselves
is
the
a
totem.
no-no.
Beacon goes down. Now Gold Fury is still that target. I mean, when you get the beacon, you
But,
get that extra damage, you get that extra movement, but you have to watch
I
out
was
because
told
of the
that
rotations
this
the
room,
Jade
because
Dragons
this
have been
isn't
making.
actually a
They're
bedroom.
still sitting so closely.
It was temporarily
around the
converted to a
Fury.
bedroom for until
Have not went in
either
for a
I
call
move out
yet.
or I
Detroit,
move into one of
very
the actual
quiet game
bedrooms.
so far has been
Don't know which will happen
just
first.
ignoring codes
Depends
and
on if I
going
move
for
over
farm.
the
When
summer,
you-
because if
when
not,
your
it's not happening this
ADC
year. But if I
counterpart
do,
just flies
then
away,
that won't
gets
matter.
a first blood, and comes back ahead. It's never fun.
This is the
right?
warmest
You're
room in
like,
the
guys, really,
house.
did you have to just get me behind
If
in
you
lane?
close
Yeah.
the door,
That has to just sit
because the
there
door to the
and
rest of the
understand
house
that items-wise,
lets
he's
a
gonna be
ton
a
of
bit
air in.
behind. at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
So Coast gets to do
I have the
essentially
It's probably really well insulated.
I want the J Dragons to go in for a pull here, whether it's
So
an
it doesn't
actual pull
matter
they commit to or
that
just
it's
a big
24
step
degrees
forward.
out right now.
They have so much damage. Dardas can
That's
go
what it was
as
when I
far
woke up
forward
anyway.
as possible. Maybe after the snap.
Because it's just stupid in here.
Feel, but There is not
Yeah.
on the map that is going to counter.
Yeah, downstairs I have no insulation at all. Downstairs, and it's cinder block, so
Kind of unanswered so far
yeah,
from the Warriors. The Dragons
it's
have been able to
like
amass a good stockpile
colder
of gold.
in here downstairs than it is outside.
Oh my god, I love when that
I
happens.
like
They're gonna go ahead
When
and
it's
step
just
up
like,
to the
yeah,
Gold
you're
Fury.
literally better
Maybe
off
just a heat
outside.
check. Genetic spots it out. They don't want the
Yeah.
actual full fight.
Yeah, so just turning on the oven and having the door open changes the temperature so drastically to just be what it is outside that it warms up upstairs a little bit.
I had...
And is able to steal it away fully, but now you're in a bad spot. Lasber's in the jungle nearby. If Nika can keep him slowed down just
I think the
enough,
biggest issue is I don't think there's any insulation in the ceiling here, so all of that cold is
it's going to be a small reset.
just coming straight up through the floor.
Wonderful.
I know.
Just to go in for the totem. They're going to trade ultimates as well. Looks like Sot might actually have this one.
I don't care, that's cold.
The first totem for the
They're just staring at each other.
afterwards. That one's got to hurt.
They're just
But
staring.
I'm going to get off here. I will check in later on stream.
Heat check from the Dragons.
Have fun.
Now taunt. Good from Panatom. But that's another danger. And right now, it's been kind of sleepy. We haven't seen a lot of fighting in mid. And that's the sneaky damage that they can start to provide. Like if that tornado suddenly connects, all of a sudden,
Not the tomato.
we're having a different conversation for Panatom. The Athena also, and this is something we've seen in some builds, with the breastplate early, sometimes in the jungle can be a lot squishier than someone that you're trying to have initiate as often as you would like an Athena to. That's one of the dangers it feels like for Panatom in this game.
And that's why I want to see the Jade Dragons, look to be aggressive, right? Panatom isn't doing that level of damage. Not the magic as Lasbra could do, right? He has the Hydra's Lament, he's got the Atalanta's bow. He's going to be doing some great DPS, but Panatom's looking more towards late game. He wants Bumba's hammer. He wants plenty of CDR. It's just a night and day difference, and the Jade Dragons should feel much more confident to fight at this moment. And I cannot believe Pagon sends the Lizards over to right lane just to steal some farm. That's messed up.
Come on, come on.
You need to go your way. Totem this time goes the way of the Dragons. Again, Pyromancer started up. And again, a heat check. Dardes has the ult, throws it through, gets the Pyro and a double ult. Pagon forced to fall back. Same for Panatom. And it might not get a kill, but it gets the objective.
And I'm wondering why it took so long for the Jade Dragons to realize they could do that. I mean, Pagon picked Tiamat. This is not a burst mage by any stretch of the imagination. Primordial Onslaught does not outburst that ultimate any day of the week. Now they get to step forward. Remember, they have the Pyro, they've got the Runic Bomb, and Tier 1 Tower is going to be gone. Even more gold in the pocket of the Jade Dragons. And this grouping, there's nothing else over here, Gord. They might be looking for gold.
Yeah, Coast already pulling it and dealing some damage. Netroid Genetics are going to spot it, and they've got Pagon coming up behind to make sure they have some pressure. So we have a numbers game. The Warriors, especially with Dardes' ult down, feel confident pulling it themselves. They drop the Dharmic Pillars. They've got the burn. Someone's got to get in, but no one from the Dragons shows up. Warriors pick up their Gold Fury and take a little chunk out of that gold lead.
Not only did Dardes not have the ultimate, but Nika's teleport down for 70 seconds. What a beautiful rotation from SOT. He showed up with the Shoguns, and he said, yeah, we've got the damage. Let's go ahead and burst down this Gold Fury. Try to stem some of that bleeding that's happening as far as the gold lead goes. The Jade Dragons are still going to be okay with that, right? The Tier 1 tower sort of helps equalize that play. It wasn't just the Runic Bomb. Lasbra's nearby. It doesn't seem like Sot can die even with a nice gank. It's just the Dazzling Offensive is going to get you out of trouble, and Amaterasu so fast with that first ability. It's not easy to try and chase her down. And Sot's just going to trade auto attacks here. Yeah, he's got Death, but why not? You're going to be able to heal through this.
And speaking of I guess just trading and also just itemization, straight up for Lasbra, last time you checked in, he's got the same, so I have to imagine he's got plenty of gold in his pocket right now to spin.
They're roll swapping. And
yeah, he's got 2487, and exactly like you said, I see Coast now going over towards right, Nika towards left. They did this yesterday as well.
They did. Boorish Coast is going to be just fine clearing waves. He's not going to want to 1v1 SOT, but Nika should be able to force out the mounted archery if he closes gap. I think that's the call here. Try and run down Netroid, maybe force some relics or get something going on the left side of the map. Either way, Yoni Warriors, very quiet so far besides that Gold Fury pull. They recognize their opening. Once that Spear of the Nine Winds is down, they can go in for objectives with little threat. But still, the ganks. Panatom, this is one of the more quiet jungle games I've ever seen from him. Lasbra got the one assist, of course, and besides that, has not been getting active across this map. And actually, Panatom going into a second defense item. They are really leaning on Pagon and Netroid to be the damage dealers as this game continues. Because if you're going double defense, it's going to be a while before this Athena starts swinging.
which is...
Did they trade back? They did. They sent Sot left.
I mean, it is.
Keep
It's
him
a
over
really
there,
quiet
man.
jungle
He's
game
doing
from both
everything
sides.
that
It's
they
interesting.
He said, hey, I'm here to fight Nika. I'm switching lanes wherever you go.
They're not worried about totem fights anymore, right? Like, you can send the carries over there. There's nothing interesting on right anymore now that it's not spawning back in.
So jungle also like really
Instead,
comes
now
alive
you've got
when
your
you
carries
get
in an interesting spot. We
Polynomicon.
always talk about how
Just
important
being
they
able
are.
to follow
Great
anything up
dash from
with an
Coast, by
auto.
the way, dodging out the
Always
taunt.
nice.
Little things like that. And Trelly, that feels like what Panatom is becoming is a taunt machine, right? It's show up, dash, taunt, pull somebody in, and just hope you live through the engagement. The thing that I'm really curious about, if you go back a couple of years, he's having an MVP level performance on every jungle he picks up. It feels maybe kind of at odds with the typical style we see from Panatom.
But remember, because we've sent the ADCs over to right lane, Fire Giant becomes so much more accessible. You don't have to make that rotation all the way over. They're already here, near the blue buff, just sort of staring each other down. More specifically, though, it seems like Pyromancer is what they're looking at. It's about to spawn in here in a couple seconds with Netroid and Coast. And Genetics and Lasbra are over here as well. It's basically the duo lane. They've just swapped sides of the map. Of course, Panatom could show up at any moment, so remember that global presence is going to be a factor. But I think a grouping for the Pyromancer is what the Jade Dragons are after. That ultimate. Dardes gets the Polynomicon. He has so much burst damage. This Cuckoo has been kind of slept on so far this tournament, but in the group stages was an absolute menace.
Now, I want to ask you about the lane swap. Because we usually would see it if a tower falls down in one side or you need some farm, you need someone to catch up. Right now, you are on the money about the Pyromancer. Good attempt from Genetics, but not quite good enough.
Magic.
And that's going to be a Runic Bomb in the pocket of PBM. But going to the lane swap, it feels like if it was a standard hunter for the Dragons, maybe, yes, you're going to throw him over there, but it feels like with the Chernobog, you could make bigger plays.
You've
got Sot dead to rights on left. Fire.
Dardes has ult.
Started up by the Dragons, like you said,
no.
Dardes with half health already. You've got a few
Not
warriors
like
now,
this.
all 5 stepping up to the Dragons. A little bit of damage thrown their way. Nika into the backline immediately, causing some disruption damage on to Pagon. Zoning out, jumps in, has Genetics locked down. Oh, straight down, hits on 2, and that's what you need from Dardes. Completely opens up this fight, but Sot goes in. Oh my God, Sot with the damage towards the back. They pick off Lasbra, and now you've got a little help.
Let's go.
Panatom again, taunt machine.
Ooh, there's the
What
taunt,
can
but
he
it's
do,
not
and
enough.
what can he bring?
No, it is enough. Dardes goes down.
From the mid laner, who's
Insane.
getting it all
He's
done.
got two.
Coast in a bad spot. He turns one around. It's 3-3. Both teams just collapsing around the FG.
That was ridiculous. That looked so bad for the Oni Warriors at first, but this Tiamat, those Soul Gem procs were absolutely
Insane.
popping. They should have had a triple kill there. I was seeing the lines of a Penta with some low health bars, but luckily everyone decides to go back. And remember, all that breaks out because SOT is over in left. You can see Yamaterasu going for a tier 1. They say, hey, let's go in for Fire Giant. We've got Sphere of the 9 wins. We have the confirmation, but with teleport available, it's over just in time. SOT starting it up. Netroid has the crit online already, but Nika, PBM, they spot this out immediately.
Still have 2 from the Dragons that aren't going to be there, and very specifically, no Dardes and no Dardes ult available to try and secure this one. Could be the full coin flip. Nika into the back immediately on towards Netroid. Warriors secure themselves a Fire Giant. Now the fight afterward is going to be just as
20-minute
massive.
Fire
What
Giant,
can
baby.
the Dragons do? Right now, it's just try to get away, but Sot doesn't seem to get the memo. Goes a little far, takes a little damage. The Warriors retreat, and
Not as
they've got
much as
fire
Nika
on
did,
5.
though.
FG on
And
all
PBM
5 means
still
they can
doesn't
play
get
this
half
one
mana.
slow.
They can't
Back to tier 1
re-engage.
tower. They still have plenty more real estate on the map to try and go for, but it looks like Primal Fury has caught their eye. The gold, still very important. No one's 6-slotted just yet. Those recipes still locked in that last option, so the Oni Warriors would love to get more gold in their pocket, and that's exactly what they'll do. And this is where I want to see Coast using that global presence to his advantage, right? Splitting up the map, staying away from the Oni Warriors as much as possible until he has to fly in. At this point, you're just trying to find some gold. The Jade Dragons, they have good defense. Undying Love is going to be a great defense tool, and Dardes can clear waves like it's nothing. But there's a big advantage towards the Oni Warriors when it comes to actually walking forward because of Panatom.
Earlier we were talking a lot, Dragons, early game, up to even 16 minutes, absolute control over the gold lead. Now it has swapped around. It's 1700, not too much 23 minutes into the game, but it's gonna build up Trelly as they start to find these siege. Early Fire Giants, these 21-minute Fire Giants that we see though, struggle sometimes around even tier 2 lines. So I'm curious, in your mind, where do the Dragons draw the line? Where can they step up to the Warriors and say, you do not pass here?
Tier 2. When you're this close in gold, you can defend tier 2 towers. This is not we're going to retreat and let you have everything on the map. The tier 2 towers should be at least a soft defense. at this moment in time because, again, 3K gold, just about. It's not that big of a deal. The Jade Dragons should still feel confident. If this was EFG, it'd be a little bit different, but the Oni Warriors splitting up the map. They have Pagon's Tiamat Lizards helping out with the push, and they'll knock down one more tier 1. Still 2 minutes left on the power play. And splitting up at the moment is actually Lasbra. He doesn't have the ability to fly over in a second, so he's going to have to channel that back.
Has to play, like you said, a little slower. Tier 2, oh my god, getting chunked down quickly by the Warriors. And Pentatom goes in, forces the beads onto Coast.
Okay.
And now falls
Okay.
as Genetics, Dharmic Pillars drop.
Tornado's
locked
huge.
In and corralled are the Dragons, but the turnaround, and specifically the
dragon!
Gets the job done, and the damage is there to start mounting their defense. Pagon leaps in.
Nika
Good
and
stun.
Vaporous are too
Allows the
low.
Dragons to fall back and slows the
This is going to be a
Warriors in
rough
their tracks.
push.
I thought that wraparound from Genetics was going to
Okay,
be clean,
Vaporous got
but
full,
Dardes
but
says,
they
hey,
don't
you
have to. They don't
cannot
have
walk
time.
up to this ultimate, and SOT realizes
Oh,
he's not as tanky as he thought. The tier 2 tower is going to be the win, but Titans have been unleashed, walking up right side of the map. Pyromancer should be grabbed here for free by the Oni Warriors. I mean, with SOT down, he has teleported up, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I don't think the Jade Dragons have enough time to push up with their Titan. They might just walk up slowly and sort of heat check what the Oni Warriors want to go for.
Just a minute left now on the power play to try and get anything done. How much can they step up? I mean, this feels like the massive reset, right? This feels like a step towards the next FG, maybe even a step towards having to defend. Titans are going to clash over in right, but the third beacon was capped. Should be pretty easy for the Dragons with the Chaos Titan here behind them, Trelly. How much do you think they could get done?
I mean, with Dardes building the way he has, it's usually Obsidian Shard and the Soul Reaver, but goes for the Polynomicon. That means he has plenty of damage towards squishy targets, notably, but also structures. Nika taunted back in, takes a good bit of damage. The Oni Warriors, remember, they still have Fire Giant buff for a bit. They are okay to defend. They just have to watch out for the Spirit of the Nine Winds. Dardes is still a target.
Phantom again, double taunt. He's gone to Nika. Nika jumps in. He wants this fight. Dardes shoots it straight down mid. Only connects onto one, but it's Sot, who's half health from the rest of the Warriors, taking out Pagon. Alternate timeline, tries to get the job done. Nika goes too deep.
Huge.
Dies.
No.
Coast combine and get themselves a traded out kill.
They need to get this Titan
solo.
now.
Knocking down this tier 2 tower, and with a little bit of pressure and a little bit of help from the Dragons, they're going to get it.
They don't have to leave. I don't know what the Jade Dragons are doing. Push forward. You've got the Titan on your side, but they don't want to gamble. They don't want to risk it. They know Fire Giant is spawning here shortly. This is going to be a wand defense as far as I'm concerned. The Fire Giant went to the Warriors, but the Jade Dragons were able to trade out tier 2s. And that's all for now. We're going to be back to the Fire Giant Dans and Gore. How much is at stake here? I wouldn't be surprised if we're stalling this one out until Enhanced Fire Giant. And because I've already brought it up, might as well dial back in one more time. Another defense item for Panatom. He went Spear of Deso. That's the only damage besides the Bumbus Hammer.
And again, do you like this style? I mean, he's gone in and taunting. He's pulled Nika twice, but it's only a little bit.
I don't like it, but I'm not saying I don't like it because it doesn't work. It certainly does work, but Panatom is arguably one of the best junglers to ever touch this game. A hard carry player, the Susanos, the Thors, the Dajis, and you sent him on tank Athena? I just feel like you're not using all your strengths.
Now, it's Spectral Armor, very specifically, is that item. Not a ton of crit, and I guess I should add yet onto that, right? Is there a good chance for Ghost to lean into that? We've definitely seen it be a big build. I think it helped him out a ton yesterday, but he's really been going towards some of the more penetration-oriented builds.
Penetration.
Pretty much all week.
Yeah, that's true.
Best word.
Panatom also, I was already talking about the Athena going mid tank. The Gilgamesh as well. He's been going towards more supporty style jungles anyways. Once the setup for the squad, and the Oni Warriors are going to go for the pull. Dardes is close by though. Gotta watch that ultimate.
Now we're still sub 30. This isn't enhanced just yet. And again, the Dragons have secure over the wall if they need it. Nika caught out on the right, or maybe he's the one doing the catching. Slopes thrown onto Sot. Watch Lasbra on the left as well, looking for the loop around. Instead, they fall back. Fire Giant regens back to full. Charlie, this is that awkward moment, right? The 2.5 minutes now until it's enhanced creates this dynamic between these teams. Who can step up? Do you want to burn it right now? Do you want to wait? And can you find a pick? Those are all questions both of these teams need to answer.
Because Blake Forest Coast has that ultimate, he's going to be sticking around. Doesn't need to be here. Could go over, try and solo Primal Fury, could push left, but you don't want to fly into some damage. And once again, you see an attempted pull. Dardes sends the Divine Ruin procs to the back line off a good Zephyr. Lasbra taunt back in, actually does beads. There wasn't much follow-up there, but he didn't know, and SOT's in the back line.
Oh, there's a shot from Dardes. This one doesn't connect, though. The damage, not the follow-up from the mid laner, but you've got this front line. Sot forced to fall back. Lasbra kind of in no man's land, waiting for Panatom. Has him locked down, slowed down. You need a little more from your carries.
No, but they don't have it.
Hits they need. Low health bars on either side, and both teams call it off immediately. Fall back.
Run.
Get a small reset.
Wow.
Everyone reach
Okay.
in, back to full health, and back for a fire.
Those were some low health
Hell of
bars
a
and some
fucking
risky calls,
set
but
we
no
have
one falls
here.
down. Netroid still full HP though,
Oh
so does
my
decide to go
goodness,
for a
chat.
Pyromancer pull. I think Mike heard it and decided against it. Is going to stick around, just let that Runic Bomb come through. So now, Oni Warriors have a little bit more contest to Dardes' ultimate, which is going to be up any second now. Take a look at those relics though. The Jade Dragons have an Aegis to their name. That's about it. While as the Oni Warriors, Pagon's got the beads, the Aegis, and Netroid. These carries have been just fine because Panatom, Sot, and Genetics have been doing all the dive.
We've seen, I mean, this Hachi as well has been such a highly contested pick, mainly for Coast over anybody else, but we've seen Netroid a couple days ago on a Shibalanke who was just standing back as far as he could, free firing. You've got a little bit of range on this Hachi. It feels like if he can play that style, I mean, this is, you know, he's gone the build for it, he's got the play style for it, and like you said, without any pressure on the beats, who can dive him? Is it supposed to be Lasbra?
It's not easy to get to a Hachimon at this point. Netroid has a red buff as well because Pagon's been able to eat them and spawn 2, so now you've got both carries with red buffs. He doesn't have the Deathbringer just yet. That's going to be the big difference as far as I'm concerned. The Demon Blade helps, like those crits are flying, and as I say that, does actually pick up the Deathbringer. So now, if Lasbra gets to the back line, you can shield like one crit. That's about it. Then Netroid is just going to shred through you, so not easy to do. It is going to be mostly on Nika to try and get to the ADC, and now the Oni Warriors once again started up. It's going to be enhanced.
30 minutes, enhanced Fire Giant on the board. It's just a heat check for now. Can they pull the Dragons into a fight? Not a lot of gold separating these teams, but it favors the Warriors. And they're once again going to start their DPS on this Fire Giant, trying to find their way towards the back. Pagon has been playing very far forward as well as Saba. It's been Nika, the one who has engaged the most on these. Charlie, if the Dragons get their way, you had highlighted the relics earlier, now you've got beads for Lasbra. 15 seconds until Nika has them, and then 30 seconds on relics for Dardes and Coast. It feels like they want this to go a little bit longer just so they have all utility for the fight.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons are happy to stall this one out. I think it was the Warriors that were trying to bait out something, right? It wasn't a pull to go in for Enhanced Fire Giant. It was, hey, can you guys ult? Do you want to use a relic? Can we just find any sort of opening where we can find the fight after the fact? Make no mistake, the Oni Warriors don't want a 50-50. They want an all-out jungle brawl. And it looks like they're setting up for one. Dardes comes around the corner. Remember, Panatom has the taunt, but sees the link and knows PBM would be there with the kiss the second he dashed forward. So calls it off. Now we're back to the drawing board. Hey, Beacon is here. Primal Fury is here. There is stuff to do on the left side of the map, but everyone is around Enhanced Fire Giant. This could be the fight
Sot
that
gets it
brings this game
uncontested.
It would be massive if it's over a Beacon. Taunt onto Nika. Damage follow-up from Netroid is there. The crits are ringing true, and that's got the solo lane of Osiris already down to half, but he's got some backup this time.
They didn't get him.
Again,
Never mind me, they did. Oh,
taunt
Panatom
back.
can't.
But Nika's able to walk away from this one. Beads had to be used. The solo laner utilizing a little bit less of that utility.
Yeah, but SOT could teleport back in, and Fire Giant could still be the target. That's exactly what he does. He shows up at the Jade Dragons. They've got healing. They have Aphrodite. They have Polar Bear Mike, so they don't have to leave either. Still, the dance continues. One opening is all it takes. It was a beautiful taunt in from Panatom. Pull the beads, get a little aggressive, so Nika could be the target once again, but this Osiris does not die easily.
You had said it. This is the portion of the game the Warriors like to play for. It feels like between the taunt, having the Dharmic Pillars available to your name as well to add some shred in there, and we've mentioned the lack of CC from the Dragons. I'm looking at the positioning on the board right now. It feels like they're already on the defensive with the way the Warriors are pressuring them in mid, forcing them to step to this tier tower. But Trelly, we also saw what they can do on a defense yesterday. Right now, not just holding on here, maybe even trying to get aggressive. What kind of opening do the Dragons wait for? Are they just waiting for a counter punch?
Well, that wasn't it. I can tell you that much. Genetics uses the ultimate, tries to see it engage, doesn't come through. The Jade Dragons just want the Fire Giant to go down, right? They're okay with it getting half health. They're okay with going in for a 50-50 because they have Dardes. This Kukulkan can just use that ultimate and break up a team fight. Mike has been leading the charge. It doesn't have much engage though. That kiss doesn't start much. You can see, there it goes. SOT gets ulted, and that's the end of the engagement because the kiss does not last long enough. The Jade Dragons cannot be the ones to start the fight. They have to play reactive.
They'll try to be the ones that end it. Right now, Pyromancer thrown over the wall, stolen by Nika, but is he going to pay for it with his life? Has his ult, can he get over the wall?
He gets over the wall, though.
Gets on out the stolen Pyromancer, but you've got to keep running because the Warriors are on their way. Darmic Pillars doesn't catch him, and the Dragons back away, but this is the opening, Trelly, that they have been waiting for. Fire Giant already picked up. Nika teleporting back in and unspotted just over the wall as they set this up and the Warriors start to fall back.
Low health bars on the side of the Warriors. They have to back up. The Jade Dragons should pick this up. They should go in for this enhanced Fire Giant. Why are they playing so defensive? The Oni Warriors used everything. They're going back to base core.
You've got the secure Dardes reset. Maybe they want something else to be able to give them that extra bit of push. Right now, a potion of power is going to be nice for what Dardes is able to bring to the board. But Trelly does enter this awkward time, especially, I mean, we talk about it a lot, but Darmic Pillars is on such a low cooldown, Genetics almost has it again.
I mean, that's Hagon used his ult, which short cooldown. Genetics used his ult, short cooldown. Net used his ult, and they were low health bars. Like, I don't know what more of an opening you're looking for. The Jade Dragon still playing this one safe. There's no doubt in my mind the comms were clear. We are not pulling Enhanced Fire Giant without a pick. It's not going to happen. I don't care if I see low health bars. I don't care if I see everyone 1 HP. We are playing this calculated, and they've got plenty of time to do so. The Oni Warriors don't want to burst it, and the Jade Dragons don't want to start a fight. Someone is going to have to break this game open, and I bet it's going to be Panatom. This Athena is going to either go too far or set up the taunt of a lifetime.
And look, yesterday, the Dragons' first game of a 5-game set goes 56 minutes. They do not mind burying their heels in the dirt and pushing back as much as they need to, holding on as long as they have to. Maybe they can find some openings, get slows. That's what this team has open to them. But right now, again, you had mentioned maybe the counterpunch, their strong suit. Pyromancer, not going to be up for a little bit. So right-hand side of the map, it's just this Fire Giant. The Warriors, unable to really find that opening. Who's got to start it? I mean, Panatom, these blinks into a taunt have been absolutely massive, but he's only ever grabbing Nika. He's never getting one of these squishies. How does he get to the back line a little easier to try and get coast your Lasbers or your Dardes?
It's just so scary for Panatom to blink in and go for a taunt when Mike is around, because once that Undying Love comes through, you've wasted your taunt, you're in the back line, you don't have Aegis, and Dardes is staring you down. Bavorish Coast is staring you down with crits and burst damage. So I don't think Panatom wants to just blink in. He wants to dash taunt and immediately back up. Genetics is almost always there with the Darmic Pillars for peel. But if I'm Aegon, I'm going over to left lane and I'm just spawning Lizards nonstop. Like, he's putting them in mid currently. That's pretty easy for the Dragon to defend. But if you see that he's gone, maybe that's a little bit too much, and the Jade Dragons can just go in for an EFG, but he doesn't show himself. He can spawn like a weight or a whole Titan mid of those Lizards to just take down the tier 2 tower, or at least create some presence across the map, because having everyone here, all 10 members of both squads, just sitting around this enhanced Fire Giant has not netted much.
We've entered that territory. 36 minutes in, 5-4 in favor of the Dragons, gold in favor of the Warriors. Just a few thousand. And not too much this late in the game. You can almost forget the first 30, because what matters is what comes up in the next 5 if this Fire Giant falls. But Beacon back available. A second spawning of Titans potentially coming, and the next 10 depending on how this fight breaks through. And Trelly, even more important than any of that, it's game 1 of the grand finals on the world's stage for both of these teams. And that pressure riding on the shoulders, getting that first step forward here could be so much weight.
That's what it is. It's so much momentum on the wave here. One EFG fight, one taunt, one kiss from Mike. And Eva could break this game wide open, put the momentum in your favor, put the crowd in your favor. And electricity would be exactly what the team needs. Jade Dragons take the Pyromancer. Another Runic Bomb in play. 2 on the side of the Oni Warriors, 1 on the side of the Jade Dragons. They're going to get tired eventually, and here it is, finally. Once again, EFG pulled. This is a bait. The Oni Warriors want to fight. They're going to step forward. But without Panatom here, you already know it's a bait, right? He is at his speed buff currently. Sot is not going to reset it, though. They want the die. They're just waiting to see if the Jade Dragons will misplay.
Lasber as well was back on the red buff. Nothing too serious for them. If the Warriors get a pull, though, it can cause some trouble. Everything, anytime that health bar gets to 50%, just watch Dardes. This ult, the damage, I mean, we talk about it with Thoth a lot. It comes into the equation. First off, he's one of the few mages who's not gone for the alternate timeline. And on top of that, we end up in this really interesting position where he can 100 to 0 someone now. Like if he can hit Net, if he can hit Pagon, suddenly we're having a completely different conversation about the fight.
Yeah, but this man has not used that ultimate yet, and for good reason. Dardes needs the cooldown. As long as that ultimate is up, that's what's stopping the Oni Warriors, and that's a Zephyr right to the face. You can see how much damage this Kukulkan can do. Metroid's gonna have to go back and lifesteal. That's my point. The Oni Warriors are trying to bait out something, and that'd be the go button. The second that ult's down, I have no doubt the Oni Warriors 50-50. And finally,
yeah, because if they don't have one of the highest burst abilities in the game on the other side,
open up something, because this just dance back and forth. The Jade Dragons are clearly not
paired
taking
with the fact they have 2 runic bombs on their own side,
be balanced by certain things. You've got Nico
becomes a
who
lot harder to
could go over towards left, defend, and then come over. You've got Coast who could go over and start split pushing. Normally, we're having that conversation with the Chernobog.
I mean, that Kukulkan
you had mentioned earlier, it's where Chernobog lands that can cause some of the trouble. Is there going to be enough that you think they need to mount a defense over and left, or do you think this is the pressure? Actually, maybe it is the pressure. Sot tries to open this up, maybe in a bad spot. Good taunt from Panatom, good damage from Pagon. They force Dardes to fall back, and the tier 2 towers, the safe haven here for the Dragons.
So far, that's the call. Nika was looking for a wraparound, decided against it. A lot of damage came through. It looks like tier 2 tower is where the Oni Warriors are after. They're done with the enhanced Fire Giant dance, but remember, Mike has sustain, Mike has healing. He's going to keep his team just fine. And Dardes without the beads in a risky spot, but he's got Undying Love as well.
Tier 2 should be pretty simple. We're approaching 40 minutes in. Builds long have been completing for a majority of the players on the board. Just now, Genetics looking for the last one. That Undying Love, 30 seconds before it comes back. Dangerous territory for the Dragons. How much pressure can the Warriors get without the full Fire Giant on their side? Having no minion wave and having a pretty solid defense for the Dragons, it feels like. How long could they hold on to this?
Indefinitely, man. The Jade Dragons are okay just playing the slow game. They are waiting for a mistake to be made. And that's what I'm talking about. The Oni Warriors cannot hope to just go for a pull and go for a 50-50. That's too risky. The engage they've been seeing, Genetics with the wraparound Dharmic Pillars, that was a while ago. That was the best option. Panatom now. This could be good. He's got Poly, he's got Bumba, so he has damage. He can also ult in at any moment, but it looks like he just wanted the shield buff. He's not going to continue split pushing left. He's going to go for a wraparound play here. He could go for a blink taunt. This could be what the Oni Warriors want.
Standing in the jungle, left side. Every member of the Dragons falls back instantly. Lazarus over on right is going to deal with some of the minions. So far, no control from the Lizards that Pagon's been sending around. And good defense from the Dragons makes sure that while their map state isn't necessarily the best, it is holding on as long as they can. 41 minutes in, 9 kills still on the board. And that enhanced Fire Giant, we've just kind of shifted the fight over towards mid lane, which may be favorable for the Dragons in terms of vision. Pyromancer spawns in. Dragons immediately in the pit, maybe looking for the fight as well, trying to find a pick. Unable to lock anyone down. The Warriors just too close-knit right now for them to jump in.
Pyromancer started up. Jade Dragons want it. Jade Dragons get it. Another Runic Bomb in their pocket.
On the board.
The Jade Dragons could go in for a pull. I mean, they have so much burst damage. They just want to wait out. They want to watch for the Panatom taunt. They want to get a relic down. They are playing so safe, so careful. You already explained why. The energy of getting a game 1 win. Too valuable, too much on the line for both of these teams to go for a risky call that is not 100% calculated. But the Oni Warriors have been the ones in the driver's seat. They go for this Fire Giant pull so many times just to see if they can find something. Lasbra loses the Magi's. That's a big deal. Next time he gets stunned, the beads will have to be the answer. But still, the dance continues. The Jade Dragons have not left their perch in the back camps around EFG.
Now, I want to ask you, and you know, this is where we're digging deep. But Shell picked up for Genetics earlier, and we've gotten to see some of that shielding. We see some of that safety.
Yeah,
versus
so
Bracer
that
on the
ult
other
is
side
doing,
for support utility, especially for
before
the way these fights
procs,
break
about
out.
1,600 damage.
Do you prefer one over the other? Do you see the utility?
Plus the one, plus the poly.
Well, it just puts Sot down a bit because he has to get the frenzy, right?
So
when,
you know.
When Bracer is in play, the Jade Dragons say, hey, we've got our damage amp. We know where everyone's going to be. Exit acts as a ward as well. But because Gen X goes for more survivability, he goes for the Shell, he goes for the med. Now SOT has to get that frenzy to try and buff the damage. Finally, some split pushing has occurred, Gore. SOT to left lane. Will there be an answer? Doesn't seem like it. This would be the opening the Jade Dragons want. They're not going to go for it. SOT doesn't have a runic bomb, though, so this Phoenix is not under too much pressure.
It's going to be a little bit of pressure, though, nonetheless, right? Clear the wave, try to do something. Nika's going to match, and that should slow that down. And like you said, with Lizards going in mid lane from the Tiamat, it opens up an easy defense, at least in that lane, for the Dragons to step over. Again, it's only been 2,000 gold. At this point, we're 43 minutes in. That doesn't mean too much. And Fire Giant seems to be the big deal. Sot, deep in mid lane, could go for the flank. Lasbra drops the ult onto Pagon, forces him to fall back. They look for their opening. They try to find that fight, but Sot a little late to the party. And the loop does not work here.
I mean, this
Instead,
fire is
started up again by the Warriors.
Probably going to snowball into game unless it gets... I think this Fire Giant fight is going to be for game.
You have to be careful here if you're Panatom. They don't have the jump in that they want, though, the chase down. Instead, they turn their eyes towards Pagon, and they've got the damage, but he's got the leaps. Good stun from Nika, locks him down. The alternate timeline keeps him going, but only for a second longer. Killed off, and Coast opens up this fight. Now Sot, Genetics trying to run. Panatom, Netroid forced out by Lasbra, and the EFG open for the Dragon.
The Jade Dragons finally have their opening. They back up towards the enhanced Fire Giant. Genetics is the only one nearby. Darmic Pillars and SOT with a teleport. They want to try and defend.
Sot goes into the back. You don't have that ult if you're Dardes. It's true 50-50. Darmic Pillars drop. Dragons, though, get the enhanced Fire Giant. They need to win this fight. Lasbra is low, but Lasbra is safe. And the turnaround, yeah, you lose your jungler, but you're killing them one by one. Get the job done, Netroid. Nowhere to run.
Not like this.
Get a DSI. They're going to run down right and get this Phoenix and look for this game.
Yep, Pagon spawns in 25 seconds with the Jade Dragons have enhanced Fire Giant. This Phoenix is an afterthought. They're stepping forward. They're walking into the Titan room, and they won game one.
The damage, it's enough. Game one, and a little bit of momentum goes over to the Jade Dragon.
45
Nika's standing in the fountain can get kill credit.
Is all it took, Gore.
Yo, the fountain can get kill credit.
And the overcommitment from the Oni Warriors means the Jade Dragons have won this crowd so far. The momentum in their favor.
I did not know the fountain can get kill credit.
Charlie, only a small kill lead. They were down in gold and down in pressure they could apply. And when you look at it, though, Coast stands out, right? 5-1.
Just one game. We saw a reverse sweep yesterday. We can see one again today.
Damage from Dardes. There's so much that goes into that. And the thing that the Dragons have, and we saw it yesterday, we see it there. They don't care how long the game goes. They will hold out, and they will fight you on their own terms.
And I want to draw into attention how many times we've seen this after the Jade Dragons, whether they lose,
I'm gonna be right
they
back.
win.
I have a couple things I have to do.
Mike says, boys, huddle up. Don't get too excited. Don't get in your own head. Stay control, right? We are playing this one slow, and they did not do anything
I will be
special.
back
They didn't engage
in a few minutes.
They didn't overcommit.
And,
they
hopefully in
sat
time
there
for the
and
start of
waited.
game
They said
two.
the Oni Warriors will mess up. They will step too far forward. We will find our opening. And about 43 minutes in, they found that opening.
And that fire, I mean, that might be one of the longest Fire Giant dances we've seen, just period, with how long they are keeping things up. But they get the job done. And again, Trelly, they get this first game, and how crucial of a step that can be. We've had tons of arguments over game one versus game two, things like that in a best of 5. We're not getting into that now. But being able to look at what they've done and how exhausting on the world stage, in Worlds Finals, that can hold, that's really what I'm seeing right now for the Dragons and what they are going to carry with them into game two.
They're on pins and needles the whole time, right? That whole EFG fight, one mistake, one taunt, one missed relic is the end of game number one. So yeah, the stress will certainly start to build.
Well, game one ends, and we'll have game two in a little bit, but for now, we're actually going to go over to the stage where Dave is standing by.
That's right, Smite fans, we are live here on stage. How about game one from the Jade Dragons? We've been here with our friends at Steel Series all weekend long. And if you remember correctly, you could buy raffle tickets for all of this swag. We got microphone, keyboard, mouse, headset, whole speaker setup down there as well. So we're gonna do the raffle giveaway here in just a moment. So if you have your raffle tickets, get ready because we're gonna pull the raffle number here in just a moment. Raffle ticket number 4326316. 6316 are the last 4 numbers. That's the raffle winner for all this Steel Series swag. Someone give me a shout. We got it? All right, we got one. Come up to the stage if you are 432-6316 and come claim all your Steel Series gear. I do have something else I think I could give away here in the meantime. I think one game worth of suspenders is probably enough. So I think it may be time while we get our Steel Series winner up here. Please watch your eyes. This terrifies me. Everyone, be careful. We got it. Oh, we got him. The big winner. Four, 3, 2. Other side. 6316. Congratulations, the big Steel Series winner. Thanks to you guys at Steel Series for these big giveaways. It's been awesome. I mean, goodness gracious, microphone, keyboard, headset, really everything you need for your setup. Fans, we appreciate you guys. Game number 2 coming up next.
All right, my friend, biggest question of the day. Are you ready? Yes. All right, that was actually 2 questions, but I need to know, do you think there are more seats in that auditorium, or do you think there are more Control Freak thumbsticks in this box?
I gotta say, I think that there's way more thumbsticks. Definitely more people in the audience today because Smite World Championships Season 10 today.
I'm gonna say more thumbsticks.
More thumbsticks. I think there's more Control Freak thumbsticks in this box.
Yonder auditorium or this box? I gotta go with the box.
Oh man, that's a tough question. You know, I'm no mathematician, but I gotta say, probably more thumbsticks.
It's gotta be more thumbsticks, man. That's for sure.
I think there are more thumbsticks in this box than seats over there.
I say more seats. More seats.
More seats?
Yeah, more seats. I believe in the fans.
I'm gonna have to go with more Control Freaks inside that box.
I'm giving a little guess here. We got a couple Dragons fans out there. We got a couple of whoever the other guy is. But I'm gonna go with this. I'm seeing a lot of them in there.
You think there's more Control Freak thumbsticks in the box?
I think so. I mean, just look at them all. It's not that big, but there's a whole lot of stuff in there.
Nice. Great answer. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, this is my first Worlds final, not as a player, but honestly still feels just as good. I'm really proud of.
He's just as big of a part of the team.
I'm really proud of everyone like sticking in it. Like after we were 2-0 down, it's just poetic. You know, I just told them this is the time we reverse sweep. It's time for revenge. So and it happened, and I couldn't be happier.
It definitely feels pretty amazing. It's been something I've been very privileged to be to multiple times now. I'm just very proud of my teammates and everything. Yeah, it definitely feels amazing, but we still got work to do. They played pretty much exactly how I thought they would. I think as the set developed, I think especially game 3, 4, and 5, I think we predicted exactly what they would do in draft. Even it's weird because I'm sure they feel similarly when you play against players for, you know, Aurora and Cyclone and Mooney. I've played against them for a decade now. You just know how they play, and they're just so clean. They're just such a good team at objectives. Their macro play, like game 1, they just won off of playing the map better than us. So yeah, they're just an amazing team for sure. It was a tough set.
And it's just very special for us to like finally overcome like beating them. Like the whole year they've had our number, and it feels good to like the last opportunity to just get the win, especially a reverse sweep. Like, what the fuck?
History would say not well. We haven't beaten them yet this year, but I actually don't think that is as like damning as it sounds. I feel like for the Warriors that the most recent like SPL set we played them in the regular season, we had a very similar game to game 2 today where we're basically stomping them the whole game, and then we threw one fight at fire and lost the game off of it. So I feel like they're a team that we have a better read on. We scrimmed almost exclusively those two teams up to the tournament just because they're on the opposite side of the bracket. So I feel like we have a better understanding of how they want to play. I'd say our early and our mid game improved a lot in scrims, even if at times it didn't feel like it. If you're like, you know, frustrated in games, you're like running it down or having bad starts. I think we got a lot better at that area of the game. In terms of late game team fighting, I don't think any team can out team fight us. I haven't felt that way all year. So I just think it's about playing our game, and whoever we play, I'm confident.
Jade Dragons all about rewriting history. Yesterday, reverse sweep in the semifinals to get into the grand finals. First for many of those players on the Jade Dragons. And in game 1 of our grand finals, break a bit of history, both this year, handing the Oni Warriors their first loss of Worlds, and handing Genetics his first game loss ever on a World Championship stage. So rewriting history, important for the Jade Dragons throughout the remainder of today. Welcome back to the Esports Stadium Arlington for the Smite World Championships here in Season 10. Love being here, and it's a great, great area to be, and all these fans making a lot of noise. And we want to look back at exactly what happens here in game number 1 during the Steel Series Moments of Glory. A lot of them for the Jade Dragons. Hazer, where's your mind go first?
Well, my mind goes to the late game. That is where this game went. There was a bit of a lull through the early mid, not a whole lot of kills, and then we got to this stalemate at the Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors seemed to have the impetus, but they just did not have objective secured. Dardes on this Kukulkan, absolutely key, ripping those ults as often as he could and denying pressure to the Oni Warriors.
And not just that, I mean, the ultimate's obviously phenomenal, but I thought it was the tornado placement from Dardes that prevented this dive composition from the Oni Warriors. Triple tank front line, just trying to get as far as they could towards Vaporish Coast, towards Dardes, and every single time their path was blocked by immense damage.
And to combo with this Cuckoo, they had this Aphrodite providing safety that Dardes was able to go for this full damage build. And the combo of this Afro and Cuckoo, if she ever hit a kiss, immense damage came out. Cuckoo's building full damage, gets about 1,000 power. Aphrodite, when she gets the kiss, 20% more power. Mirrodin on the ultimate, 20% more power. There's so much damage potential on this combo, it's got to be taken away. Both of them, not together. One of them maybe, but they both look fantastic.
And speaking of damage potential, I thought the Oni Warriors would have a lot more of it, but it's that full tank Athena build, I think hamstrings them a little bit. They just weren't able to match up with the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and I think when it came to the late game, they lacked the damage to kill Nika, they lacked the damage to kill Mike because Panatom went that build. They only have 2 real damage dealers in Pegon and Netroid, and that meant they weren't ever able to shred the front line, and so FG could be just stalemated forever by the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and as we both saw at the same time, 8,000 damage out of the Athena. This cannot happen. If you are playing jungle, you have got to build some semblance of damage to threaten the back line. That is the entire problem. And I don't necessarily mind the Athena in the jungle. I didn't like the Ganesh and the full damage or the full defense combo with it. I didn't think there was enough damage there at all. I think if they get this Athena again, I want it to go to genetics in the jungle and find something else, or genetics and support and find something else in the jungle.
And realistically, there was the opportunity to just go ahead and put that Athena over towards support and grab one of Panatom's signature picks in the Susano. I was so surprised by that last-minute changeup.
And now, I think for the Oni Warriors, it's a return to what Mike was talking about the Jade Dragons in that interview, right? It's about returning to their game, because this is an Oni Warriors team that has been near impossible to beat. And so, Hazer, what do you want to see from the Oni Warriors resetting for Game 2?
I think I'd like to see them switch sides and just ban out that Athena themselves, go back towards what they've prepped. I think that draft from the Jade Dragons threw off their prep. They didn't expect the Athena to get through. They didn't expect to be able to pick it in those second and third slots. So it threw off their draft. They weren't able to convert with the draft that they ended up getting. And I want them to go back to what they prepared last night, what they talked about this morning, and what they came into this tournament intending to do.
Myth, do you think this is an opportunity for the Dragons, though, to go on a bit of a run? This team has been, I think it was Jithan's birthday yesterday, too. It's unbelievable how that works. We'll talk a bit more about what we're expecting as we get into picks and bans for Game 2 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors here in a best-of-5 grand final live in Arlington, Texas at the eSports Stadium. And Myth, I want to look at the Oni Warriors and maybe some of the shifting around that they're hoping to do, because I think Hazer's right. Maybe just a return to what has worked is the right path forward.
I understand why the Oni Warriors feel threatened in picking up that Athena. We've seen Lazarus threaten Athena jungle himself throughout this entire year, so in that position, you're always grabbing that god, but there is something to be said about playing your own game, and it's something Inbound and Hazer have done a great job highlighting. If something can just throw them off balance like that, it's the Jade Dragons every single time.
And I liked how the Jade Dragons kind of forced them into playing that, because as Hazer said, this is something that they weren't preparing to play. They were expecting that 100% ban rate, and with one other opportunity to ban it here, I agree. Yes, you're on first pick side, but it doesn't look comfortable. Play what you expected to play against, ban the Athena. So far it's led through, they have the opportunity again.
They get rid of what they believe to be the problems, though. Afro and Kukulkan, Mike and Dardes did go absolutely crazy on those picks, and they denied a lot of what Athena wants to do. When Athena dash taunts the Kukulkan Tornado, was denying follow-up.
But you've let Dardes' best pick through. The Morrigan has been his bread and butter this entire year. One of the best base stance Morrigan players in the league. Has great transformation potential with that Bellona making her way through bans as well. Talk about lane dominance and great early game pressure already for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm touching on. They went through Osiris last game because the Bellona was banned. Bellona available here, locking it in. Maman hover.
Now Maman.
They got the Maman. They had the opportunity last time. They're going for the Maman now. And I like it here because it provides that flex potential. You don't know who's going to be taking it.
Exactly. It keeps the draft ambiguous. It keeps the Oni Warriors guessing. And the Oni Warriors, it looks like, deciding once again not to go for Athena support. At the very least, Ganesh coming through for genetics one more time. I'm wondering if they'll lock in the Athena. I think we're going to see them skip over it this time.
The Merlin hover. I mean, back to the standard for the
like
Oni Warriors. I think it's a really good pickup. It gives you that AoE persistent damage as well, the 100% win rate for
Across
Merlin.
5 games.
It's been very potent so far. But if it's going to be Maman mid, we don't know that just yet, but if it is Maman mid, that's a much easier matchup than we've seen her have to deal with so far.
I think there is that, but I also think when we go to that late game, I think Merlin is one of the few characters that has that outplay potential into the Maman. And with that Tiamat locked in, we're guaranteed a Maman jungle, we're guaranteed this Tiamat mid, and this is taking it away. The Morrigan was available, like you said, and we've seen Dardes kind of go back to that. The Tiamat I'm a little concerned about. Yes, it's a strong character, but I'm worried about that early game for this Jade Dragons outside of solo.
I really do like that, though, from the Jade Dragons, addressing the early game in the second phase of bans. If you're worried about not being able to scale up in a late, get rid of the Awelish. That god, so dominant on map, can really establish pace early on. Oni Warriors, similarly, though, addressing early game.
Yeah, they don't want to give Coast a comfort pick. Did look very, very strong on that Chernobog last game. I wonder if he'll be getting, banned away straight away by the Oni Warriors. Just as I say, they address it.
And I like the Bog ban. I think Coast could have used the global a little bit more, but he was still a threat on it in the team fights. And there's still a bunch of ADCs available for Coast here. That Ishtar namely comes to mind, something that can kind of mitigate Hachi's early game, kind of farm up, get to that late game. Rama, another one. We've seen it a little bit. It's not been highly prioed. And then lastly, the Heimdall. So there is still a lot of options available here for Coast, and that is the one thing I didn't want to see him on a god that's going to be losing lane.
But every time we say we don't want to see something from the Jade Dragons, they completely flip expectations on their head. I mean, this analyst test was completely down on their last draft. I know Jingwei hasn't looked so great so far this event, but scaling late game damage, crit build now in Vapor's Coast back pocket.
Please crit build.
Please, it has to be.
And that was what I was going to touch on. Last time he played this Jingwei, he went for that funky Silver Branch Kins oboe build. I didn't like it. They lost the game. I don't hate it as much if he does go for that crit build. I would have just preferred some semblance of pressure in duo.
Yeah, very, very slow comp here for the Dragons outside of that Bellona. It looks like they're going to be trying to dominate the solo lane again, get gold from totems, get that MP5, and be able to farm out the game. But I want to see what SOT locks in here to match that Bellona. I would like to see him go a pressure pick, maybe an Osiris, something like that that can match the Bellona in solo.
I love that point, Hazer. This is really a scaling composition, and generally when you see mid lane and dual lane scaling, you want something in the jungle that can match pressure early. Maman Brigitte isn't that pick. 2-3 items in, then you have that 100-0 potential. You're a massive threat on your own. Until then, you're really just there to clear jungle and try and keep people safe.
And I think you're both 100% correct. If the Warriors go for this Osiris, if they mitigate this Bellona, I'm scared for the Dragons. They don't have anything that they can really do and play through in that early game. And with this Gilgamesh lock-in, that's a level 5 spike that's huge that the Jade Dragons can't really match. And this Osiris, there's so much pressure here.
Yeah, and it's not like their comp isn't scaling either. They have a Merlin, one of the best late-game gods in the game. Maui Hover. We saw it dominate in the NASEC qualifiers. El Leon looking amazing on this pick, and we haven't seen it a whole lot at the SPL level quite yet. Will Mike decide to go towards it here?
And I don't love this. What else is going to be really pulling those beads that you can actually punish? If you hit that pull, yes, you're going to be getting those beads, but then you have to wait for your ultimate to be back up. Are you going to be able to kind of threaten that?
Normally, I'm all in on that, Bobby, but Maui has so much CC on his own. He's going to burn your beats with the first ability, pull you back in with the landfall, stun on the leap, pull on passive. If you want one dedicated beads burner, I think Maui's as best as you could do.
I agree in the same semblance, but into a Ganesh, that is something that you have to put yourself out of position for, and you can't do that against the Ganesh. It's risky, and I agree, if those beads are down, there is that threat there, but Ganesh just kind of makes it so difficult to play this Maui.
Whoa. That ends up being a Baron lock-in for the Jade Dragons. Unless my eyes deceive me, I think this is the first time that Athena will have gone unpicked and unbanned here at the Smite World Championship. Hazer, Baron Samdi for the Jade Dragons.
Very, very slow comp here by the Jade Dragons. They went late last time, and it looks like they want to go late again. They want to go towards these Fire Giant fights. I think they're really going to struggle to get through this early game with this comp. What I want to see from the Oni Warriors here is to run it down. Gilgamesh in the jungle, going to be dominant. Osiris and Solo can match the Bellona. Ganesh Hachiman should crush this duo lane. I want to see aggression from the Oni homies.
And if I'm playing Gilgamesh here, it's not even, I need to hunt down this laner. It's, I'm going to hunt down this Maman Brigitte. I want to meet her in the jungle, fight her there. There's so much CC lockdown now on the side of the Warriors. Every one of their side lanes going to play with immense pressure. You're not even concerned about what would be a normally pretty slow lane in the Merlin. Up against Tiamat, you have pressure there too.
And the one point is that I think the Dragons are kind of going back to is we're on the world stage. Games are usually a little bit slower. That means there's going to be pressure on the Warrior side to kind of snowball this game and get them in that, big lead advantage by the time it goes late. But if this game goes late and the Dragons are able to farm up, get those 4 or 5 items, this is a scary comp on the side of the Dragons.
It's a hard thing to manage mentally. You've gone down 1-0. You're under pressure on the world stage. Genetics taking his first loss in Texas, you know? He hasn't fallen down a single time. How does he react here? Can they pull the trigger on these calls? Can they make the pressure count from this comp and get in there?
I think they can. I'm the only concern I have for the Oni Warriors is their ability to do the stuff after the stuff. I know Tom's in the building, but
he's in the building. That's a good shout out.
Play, it's going to be tough. You've got really good burn potential. Ganesh, one of the best at that. Hachiman boosts your team's potential there, but there is no secure after the stuff.
I'm going back to the beginning of draft.
He's in the building. That's a good shout out.
Play, it's going to be tough. You've got really good burn potential. Opportunity
We're
to
gonna
just
watch
go ahead and
draft
put that
at
Athena
double
over
speed
towards
chat.
support and grab one of Panatom's signature picks in the Susano. I was so surprised by that last minute changeup.
And now,
I
think
saw
the Oni
that
Warriors
draft was going on.
But return to what Mike was talking about the Jade Dragons in that interview, right? It's about returning to their game. Because this is an Oni Warriors team that has been near impossible to beat. And so, Hazer, what do you want to see from the Oni Warriors resetting for game 2?
I think I'd like to see them switch sides.
I had to
shoot
shoot him out.
I think that draft from the Jade Dragons threw off their prep. They didn't expect the to get through. They didn't expect to be able to pick it in those second and third slots, so it threw off their draft. They weren't able to convert with the draft that they ended up getting. And I want them to go back to what they prepared last night, what they talked about this morning, and what they came into this tournament intending to do.
So much hotter.
Do you think this is an opportunity for the Dragons, though, going a bit of a run? This team has been, I think it was Justin's birthday yesterday, too. It's unbelievable how that works. We'll talk a bit more about what we're expecting as we get into picks and bans for game 2 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors.
I know you guys will have already seen this, that's why we're speeding through it, but I want to see this.
And if I want to look at the Oni Warriors and maybe some of the shifting around that they're hoping to do, because I think Hazer's right, maybe just a return to what has worked is the right path forward.
I understand why the Oni Warriors feel threatened picking up that. We've seen
I don't want to
entire year, so in that position, you're always grabbing that god, but there's something to be said about playing your own game. It's something, Hazer's done a great job highlighting it. Something can just throw them off balance like that. It's the Jade Dragons every single time.
Keeping the Yam away from genetics. The Afro away from the Dragons.
Play what you expected to play against, and the Athena. So far, it's left through, they have the opportunity again.
They get rid of what they believe to be the problems, though. Afro and Kukulkan, Mike and Dardes did go absolutely crazy on those picks, and they denied a lot of what Athena wants to do. When Athena dashed onto the Kukulkan tornado, was denying follow-up.
But you've let Dardes' best pick through. The Morrigan has been his bread and butter this entire year. One of the best base stance Morrigan players in the league. Has great transformation potential with that Bologna making her way through bans as well. Talk about lane dominance and great early game pressure already for the Dragons.
And that's what I'm touching on. They went through Osiris last game because the Bologna was banned. Bologna available here, locking it in. Mamon hover. They got the Mamon. They had the opportunity last time. They're going for the Mamon now. And I like it here because it provides that flex potential. You don't know who's going to be taking it.
Exactly, it keeps the draft ambiguous. It keeps the Oni Warriors guessing. And the Oni Warriors, it looks like deciding once again not to go for Athena's support at the very least. Ganesh coming through for genetics one more time. I'm wondering if they'll lock in the Athena. I think we're going to see them skip over this time.
Merlin hover.
Kind of took a
back to standard. The Oni Warriors, I think it's a really good pickup because you have AoE persistent damage as well. The 100% win rate
across 5 games.
It's been very potent so far. But if it's going to be Mamon mid, we don't know that just yet. But if it is Mamon mid, that's a much easier matchup than we've seen her have to deal with so far.
I think there is that, but I also think when we go to that late game, I think Merlin's one of the few characters that has that outplay potential into the Mamon. And with that Tiamat locked in, we're guaranteed the Mamon jungle, we're guaranteed this Tiamat mid, and this is taking it away. Morgan was available, like you said, and we've seen Dardes kind of go back to that. The Tiamat I'm a little concerned about. Yes, it's a strong character, but I'm worried about the early game for this Jade Dragons outside of solo.
I really do like that though from the Jade Dragons addressing the early game, the second phase of bans. If you're worried about not being able to scale up in the late, get rid of the Wheelish. That god so dominant on map can really establish pace early on. Oni Warriors similarly though, addressing early game.
Yeah, they don't want to give Coast a comfort pick. Did look very, very strong on that Chernobog last game. I wonder if we're getting banned away straight away by the Oni Warriors. That's what I say. They address it.
And I like the bog ban. I think Coast could use the global a little bit more, but he was still a threat on it in the team fights. And there's still a bunch of ADCs available for Coast here. That Ishtar namely comes to mind, something that can kind of mitigate Hockey's early game, kind of farm up, get to that late game. Rama, another one. We've seen it a little bit. It's not been highly prioed. And then lastly, the Heimdall. So there is still a lot of options available here for Coast. And that is the one thing I didn't know.
Heimdall's kind of like
we want to see something from the Jade Dragons. They can really flip expectations on having. This analysis is completely down in their last draft. I don't think we have so great so far as event, but scaling late game damage, crit build now, and Vapor's goes back pocket. Please, it has to be.
And that was what I was going to touch on. Last time he played this Jingwei, he went for that funky Silver Branch Kins Oboe build. I didn't like it. They lost the game. I don't hate it as much if he does go for that crit build. I would have just preferred some semblance of pressure in duo.
Yeah, very, very slow comp here for the Dragons outside of that balloon. It looks like they're going to be trying to dominate the solo lane again, get gold from Tomes, get that MP5, and be able to farm out the game. I want to see what SOT locks in here to match that balloon. I would like to see him go a pressure pick, maybe an Osiris, something like that that can match the balloon in solo.
I love that point, Hazer. This is really a scaling composition. And generally when you see mid lane and dual lane scaling, you want something in the jungle that can match pressure early. Mamon Brigitte isn't that pick. 2-3 items in, then you have that 100-0 potential, you're a massive threat on your own. Until then, you're really just there to clear jungle and try and keep people safe.
And I think you're both 100% correct. If the Warriors go for this Osiris, if they mitigate this Bologna, I'm scared for the Dragons. They don't have anything that they can really do and play through in that early game. And with this Gilgamesh locked in, that's a level 5 spike that's huge that the Dragons can't really match. And
jungle again.
Yeah, it's not like their comp isn't stable. They have a Merlin, one of the best late game gods in the game. Maui, however, we saw it dominate in the NASEC qualifiers. Elion looking amazing.
We also saw Maui dominate last year in Worlds as well, so it'd be real fun to see Maui.
You can actually punish. If you hit that bull, yes, you're going to be getting those beads. Then you have to wait for your ultimate to be back up. Are you going to be able to kind of...
But then I'll be sad that they're not also on
Maui has so much CC on his own. He's going to burn your beads with the first ability, pull you back in with the landfall, stun on the beat, pull on passive. If you want one dedicated beads burner, I think Maui's the best you can do.
Again, I agree in the same semblance, but into a Ganesh, that is something that you have to put yourself out of position for, and you can't do that against the Ganesh. It's risky, and I agree, if those beads are down, there is that threat there, but Ganesh is trying to make it so difficult to play this Maui.
Well, it ends up being a Baron lock-in for the Jade Dragons, unless my eyes deceive me. I think it's the first time Athena will have gone unpicked and unbanned here at the Smite World Championship. Hazer, Baron Samdi for the Jade Dragons.
Very, very slow comp here by the Jade Dragons. They went late last time, and it looks like they want to go late again. They want to go towards these fire giant fights. I think they're really going to struggle to get through this early game with this comp. What I want to see from the Oni Warriors here is to run it down. Gilgamesh in the jungle, going to be dominant. Osiris and Solo can match the Bologna. Ganesh, Hachiman should crush this duel lane. I want to see aggression from the Oni homies.
And if I'm playing Gilgamesh here, it's not even, I'm going to hunt down this laner. I'm going to hunt down this Mamon Brigitte. I want to meet her in the jungle, fight her there. There's so much CC lockdown now on the side of the Warriors. Every one of their side lanes is going to pressure. You're not even concerned about what would be a pretty slow lane in Merlin.
And the one point is that
once they're in lane, we'll go 1-1/4.
Games are usually a little bit slower. That means there's going to be pressure on the Warrior side to kind of snowball this game and get them in that, big lead advantage by the time it goes late. But if this game goes late and the Dragons are able to farm up, get those 4 or 5 items, this is a scary comp on the side of the Dragons.
It's a hard thing to manage mentally. You've gone down 1-0. You're under pressure on the world stage, and X taking his first loss in Texas. You know, he hasn't fallen down a single time. How does he react here? Can they pull the trigger on these calls? Can they make the pressure count from this comp and get in there?
I think they can. The only concern I have for the Oni Warriors is their ability to do the stuff after the stuff. I know Tom's in the building, but objective play, it's going to be tough. You've got really good burn potential. Ganesh, one of the best at that. Hachiman, Booster King's potential there, but there is no secure. That's not to say the Jade Dragons haven't got it either, but they do have a Jingwei. She's very good at defending gold here because she's able to leverage that passive to stay ever present. The Oni Warriors could very well find kills, but the stuff after, I'm not so sure.
Game 2 going to be very telling here in this set. I talked to some Dragons players earlier on today. They put a whole lot of importance on game one. The Solar Warriors team has been very difficult for the Jade Dragons to beat this year. Players thinking that if they can get through game one, they may just win the whole thing. Let's see how close the Jade Dragons are. Can the Warriors bounce back in game number 2?
Well, that is the question we're going to have to see answered by them here in Australia. As far as drafts go, I felt like the Warriors, although last time we were saying this, did a lot to get things in their favor. The question is how well they can control them, especially when the Dragons can hunker down as well as they can, as well as they did yesterday and in that last game. There's a lot, I think, that stands out, but front and foremost yesterday, not yesterday, earlier was the jungle conversation. And I'm going to go back to it because we've got Panatom on a signature pick for himself, this Gilgamesh.
I can't see what the damage is.
Yeah, I tend to echo a little bit what the desk was saying. It's worrisome that the Jade Dragons have went so hard for the late game. They feel like they can stall this game out up against Sot on the Osiris, up against Panatom on the Gilgamesh. Of course, Pagon's not going to do too much heavy lifting there. This Merlin's going to want to get late game as well, and same with Netroid. But you've got the Yaijutsu, you've got some good stuns. It's not as if Netroid can't find aggression early on as well, so Jade Dragons.
You know what I could do to see how far behind we are?
Just like they did in game number 1. If they do, if it works, goes builds great.
Pull up the stream on my phone.
Very late on.
Well, it is game 2, the world's finals, with the Dragons having the 1-0 lead and the pressure that I imagine the players are feeling. You know, David mentioned Dragons said, get through game 1. As long as you get through game 1, you've got somewhere to go. You've got momentum. You've got something. You've got the crowd on your side if you're the Dragons. And that's going to be their overall goal.
Okay, we're about 3 minutes behind.
Gotten used to seeing years and years and years. Bologna versus the Osiris. This feels like it could have a lot of fire.
Definitely. And because of that, junglers might want to stick on this side of the map, right? You got double teleport, so not as if there's survivability in question. And Lazra, he's got a lot of damage early on. That's the benefit. Having a pick like Gilgamesh, a pick like Merlin.
We've got to do the 1 1/4.
Over in the solo lane.
You know, we knew
1.5 I think Mifflin said
this
it's
fight.
going to take a few items before Maman feels like she can just fight
Looks like
as
we're
aggressively
fine.
as she wants to. So Lazra's going to be chilling, whereas Panatom, he's got the blink, right? He wants to fight as much as possible.
Nika needs to
Who
be
got
a little
it?
careful. Luckily, that's a good Panatom, though, finds what he needs in mid. It's first blood. 1 minute in for the Warriors.
And this is what I'm talking about, man. Lazra has the blink,
Let's
but wasn't able
go.
to use it because so much CC comes from Gilgamesh early on. Now, not only are you Maman jungle into Gilgamesh, you are down. You died. You gave first blood to Panatom. He's going to have so much control on the map. And Panatom with a lead on an actual jungle that can carry, that's scary stuff.
That is a dangerous territory. You had mentioned the Dragons, if they can hold out long, that is a key.
Insane.
We've seen them do just that several times this weekend. They're going to need a little bit more.
Fucking huge start.
One thing the Athena
Oh shit, I need to take away
slow
that
everybody,
eating.
right? Yes, you can show up in any lane, but if the other lane isn't giving you the opportunity,
Well, I am, but that's for the I'm
Let's
away
see exactly how he gets that first blood. And Trelly, it is a very dangerous game to be playing against Gilgamesh, especially when it's Panatom.
It is weird that we cut away from this while it was still happening, but like, I mean,
watch out for those stuns without the beads.
Who's going to expect that to happen? Look how sudden it was.
Without beads, level 12 is when he gets access to that safety, and he doesn't have it for quite some time. Panatom.
It's not like they were in Titan Room or something.
Both junglers are here. I don't think you just stick around. I think Panatom wants to step forward. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he wants to fight. Who else is going to take it? Right now, Nika holds up in terms of position. Kick, stun onto Lazra. But you've got a good silence out from Nika. Again, just make sure that follow-up is very limited. And Lazra, he's been doing a great job just mitigating some of the pressure towards him. So nothing massive.
I was really wondering why the YouTube thumbnail is just a wide image of the totem, which I actually feel like I should have
given the Warriors a slight edge in the first few minutes.
I should have cropped it more.
We've seen action-wise. With a double down. Polar Bear Mike on the bear, and this is a pick
The
that for a
answer is
while. He was
memes.
undefeated. It went for a very long time, but since then has taken a few L's. Still, a great pick for him to go to. Not necessarily a terrible matchup either. You don't want to, use the Dharmic Pillars right on top of that life of the party because you get some mitigations, but Eagles Rally used. Nika confirms another totem. And SOT says, you know what, I've got more of the afterlife, but I'm going to hang on to it this time.
That totem count sign is going to need like a fold out. It's going to need extra. And Nika keeps up this pressure in solo lane. Dardes getting a little bit of poke back and forth between the two of them. Lazra as well. Showing face over on right. As Solar Troll, not a lot of mana to work with. Does not connect on any CC though. And that is going to be Sot. Making it back to the tier 1 tower line. Cooldown buff over to the Dragons.
Double down from now. Still, early days in this game, right? 3-4 minutes. But already having that first blood, Gilgamesh. Anton gets to go find his quest at level 5. Could be nice, but he's sticking around the right side of the map. Remember, he looked towards a little bit of action. Nika, remember, he ulted on that totem last time, doesn't have it.
Yeah, stunned out, kicked back, stunned. The CC chain is just solid, but they go in, Winds of Shamash, the damage, the dodge though.
There it
it's
is.
a little stronger. Away from Sot. Everything you need, and it's a 2-0 lead. Warriors.
And that's the benefit. Exactly that. You use your ultimate to confirm a totem. You don't
You know what,
have
I'm
Eagles
actually
Rally.
going to update the thumbnail. I am going to widen the
so much
totem.
lockdown.
That's what I'm
coming from the
doing
double warrior
when I
squad
have
here.
back in.
Like the party pulls in genetic. Looks like
Shit
both teams are going in.
started
That goes low, force
happening.
Netroid to fall back on the ultimate damage. Oh man, the fadeaway again, just there, but not able to find the full secure. And now full pressed up against the tier 1 tower line. The Dragons daring the Warriors to fight back, and the Warriors, as of right now, in solo, they say yes. In mid, they say yes, but in duo, they can't.
No, not into Baron. Mike is on point with the CC, and that's going to be something you always have to watch out for. You can tell the target here. Oh, the drop kick just off the mark. Remember, Lazra has that ultimate for CC.
Alright, there we go.
Like
YouTube thumbnail is now 10 times stupider.
May be falling down once again. As Maman Brigitte is having a rough time so far in game number 2. But remember, the Jade Dragons were never playing for this stage of the game anyway. They want to get later on, and so far, not the biggest deal.
I'm going to watch solo lane. Maybe like a Hawk C, specifically if Nika drops that ult, because Sot has been in control of the totem, at least the last one, and this one, it looks like, going his way. And Nika's dominance in lane has been a pretty significant portion of success in the Dragons' wins. You go back to Game 4, Game 5 yesterday, Game 1 today, and while Game 1 takes a little longer than some of those others, it is built upon this early lead. I mean, 2,000, 3,000 gold that the Dragons were able to cultivate seemingly from nothing.
Yep, not going to be the case this time around. More so even. SOT has been fighting back, and that's what the Osiris can bring. It's not as like the Amaterasu, which has to stay back, has to play a little bit safe. He can scrap with this pick, and so far that's exactly what we've seen. Actually, 2 Ward Chalices coming through from the supports. That's going to be a heavy investment. You can't really get the sentries if you are Polar Bear Mike because you have the Baron's Brew, but you will have the left side of the map lighted up like a Christmas tree. No ganks will be coming through the duo lane without the Jade Dragons having at least a semblance of an idea that's happening.
You can tell he wants more for the fight.
I love Chalice of the Oracle. It's just, it's so good. It is an investment, but
once he jumps up on that coffin, that pull, that force, that brings. I mean,
it's not that big of a deal.
So what they were looking for when they hovered the Maui, it brings a lot of control. Lasbra comes over towards right again, tries to give Nika a little bit of pressure, but you got Panatom walking in. Cooldown buff goes the way of the Warriors. It seems like the Dragons recognize they don't want to take the rest of this fight. Sot falls back.
I love just the fucking scare from Sot as that totem goes down.
Specific where Panatom is going, and knowing when his blink is available. It just feels like at any given moment, especially in the mid, something could just go wrong.
And that's because Lasbra has to sort of follow, right? He's staying over in solo lane. He knows where Panatom could try to get aggressive. And Lasbra is here sort of as a deterrent. He's not looking to get active himself. He's just trying to defend. Netroid forced into the mounted archery, takes a lot of damage, but Genetics grabs that ball for him. No problem there.
I was about to say, Sot probably upgrades the TP.
This is the aggressive duo lane that we expected.
Did he just go from tier 1 to tier 3?
That's a lot of character.
A lot of numbers.
Oh my god, I think he did.
Side, Lasbra.
Shit.
Maybe looking to see if he can find just somebody, anybody who steps out of position. Unfortunately, the Warriors fall back. 8 minutes in, we had an explosive start to this game, 2-0. But Charlie, the gold, virtually even, slowly shifting over towards the Dragons after the early lead that the Warriors were able to pick up. And now we're entering, totem conversation where we're entering, at least those last moments of this early game as we transition into the mid game and looking at items, looking at starts. And specifically, I'll ask because we don't see him the whole time, where do you expect to see this Gilgamesh go, especially with this build?
I mean, so far, it's been a lot of right lane, but Phantom, the world is his oyster. He is one of the scariest characters on the map currently with his Jotun's Wrath. He's got some magical defense in tow as well, so it's not as if Lasbra is going to be the biggest threat in a 1v1, especially once that Shogun gets online. I mean, Phantom can just control the map however he would like, but how pushed back his duo lane has been, it's not as if ganks are going to be too easy. Mike and Vaporish Coast have so much safety as well as so much engage, as we've seen Netroid using that ult defensively a few times now. So maybe because Mike's so pushed up, Phantom heads over to left and looks for a gank, but this gets called out and the Jade Dragons back it up.
Shield buff, that's all the Warriors find over there. It's going to be these small neutrals that split back and forth. I know where the crowd's at right now, and I know who they are backing. Nika yesterday. Charlie, you got to talk about it. I mean, legacy game, it feels on this Bologna. Willing to jump in. And, one thing that the desk had been talking about was, some beads burn. When they were hovering Maui, they were a little worried about who was going to be helping with that. Nika was finding very consistent stuns throughout a lot of his team fights against the Fairy.
He just plays as aggressive as he wants. Looks like the Executioner will come
but
through.
Will he do it again?
Chop up some DPS. Look at this grouping, though, here from the Oni Warriors. They are faking the Gold Fury just to see if they can bait in the Dragons. Teleport not available for Nika, but SOT can get here any moment. Phantom doesn't take too much damage here, but life of the party already down.
Yeah, Mike has to play carefully. Already knocked back. Gold Fury. Maybe the question, teleport coming through as well from the Osiris. This is the Warriors showing their hand. They want the Gold Fury. Like you said, no life of the party, and already half health for Mike. Has to play careful. Panatom into the back, jumps onto Coast, takes him down to half a taste. His life in the process, and now the turnaround. The Dragons get the Fury. They're looking for the fight. Rodan with the chase. One more auto kills.
No.
You're looking like you might lose Mike, but Coast wants to help out. You need the safety, you need the numbers, and they don't have
gets
either.
2
for 2. Fury towards the Dragons. Now the runaway Dardes trying to make sure he keeps the numbers advantage, but they're gonna trade him
No
all
fucking
down the
way.
For Netroid, but Fury for the Dragons.
Dardes isn't done though here, Gore. He wants to get that kill on. He's gonna get the shutdown, and Dardes matches the triple kill. He is not gonna be rolled over.
Ooh.
So much, Charlie. So much in that fight. But Dardes, 3-0, and look at that dip. It was very small, very close, very neutral. 2,000 in both the gold and the experience now in favor of the Dragons. That fight is crucial for them to get some momentum built.
Not only that, stealing the Gold Fury away, the Jade Dragons, they recognize that Nika wasn't going to rotate. That's the biggest thing.
Also,
as far
we're
as
catching
the
up
wasn't available.
like any second. Yeah.
Nika hasn't upgraded it. He's just been able to put more and more money into his build. Just now gets persistent teleport, but he just stuck over in right lane. No problem at all. Mike, with the juke shoes, is going to run away. Uses that ultimate because he feels like he's in some danger. But the chase will not continue.
Now I feel
this
like
is
we're
all setting
listening
up
to
for a
casters
beacon
in
fight
slow
out of the
motion.
way. 18 seconds, and that beacon's going to spawn in. This time, Nika actually could teleport it.
9 kills on the board. Control towards the Dragons, despite the kill count being towards the Warriors. And like you said, 6 seconds until we will see this beacon spawn in. We've seen some large groupings. We've seen some absolute ignoring of the beacon. And so the question is for the Warriors right now, are you going to step up? Because the Dragons have control. They're already 3 force through charging this. And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answer. Easy beacon, maybe. An easy fight. No Coast forced to ult away. Netroid Panatom playing aggressive. Watch Lasbra looping around once to find someone knocked back away from Panatom. But instead goes for his ult. Knock. And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answer. Easy beacon, maybe. An easy fight. No Coast forced to ult away. Netroid Panatom playing aggressive. Watch Lasbra looping around once to find someone knocked back away from Panatom, but instead goes for his ult. Knock up, at least good for some disrupt. Now you've got Mike rotating in, no ult to his name. You've got Genetics. You've also got Solo.
If Life of the Party was up, Mike would have been able to turn this into something, but instead he goes down. Oh no!
They take down Coast. it's a double for the carry, looking to continue his tirade through the dragons, and Sot looking to continue these kills.
Goodness.
All you need is a few more, and you get another 8-4 Warriors.
The Oni Warriors are not to be stopped. They step forward, all off some aggression from Netroid. I thought Porsche Coast might have been out there, Gore, but he had the airstrike. Did not matter. SOT is able to chase him down. Netroid has 5 kills to his name, and the Oni Warriors are not done. Tier 1 tower over on left. Pyromancer is being pinged. I want to see Net back and head right to it, and it seems like that's the call. The Oni Warriors will not stop. These objectives belong to them.
Now, you said what the Dragons are waiting for is a late game. Right now,
what
we're
the Dragons fans are waiting for is that totem to
in,
go down.
And so much has already happened. That gold lead the Dragons had just picked up has completely fallen apart. And we are talking about maybe 1,000 gold. If this Pyromancer goes the way of the Warriors, it will be nullified. Mike can't afford to be caught out here. Taken down. 2/3 health to his name. He gets to fall back. Sot's rotations right now. 15 seconds on the teleport. Feels like he has been just crucial right now for the Warriors in terms of finding a lot of this pressure, Trelly.
You are right. SOT cleans up a lot of these kills. Netroid, of course, getting the credit for him, but the rundown, the chase down, the slows, the stuns, all of which this Osiris can provide. The Jade Dragons are sitting just fine.
Totem's a lot
as
more
far
even,
as
by the way,
objectives
this
go,
game.
they're able to steal away that Gold Fury. They are not too far behind it. They can't fight, but they have to respect the damage of the Oni Warriors. They have to respect the energy in this building. Hansom heads over to left. He wants a Porsche Coast, catches the dash. The beats come through. But the airstrike, is that enough? Netroid wants to chase this. Oh, he's in trouble.
It has to go a different direction.
Coast is
Doesn't
dead.
go towards the team. Has to hope that Mike has something, but he just does not. It is 6-1 right now for Netroid, and they are not
and
done.
PBM
Target pillars, lock down Mike. Autos
can't
are
get
there.
who he
Leap over the wall.
needs. He gets
Panatom just
Panatom,
off
but that
the
doesn't
mark,
matter
pulled
because of the
back
Shoguns.
from the Warriors. And Trelly, it's because there's something more tantalizing than bullying the support. Instead, it's the Oni Fury and deep control for the Warriors.
Yeah, this one's going to be uncontested. Lasbra has not been able to get aggressive at all this
Oni
game.
Warriors?
And the
Oni
Oni
Fury.
Warriors continue to push that lead. Nika, though, has the Pyromancer started up. SOT on the way, and that means it's going to have to be dropped. Dardes had a bit of zone, but not enough to keep this Osiris back. Not enough to keep this Mad Lad away from the objective. And now the Oni Warriors are trying their damage towards this Pyromancer. It's going to be a double down because Mike has shown up, and actually SOT might want to run.
Has a lot of damage already on board. Mike seems to want
One of the
something
matchups
different,
was
though.
kind
The
of like a
team
time
kind of peels
capsule,
apart from
basically
each
just
other.
like
Nika.
year 10 in a
Sot
nutshell
held down.
in
Sot
one competitive
no
comp.
teleport. And so this reset is going to be hard for him to make it sure he can get
So
back.
is this
Pyromancer
comp.
low, Dragon secure that one, but they got to get out Mike. Lasbra already low. You've got Nika
You
on
got
the
Merlin
side
and
looking
Tiamat, who
for
have been
pressure on Pagon. They don't want this fight.
always on
Just
top.
want to grab the runic bomb.
But they've always been present in the mid lane. They've always been something you have to think about.
On. It's a
year
5-kill
10.
lead for the Warriors, but gold is pretty much leveled out.
You've got Ganesh, who's been strong all year.
Bomb, though, could be used to just destroy
Baron, who
a
was
tier
decent,
1
got
tower,
really
put
good
some more
after
gold in their pocket.
after the healing changes, and then even more so after
shutdowns have been important. Netroid got shut down, which is why
big
Dardes
item
is a
changes.
little bit ahead in lane. Level 16 on this Tiamat. But the Oni Warriors, traditionally
Hachi
in the
got good
season,
around the
Gore,
time
they were
that the
not
item
ones to
changes
sit
came.
back. They were not ones to play for 30,
It wasn't
40
because of the
minutes.
item changes,
They
it
were
was just
pulling
how
Fire
easy
Giants
shit
at
is.
about this time, even with gold leads or gold deficits.
Gilgamesh
like
is kind of the odd one out here.
With Netroid
Osiris
already
has been
having
dead for
crit,
a
that
long
is
time,
certainly a
and now he's
possibility
here.
here. If a Porsche Coast goes to dominance, it's going to be a
Ballona's
while
been dead for a while.
before he can match
Now
that
she's
DPS
back.
of this Hachiman.
Doesn't help. Net's 6-1 right now. 6.
But Ballona's
Of the
also
9 affected
a really
kills.
effective user of one of
You're going to need more from Net, maybe a little bit from
one of the
Lasbra
Season
here
of
as
Hope's
well. They want to get
headlining
aggressive
items
on
in
the side.
Vital Amp,
Doesn't seem to be the
which was
play.
cool.
This Momon, we see
Momon,
first couple of
new to year
levels
10.
can show face, although unfortunately for Lasbra it
Jinwei
was a
had the
fall
one-shot
down.
build,
In
fell
late
off,
game,
now he's
you've
back.
mentioned the late game a few times. We're 17 minutes
9
in.
of
We're
these
getting to
characters
that
are
portion.
relevant to the
When can I start to
story
expect
of
to see
year 10.
Lasbra turn the tide of how this game has gone?
One more item would certainly help, but he's got nothing.
Gilgamesh
on
got
Phantom
A buff
from
this year, just didn't do
itemization-wise.
anything.
He's going hybrid, he's going bruiser, and he can do so much. So, unfortunately
I don't
for
like
Lasbra,
Phalanx.
he's playing on the back foot here, same as Vaporish Coast. They are just getting a little bit overwhelmed in their respective
Phalanx is overrated,
roles.
overhyped.
Hanatom can do no wrong, but it's not as if a level 15 Mammon Brigitte is not a threat. Lasbra needs to close gap onto people like Pagon. That'd be your good target if you are looking to get your damage off. Speaking of, Nika taking a lot here.
Already half health. It's a fight post-beacon. There's not too much on the left-hand side to gain. And I think the Warriors, or more specifically the Dragons, recognize that. He doesn't go in. He doesn't leap forward because there's no point to it unless they can make something happen over on right. Instead, fall back, reset, try to spin some of the gold. It's, again, just so small in their favor. Maybe some pressure. Goes for the life of the party on Mike, but not able to find the pull onto Pagon. Dardes waiting for the follow-up, but not able to get this kill. But the confidence right there for the Dragons, Trelly, that is what's speaking to me right now. The Warriors, the last couple of fights, very, very massive turnarounds.
Goodbye, tower.
Because the Dragons are not only willing to still step up, but still putting pressure all
tower
across the board, getting a tier 1 in right as we speak. They're making sure that they are not just falling back, not just playing defense for the next 20 minutes.
And remember, Nika has the Runic Bomb. He chose not to use it there because that tower was free. It could still be used on a different tower to put the Jade Dragons even further ahead. Not so much a lead at the moment. They're looking relatively even, but the Jade Dragons still commanding their presence around the map, not too afraid to step up. It's mostly the duo lane as far as I'm concerned, and Mike has been very aggressive. He's been trying to find pulls, he has been trying to find engage, and look at this, just some ward coverage now, but Netroid has made the rotation.
We have that pressure. Panatom goes forward. Dardes immediately beads it out. Make sure there's no CC. The follow-up could be deadly. The Warriors catch you off guard. That relic, 160 seconds before it comes back up, and Dardes will feel that pressure. Massive turnaround in that first fight, but he needs something a little bigger. Nika as well over on the right-hand side. Just playing poke for the current time. I want to ask about this sprint that Mike picked up, because I feel like, you know, it's something, first off, we just don't see too often. What's it going to bring for the Dragons? Speaking
of things you don't see often, Mike also goes Abyssal Stone, the anti-cooldown item, so my man's just pulling out many different tricks, but that sprint's for the Dharmic Pillars, and of course SOT. A lot of slows on the side of the Oni Warriors. Heck, you could even use it for the Abyssal Stones. There's just a whole lot. Jade Dragon's got the Pyro, but Nika jumps in.
Yeah, has a stun onto Pagon. Does he have the help necessary? No, he's taking a lot of damage. The burn from Merlin is something you have to worry about. Watch Sot. Is he going to go over the wall? And he is! Leaps onto Mike, and it's a split fight, but Panatom right now. Genetics, the two that are the lowest, and the chase is on, but Dardes,
yup, they're just letting the Oni Warriors corral them into micro fights. Lasbra might get one, but that's not going to matter. Oh, but it is if Genetics goes down.
Netroid, Genetics, Pagon, they're all low. Yeah, you find Lasbra, but how long can you last when you are surrounded by Coast?
Oh, but Net dies.
Pagon dashes backwards, tries to stay alive, but the zone, the
Sot's
hammer,
looking
the
for it, can't find it. Sot's dead here.
Under the ire of three, should be the next to fall for the Warriors, and the Dragons chasing him down as long as they can. The full-on deicide here in game number 2.
The Jade Dragons have low health bars here, but Fire Giant is their target. Nika ults forward. He's got Shoguns for the boys.
That was fun.
And this will be a free
Warriors
Fire
had
Giant. Lasbra will spawn back in, and all 5 will be able to pick it up. Panatom cannot get here in time. Mike, actually some low health bars. Maybe Panatom could get here. Has the blink, not available. No, it's going to be too close. The Jade Dragons, yep, 5. Hold that thought.
No, he's
Hold
here.
That. Oh, the Runic Bomb. The Runic Bomb comes in clutch, finally. Nika drops it down. If the Runic Bomb doesn't come in, Winds of Shamash is a pretty good steal attempt by the Jade Dragons, despite being down in kills. Look at that gold swing. 5,000 in their favor. FG on 5. And everyone in the crowd seemingly supporting them. My goodness, what a one fight. And Coast does listen to our qualms. He does listen to the desk. He builds that Demon Blade, and the Jingwei crits are flying true.
I mean, talk about kicking the door down as well. He comes into that fight incredibly late, Trelly. And this is something we'll see sometimes with a Jingwei. Right now, what we're seeing is a Primal Fury for Vaporish Coast, and it should be a pretty simple secure. So now, Fire Giant on one side. And this is a two-part question. Where do the Dragons want to aggress? How do the Warriors defend?
At the moment, Jade Dragons are on left. They just want to push down the tier 1, push down the tier 2, and continue. I think the Oni Warriors should play this one a bit defensively. They still have some great avenues to fight back. Netroid is popping off on the Hachiman, but backing up, playing to their leads and trying to get some gold back in their pocket is definitely the smart call. Wait for Pagon to get some itemization. You can sit underneath Phoenix for quite some time. This Merlin has wave clear. Tier 2 dropped, and the Jade Dragon's gonna go back to base. They can, you know, systematically just pick apart these sieges. They've got 3 more towers to go for and 2 more minutes to do it. That's plenty of time.
Titans about to spawn, will be running down mid. Once this beacon is captured, in about 30 seconds. Although pressure onto Nika turns that one around, so it should be the Warriors who get this beacon. But maybe there's a little bit more to it than just that. A large grouping for both squads. And a loop around from Panatom. 5v4 with Panatom hanging off towards the side. Should be spotted. He showed his face in the jungle. Beacon control over towards the Dragons right now. Only 2 kills separating these teams. About 7,000 gold in favor of the Dragons. Beacon goes their way. Titans, 30 seconds. They'll be marching down mid. Give something for the Dragons to rally around.
Lasbra checking the jungle, wants to make sure Panatom isn't nearby. This is only a tier 1, and the Oni Warriors have stepped forward. They feel like they can fight, but Nika just gets a huge upgrade. Goes back, buys the Axe of Animosity, and there's the teleport. Nika wants to dive this tier 1 tower, and the Oni Warriors, they only have 3 at the moment.
He's in a good spot. Tier 1, it's going to get knocked down simple. Coast, just a few shots, and Panatom shows up over on right. He's going to channel his back and get out of there before Lasbra can stop anything. Now they're just going to back up defense. Pyromancer, Dragons trying to further this lead. A minute left on this power play, Trelly. How many tier 2s are under threat for the Warriors? Or are we looking at a rinse and repeat? It looks like the Dragons, again, shifting over towards right. But how far can they go?
They can definitely group up and push with their Titan. I think that's the call here, even without Fire Giant, which they will have for a bit longer. They've got some time to group up and push, Gore. It's all about defense here for the Oni Warriors. I like Panatom's mindset. He was looking for a wraparound. He still wants to get aggressive and wants to fight here for the team, despite a little bit of a goal differential in favor of the Jade Dragons. Nika already deep in the enemy jungle, waiting to see who's going to step up. Finds Pagon, wants to try and take away our red buff, won't be able to, but yeah, this is my call as well. Push down the Titan and look forward. Try and grab one more tier 2 at the very least.
We'll have a little bit of that pressure. Titan now, like you said, with them. Marching forward, and they've got a split as well. Lasbra and Nika in the right-hand lane. You've got the numbers at least matched in mid. The Titan maybe helping give a small advantage. They'll march forward. Tier 2 is the main target. Get a little bit of both of these lanes. They can find it. Pagon already just shy, or just over 50% health. Tier 2 to the Dragons. A little more gold in their pocket. Titan alive, but barely, but with the pressure. Luckily, they've got a Merlin. The fadeaway from Pagon defends a little bit. Panatom caught out on his own. But the Dragons start to fall back. Power play is over. Fire Giant 800 now, sitting in their pockets and ready to be spent.
And that ranged poke is all Dardes. He has so much DPS from essentially across the lane. No one wants to step forward to this Tiamat Lasbra. We were talking about the slow start he had, but he is definitely a threat as well. This Maman Brigitte has plenty of damage. The Oni Warriors have been on the back foot for quite some time now.
Oh no.
But at the very least, the Fire Giant has fallen off. The Jade Dragons split up.
We're fine.
And it's the Warriors with the aggressive positioning towards the Fire Giant. They've got their ward coverage, and they might be trying to set something up in the jungle. Sitting around corners, waiting to see who's going to walk up. Nika might not be the target you want, but they'll take what they can get.
OBS is having a time.
Like you said, spotted out. Not a lot to lock him down right now. So the Warriors have to fall back. Fire Giant staring up. We're getting close to that zone, depending on how soon it started.
I'm gonna have to restart OBS.
We're either gonna be waiting a few minutes for an enhanced, or we'll see if the Dragons, maybe even the Warriors, try to burn it down as quick as they can. The ball is in the Dragons' court as they get aggressive. Now Panatom over on left. Dragons unaware of the numbers.
Nope, maybe we're fine.
Fishing for something. They just need someone to bite, take the bait.
But that was just OBS, otherwise stream would have had.
For some CC, has the ult available. The entirety of the Dragons chasing them down, even an ult drop from Dardes, just to put some pressure on the Warriors.
They're gonna have to flicker out those, which means Mike wants to step forward, try and find that pull. Life of the party could be what breaks this fight open. Low HP tier 2 over on right, by the way, and the Runic Bomb is available for Polar Bear Mike. Oh, just send Coast in to get it. That's gonna be no problem. Even more gold in their pockets. The Jade Dragons are playing this one slow.
It just occurred to me that they said
play style. They just won game number 1.
During the Creative God,
waiting, watching. Someone will step forward, and SOT deep in the backline. I'm not even sure the Jade Dragons
They said that they
Dragons
don't
right
want
now
to do
daring the Warriors to step to their beat. Panatom, Nika in a small skirmish. Nika jumps towards the back, has Netrioid and Pagon CC'd, and now it is all hell breaking loose as they jump in, and Coast is the one who's catching fire. Has to play carefully. The Aegis buys some time, but doesn't buy his life. Genetics is traded out, but it's only a 1-for-1. Nika needs someone big behind him to grant that damage, and that's gonna be Dardes to make sure at least Sot, Netrioid, half health already.
a
forced to fall
massive
back.
trade.
The Dragons start to surge forward again.
But you've lost your ADC. Vaporish Coast isn't
Yeah,
here to burn
Warriors
down
just
the
won that
Fire
trade.
Giant, so the only call is to
Nika.
chase. Lasper goes forward.
Nika with a loop
Oh,
around. Lasper's in danger, but he's
no.
going to get saved. Luckily, you've got a great team around you right now, and Netroid's the one in danger, but he is chasing down the jungler. All he needs is the auto. All he needs is a little bit of time, but Nika is not going to let him
man.
fight. Everyone else have held. The Warriors have to fall back.
And remember, Vaporish Coast has Jing Wei passive. He could fly into Fire Giant at any moment. We're 28 minutes into this game. The crowd behind Nika.
Fucking hell.
The Pyromancer's going to be the first target, but you've got 41 seconds without Netroid. SOT wants to go for a cheeky steal. Goes in for the ultimate, cannot find it. And now Lord of the Afterlife is down.
And you've got 2 runic bombs if you're the Dragons, and a massive lead, Charlie. I mean, we are talking gold on gold on gold, everything in their pockets. And like you said, now a minute and a half until this is enhanced, but Coast is going to be able to join the fight, is in the fight. And you've still got 15 seconds before Netroid is on the board. You got to burn it down, right? You can't wait for it to be enhanced. The Dragons seem to think and be of that mind. But if it's not enhanced, and assuming they secure it, there's no Warriors around. Fire Giant on all 5 of the Dragons. But the question is, Trelly, how much pressure can they apply to a Phoenix?
They should be looking to break the bird, Gore. I mean, they've got 2 runic bombs in pocket. Nika holding one, Mike holding the other. Not much fear in the hearts of the Jade Dragons. They have plenty of time to work with as well. Right lane, surprisingly, is their target, but Lasbra, Nika going for a 3-2 push. This is trying to split up the Oni Warriors, not let them fight as a squad, not let them fight as a cohesive unit. And unbeknownst to anyone, Anatom's in, yeah, he's doing back camps at this point. He needs to get back to base immediately.
And they've got a large grouping over on right from the Dragons. And that's where Coast is. He's the one who can knock these towers down the easiest. You need a lot of room to make it happen. With all 5 Warriors set up for the defense, it's going to be difficult. Nika, as well as Lasbra, splitting off from the rest of their team. One putting pressure on left, at least proxying a wave now. The other in mid, and a small skirmish with Solo or Troll. But you gotta get the minions in there. This is where that Merlin really pays dividends.
Dagon's able to keep these minions out. No debuff available. This is not an enhanced Fire Giant. Mike wants to start this engagement. Phoenix already getting a little low here on the right side of the map, but look at the split. Remember, Nika is the one with the runic bomb. He's gonna drop it down. It's close, but not so much. Panatom still looking to fight here. All 3 Phoenixes will stand tall for the time being. Just looking for one opening that lets the Jade Dragons try and break this base.
The other runic bomb in the pocket of Polar Bear Mike on the right-hand side. Like you said, left side Phoenix already low. Sot Panatom defending against Nika and Lasbra. The right side Phoenix just as low, and that bomb still in pocket. Panatom leaps away. A little bit of pressure goes a long way, but you need your minions. You need someone to tank it up. Right now, it's over in left where it's all happening. Sot seems to see they have an opening. Stun out from Nika to try and peel, and their turn in this fight. It's 3v2. The Warriors have the numbers advantage, but the
elephant saves
it's not
it.
quite good enough. No, Nika, it's falling apart for the Dragons.
Any
on left,
chance
and
the
that
Dragons had to
silence
win in left lane is
goes on.
gone.
They can't speak, but it buys
Genetics
time.
is what we
Right
call a
side
gamer,
bird
chat.
goes the way of the Dragons.
And that was what the Jade Dragons were looking for. I don't think you want to lose Nika and Laz, but they were trying
Thank
to
you,
find at
local
least
support
one
main.
pick, but the base is open.
I don't mean me, I mean
the
whoever you
right
play with.
lane
But
bird
also me.
falls down, and the Oni Warriors can't get much off it. Maybe you're looking towards a Primal Fury, but it's not as if Fire Giant's available. It's not as if they have too much room to step
As a
forward. All
wise,
you can do is group up and look for
world-changing
a
man
pick, and
once
the Jade
said,
Dragons
I'm
should
giving
not
you
be stepping forward.
content
They know
for
they've got
free.
A 3-man advantage,
Not the
disadvantage
accent
rather, until Lasbra and Nika step forward. And they are not.
I don't know if that was
going to
actually
base. Stay
Farfar or
together,
it was someone
group
else
up.
that he just
You're
fucking
gonna listen
made
and hear
that,
the Primal Fury goes down, so you've got a good idea of where the Oni
an alert
Warriors
sound,
are at.
but
And just play time.
I don't think it's
Enhanced
still an
Fire
alert
Giant will
sound
be
for
coming
him.
back up shortly. I don't think the Jade Dragons, because of how long that siege actually took, have an opening to go in for another push here. But man, the Oni Warriors, that was smart. Genetics said, you know what? Give up right lane. I'm gonna come over and left. 3v2. Lasbra and Nika, they cannot run away. Too many slows, too much engage. They were able to win the fight. It just depends on how much the Dragons can do with this one bird down.
Well, you keep Fire Giant on 3. Maybe there's something to do there. But right now, Charlie, I'm looking at it. We've seen the impact Nika's had on this Bologna. This game yesterday, almost any time he picks the God. 4-2-2 right now. 3-1-3 for Dardas, but it's 1-4 right now for Coast. Despite the fact that it's a large turnaround, you even go look at the damage charts. It's not as high up as you maybe would expect or hope from your carry if you're the Dragons. They're going to get the Pyromancer, though. Give themselves a small advantage. Another Runic Bomb in pocket. Either once Nika drops a ward and picks it up, and there it is. into his. But on the other side, 4-1-6 for Sot and 8-3-1 right now for Net. It feels like you really got some pillars in your side lanes from the Warriors.
You definitely do, with the Jade Dragons still playing with the momentum here. Those runic bombs have been able to help out. Not heading over towards the right side of the map. Take a look at this grouping here, Gore. The Jade Dragons heading over to left, maybe just for the shield buff. But if they're on this side of the map, it tells me they are looking towards a fight, right? Or at least going towards that left side bird. I don't imagine they stick around too long, because again, Enhanced Fire Giant will be touching down shortly, and your siege gets so much easier. If you thought getting one Phoenix was difficult, or defending one Phoenix, I should say, is difficult, Enhanced Fire Giant makes it so much harder. The Jade Dragon's still in a commanding position, gold-wise, to be the ones to get aggressive here. It's not as if the Oni Warriors are going to roll over. They step up, they can defend.
A relic.
Their fire minions are very close to the Enhanced Fire Giant. But still, stalling this game
Some
out.
kind of relic that maybe lowers the damage of basic attacks.
Let's talk about the FG pit, especially since Sot
puts down a wall that they have to go.
Same for Panatom in mid.
And then it makes sieging
Ward
Phoenix
coverage. I see some deep wards for the Warriors. See some wards in inventory now. A little bit of poke, back and forth. Dragons with control of this. Do they just defend the Fire Giant and start it up? Can they burn it down faster? How do they approach this fight? As well, maybe. Hold that thought. No, the Warriors fall back. How do they hold on to this? Do they just keep it going?
It seems like they just want to go in for a 50-50 already. EFG getting low. Genetics has to dash up.
There's
Panatom flanks in.
Has the stun, has the lockdown. Darda is forced to use his relics, at least the bees. But Nika gets burned down. Oh my god, deleted from the board and not traded out for a single warrior just yet. And Panatom, Sot, surge forward on left. They force the 4 remaining dragons to fall back. Genetics gets his reset. Now the EFG, it's on the other side. Warriors with control of the pit.
This is what you have to watch out for when you build so much damage on Bologna. Those crits come through, and now Enhanced Fire Giant looks like the Warriors are going to go in for their pull. Genetics wants to defend the Phoenix, but it looks like he's going to give it up, and here come the Dragons.
It can be a 50-50. Already 50% down. That's going to be the danger. All you need is a straight auto from Coaster, some damage. They go in, and the Jade Dragons! The Jade Dragons take away the Enhanced Fire Giant. They lose Lasbra, but look at the kills, and look at the damage right now from Dardas. They pick up Solar Troll. You lose Coast. You lose 3 in the grand scheme, but you got the EFG and you slow the Warriors down.
You get EFG, the right Phoenix drop down as well. The Jade Dragons are going to accept that one. The Oni Warriors are going to have to defend against EFG, but what do they do in the meantime? Lasbra, Coast, gone for 50 seconds. Considering SOT's also gone, it looks like the Oni Warriors have nothing to do but sit around. That's not bad at all, Gore. I mean, Enhanced Fire Giant, even on just one member of your team, is a big deal. And the Jade Dragons already had all that gold in their pocket to back up their siege. Add the runic bombs into the mix, and they should be able to get aggressive and continue to push, even with the buff only on Dardas and PBM.
It's a relic graveyard for everybody involved. Oni Fury, Panatom, and Net stepped up to it. Nika should smell this out, and he will be able to find them. Half health. Is he going to jump in? Does he want to defend it? Or are the Warriors willing to drop it? They're going to go ahead and secure that one. Some minions reinforce the defense. Naturally, then an immediate retreat. You're still waiting on Coast to respawn on the right-hand side. The Dragons need something to rally around to group up behind. Left, they've got a minion advantage. And now they've got the numbers plus that EFG on 2 to try and get something done. Do we swing left? Do we swing mid? Where do they put their pressure?
I think the Jade Dragons should group up, grab Pyromancer first. Of course, these runic bombs have been massive. They can take their time. Mid, Phoenix, left side Bird are still targets. I'm telling you, even with just Dardas having the buff, that should be enough for them to feel confident to step forward, because they already have that right Phoenix down the map. Can be slit. Lasbra picks up this runic bomb. A 3K elixir of power for Dardas, and I believe Mike popped one as well, a defense bot. So plenty of buffs coming the way of the Jade Dragons. They took game 1. Momentum on their side. They are poised to continue that streak. 2 more Phoenixes, but look at this positioning, Gore. They're playing this one slow. They don't want to step into an ambush. They don't know where the Warriors are, so they're grouped up as much as possible until they can get these waves pushed up.
Minute and a half on the power play, just a little over, in favor of the Dragons. A massive gold lead as well. 17-12 though for the kills, and that is in favor of the Oni Warriors, but 15,000 gold. All level 20s, and Trelly, we've been waiting for it. Relics almost up for everybody on the board. Ults, sans Dardas, everybody's got them. And so it's just that opening. And a reminder, 37 minutes into this one, the Jade Dragons just delivered Genetics his first loss on a world stage. And now they are trying to set up and do it a second time in a row. Put themselves up 2-0 in game 2 of this grand finals. Now the reset, 3-2. Split on the Phoenixes. 2 in mid, it's Lasbra and Nika trying to get something done. That's where the runic bombs are. But you've got Coast over and left, and you've got Mike with the EFG alongside Dart as try and chip it down. They do just that. No, it's alive. One more hit. You just got to get Coast in there, and Mike is going to be the one who does it. Fire minions on right now, starting in left, and the Dragons are going to group up in mid.
Not to mention, Pagon doesn't have that alternate timeline while Dardes does. He's got a second life here if he wants to step forward. Mid-Phoenix, the only target now. Fire minions will start pouring in on right, but that right side bird spawns in here shortly as well. The Jade Dragons will not have this buff for much longer. If they want to step forward, it's now, and Mike leads the charge for his team.
You need the runic bombs. One already used. You've got the damage life of the party. Pulls him in. Lasbra into the back. Wants a little more damage from the silence. The silence goes big. Uses the knock up for the disengage, but he's taking a lot. Mike picks up one, but he trades out for the other. Nika leaps in. You've got backup. You've got low warriors, but you're low yourself. You have to play it cautiously. Mid Phoenix hasn't taken a lot of damage. Goes a few stray shots, and the third bird gone for the Warriors.
The base completely broken. That Titan is looking low, Gore. The minions were pushing forward. Why not grab the right Phoenix off respawn? And look at this, the teleport in from Nika. They might want just a bit more. The Jade Dragons might want to step into the Titan room.
Unfortunately, Runic Bomb on Lasbra not available in terms of burst, and you have to be careful. Leap in from Sot onto Coast, putting pressure onto the carry, but now he's too far back.
Nika's on the Titan.
Separating.
Nika's just wailing on the Titan.
The Titan needs a little bit of help. He's got the fire minions. He's got some damage. Can they stop the Warriors right here?
Oh
no! They've got more minions, so you need a few more autos, but the Dragons do it.
Oh, I saw that coming a mile away.
The Titan, he had the Axe of Animosity. He had the minions. Who cares if you can't win the fight? Just kill the Titan. That's what the Jade Dragons were after.
Who cares about the fight?
They put themselves up on World's Finals point.
You can hear it out there. They've got the support of the crowd behind them.
Damn.
But immediately, just like you said after game 1, huddled up, making sure that the conversation continues to make sure that they can keep things rolling. But Trelly up 2-0.
Fucking hell.
This is a good spot for the Dragons. The way they've been playing clean.
Chat,
I mean, early game that time, late game the first time, late game that time. It just feels like they're finding every little mark.
And then we're gonna do.
It's
we're
easy
gonna
to get in your
for a
own
game.
head. It is easy to get above yourself in this moment, but Mike keeps the boys level. 2-0. You hear that? One more game. That is all the Jade Dragons need. But they have to calm down. Take a deep breath. Realize the situation you are in. You played a very clean game of Smite here. Got to replicate it in game number 3.
And that's going to be the goal. So this time around, we saw, and we're talking about it, but it felt like late game. In fact, and if it weren't for Dardes early on getting a triple kill in response to a triple kill, we are having a vastly different conversation about this game.
And he shut him down. That's another big point. You get a triple kill yourself, but you shut down Netroid, you get that extra golden pocket, and now the Tiamat is a threat that no one can deal with. Big deal for the Jade Dragons. The Oni Warriors have to bounce back here.
And it's going to be up to the draft and up to the play. How well will they handle it? Well, the only way to find out is to go to the desk right after this quick break.
Hagon's got nothing left in the tank. He's down. And Stu gets the shell to keep him alive. But SOT, he's starting up his first one. That's already taken down 2. And he's just going to keep swiping away. Kana low and Kana down. It's 3 for SOT. Give him 4 at the ham bone for SOT. And only Snoopy left alive. SOT is going to knock his 5th one on the board. Pentakill for SOT.
Sot is such a good mechanical player. Like, he's so versatile in what he can play. Like, he's played so many different characters and he's played just Smite so much that I think his ability to be confident in any situation is really, really valuable to a team.
He has the most fun Smite brand, like, to watch for sure. Like, the way he plays in SPL is so much fun. I think when he gets rolling, I remember a tier game he had last year where he was just running, I think it was against the Scarabs, and he was just running around the map, like, herding all the, they were like his sheep, and he was like the dog, just herding them all back into base, with tier just pushing them around and stuff. I don't know, he's great. He's such a nice guy. He's really easy to get along with.
Yeah, I just think he's a really talented player. I think it's fun to have players like him who are so ready to take risks that can throw a game, but
you know, at the end of the day, it's like a Hollywood Smite. You know, you're always expecting something exciting out of him, and I think it's a joy to watch.
He's such a good player. I think his one problem is inconsistency. Like sometimes he'll lock in an Uller and go 50-0 or whatever and just pop off. And then other times he'll pick like tier and World's Finals and get soloed on like wave 3. It just seems like a lot of times in big moments it's hard to say, honestly. I think if he brings his A game and keeps the consistency, doesn't like shy away in these big moments, that he can literally be the reason they win because he's so good.
I think Solo Troll is the epitome of a regular season demon. I think in regular season he's a great player. He's probably like top 2 at all times, at least this year. Well, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to playoffs or any sort of finals, he's just not the same Solo Troll.
When the competition is at its highest, doing these kind of spontaneous or impulsive plays, they don't really net you a lot of gain. It's high risk, low reward kind of plays. And I think that, you know, when you're playing the best of the best in the finals, a lot of those times those plays are not going to work. And that's kind of just what happens to him.
If I play against him and it's World Finals, I'll be counting on him to do something bad.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think I've worked a lot on my consistency. I think I've worked a lot on like being a smarter player. Like I learned a lot from Zatman on Scarabs, and I think his words stuck with me for a while. I think this year I've been more consistent. I think it's something I can work on for sure, though. You know, if I play versus Final K in the semifinals, you know, I think it'll be a great game. I'm feeling extremely confident, actually. I think this is probably the most confident I felt of like any team going to any tournament. I think we've had such like good practice the past few weeks. Like people were not really trolling too hard. We're like taking it fully seriously, and we had some great games. I think like we know what we want to play, and I think all that takes is just, you know, executing well.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my senses floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, the grass here is green.
Might just miss a tiny bit of draft, but that hopefully won't happen. God, what a sad. I'm just sad the Warriors are losing. Oh man. I want to play Athena now. I'm kind of in the mood for it. We're gonna go Oni Adventurer for the Oni Warriors. Fuck it, why not, right? Who gives a shit? Dude, if this were Paladins, I would say that this Nuclear Bunnies person needs to play Ray. Unfortunately, this is not Paladins, so we don't have Ray.
Sitting under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel
Yo, they went with the Cockadoodle-Doo man? Crazy. Alright, hopefully we load it in a timely. That would be preferred. Nope. We're just gonna take several years, decades, centuries, perhaps even millennia to get loaded into this game. Oh, is the Baron building tank? No. Fine. I was gonna go full power Athena. Honestly, I might still go Poly. I'm gonna need this more than any of them. Hello, Mr. Whale. Goodbye, slow down. I don't remember the level order on Athena. It's, I think we go 2 first.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike. For yours, check out.
Skloof. Yeah, that's right. I skloofed them. Oh god, I'm getting skloofed.
What's good, friends? Welcome back to the SWC.
Just kidding. It's only a skloof if they dash.
As we're hanging out in the lobby, I've got
That's what a skloof is in the context of Smite. By the way, it's official scientific.
The players are playing on the stage, so obviously they're pretty dope. But
definitely a fact. Totally.
Adam, one of the cool things about Starforge Systems is how just integrated y'all are with gamers. Like, you guys are straight up nerds, just like us. And I think that's really important when you're trying to sell us computers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is PCs by gamers, for gamers. We all play games in our warehouse. There's a D&D tournament every weekend in my warehouse. No, we're absolutely excited to be here. It's such an electric atmosphere. And you can tell, really, these fans love this game. And it's really cool to be a part of this.
And so, like, you know, for gamers, by gamers, for us, that is an easy thing to say. How do you represent that in the actual products that you guys export?
I mean, we're constantly looking at ways to improve our product and upgrade things as soon as we can. As soon as we've got a GPU that we can get into a system, it's brand new, we want to get it in there. We want people to be playing on the best hardware possible, because that's what we want. I mean, you know, I want to have the fastest PC I could possibly have, and I want everyone else to be able to do the same thing.
And so, like, when you sponsor something like Smite, and you're over here, and all the players are playing on it, you're getting involved on the ground floor. So, you know, talk to me a little about the initiatives and the endeavors that you're doing with respects to, like, getting involved there.
Yeah, so this is actually the first tournament that we've sponsored here in North America. We're really excited about it.
Nice.
And we feel like it's a good opportunity for us
to
get out there and hear more about like what people want in
but I think the extra
systems
damage is
what they're
probably
looking
worth
for,
it because
and
it's
we
so
try
easy
to
to
hit,
combo.
a bunch of different price points. We're not just trying to make the most expensive computer that we can put together. You know, we've got 9 different models right now. It starts at $1,000 for our base models, all the way up to $4,700 for the 4090. You know, 14900K. You know, big as you can want to get it. And so, yeah, we just like to offer
shield,
you know, plenty of different systems for people. And
I am the shield.
Heck yeah. I mean, well, that brings me to my next point. Speaking of, you know, as big as you want to get it, Bam, you're kind of the creative guy here. Can we talk about the logo real quick?
I don't think there's much to talk about. I think it's a hammer. You know, people.
Sure. I just need 4 people back up.
No, we heard some different rumblings
and
different things, but I want to confirm the logo is a hammer.
Well, what have you heard?
I can't, you know, things here and there, nothing, you know, nothing too crazy, but it's a hammer. I mean, it's, you know,
I see it. I do see it.
You tell me. I don't know. What do you see?
A hammer. Let's talk about the let's talk about the PCs real quick. This one, obviously, the
I
Smite
also
one,
see
so
a hammer.
let's
I don't
start
understand
there.
what the
It
joke
looks
is
dope.
supposed to be.
Talk me through it.
Thank you. Yeah. So
I don't
we
understand what the
partnered
joke
up
is
with
supposed to
Smite
be.
make this
What does
PC
that look
for
like
this
other
event.
than a
You
hammer?
know, it was an awesome design process working with them, you know, throwing things back and forth, and ultimately trying to make just a truly godly PC for this event. And we wanted to match the energy that we knew this event was going to bring and really show off how cool Smite can be. So, you know, we did a custom 6-panel UV print. It's on a Lian Li 011 Evo case with our acrylic light panel inside, actually, as you can see there. It's swappable, super sick. So we just wanted to, you know, our whole thing with our custom cases, we just want to make cool shit, man. You know, and that's what we set out here to do, and I think we did that.
I mean, absolutely, and something you were telling me before that I think is really dope. Listen, a lot of us have PCs in this and a third, but that case is dope. So, I mean, am I out of luck, or?
So, you know, depending on, you know, what people think, maybe we might
taking
hit
red.
the market sometime soon, build some hype, that kind of thing. I think, you know, if you're wanting one of these cases, I think we can probably make it happen for you pretty soon here.
And the internal, like the acrylic and everything, able to be swapped out and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. So we got it's called a plate light in there. It's a box that slides out. You can swap acrylic panels in and out. Maybe you'll see some different God designs on there, something like that in the future, you know, maybe something cool. So you can really take your computer and customize it how you want to. It's really, the biggest thing is making your computer your own. That's what it's about, right? So that's what we try
Dropped the
and
shard
do here.
earlier than I
Sounds
intended
good,
to.
man. And like,
I am so good at
last
life.
Question.
Shit.
Due to the jungle pressure on the left-hand side of the map, the dual lane for Jade Dragons has been really powerful. How do you think the differential between the KD of player 1 and player 2 is going to wind up impacting the World Finals?
No, I'm so glad you asked, actually. You know, I think the Jade Dragon's looking strong. You know, the jungle pressure's looking great. They're great in that, you know, the dual lane over there. I think
All right,
they're
now
really
we get to
bringing
go
the heat, and I think
Glad
Jade
Shield do a
Dragon's taking it
shitload
in
of
3.
damage.
You're really quick. I like that a lot, man. Smooth, baby. Starforge Systems, you guys really, we love the support. Thank you so much for being a part of the Smite family. Any last hits you got before we say goodbye?
You know, thank you for having us. You know, obviously, you know, we're integrated with Smite now. We love it here. We're excited for 10 more years of Smite. You know, and, you know, hell yeah, go.
Hell yeah, man. Again, thank you so much for being a part of the Smite community. Starforge Systems, doing good stuff. Back to that beautiful boy, Dawson.
I don't even have Glad Shield yet, and we're just doing this much
That's not me
damage.
he's talking about.
Crazy.
He's talking about Myth a little bit. Thanks to Starforge System being with us here at the Smite World Championship in Season 10. I'd be down with that PC being part of the prizing because that thing is absolutely sick. One thing that our friend from Starforge was saying here, fellas, 3-0 for the Jade Dragons and Myth. That's a serious possibility after a Game 2 win.
I mean, it is in fact possible to win a best of 5 in the third game if you win the first 2 games.
Genetics in particular
That is how the format works.
2 in a row handed to him. That's going to be hard to bounce back
Good
from.
commentary, quality
The
commentary.
Steel Series moments of glory from game number 2 will walk us a bit more through the action that we saw, and the momentum starting to build here inbound.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's more so than just genetics. It's this entire team. Yeah, some of them have won before. Solo's still looking for that first one, and I thought he played great in that second game. So how is he going to come back in this game 3?
don't actually hate
and
the
the Jade
blink,
Dragons
honestly.
on the opposite side, also very emotional players. They have the crowd behind them, and they've got this momentum now going into this third game. They're in a good spot.
Yeah, we've already seen
I just
one
remember to
reverse
actually
sweep
press
so
E.
far this tournament, though. Let's
And
not
left
rule
click.
it out. And the Jade Dragons, they've got history of fumbling when they get put under pressure. I don't want to will it into existence, but they've got to make sure to keep their mentals strong here going into Game 3.
I'm supposed to. I am unbiased. That was
supposed to be. I think you were gonna say.
I'm supposed to be unbiased, right? I am unbiased. that would shatter my soul. I could not handle that. But it's what's gonna have to happen here for the Oni Warriors. Worth mentioning. Internet helping me out here a little bit on this one. The team that has won the first game of the Smite World Championship Grand Finals has won 8 out of the 9 that we've had. Only rival in Season 5 was able to win Game 1 and then win the entire thing a bit later on. So there's some more history to follow along with. KDA is popping up on your screen now. Not great from Coast, and Lasbra still did what they needed to do, though, fellas. Who are we shouting out here from the Jade Dragons after Game 2?
It's Stardust, and if I hear any other names,
that was an epic ult. I can't believe I got out.
Is the entirety of the
Shout
Jade
out the
Dragons
neighbor.
team right now. It feels like if he is alive, their win con is alive. It feels like any
Oh,
team
God.
fight, you could wipe 4. If Dardes is still on the map, he's going to do it on his own.
I have to get Poly
And
after I get my starter
I also want to touch
upgraded.
on Dardes because that's how good he was. You want to touch on him? I want to touch on him. I assume Hazer wants to talk about him because he
But I
played
also
so
need more CDR.
fantastic. It was
Dardes a lot.
I mean, I'm not going any farther than that. Yeah, Dardes played fantastic. And as you said, if Dardes is alive, it feels like there's always this chance that the Dragons have to just like win a fight or win whatever.
Yeah, I actually think that Dardes and PBM were the only 2 members of the Jade Dragons there that I would say outperformed their opposite number, and it's still an emphatic win for them. They looked dominant, they looked like the better team, they were confident, and Dardes is the key. I really want to see him keep going for those comfort picks, and I want to see the Oni Warriors shift away from these tank jungles. Panatom has done next to no damage in both of these games. The Gilgamesh looked okay, but I want to see him back on that hyper carry that he loves so much.
And to double down on that, yes, jungle needs to change. I also think Genetics needs to leave this Ganesh behind. They're picking it a little early. They're trying to get it. I don't think it's working out too well. Their last picking Mike's Baron, and he looked fantastic on it. I think we have to move away from this Ganesh, maybe something with a little bit more activity in the early game for Genetics, because they need something here. They need a little bit of momentum.
I almost want to see Genetics get on something that can help out SOT in that front line, because it feels like SOT is the difference maker for the Oni Warriors. If it's Dardes for the Dragons, it's SOT for the Warriors, and he's not exactly getting enough help up there. It feels like he's dealing immense damage, but you're not 100 to 0ing anybody with these full tank builds. He just needs a little bit more.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the fact that he needed a god that would match the Bellona out of solo from Nika, and he more than matched. I feel like he was absolutely crushing it in this game. Jade Dragons, though, on first pick side, Oni Warriors have opted
why
to
did they
swap
surrender?
over. They got choice after losing that game and have chosen to go to second pick. We'll
Oh
see
my
how their picks
goodness.
and
Oh,
bans
because
evolve
it's
as a
20 to
result of
2.
And yes, they won't get that Hachiman anymore, but
All
I think
right.
this is just the
Well,
best option for them.
good timing,
They're now
I
able
guess.
to ban away just those 2 gods that the Dragons looked really good on in game 1. I think game 2 is a lot closer.
Sorry to do this
so I
Twitch.
like
We're gonna
this
do
little
a
switch up,
90-second ad
and I'm
break.
on the Dragons. I want to get this Hachiman here. Maman
Because
Brigitte it is.
I'm behind on ads.
And Myth, early for the Jade Dragons after what was
Twitch is very
not the
broken
best
with ads.
KDA for Lasbra on this pick in game number 2, but still did what it needed to do, and you're going to give him the chance to
Because
fix that up in game 3.
Every time I run an
wasn't
ad
the
break, it
greatest
says that
KDA, sure, but I
pre-rolls
felt
are
like
disabled
the
for
damage he was
62
putting
minutes.
Out, the impact damage he had in some of these team fights, especially around Fire Giant.
Yep.
He was just
Agreed.
sneaking up on the Oni Warriors, making it so difficult for them to decide whether or not they should full engage or chase Lasbra out. His positioning has really facilitated the rest of the Dragons. And speaking of facilitation, it's a flex pick. We don't know if it's going jungle. We don't know if it's going mid. And if we don't know, how could the Warriors?
Absolutely, and that does open up the mid pick. That flex
that's
means
scary.
that the Morrigan might be coming out for Dardes. Osiris locked in, going to be seeing that Bellona versus Osiris matchup in solo, but this time inverted. Last time it was Nika on the Bellona and SOT on the Osiris. This time they swap, but the Morrigan locked in for Dardes.
With the Tiamat hover, it's something where we've seen Pegon use it. It's looked exceptionally well in some games, and then not as impactful in other games. But in a matchup like this, we keep seeing these games go late. We keep seeing the potential in those late game fights. I want to see this Tiamat.
my
I want to
God,
see it
dude.
aggressive from Pegon. I don't want him to worry about dying, because when he plays
do
that
this.
aggressive style of Tiamat, that's when he looks the strongest.
But if you want to play aggressive Tiamat, especially in the early to early mid game, you need that same level of aggression out of your jungler. You need someone that can deal damage. I can't look at another full tank Athena. I can't see a full tank Gilgamesh. It's got to be literally anything else. If it's got 3 damage items in the build, I think Panatom can do a lot more.
Yeah, I was looking at that Thor. I was thinking Thor might be the perfect pick for Panatom, but denied. The Jade Dragons spot it, and they deny it. Gilgamesh, it is what he's gone to before. I would like to see a hyper carry, but I'm not sure what's left for him. Daji, unavailable. Susano, unavailable. Thor, unavailable. And my man gone as well. A lot of the jungle pull for Panatom already taken away.
We're talking about pressure. One of Vaporish Coast's signatures still on the board here. You could just go towards the on her, have a consistent lane to play through, drag attention away from your Morrigan and mid, and then the Jade Dragons can just free scale at least that part of the map. And excuse me, if Dardes is free scaling on his signature, seems to me we might be looking at a 3-0.
Man, snap reactions inbound to the Gilgamesh lock-in for the Oni Warriors. 50% win rate across 4 games.
Again, it's just, he's forced into building this more hybrid, actually I don't even want to call it a hybrid style. It is mostly a defensive style Gilgamesh. So when he is diving, he's not really doing too much out of just a little bit of damage, a little bit of CC. And if he's not diving and killing, a lot of pressure on solo or troll. And with, I mean, a few other characters available, I mean, even like something like in a Willix, I think I would have liked that a little bit more for that early game. But leaving that last pick up for Genetics, I think is a little valuable. Give him that counter pick.
Yeah, the Ganesh pick for Mike, I think worried us the first time we saw it earlier in the weekend. But now it's chosen, and Myth, I think we're a bit more confident in this pick now that we've seen some history.
I mean, I really like how Ganesh plays with his composition. If you're worried about your Morgan needing some space, Dharmic Pillars is exactly that. You can prevent the bludgeon from Bellona. You can prevent Gilgamesh from locking you down in the sandstorm. Can't cast any of those abilities. Dave, say the thing. You can't speak.
I was looking at signs. I'm sorry.
Pay attention when I'm talking, man. There won't be any talking on the side of the Only Warriors.
You can't
so long
speak.
as Ganesh is there. I love this dual lane lock-in.
Yeah, Capri locked in. One of Genetics' signature picks, but this is a support matchup that is not in his favor. A big God model means
I need to screenshot Capri.
A support matchup that is not in his favor. A big God model means he can be easily caught by the Dharmic Pillars, and that silence so powerful to prevent him from doing what he wants to do in rezzing. But one aspect of Capri that is strong here is the route into Morrigan. Morrigan, no safety against that route, no answer apart from beads or ulting.
And on top of that, the Invis gets caught out by that too. So if you hit that root, forces of the beads, you get that 2 off. I like that matchup. Also forced to dive. I think the Kepri final pick makes a little bit of sense with this comp. I am worried about that Ganesh matchup, but with the strength of Wingblade right now, I'm not too worried about that in that middle portion of the game. I think the only real worry when it goes to that late game, Kepri can't get that ultimate off. Does not matter what really else is happening. Kepri's value is in that ultimate.
But there's so much single target damage on the side of the Jade Dragons here that I think the Kepri can have an easier time lining up some of those ultimates. So that now puts a lot of weight onto Mike's shoulders. Can Mike find Genetics in that back line, prevent him from channeling the ultimate? Otherwise, free revive on Morgan all in, all of a sudden you're
someone in the
There's certainly some counterplay here around it.
What a birthday gift it could be for that fan.
Someone in the Smite Discord.
Fan. Because goodness, you feel this tension start to build up in the room in moments like this. Now, the Oni Warriors, they're not strangers to 3-0 sets, right? This is a team that early in the year went on one of the longest SPL, no, the longest SPL win streak in history, all time in the SPL. They are no strangers to winning, and they are no strangers to doing it quickly.
Someone said, I kind of hope we see Dardas transform into Capri and res someone.
Yeah, and with that, I think it's
honestly, that'd be hilarious.
Duo is where I look. They got this on her, yes, but they're kind of pairing it with a really slow, just kind of farm it up type of style support. On the opposite side, there's a lot of kill potential on this Hachiman. There's Kepri, so much CC, Kepri 3, Kepri 1. We also have the Hachiman 3. So there is that combo potential into putting this Ganesh behind. And if Ganesh is on the back foot, a pluck, that's a dead Ganesh.
Yeah, I would quite like to see early rotations from the junglers over to this duo side to pressure out and to take advantage of the weaknesses on the other side. The Kepri going to struggle into the Ganesh and into that pillar. We didn't even touch on that. Can be slowed out and can be just stuck in corridors by the Anher one.
The Jade Dragons have written their own story thus far. It's time for the Oni Warriors to pick up the pen and turn things around for themselves. Game number 3.
Come on,
Jade
here's
Dragons,
the turnaround.
Oni Warriors.
It's gotta
right
be
now.
air.
Thanks so much.
Literally, it has to be a reverse sweep now.
Warriors fan out there, they need your energy now more than ever. If you want this to go longer than 3, they've got to revitalize, go as strong as they can. And if you're looking at it immediately, you hear the Dragons chant start up. So I know where a lot of that energy is here. And Trelly, it is not on the side of the Chaos team.
No, the Jade Dragons have the loudest fans in the room by far and a heck of a lot of them, but I like a lot of what we've seen from the Oni Warriors in this draft. Back to the Gilgamesh for Panatom, not something I'll ever complain about. Back to Tiamat for Pagon, not something I'm going to complain about. And you take Nika off the Bellona. SOT gets his hands on it, so should be an interesting one. Not to mention, Netrod has had one of the best games of his whole career.
Game was actually played by PBM, now it's being played against him. So that's going to be funny.
Hachiman is looking good.
See how that works out. Every time Capri gets played in Pro, it's always a time.
And you know, maybe we could break into the draft. I'm going to save that for a second because it's a little more grand scheme.
Right.
And it's a big one, Trump, because Jade Dragons, 2 zeros. I mean, yesterday they got to break it, but the reverse sweep curse against them has been something that has weighed on our minds and their minds and
It's on their
fans' minds
right now as we speak.
You're up 2-0 on the world stage. How much pressure do you think that they're feeling because of that?
I can't imagine it's not on the forefront of their minds, but like I said, I keep calling it to it. When we see the J-Dragons win, huddle up immediately. They don't celebrate. They don't get the crowd hype. They don't get lost in the moment. They come right back to reality. And Mike says, listen, boys, it's not over. Job's not done. Until we get all 3 wins, we cannot lift the hammer. The rings are not ours. We don't get another lightning bolt on the collar. There's a lot weighing on the J-Dragons' mind.
Well, here it is, Game 3 of the Grand Finals here in Season 10. The Dragons on championship point. And they've got the energy behind them. And immediately, you had already mentioned some of the things that the Warriors have done to trip up the Dragons in the front. But I see something the Dragons have done to give themselves some confidence. Dardes, the Morgan, it just feels like it goes hand in hand.
It's a pick that has been so impactful for Dardes in particular. He's got some good transformation options as well, which is always what I look to, right? Immediately, Panatom, Winds of Samash. Dardes is going to want to go into that every single time, especially early on, just to try and chase down Pagon. But you could also turn into the solo laners, right? Nika and SOT would make for some great CC if you're trying to die, be a little bit tankier. And then, of course, 2 Maman Brigittes. That doesn't sound fun for just about anyone trying to survive that dive. So Dardes, the skill that he carries is being able to choose which one of these selections he goes to. It's not always the same. He always keeps you guessing. And the Morgan, as a character that can turn into anyone on the map, you can't plan for, right? You gotta just sit back and see what Dardes wants to do.
You know, for a long time, and there's still an ongoing conversation of best on her. And a lot of carries would always be upset because for the longest time it was owned by a mid laner. That mid laner was Dardes, and now you've got what people have been calling maybe the best and second best on the same team. So another transformation that could be fun to watch if Dardes goes to it. But there's a lot of options, a lot of open capabilities for him. And truly a lot of Smite to play before they can get to that point and feel this confidence. Now, last lane we saw, at least in solo, looking towards it, the Bologna bettering the Osiris. Maybe we'll hold that for a little bit of damage. Bettering the Osiris. But is that going to be the same time, or the same thing? Is it the matchup that goes wrong, or is it the play style?
I mean, early on, that bludgeon is going to help out the lane clear so much. You don't have access to the tether, and it seems like Nika ran out of mana very quickly. So because of that, you can't really try and contest the totem. You can't really try and step forward in the lane, which means Sot is going to get the better end of the early trades. But once Lasbra shows up, Nika should be just fine. I don't hate their 2v2. I just like Panatom's and Sot's a bit better, right? This Gilgamesh got active early on last game, and Panatom has the same ability this time around. Lasbra, of course, has beads, but even without him, you gotta be looking towards the Maman Brigitte. Mages are not the traditional, pop-off damage dealers in the early game. They need to scale a little bit.
Coast has been pushed under lane. Is this something you maybe expected with the Khepri lock-in? I know Genetics, and specifically Hazer had mentioned, and Inbound had talked about it a little bit, the matchup between, the Khepri and the Ganesh, and how that can affect some of the late game. But right now, here in the lane phase, did you expect to see them this far up?
Yeah, unfortunately, you might be winning 1v1s, you might be getting more active, but Genetics just has better clear than PBM at the moment, and that's the difference maker. Khepri has plenty of lane pressure, whereas PBM just throws Turn of Fate and has to reset for like 15 seconds. It's going to take a while.
Just Batman.
This damage already, both junglers nearby.
Now I want a
would
Batman
love to
skin
close gap
for
and
him.
get to SOT, but does not have that blink. Has beads available. So maybe a blue buff invade in our future, but it's so easy to pull underneath the tower. Lazar would have to step forward, and you don't want to take damage beforehand, so I think this invade's already done.
Yeah, CC just a little bit spotted out before he could get anything done against Sot. Like you said, invade stopped before it can even truly happen. The Warriors going to be happy. Again, stalling some of the momentum, stopping the Dragons and turning this around. That's going to be their main goal if they want to push this set any longer, keep things going. Level 5's coming online for the mid laners. But despite having the transformations available, I guess if we had a conversation and there was a Chernobog on the board, maybe we're talking about it right now, but it feels like the level 5 for the Morgan, while it opens up so many different possibilities, also does keep things a little more narrow. She doesn't necessarily have too much that I'm thinking, that's the guy you want to go in and fight early.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Morgan loves the transformation like Ratatosk or Thor, because you can use those ganks. You could be a pseudo jungler In this case, there's not much that's going to close gap very quickly, unless you're turning into like Netroid, and that's not going to be the best gang. So Dardes does not have as much freedom as maybe he's used to. Things like the double Taji, the Thors, the Rats. The Gilgamesh is still going to bring a good amount of CC if Dardes decides to use it, but that's mostly going to be in mid lane. I think it's going to be a while before Dardes starts to rotate. Maybe once that Dumor gets online. 1v1 versus Panatom, not a bad look, but Panatom heroic leaping away means that deadly aspect, the stun, will not connect.
It's going to be more than okay with the way things are going. Most of the Warriors will be, right? Pressure, at least in left, has been in their favor. And right, it's been a little back and forth. And in mid, it's been a little back and forth. But a small lead right now for Pagon in terms of experience, matched by a small lead for Lasbra in terms of experience. Right side pressure has been the name of the game for most of the weekend, but definitely for the Jade Dragons, playing through Nika and trying to get him ahead. These stuns, the damage, the control he can have, but that silence oppressive. Panatom, Lasbra coming over, and they want to fight. He's going to go for the up down, but so is Sod, but they have the turnaround. Wins the Shamash, slow him down, the damage, the life, they're getting low, but it's turning around. Lasbra,
oh
no! Gets the first blood, loses his life, and now Dardes with the rotation. Make sure this one will trade out 2 for 2. If he gets the auto, he has the ult and does exactly what he needs.
That's a beautiful rotation and one that was necessary. Giving SOT a free kill is not what you want, but Dardes comes through, picks up the cleanup. Pagon followed, but cannot have the same impact. A little bit of a scrap over in duo lane as well. Netroid getting the better end of these trades. I love it. Action across the map. The Oni Warriors are still trying to find that aggression. What a beautiful ult from Nika, by the way. Up downs immediately. Sure, puts him in a bit of a rough spot. He could have lured the Afterlife away, but that's one of the benefits of Maman Brigitte, just hiding inside. That dash can be so annoying. You juke out some damage. It looks like a for sure kill. And then the trade is clean. Netroid getting low. Needs one more auto, but Coast cannot find it.
I mean, both of them that time trading out. Genetics wasn't nearby enough to try and go for the res, so that could have been maybe a more true 1v1. Mike has to play careful in jungle, has some backup from the Maman and the Morgan. But instead, it's going to be a nice little reset. Purple buff stolen away by the Warriors. And only 300 gold separating these two teams as we speak, Trelly. Some of that has been controlled. Nika, again, in control of the totem over on right, finding his pressure. But the up down, the double ult, I mean the rotations from the mid laners, all of that massive in terms of making sure things stay the state they are. If one team, even if the Warriors just go up 2-1, you lose one in the fight, and it's Panatom, it's better for them. But being able to get Dardes over there, get him a kill as well, feels like it makes these next few minutes dangerous. Lasbra maybe showing some of that Sot. Lockdown, slowed out, leaps forward, damage is good, and the kill goes over to the Dragon.
Beautiful play there, forcing out the Eagles rally. SOT had nowhere to run. And that's going to be another kill going the way of Lasbra. This Maman Brigitte
this is not how the Warriors want to start this one.
2-1 for the jungler. Lasbra can do no wrong. Solo lane is the place to chill for now. And SOT does not have the teleport available, so it's going to have to book it the long way over towards lane, falling just a bit behind.
Keep waiting for Coast, him and Netroid. You had mentioned it, Nets last game, absolutely stellar in what he was able to do, despite the loss. We've got to get a 1v1 at some point in this matchup. A Hachi versus an On-Her feels like it's just bound to happen. But when it happens, and if it'll happen, it's completely up to those two players. Netroid has been doing pretty well so far. Going back to the Hachi as well, feels like he's got the safety. His beats are down, but he's not going to be too worried. And with the pressure that him and Genetics have mounted, it's been a lot of control for them, even a small experience lead in the duo.
Well, Netroid doesn't have to worry, right? He knows exactly where Lasbra's going to be, on the right side of the map. It's where he's been all game. 2-1-1, all of that over on right. Eventually, you might want to look towards some left lane pressure, but Vapor's Coast recognizes he's outranged. He recognizes he doesn't want to go in for any more fights, and look at this, SOT, he's got the ult. Will he up down? Yes, he will. He goes for the totem, but Lasbra's right here.
And then an immediate leap from Nika. You've got the damage, and you've got yet another kill on the world stage, going over to the Jade Jade Dragon's jungler, and now he's going to chase down Panatom. Blue buff invade can.
This is going to be a rough one to pull back at this point.
He cannot. It's 4-2, and it's a
When
lead
you're up
for the
2-0
Dragon.
and you get this kind of momentum,
They knew that SOT was going to up down for that totem. They knew the Eagles rally would be used for some action. And without it, Lasper gets to pick up his 3rd kill. You got to know by now, SOT needs to be underneath that tower. The Maman Brigitte is too big of a threat. And Sot's going double Fizdie, which has been the meta build, don't get me wrong, but no magical defense means Lasper is going to have a field day the longer he stays on this side of the map.
And so far, Shelly, he's spending a lot of time over there, and it's helping out a ton. 3-1-1, 4 out of 4 affected kills on the jungler. He's going to keep that pressure up. Watching right now, at least in mid, but it does feel like it kind of, I don't even know if I want to say sparse. He hasn't shown his face on the left-hand side too often, despite the fact that the Hachi and Genetics are right on that tier 1 tower line.
Doesn't seem like the easiest call. You got to deal with the Scarab's Blessing. You got to deal with mounted archery. If you do go for a gank, best case scenario, you get both of those down and still find a kill. And that seems like slim pickings. I can understand why the left side of the map is the favorite. Panatom headed over to right, stepped over ward, so Nika knows exactly what's going on. Playing so safe, the Jade Dragons are not taking a single chance. But remember, the left side of the map, Baron, you do not care if you're Lasper about it. You are looking towards the right, and don't forget, there's essentially 2 junglers on the side of the Jade Dragons. Dardes could easily clear a wave, get the Dumort movement speed, and make a rotation himself. And then you got a 3-1 Maman Brigitte showing up, because that's what he's going to transform into. It was the Gilgamesh pretty consistently, and I still think it could be, but here we go.
Pagon in trouble.
Not
There's the Dark
again.
Pillars lead forward, and you've got this Gilgamesh up against you now, but they don't have the damage, and like you said, an Aegis,
Being
the
at 12, just
used,
being
and the
over 12
Warriors
just
want to
saved
utilize
him
the pressure
having
the
the
Dragons
Aegis.
put in mid and try to turn it on its head.
no.
Gold Fury started up, half health. Coast with his ult. Try to steal this from far away, can go through the walls, has to deal with Panatom. Kick into the wall, finds the stun, but you got backup. Dardes, Mike nearby, and the Fury dropped off. Warriors still playing proactive, Trelly, and that's what you need to see when you're down 0-2, when you're down in gold and down in kills. You need to hold on to this game with a iron grip, the way the Dragons have in their lengthy games, the way the Dragons have in some of their losses.
Like in trouble, could be. It looks like they are putting some damage towards him in the jungle, getting low. The Winds of Shamash. Dardes might need a stun, and he does. Peels for his support. If that stun doesn't come through, Mike might be getting sent back through the Winds of Shamash. And that's the mid laner you want, Gore. I know a lot of mid laners that will let their support die there, but he stepped forward just to make sure that we're all good. But look at this, Vaporshkos is unaware. There's an up, down, and Panatom does not care.
Both of them go for it, uses the ult, but he is surrounded.
Yes.
All you need is one more hit, and Panatom has it, the jungler for the Warriors, getting proactive on left.
There was a single dragon on the side of left. Someone should have dropped down. I mean, Netroid tanked that up for quite some time. Of course, Genetics had the Scarab's Blessing. It would have been rezzed, but this early on with not many points into the ultimate, the health bar, been pretty easy to try and find, but unfortunately because Mike gets caught out, has to drop some ultimates, there was no rotation. Vaporshkos goes down. 3-man dive under tier 1 with a Scarab's Blessing. I don't think there was anything Vaporshkos could have done there.
Not much. In fact, maybe did everything that he could. If you don't get that knock up onto Panatom and you don't find your impale, there's only so much, as you said. That is going to be open for you. Secures the purple buff though, thanks to Mike. And that's going to make sure things don't go too far away. 1,000 gold. 12 minutes in, Beacon spawns in, Genetics and Pagon have the numbers advantage since Mike is over in left. Should be maybe a concession from the Dragons. Warriors step away for a moment, let it fall down, see if they can maybe bait a fight. Maybe they're worried, especially about this rotation. Maman and the Ganesh starting to show face. Just need to find the opening pick, maybe the lockdown, those Dharmic pillars, massive in fights like this. All the Warriors have been in control and maintain control of the Beacon. Looks like the Dragons finally stepping back, giving them the space.
You notice the pivot Sot made. Went into the tier 1 shield, recognized Lasper has killed him 3 times, and immediately said, forget that item, I am getting the Oni Hunter's Garb. I need magical defense immediately, and that's definitely the smart call. Sure, Nika's going to be able to chop him up a little bit better with that Executioner, but you're not getting soloed by an Osiris. It's not going to happen. This is going to be a brawler lane where you guys just clear waves and kind of smack each other. Once Maman shows up,
Wow,
that's the problem.
solo
So smart
lane where
by
people are
SOT as
just
to not get
smacking
further
each
behind.
other and
Lasner
not
kicked into
taking
the wall.
actual relevant
He's in a bit of
damage.
trouble here.
I've
He's gonna
never
have to
seen
hold
that
down.
before.
You have to worry about it. The knockups
no!
there. You've got Coast to back you up, but you need a little bit more
Come
than
on.
that. Panatom is going in, but Coast is
just
looking
too
for it.
early.
Procs the red.
It's not gonna matter, it's there.
Down by Panatom. Netroid taken down by Coast, but he runs the wrong direction. Pagon lays there waiting, gets the damage, gets the kill.
Let's
And it's hard to
go.
turn this around, but with Panatom in a dangerous spot, and Genetics brought down low. The damage goes the way of the Dragons, and they pull that fight back to their advantage.
They'll take
Warriors
the 2v3, and they'll accept that with open
getting
arms. The
somewhere,
Jade Dragon
though.
siege forward. Dardez can do no
We're
wrong.
getting
Finds
somewhere.
Phantom in the back,
Also,
gets the transformation.
Is this a
and
ranked
wins the
game?
1v1
Because
after
this
the
is
fact. Of course,
12
Phantom might use
kills
everything
at
just to kill
14
Lasper.
minutes,
I
so
thought
that's not
he might be
normal
able
in
to make
pro.
it out there after how
The
much
hell?
damage came through, but
Why
no
is this so
CDR
scrappy?
means that dash didn't come off cooldown. He wasn't able to make it out. Jade Dragons are okay with those trades. I thought that Genetics' ultimate would be a bit more impactful, but Porsche goes, hits the impale when it was necessary. That was just the beacon. I mean, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, still top.
That wasn't even the biggest thing.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the gold on the map. And I think the only Warriors are playing this so smart, Gore. They're playing to the left side of the map. They're playing through Netroid. That is who they want to try to get ahead. And look at that build. He knows he has to go big, and he's going into crit so early on in this game.
That could be massive, especially considering we've seen a lot of delay on the Spectral Armors, the things to help deal with it. And so do you like this pivot? Do you like seeing him go for it this early on,
I mean,
if it means he can go big?
Yeah, Nika got absolutely popped last game by those crits, remember? If you build the Kins, if you build more damage, the crit is what's going to reign true. Pyromancer goes down, Panatom sieges forward, and Lasbra forced to blink defensively. You get the Runic Bomb over towards Nika, but actually he might be in some trouble.
Yeah, chased down, knocked up, CC forced to leap. Good Darmic pillars from Mike. Peel away the solo laner. Make sure that the Warriors can't be there, but there's a 4-man death ball from the Chaos team in the mid lane, and that tier 1 is gonna get knocked down, no problem.
Gold.
And then Gold pulled up. You've got tier 2 of a crit, and Netroid's gonna start things up. Again, Coast should be able to sniff this out.
Already
How
halfway.
confident are they feeling?
It's gonna be
Can
an
they
easy
get in
Fury.
time? Nika's teleported
Oh.
over. You need the ult. You don't
Yeah,
have the
easy
time.
Fury.
Gold Fury goes over to the Warriors. Now the fight starts up a little bit too
Hey,
late. The
Johnson.
Dragons don't have a lot to work with. Mike pushed against
Let's
the wall.
go.
Dardes barely jumping over kick. Good for CC, but
I
he's
love
going
how
to
when
get
Morgan
taken down.
ults, it
Meanwhile,
breaks the
Nika
spectator
goes. They turn
order
tail and
for
run. They
teammates.
recognize they
That's
can't win that.
amazing.
And look where Lasbra was. Nowhere even close.
Dardes
The
down,
Jade
let's
Dragons,
go.
curious if they even push up when their jungler is so far on the opposite side of the map. Didn't look like a terrible attempt to go in for a steal. I don't even hate that, but
All right,
the
I hate to do this in the middle of a game. We're gonna set this to 1.5 times, chat. I will be right back really quickly. It shouldn't be more than like 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to this. It's a really good game. This could be the turnaround, but I need a moment. All right. We're back.
For Mike, he gets aggressive. Onto Genetics, no less. With Scarab's
Get
blessing
this to
available.
1 1/4.
Just did not seem like a fight
so
that
that
Jade Dragons needed to take. And look at this score. The Oni Warriors, they're not pulling a tower. They're not pulling a pyro. They're going for a 16-minute FG.
Could be a massive power swing. We just saw gold. It's in the single digits for a moment. Nika caught out right now, but has Coast for backup. Good damage against the wall immediately onto Genetics, and now they know.
That could have been big.
Panatom and Lasper and the
Like, it's rough on the tank, but the pins are always
comes
nice.
in, the damage is looking good. The EI2 forces
Not as nice as taking out Lasper. Let's go.
Surrounding him and get picked off by the Warriors.
Man, I mean, you saw the Fire Giant, so I guess it's not a complete L, but losing Lasper, losing his bead, losing the ultimate does not feel good. And Panatom, 4, 2, and 3, a part of all but one of these kills. This Gilgamesh is a growing threat, a growing problem that the Jade Dragons don't have many answers to. Sure, it works out a bit for them because Dardes gets to transform into the Gilgamesh, but as we saw last time, there's not much cooldown built for Dardes just yet, so he can't ult in every single engagement.
Lanes, reset. Tier 1 in right has fallen for the Warriors. Tier 1 in mid has fallen for the Dragons. We're 17 minutes in, 8-7 favor the Warriors, and the gold slightly in their favor as well. You can hear, Jelly, as it has been, the crowd in favor of the Dragons, at least the majority. The Warriors holding on not only incredibly well, pushing the Dragons back, and defensively, aggressively. Where do the Dragons start to play over the next few minutes, especially with Fire Giant kind of looming over them?
Over there, obviously.
He's going for wraparounds, he's trying to play aggressive, but he cannot be caught out like that. He doesn't have the mobility, he doesn't have the movement, he doesn't have too much 1v1 potential at the moment. He needs to dial it back. I understand the need to want to play aggressive. You had a 3-1 start, you were looking clean, but things like this could be a problem. You don't want to be caught out too far. So that's step 1. Regroup, dial it back and look for farm. Pagon, level 19. This Tiamat has been getting so much. And now Coast is about to get dove underneath the tier 1. Yeah, the Jade Dragons don't have much room to step up anyway.
Massive lead for Pagon in mid. Those just now hit level 18 for Dardes. Meanwhile, Pagon's been sitting at 19, full level. And trying to push 20 early for some of those power spikes. And that's what I'm going to look at now, Charlie, because we've looked at some of the builds. You had mentioned Sot, who went back, finished off the shielding. You've got a little bit more defense, I think, this time for Nika. Maybe we'll hold that thought as Netroid tries to start the fight. Coast, half health. You have to be careful here if you're the on her. Panatom jumps forward. Aegis used preemptively, but the beat save him, and now you've got Nika to save your life. You need the help, but it doesn't come in time. Coast goes down, and you have to swarm. You have to rally, and you have to kill off Panatom to make this go even. But with Genetics swooping in, the Warriors take that fight. They isolate Mike, and they're looking to take not just the kill lead, but tier 2 down.
And this, once again, Lasbra and Dardes were not in this engagement. They couldn't
Insane.
They're going to go right towards that Fire Giant. It is the correct play. Nika not going to have the teleport, will not be able to show up when he spawns back in. Maybe Coast can make his presence known, but all you can do is look for some farm and decide, are you going for the steal? Are you going to look elsewhere? Dardes has ultimate. He's got both relics. He was not in that fight. Jade Dragons have to decide right now. Are they making for the miracle play? The Oni Warriors, yep, they're going to start with the Fire Giant.
Lasbra nearby, Dardes as well. Coast respawn, Mike respawn, Nika respawn, but no teleport to his name. What can the Warriors do? It's already halfway down, and you are right, dead to rights. And in the scope of the Warriors, Lasbra pulled back, forced to use not just the beads, the blink, everything for the disengage. But the Fire Giant completely dropped. Warriors grouping over on the right-hand side of the map, looking for the tier 1. They should be able to find that, no problem. Knocked down easily, and the Dragons fall back as the Warriors don't have the advantage in the FG pit just yet.
Yeah, I think it's the Pyromancer thereafter, and they'll be able to grab that one relatively free, unless Mike drops the Dharmic Pillars. You don't want to step up to the grab, the abduct from Genetics. That could be some dangerous stuff. PBM is not tanky enough to beat here, so the Pyromancer will go down. Oni Fury is something that the Dragons wanted, but they don't have a choice, because now Fire Giant once again started up.
Pyromancer already on their side. You got a Runic Bomb there for Genetics, halfway down on the Fire Giant. But are you going to commit to the 50-50? Or are you going to commit to Lasbra right now? Netroid chasing him down. First auto creates some trouble. Used by Lasbra to make sure he can get out of there.
It's a mile away, and they just run at him.
The damage check. They keep doing 6,000 gold, or approaching the 6,000 gold mark. They have complete control of this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Jade Dragons want to just sit back. They want to farm. They want to go to lanes and just clear out minions, but they have not had the opportunity because the Oni Warriors keep forcing them, baiting them into these engagements that they're not favored on. Lasbra just wants to farm. He keeps running away saying, I'm not going to be here. Dardes, the same. 2 levels down, 1 level down. They want to just chill in lane. But the Oni Warriors are playing such a proactive game, they're not giving them the opportunity to. Fire Giant gets pulled every couple of seconds. Netroid has the crit online. Oni Fury could be pulled at any moment. Heck, with just Pagon and Netroid there alone, they should be able to grab this no problem.
We step up to it. Like you said, have an advantage with just the 2 of them. You'll have Panatom there as well. Lasbra, Mike, and Coast spot out the rotation. Genetics going to be joining his team soon. So now this Oni Fury becomes a much more dangerous zone to be around. That seems to be enough for the Warriors to go ahead and fall back, relinquish the Fury Pit. Look for a pick instead. Should be worth noting, level 20 right now for Pagon. Just hitting that first, having that power spike, and specifically finishing his starter early. Charlie, that changes a lot of the scope and a lot of the grand scheme of how a fight could break out. Right now, Nika who's in a little bit of trouble, pulled back. You only have Pagon behind you, but you're taking a little bit of Sot is looking for the loop around. The Warriors get stopped, they go for the Fury instead.
I wouldn't even hate a call just to go split push, but the only Fury's here. Mike, the only one nearby.
Does not have the damage, does not have the steal, but now you have to worry about the fight. Solar Troll leaps in, is surrounded by the damage. It's going the way of the Warriors.
Yes.
Force Aegis can't get out of there. Nika chased down Mike, chased down,
is
forced
down.
away under
Mike
the tier
gets
2.
away, but
and
that's
the Warriors
fine.
Immediately moving over towards Bright.
This should be the Fire Giant call. Lasbra and Darters on the left side of the map. They're not going to be anywhere near. Maybe Nika steps forward, but besides that, the Oni Warriors 5 strong have plenty of damage, plenty of DPS, and yet not a Jade Dragon in sight. They have to fall back and play defense. I didn't like that engage to begin with. It really does seem like the Jade Dragons are taking unfavorable fights just to try and stem the bleeding, but I think what Lasbra and Darters have been doing is the correct call. Split push, get farm elsewhere, don't step forward, and bunker down for defense. Eventually, the Jade Dragons will have damage, but at the moment, they cannot step forward. The Oni Warriors have so much kill potential, and it's all off the back of these tanks. Genetics and SOT, just creating so much space for the backline. Metroid's not getting the most kills, but he's not afraid to mount an archery and ride the horse and just try and find his auto attacks. Same with Pagon. He's going to leap in any chance he gets.
When you got 9 assists, when your team has 12 kills, Metroid, I mean, he is the cavalry. He's the one who's leading them in. And so far, it has been working incredibly, incredibly well. Has the 2-level lead over
I
Coast.
cannot believe they're actually starting to pull this game back after that early game.
Something to help level the playing field. And you had already mentioned this. This is what you want to see him do. Fall back, just defend, just farm. But can they step up? Is it soft defense around the tier 2? Hard defense around the tier 2? Or are we looking at Phoenix lines?
I would not be getting in range of Genetics at the moment. I think that's a big mistake. That one abduct and Mike could get deleted. One abduct and your relics are gone. Soft defense at best. Lasbra looks like he wants to go for a wraparound, but they're playing this smart. Just back up. The tier 2 and afterthought. Jade Dragons need to stay underneath this base, but with the Titan pushing forward, the Oni Warriors are going to have a big 6-man with a large health bar and plenty of damage. Even a Phoenix could be their target. Yeah, why not? Grab the Runic Bomb. Pyromancer's up too. You got 1 for Genetics. 2 means you can just absolutely destroy the Phoenix. They're playing this calculated, Gore. Aggressive? Yes. Quick? Also yes, but calculated.
The calculations, man, they're coming up on point. Genetics tries to go for an abduct there. Prove your point. But it can be dangerous. They've got the Chaos Titan at full health, knocking on the mid Phoenix. Warriors with Fire Giant. Power play still for another 2 minutes. They're going to step in. Defense has to go massive here for the Dragons. And it's going to start with the Chaos Titan. The Panatom has eyes on the jungler, has eyes elsewhere. This is the Phoenix slowly getting knocked down. Sot over on left. Impale good.
That bird's
for
going
defense.
down.
Not enough to
there
save
it
the bird.
is.
Chaos Titan marching forward with the Warriors. Opts to fall back. They recognize where their advantage is, and instead pressure onto right.
The Phoenix is what they were looking for, and the Phoenix is what they found. And so far, Lasbra has not been able to get active in a single one of these engagements. Immediately gets poked out by Panatom. He's got the Bumbus Hammer. He's got Fire Giant buff. He is a menace on the map currently. Not just one Phoenix is good enough. Dardas sneaks forward, goes for SOT, finds a little bit of damage, but they're going back.
They're deep in the back line. Panatom is the one to watch as he gets chased down. Dardas trying to make sure he controls him. You gotta be careful. The res, it comes through. Genetics saves his life, and the second bird falls down as the Warriors start to fall back. They recognize no poke, no kill, fall away, and make sure that you have your advantage. Fire Giant power play, another minute on the board, but instead, Shelly, it's the jungle, it's the board that is theirs to play with.
I mean, you can see there's signs of life here from the Dragons. I mean, Dardas finds a great engage there, turns right into Panatom and tries to dive, but Genetics is on point. We haven't even touched on the Scarab's Blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons find an amazing moment to find a pick, it can just get taken away. The revive from Genetics can be so impactful, and that's exactly what happened. You would have loved to find a kill on a Panatom. Just doesn't come through. It's not going to be Enhanced Fire Giant just yet, so that's a good sign, but the Oni Warriors have the ability. They are in control of the map. 2 birds down. They can just wait, Gore, and that's what I do. I'd sit around EFG, I'd grab Primal Fury, I'd steal away some buffs, maybe step forward because you know that Dardas' beats are down. But just wait for
My
Enhanced Fire
brain has
Giant and
just
end the
thought
game
of
off
something
1 push.
unrelated
That's the
to
best case
anything, and I
scenario
now
here.
need to
If you're an
check
Oni
something
Warriors
in
fan,
game.
you need the reverse sweep, and this is the first step to doing so.
You gotta play catch up right now and level. Mike and Nika sitting behind their opposition Warriors. You had already called in the next few minutes of play with the Fire Giant disappearing. They're going to opt for a Primal Fury. It takes a little while to burn down, but they're going to get the job done nonetheless as the Dragons focus basically or purely on base defense. Now, Fire Minions in mid and in right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. When you have 2
Gold
Phoenixes down,
Fury.
you're just focused on defense. But it feels like a good spot to be defending if you're over there. Coast needs to be a little more careful. This tier 2 in pressure. The Warriors, no Fire Giant, nothing to play over on right. Instead, still playing proactive jump.
So far, that's the case. Lasbra taking a bit of a trade here with SOT. I see no damage heading towards Apolona as if he's being tickled. Lasbra just does not have the DPS to mess with the solo laner. Fire Giant fallen off. There is no FG buff anymore. The Oni Warriors are pushing just because they can. No runic bombs for the Warriors, but they want to try and whittle down this last Phoenix. Fire minions pushing in right. They're playing this one slow. I guess this is their call to instead of stalling for
chip away at
EFG
the
around
Titan,
the
it's
pit,
just like,
just
yeah,
go in
okay.
for a soft defense, see what you can find. But again, Jade Dragons play it smart. They clear waves and they stick around. You need that enhanced fire giant if you're trying to get this Phoenix over on left, and it's not going to happen. Oni Warriors are going to retreat, and they might not stall at this point. I mean, sure, Pyromancer spawns in. They can do whatever they want, Gore. There really is not much the Jade Dragons can do offensively. They just have to sit back.
Now, the Warriors got an opportunity to spend. I mean, I see the builds. Obviously, they've spent some of it. But with the Pyromancer coming up, it feels like they've just been out on base for so long. Now, Charlie, one thing you had mentioned for the Dragons prior, not needing to step up to Fire Giant, sub 30. Now we're approaching 29, and it becomes a different conversation. Now, Runic Bomb in pocket for Genetics as the Pyromancer goes that way. You are looking at, what, 14,000 gold for the Warriors right now. And the Fire Giant fight that could break through, could be the most crucial portion of this game. Great silence from
My
Mike.
brain just had a random thought, yeah.
Comes
Artemis.
back off the winds of Shamash, turns some things around, and the damage onto Coast.
Coast,
The shutdown
yes!
onto Coast from the solo laner does exactly what you need. You've lost both the pillars in your side lanes, and the jungler to boot. 3
That's
gone
game.
on
That's
the Dragons.
game.
The
That's
Warriors
game.
say no right here. Step forward. Mid Phoenix is the first target, but it is the Titan that they want more than anything. And it's Netroid. Oh my God, Dardes! He gets some damage, but he doesn't get the kill. Not enough to shut him down. 4
That's
already
game.
gone, and you can't
That's
even
it.
get the aside, and the Warriors
Oh, we're going to game 4. We have a set.
The Oni Warriors will not be swept. 3-0 is out of the question. We have at least a game number 4 and 6-0 for Pagon. 6 kills for Panaton.
Oh, we did it.
And of course, Genetics does not let his team fall. The scare
All right, chat, I'm gonna be right back again.
For my money, you're going towards Honor for the pressure. Coast got no pressure in that lane. Netroid owned the left side of the map, and because of that, they're going for all these objectives. The Oni Warriors get to go uncontested.
So, you know.
All across the board, and it's that guy in the middle of that
so
picture there,
I'll be right
Panatom.
back
That would
in a
argue
bit.
both of them, right? Him and Genetics, I think, really opening up so much of the conversation. This has been the second time on a world stage where Panatom and Gilgamesh is going to look this
be right back,
fantastic.
chat. And I'll be back in time for
such a late pick for such a matchup
game 4 because I'm literally not getting up. I'm just muting my mic.
Genetics makes it look good and gets the reses he needs.
And now the Jade Dragons have to dial it back. They thought they had the momentum. They thought the 3-0 was what they were looking for. That is no longer the case. The Oni Warriors, the ball is in their court, right? They say, hey guys, we can do this. We not only got our win, our one win so far, it was pretty dominant. There was not much the Jade Dragons could do there. I like what Lazar did early on, but the Maman Brigitte was not enough to get this ball rolling. The gold lead was way too much to try and step forward for, so back to the drawing board for both of these teams. Can't wait to see what they cook up in P's and B's for game number 4.
That's what I remember. I remember you enjoyed the early game. It was the mid game where things got a little more awkward for Lazarus. So we'll have to see how the Dragons adapt to this, or if the Warriors can keep the fire surging forward. All of that right after this.
They're going to look for the steal so they can find it, but they do not have the steal. Oh my goodness! Polar Bear Mike grabs a double kill, and the cheat is on.
Polar Bear Mike. He is a player that I've wanted a team with for a long time because he's good. I'm good friends with him, and I played ranked countless times with him, and he just seems like a person that really loves the game and gets in depth into it, and VOD views and plays and tries different things, doesn't stick with the meta. So I think that's a really beneficial person to have on your team, and especially somebody as confident as him. When he makes a call, like, you can follow that call and be happy about it.
I mean, I have a lot of respect for Mike. I mean, me and him go back a ways, have a lot of history, and he's always been a really tough opponent to play against, that player.
He's got a really diverse god pool. He always did on my team on the rival Ghost era. I have a lot of love for Mike. I think he's an amazing support player. I think what he's capable of with the team, he gives a lot of energy. He has a great way of just being really loud, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that as a get everyone on the same page right now kind of situation. He will play all the best gods. He won't have a god that is really good that he just won't play. He doesn't have any blocking in his head. He won't just think other supports are better than him at one god, so he's not going to play it. He doesn't limit himself in any way like that.
He's kind of like a player that wants to be aggressive, wants to like get in your face, I'll play you. And I think over the years, he's kind of changed that a little bit. He's a little bit more dynamic in his play style. Now you can play a little more, maybe a little of the afros, and people meme him about picking the afro, but it's a good pick, and I don't really think he's the reason why they lost those games. It was just coincidence a lot of the times that he was playing like an afro pick when they lost.
Yeah, I do think that was a big change for him. He's been with Panda for countless years, and having to switch to somebody that doesn't necessarily want to run it down the lane every single time, pressure, because as we all know, Panda Cat is a pressure merchant. And but yeah, I think Vote, it definitely probably threw him off a little bit. But he's probably adjusted, and Coast is more or less, I would say, similar to Panda than Vote was to Panda. So I think having Coast on the team is probably more his speed.
Yeah, and I think he went from that kind of just like only aggressive, I want pressure style to changing it up, like maybe a little bit more like backline peel or anything like that. So I think he kind of just does everything now. He's a complete player and a good dude.
Neil wouldn't say that if there wasn't a camera on him. Neil's actually a complete dick, and he ruined my life twice, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really like I don't really like to think about what other people think of me too much, honestly, like both positively and negatively. I just like to try to be the best teammate I can be. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not, sometimes pain in the ass, you know, it just depends. But I definitely think throughout my career I've been very privileged to play with many great players and great teammates. So it is nice to hear people like Twig kind of share the same feelings that I would feel towards him. Oh, I'm so emotional.
This isn't what you expected. You'll find another way. Come meet here in the present. I can see your heart. You're hiding from the light. Let's try to breathe the moment, bring this back to life. Nothing's ever lost. Together we'll stand the tide. We'll never see the beauty right before our eyes.
couple things I can promise you about the SteelSeries Aerox 5. It is super lightweight. I'll tell you right now. What?
You had one?
Yeah. And there's another one behind your ear, Myth.
Whoa!
Tell me how light the SteelSeries Aerox 5 is.
74 grams, something like that?
Maybe even less. Does it
Maybe.
feel like you could go lightning speed?
I feel like my arm's about to fly through the stratosphere.
And it will with the SteelSeries Aerox 5. Thanks to SteelSeries for being with us here in Season 10 of the Smite World Championship, live in Arlington, Texas at the Esports Stadium. My name is Dolson Mifflin, inbound, and Hazer still with me. And we're going to look at the SteelSeries moments of glory to talk about game number 3. We still got more games. If you're just tuning in, it is not a 3-0 J-Dragons Worlds victory. No, the Oni Warriors have some life, Hazer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to take a look at what was going on with PBM on the Ganesh here. I think we're going to see a lot of clips of a useless elephant sitting there while Panatom absolutely wails on people. I feel like this Gilga, we finally saw the value that Panatom was looking to bring with it, and there was just no answer on the other side. They had no answer to the rundown from Salt and from Panatom.
And I think that's because of that Khepri combination with it. The Ganesh, all 3 games so far has been rather useless, and I think we see both of these teams stray away from that Ganesh. Outside of that, on top of Onher just being rather useless in this matchup, stop picking this Onher into Hachiman. It's just too hard for the Onher to bully out this lane, and Hachi's more effective late game.
Yeah, I was surprised by that performance from Vaporish Coast. I really thought on one of his signature picks he'd be able to get at least a little bit of lane dominance rolling up against Detroit, but we know Hachiman can handle his own. But surprised, and if you were watching the stage afterward, I mean, Ghost looked shell-shocked after that loss.
Yeah, for sure. He was kind of, I mean, and then he was a little shell-shocked there, but it's on his teammates, the guys that have been here before, they've done this before, the veterans, they really need to rein him in, get him focused up. You're still on the 2-1 advantage. You still only need one more game, so you got to just set him a little straight, get him a little bit more of a better pick, and I think it starts with that Hachiman.
Yeah, but let's talk about what went right for the Oni Warriors.
Yep.
And I think centering that on Pagon and Panatom is exactly where I want to be. We already saw it or heard from it earlier. Panatom finally finding that value on the Gilgamesh. I will note, I did ask for damage items, not just a different pick, and he picks up that Erendite. I think a significant change up. Finally had some of that kill pressure we were looking for, and then just a lights out performance from Pagon on Tiamat.
Yeah, when I saw Panatom get the Light Blade from his passive, I was really hoping he was going to upgrade that into an Executioner or a Kins, but sells it out, picks up the Arendite, reveals the stealth of Morrigan, makes it really difficult for Dardes to play in these fights. No escape for the Morrigan.
And the J-Dragons fans have been the wind in their sails ever since being 0-2 down yesterday. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Oni Warriors fans in the building as well. Plenty of noise when they win game number 3. But also remember, there are players on the stage, on the Oni Warrior side of the stage, that also like silencing crowds, right? Be careful of certain players when they're able to tone down some of the J-Dragons fans. That will fuel some of the Oni Warriors just as much as their own fans cheering them on. Game 4, this one could change everything. We'll get into picks and bans and see exactly what happens. Our analysts have set the stage just a little bit here. Hazer, what are some early priorities you're looking for in picks and bans?
So I think this is where the coaches really have to earn their money. As a former coach, I apparently didn't earn my money well enough on the world stage. Never quite managed to do it.
Welcome to
but
the
I
desk.
want to see, yeah, thanks.
You're good at it though. We're happy to have you.
I want to see the Hachiman prioritized by the J-Dragons. I think that has been by far Coast's best pick. They have opted to swap sides though. The J-Dragons in first pick last time, they lose that game, they get choked, and they go over to the second pick side, which means they won't have the option of first picking away that Hachi. Maybe they're going to opt to go for a bit more of a target ban, maybe take away the Gilgamesh.
I also want to see them lower the value on this Mammon. It's not a horrible pick. It's not Lasbra that isn't doing enough on it. I just think it's there's counters into it. This Gilgamesh matchup is very tough for her to live on, and that Gilgamesh had a lot of value in that last game. And going into this first pick by the Warriors, 100% agreed. This Hachiman is way too valuable. It's right here, first pick available for the Warriors. Lock it in.
I agree. I think Hachiman has just been so dominant throughout this event. Not only is he strong in the laning phase, he helps you out around the objectives. He's got immense safety. You can either play around him if you so choose, play that aggression through the duo, or you can trust that safety in Hachiman and diversify your playstyle. Leave him alone on an island and say, just look, if someone shows up, CC me and horse, walk away.
And going into this, they go for this Maman again. They prio it just a little bit too much.
Visceral reaction.
Yeah, does that deflate you a little bit?
Yeah. I don't like this Maman.
Man,
Glass
I
is
love
not
the
getting
frame
enough
drops
done.
literally
We even
as
talked about it
soon
in
as
that
I-
first and second game.
as
The
soon as I
Gilgamesh we were a
get
little
back.
bit worried about, not enough damage. I feel like it's
Literally
going to the Maman. He's
reached
the
out
one that's
to
not able to
unmute
get
my
enough
mic,
damage.
and
And we
freaking
complained
yes
after
was
game
just
2.
having a time.
Gilg wasn't doing enough. He did way more than the Maman did last game.
I might have to.
One thing that I do like though in that top 2, Tiamat, take away from Pegon, grab it for Dardes. Dardes
might
on
have
that
to
Morgan
restart
struggled
OBS.
to get things going, couldn't get aggressive, couldn't get in there because his front line weren't able to support him doing so. This time he gets the Tiamat, he's going to be able to
So the
jump in,
Bologna
and we've got our
Capri
solo
early is
lane
nice. The
matchup
Achilles,
already.
that'll be
Bologna,
interesting.
and now the Osiris
Looks like we'll
is
find
gone.
him.
It's going to be Achilles for Nika.
But why is it the Achilles? It's because of the revive on
Interesting.
the other side. I'd actually talked to Genetics recently. He said, look, everyone's going to say Thanatos, Achilles, that's the answer to my Capri. And he said to me,
Hey,
Mifflin,
like a
that's
third
not
of
going to
my
work. And he wouldn't go any deeper on it. He steepled his hands like the villain that he is, and
'Cause I
he
don't wanna
leaned back
overeat.
into his chair. Let's see if he can put up a shut up.
And I'd argue that Achilles, even outside of this matchup, is a very strong god indeed, because if it goes late, he's getting tankier than just about any other character. My only worry here, the Jade Dragons have been playing for these totems. They've been playing to dominate solo. Is he going to be able to do this against the Bologna? Bologna, very strong in most early game matchups, totem dominator. It's a little bit of a switch up by the Dragons, and it makes me a little worried.
Yeah, I think that Achilles has decent matchup into the Bologna. You can cancel out that bludgeon, remove that burst potential. You're not exactly reliant on your auto attacks either. The nuance of, well, you know, in the Osiris matchup, I can at least disarm, go for the boxing match, use block stacks as well. With Achilles, it's I'm going to combat dodge, I'm going to stun you out, I'm going to play around my sustain, and then start looking for some other stuff. So I think the way you control the totem as Achilles is to play through the PvP.
I really like this Heim pick. I was a little worried we might see another Anher, we might see another Ram or something like that, but Heim, much better matchup into the Bologna. Has that lane pressure to match Hachiman, and then when the Bologna tries to dive you, you can use that knock up to peel her off of you, ult her away as well. Really, really good pick here for Coast.
And on top of that, it makes this little cat and mouse game when Solo is looking for that dive in this matchup. You said if Bologna's going too deep, she's just going to get sent to Niflheim if she doesn't have those beads available. And there's a few other opportunities to pull those beads. The Achilles stun, because you have to be worried about that execute. And I want to see Mike also play something that can threaten those beads, so that Solo really has to be smart with that.
Worth adding some context, because that's what I'm here for. Think back to Coast in a lot of the early games that we saw him in the SPL and his way up through the SEC as well. It was always a Heimdall ban against him. We've seen a lot of on her target bans. Heimdall, sure, in a different meta, maybe a little bit better, still in a really good spot right now, but this is a pick as far as comfort goes, Myth. You see a shell-shocked Coast after game 3, maybe something he's comfortable with for game 4.
And he should be comfortable. It's one of the safest hunters, if not the safest hunter in Smite. You could trust him to just hold his own in lane, and it also maybe dissuades the Oni Warriors from going towards a Morgan themselves. Not to say that they would have absolutely done it, but Heimdall's got a really good matchup into it.
And Vulcan from Pegon. This is the first Vulcan game we get from Pegon. He's been sticking to two gods, Tiamat, Merlin. Now he's going into this Vulcan where we've seen it before.
Ooh, this Warriors draft for sure.
This is the Warriors we expected to see also. The Vulcan though, I'm interested to see how Pegon is going to play it, because he has not, stretched. Obviously he can play it, but it is a different style than that Tiamat and that Merlin.
Yeah, I really, really like this draft actually from the Warriors. The Susano with the Capri. Susano able to get in there. Really, really difficult to pick off. And when you finally do lock him down, finally able to take him down, he's got a second life, courtesy of Genetics on this Capri. I love the Susano pick. Vulcan as well, knock up available from him, able to set up and able to get his damage into the backline. One thing that the Jade Dragons comp lacks as well, they've gone Heim. A hunter who doesn't have especially good objective damage, and Tiamat, not great objective damage either. Only Warrior is going to be able to control those objective fights.
You know what I want to see here from Mike? I want to see a Nox. It completely shuts down everything the Warriors can do. It gives that beads pull potential.
How you feel about that?
It's really close. It's really close, and it's a little bit easier to maneuver into those late games. A little bit more team fight presence. It's what I wanted them to go for, because it is that beads pull potential. But again, it's a risky pick.
It does plug that gap at least a little bit around objectives as well. A support E-set, not going to do crazy damage with a circle of protection, but it allows you to be a little bit tankier while you do it, provides that heal, provides another source of burst damage around Fire and around Gold Fury.
Fellas, let's not beat around the bush though. I'm looking at these drafts. I see Oni Warriors playing their signature style. All these picks I associate with these players. I like this Oni Warriors draft significantly more than what the Dragons have.
And I'm going to go back to that Maman. I think there's just too much prio on this god. Maybe that Bologna pick by Nika in that first slot to pair with that Tiamat, I would have liked a little bit more. But again, it's on to Lasbra. Lasbra's going to have to find these openings, and he's going to have to kind of do it with just the Achilles. He's just going to have enough threat there, and he's going to have to do it through the Kepri. So it's going to be a tough call for him.
mid.
Some openings
Tiamat
potentially
solo.
now for the Oni Warriors. I completely agree.
Set
Their style
jungle
of play
and
largely
Achilles
reflected
support.
by the picks that they
Duh.
now have
Of
locked in
course.
here in game number 4.
What else
What are some
would it
openings in
be?
your mind, Myth, for the Jade Dragons here? Because we see some comfort picks for them. Do you still see a cohesive unit, though, a team that can play as 5?
I think Hazer hits on a really good point. I want to see the Jade Dragons play a little bit earlier in the game. They haven't got the best objective secure, but it gets worse as the game develops. Play that E-set, level 5. Amon Brigitte has great DPS on objective. I want to see early rotations from the Achilles. I think that's one way for the Dragons to get something started, because in the absolute latest portion of this game, I think the Oni Warriors are really going to thrive.
And one thing I love about this Oni's draft as well, Susano, finally, we were asking for it last game. Panatom goes to a hyper carry. He has had an amazing tournament so far. Looked so dominant. He keeps going back to that Gilgamesh this time. He switches it up. He changes the style. He changes the prospect that the Jade Dragons have to deal with, changing their play style in doing so.
I will say, Oni Warriors do scale. They do play very well in that late game. But this is not an easy Dragons comp to dive. The Heim, a lot of survivability, beats pull potential. Same with that E-set. And then on top of all that, trying to kill a Tiamat with that second life, that quadrupedal stance, I think is what it is. Trying to get something like that. Trying to kill in that scenario, it's not easy.
It isn't, but they've got so much survivability on their dive. It might not be easy to get into that back line, but it's a lot easier when you don't have to concern yourself with your own life, and that's exactly what Kepri gives you.
No matter what happens here, we've seen some amazing Smite so far this weekend. Either the Dragons take it now or we go to another Game 5. We'll see if the Oni Warriors can get it done in game number 4.
Well, the Warriors are holding on to the best of their ability, and now it is exactly what they want. Shelly, right now, people rooting for the 3-1 Warriors, holding on as best they can, and some interesting picks that get to come through, and more importantly, the first look on Pagon outside of those 2 mages that we have seen so far, onto the Vulcan, and one that it feels, again, kid in a candy shop style electricity for me. It just feels like it could have so much to go for it.
Gore, I've been waiting for picks like these from the Oni Warriors. I mean, Panatom on the Susano. I complained in game number 1 about the Athena. I complained about the build on Athena. This is the kind of pick that I want to see Panatom on. Full damage, Susano, get in, get out, destroy the backline. And it is what he's made his name on. Gods like this. And honestly, I associate Susano with Panatom because of how well he can pilot this character. Not going to be easy trying to deal with Lasbra. Notably, I think it's actually kind of rough matchup to deal with. Sure, the pole has some great interactions, but Typhoon should almost never be hitting Maman Brigitte. She can just dash inside of you, juke the knockup, then come back out and win that 1v1. But Lasbra's been having some struggles piloting this Maman. Hasn't been the easiest time. Early on, yes, great. And honestly, that's where she thrives. But late game, Lasbra has to watch the positioning. That's something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. The Oni Warriors got 1 game under their belt. They need game number 2 to go off well. And the Kepri, finally there's been somewhat of an answer to it. Nika going towards the Achilles. Remember, Fatal Strike, the execute, does not care about Scarab's Blessing. It will negate it entirely, but you gotta be on point with that ult, and it can be body blocked very easily.
Now, another matchup I'm really interested in seeing, and one that again, got a little discussion last game. It is this Kepri, and maybe the Achilles needs to come to the conversation here, but also with the E-set from Mike. Not something we've seen in a long time.
Yep.
But something that, again, in the right moments, you got to silence and stun. Massive ult that can help in teamfights. It does provide a good bit to what the Dragons might need, especially in some of the mid game. Where are you looking at it? Just objectives?
It does definitely provide a lot, but it is a pick that I have been a big hater of in times,
totem.
and it was one of the better support picks, just because Circle of Protection, the way that ability is designed, is to be the best objective confirm in the game, and the way that people build,
like
the way that Mike is going to build.
I do like Totem, don't get me wrong.
It's full tank.
But the thing I don't like about Totem,
it's not as if the Spirit Ball, it's not as if the Silence, the Dispel Magic, all these things are going to be
the fact that it
very
makes
impactful. They certainly are. It's going to be annoying to try and deal with.
really heavily
It just feels like the knocks that Hazer was calling for could have gotten the job done as well. We'll have to see. Mike went to it for a reason. He feels confident. He's been looking good this entire tournament.
Outside of solo,
We'll
but
see what he can do in game number 4.
Especially, again, championship point here for the Dragons.
The extent
they
to
want to
which
use that
Totem
energy.
is
Good
powerful
stun
is just...
from Nikon to Sot, and Lasber's around, looks
it's
for
game-changing
some
early
poke.
on.
But not enough to find a kill in right. Forces Sot to fall back and play safe. Now, Charlie, this is where the Dragons have found a lot of that culmination of success has been in the early game. And in games 1 and games 2, it was just able to translate really well. I guess in game 1, actually, it really was just holding on as long as they could. But in game 2, they make that translate really well. Here, we need to see a little bit more of that. And I want to turn attention to the solo lane, because not only do we see a little bit of back and forth, I think, between Nika and Solo Patrol, but now the Achilles. The execute feels like it should be nice a little bit later on, but the stuns, the CC, and so far, the way the lane has gone, feels like it's a little more solid than the Osiris.
Also, it's surprising to see Mask. Have they rebuffed Mask at all? Because if not,
and the
it's
Osiris
just
picks that I wanted to see a bit more of.
worse.
We've seen a ton
on
of the Osiris
average.
since then. The Achilles is one that's been a little bit on the backside. I think just coming out because of the Kepri pick from Genetics, he's been so on point. And granted, if you're on the other side, you're on the opposite of it. Very annoying with these Scarab's Blessings. So you have to either A, play around it, or B, go for the execute through it. So a lot of weight on Nika to connect with those ultimates. A lot of weight on the Oni Warriors to body block those ultimates. It's always going to be in the back of your mind. Am I getting low? Do I have enough HP to even survive this engagement? Can I frontline when Nika is around? It just adds another level of chess to this game.
And right now, I think the biggest thing to do, and I'm kind of curious, if you're the Dragons, do you need to just turn up the pace, dial it to 11, push as hard as you can in this early game, and just get a massive lead that the Warriors can't overcome? Or do you try to hold out for late, as we've seen them do so many times so far this weekend, and in this early game, and just get a massive lead that the Warriors can't overcome? Or do you try to hold out for late, as we've seen them do so many times so far this? You try to hold out for late, as we've seen.
Oh my God.
The biggest thing to do, and I'm kind of curious.
I was gonna say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but they lost the last game. So I guess that's not the strategy you want to go to every single time. And again, the Oni Warriors have been so electric. They just want to push their lead. They want to play for early game. They want to end the game quickly. So the Jade Dragons did not pick a composition, in my mind, to match that. They're not playing to the Oni Warriors. They're still trying to play that style. They still want to get late game. And if they can put some brakes on this game and just say, hey, we're going to spawn in at level 30, they would definitely do that.
Well, thanks for bearing with us. We jump back in the game here again, just 3 minutes in. No team has pulled a lead. So do you want to see, and maybe this is too early for this conversation, we're only 3 minutes, but like counter punches from the Dragons, is that where it goes? I know you mentioned Lasber early. We saw him show up in right, what some of that pressure can bring. But where is their real punch back against the Warriors, who seem to have gone not just for the whole run it down draft, but for one that just emulates their style so well?
Still think it has a lot to do with Nika. He's going to be extremely tanky. That's one of the benefits of Achilles. You take the armor off early game, you put it back on late game, and you get even tankier. Remember, most of these auto attack warriors, your Bellonas, your Osiris's, they've been teching in Kins, they've been teching in Executioner. 2 damage items in a solo lane build means you are getting one shot by the crits. Achilles is not going to be doing that. Maybe you get one item like that, but Netroid is going to have a much more rough time dealing with the dive of Nika. SOT, he's got a rough time diving Coast as well. One of the benefits of Heimdall, besides being
that's the thing about the auto attack warriors, they're usually a lot squishy.
Smite, is that knockup. The bludgeon is going to be a problem. Any melee character that wants to get close
because they go Kin's Executioner so that they can do their damage, because they don't have an analog to Glad
If that stun connected, Netroid might have wanted to chase down with the ultimate. Either way, I think that the backline of the Jade Dragons is pretty self-sufficient. Tiamat and Heimdall don't usually need too much peel, so Mike and Nika can stand forward. They can focus on engage. They can focus on CC for the squad.
Question, Genetics, Netroid over on left. How much pressure they can apply, and then what they can do with that pressure. That's what we saw a lot of last game. Although last game, it was also coupled with fights on right. And now Sot goes in, has Panatom beside him. Nika forced to ult away, but Panatom with the chase
let's
in.
go. First blood and second.
To the Warriors as Netroid gets aggressive in the duo lane.
Wow, Genetics didn't even have to Scarab's Blessing. They didn't have to dive that tower. I cannot believe a Porsche Coast stuck around. He thought the Bifrost would be enough. He thought Through the Realms would be enough. It was not. 2 kills simultaneously there for the Oni Warriors And of course, Nika does his best, right? You use the Fatal Strike to try and immune the Typhoon, but the dive was always going to take you out. SOT just getting the better end of those trades. But I think Coast, that's a misplay. He didn't have to stick around. He trusted the circle of protection. You can see both Mike and Coast ults are down. He thought that'd be enough survivability. It was not. You're getting Netroid off to another great start on a pick that he's played so many times and so well so far this tournament.
Last time that it had a pop-off game, though, remember, it didn't necessarily end as well.
That is true.
It's only 1-0, so maybe not the pop-off. I'm maybe just as worried of Net getting that kill as Panatom getting the first blood, right? Jungle pickup, 1,000 gold now on their side. The experience maybe not too crazy. In fact, you've got a level lead right now for Lasma.
The thing about Panatom getting first blood
I think the ire
is that it puts a Susano ahead.
Especially if Panatom is left to his own devices. It's going to be a small back and forth for him. And I want to ask, because we haven't gotten to see too much of the Susano. Nothing's different, right? I mean, he's just going to be playing the same way Panatom's been playing this pick for the last, what, 3, 4, however many years you want to add on.
Yeah, you have pretty ease of engage. You've got a Scarab's Blessing to back you up. You're just going in for the Blink Pull. You're going in for the Typhoon. You're setting up for your team. Panatom knows exactly how to pilot this pick, and I've been wanting to see him go to it pretty much the entirety of this tournament, because I just like watching him work on the Susano. He knows exactly how to pilot the map. Someone who I want to see work a little bit more, Lasbra, has not had much action. This Maman Brigitte has been playing defensively for quite some time. And with such high prio, again, we heard the analysts talk about it at the desk. I think they're exactly right. To first pick this Maman, put so much pressure towards it. And then for Lasbra to have such a slow early game. And again, that's not really when she shines, but the late game, a lot of weight on his shoulders. Low player damage for both junglers because they haven't had too much time to get aggressive. But man, Netroid keeps Coast, keeps Mike underneath their tier 1 tower. They've got nowhere to go.
Nika with a little bit of pressure over here on right. You've got Lasbra as well as Panatom. We're going to join the conversation. Stun from Nika. Nothing too crazy happening. Panatom sticks around, and this is where it could get dangerous. But you don't have the engage that maybe makes things as easy. No blink for Panatom. Does not seem to matter right now, though. Immediate the pullback, the damage. It's good enough, but not the lockdown. And Nika's able to dodge out on that. Sot doesn't overstay his welcome either. So Lasbra, despite hovering in the jungle, unable to get anything done. With no big rotations over towards left, no big rotations now over towards right, Trelly. Again, we're at thin margins, but a small lead for the Warriors as we crest over 8 minutes in.
And I find this so interesting that we do have a bit of a land meta sort of starting to emerge. Panatom and Lasbra both head over, not because of blue buff spawns, that shows up right now. It was because of that totem. I think both junglers in the back of their minds said, are we about to see an Eagles rally to confirm this totem? Are we about to see Nika overextend to confirm this totem? If so, we get to go in for a gank. No one stepped forward. They hid in the jungle and they waited. And this is not something that you ever saw before. No one was ulting totems before we got in this building. Lasbra's close by, reveals himself a bit earlier, and he's gonna confirm the totem likely for the squad. The Jade Dragons picked that one up, but SOT not gonna get baited. Eagles rally. He saves this one just to make sure he's gonna be safe.
And as far as the fight actually goes, not enough to really rally behind. Might come back for a little more. Again, Sot's over here. Cooldown buff easily secured. Lasbra pulls back, but we can see the vision from the Warriors over on the right-hand side, keeping track of Lasbra with every step he takes. Maybe a little aggression as well in the jungle from Panatom, but nothing too crazy. And Trelly, the other thing, when we're looking at too crazy, I'm going to be thinking of some of these mid laners, and specifically of Pagon, because while we think of these Vulcan ults, and more than likely we'll discuss them as like secure, all you need is one of those to connect. It's a lot of squishy targets on the Dragons, and suddenly that's a fight winner for you.
You're exactly right. This Vulcan is an absolute threat when the game gets cooking, and that is what Pagon is looking towards. He's been avoiding fighting. That's what most mid laners do at this point anyways. But you're trying to get that damage online so you can just delete with the Earthshakers. So much burst on the side of the Oni Warriors. The Jade Dragons are going to have to play careful. Mike, sure, he's got his ultimate. It does some decent damage. Not enough to contest the Earthshaker. Not enough to pull an objective that confidently. As the totem goes down one more time. 2 minutes away. beacon spawn. Ultimate looking towards Dardas, forcing out the leap.
When you said that it was
There was no Aegis available. That would have been dangerous, but Dardas, of course, knows the timing. Look at this 1v1, though. Lazar taking a lot.
Yeah, in trouble. Oh my god, the damage! That's what Panatom needs! And he had backup just in case. Takes out Lasbra, and now might be the reason that Mike falls down, comes around, pulls him back, and a few more autos. No, the shielding, the silence, and Dardas
So
with
close.
the assist at least gets some distance for Polar Bear Mike to get onto the tier 1.
Mike plays that flawlessly. If he messed up one of those abilities, would definitely fall down there. Panatom still tried to chase it down, but did not have the damage. Of course, Lasbra steps too far forward, doesn't have beads, only went for the blink, and didn't even get the ult cast off. Ends up falling down, and now 2-0 for Panatom on the Susano. I said it last game, and I will say it again. He can do no wrong at this point in time. Wherever Panatom goes, if you're too far forward, if you're overextended, or if genetics is nearby, you better be watching your relics. You better be watching your health bar. He has plenty of DPS.
11 minutes in, things have come to at least a little bit of a standstill between these teams. 1,000 gold, slowly climbing for the Warriors.
A little bit of a visual
Trying to
freeze
push
there.
over a 2,000 gold mark. Just 3
I
kills.
just realized I
already,
never
no
took this away.
major objectives.
Still the eating thing up, even though I'm not
30
eating.
seconds, Strelly. The beacon is going to spawn in. Give the Warriors, maybe even the Dragons, something to rally behind. You can see the pings coming out immediately from the Dragons. They recognize that's where a massive fight could break down. Ults on the left, looking a little stronger. And the grouping, the team fight, it feels like, especially considering how much we've seen these teams step up. We have teleports coming in from solo laners. This beacon fight, it could be massive, could be crucial for the early game.
I'm glad you pointed it out because SOT's teleport is available. Nika's won't be for 23 more seconds, so if it's an immediate beacon pull, would be a bit of trouble. Both solo laners stuck. Coast is not even healthy enough to step forward, so this is a fight that the Oni Warriors would win handedly if it even broke out, and that's why the Jade Dragons are going to forfeit this one. The Oni Warriors have presence in every single lane, and I've said Vulcan is a pseudo ADC for a reason. You get a couple seconds alone with an objective, and it absolutely dies, and that's what they're going for now. Gold Fury started up.
And they should have exactly what they need. The Secure as well gets them even more in their pockets. Oni Warriors with
Good. This is the
Secure
kind of
onto
lead
the
we
Fury.
want, but also
Pull it
last
out
time
even
this is the
further.
kind of
Now
lead
Nika
that the
trying to
Dragons
pull
got.
Panatom
and
in.
then
They want to
lost.
fight, and they want to try and win it, but you have to be careful. The turnaround from the Warriors onto the solo laner makes them rethink the engagement. 3,000 gold, and the Warriors, Trelly, 13 minutes in, have a commanding lead.
And you see, you underestimate the DPS. Nika teleports in thinking he can show up to that Gold Fury, but with Pagon's turret, with Netroid's damage, and of course the Earthshaker, Gold Fury's down before he can even show up. The Oni Warriors are uncontested all around the map here. You do pull Panatom's beads, and that's definitely big. Only if you get something done in the next 2 minutes. And the Jade Dragons have got nothing done. They haven't stepped forward. They haven't had an avenue to fight. SOT's got some low mana, but even Lasbra, who shows up, doesn't feel like he's got the damage to burn through this level 13 Bologna. So it's going to be another retreat. We're just going to be sitting here until the Oni Warriors decide to go for Pyro. With Netroid, he was able to clear that wave quickly. Let's see, does he go right or left out of base? He goes right. We know exactly where they're headed.
Exactly what they want. You might as well keep the hand hot while you have it. Right side pressure, no Heimdall. So numbers advantage to the Warriors. They haven't started up the objective, but you had already mentioned. Drop down the turret, the damage that Vulcan can output. Massive for an objective like this. Has the ult for Pagon as well, so Secure could be there. Have to worry about Circle of Protection. Right now, have to worry about the fight coming towards Nika, who immediately rallies behind his team. Secure drop down Warriors. Able to squeak that one out in the eyes of the Dragons. Pull some more gold back into their pockets.
Porsche Coast didn't make the rotation. He stuck around over and left, knew it was not worth his time, and the team could do it without him. There was at least not a pick, right? That's the benefit. Oni Warriors dropped a lot just to confirm that gold. But there were some low health bars. You can see the Jade Dragons do have some decent poke damage. I thought Genetics might have been able to fall at least a little bit close to that threshold. He's got the Cloak of the Ascetic, and that could be a big deal, Gore. Remember, Meditation could tick you right out of HP threshold. It baits out the Fatal Strike from Nika, and then he goes in thinking he's about to get a reset on the ult, and the execute doesn't come through. That could be a big deal. Runic Bomb picked up for Genetics, and as long as he's holding on to Chalice of the Oracle, won't be able to drop any sentries for the time being.
But talk about a steady climb, 4,000 gold. The Warriors, 15 minutes in, have dominated this early portion of the game. As we're hitting level 16s for a few, but trailing behind for a lot of the Dragons, Trelly. The next few minutes, I think, have a lot of impact. Not a lot of objectives to go for. Where the farm comes from, where you step up to, is going to make the big difference. What do you want to see from the Dragons over the next few minutes to try and right this boat?
Unfortunately for the Dragons, I'm not seeing too many ways back into the game at the moment. They still need itemization. They still need tankier tanks and more damage front lines. You've got one aspect that's going well for you, and it's that Dardes has been able to stay XP-wise even with Pagon, but look at the net worth chart. Still about 700 gold down. Not going to be the best idea to look for fights. You can show up and attempt to steal. That's your best option, but do not overcommit. Do not overstep. One pick around one of these objectives could be that drop in the bucket that just tips it over, and the Oni Warriors have been playing with so much fire, so much aggression. Finally, we see a little bit of action. Blink in, Dardes jumps right in the ult.
The lead Vegas, it buys some time, but there's the knockup. Do you have the damage?
Pagon's got it.
Pagon's got what you need. You're back if you're Panatom. And immediately the shot opens up the mid lane. And look, a bunch of goose eggs. I mean, 3 columns, 2 columns worth for the Dragons. And something you got to turn around.
And that's a beautiful ultimate from Pagon. Predicts the dash perfectly. Makes sure that Panatom can go in and get the Typhoon after the fact. And that backfire needed to connect. And Pagon makes it happen. By the way, if Staff of Mirrodin is in your third item, that backfire is not killing. The extra damage after the ultimate made sure that that one had the damage to confirm the kill. And this Vulcan, it might be the scariest guy on the map. Level 18, Oni Fury started up, and I don't think Mike can even walk forward. If he gets grabbed by genetics here, he's gonna get melted.
Yeah, power farming. Pagon might not have the ult right now. Does not need it. The damage through the roof for the Warriors. The gold starting to break through as well. 4-0 lead, 17 minutes. But Trelly, the most commanding lead we have had this set. And it doesn't seem like they're slowing down. You can see Genetics' movement, the way they're walking around. Pyromancer's coming back up, and I expect the Warriors to be there right around the time it respawns.
Yep, pay attention to Netroid. He will tell you the tale. If you're watching this Hachiman, the second he channels that back, right lane is where he's headed. Pyromancer, Fire Giant, all on the cards for the Oni Warriors. That's afforded to them by Demon Blade. That's some crit online, as well as that Vulcan turret. Plenty of burst. The crowd trying to change the tides, trying to get in the ears of the Jade Dragons. Let them know that this set's not over yet. They have some wings in this race, but the Oni Warriors want to shut that crowd up, Gore.
And so far, well, this has been a very commanding game in order to do so. Maybe looking for the pick again, watching for the back on the Hachi. Already taking the tier 1 tower over there as well, which is where we've seen some of these lane swaps. So make sure you pay attention to Netroid, what lane he's in and where he goes back to after the objective. Oracles gonna get split, I believe, actually over to the Warriors. Right now, mid grouping. We've got a small presence from the Dragons as they start to step towards right. And we've seen this, Trelly, and then we've talked about it, but now we're getting into the actual objective portion of it.
Right.
Circle of Protection's really nice. It's really helpful in a lot of team fights. But as you had mentioned earlier, when you're building tanky,
it's all right.
It's like nothing compared to what Pagon's going to be able to do in terms of secure.
Yep, that is not going to be a contester. It could be a Pagon's early, which remember, Earthshaker takes a while to charge.
Yeah.
You can see that big circle on the ground. If you're going close and you barrel stuff it, it doesn't actually do that much damage. Panatom forced to bees, but Genetics is nearby.
And now chase down from Lasper, but then the turnaround, oh my god, you gotta be careful, and then the shot, oh my god, everything
Kill for
you need, and it's
Capri's
a DOT
always nice to
from
see.
Genetics. Takes that one down. Pyromancer started by the Warriors. Nika's here. Are you gonna try to make a hero play? Can you afford to try and make the hero play? It's a chase down, zone out by the rest of the Warriors. Pyromancer their way, 5-0 and 7,000 gold.
My goodness, SOT just ate a full primordial onslaught from Dardes, and his HP has not changed. This Bologna is ridiculously tanky. The Oni Hunter's Carb, the Spirit Robe. He's not going the Executioner anymore. Maybe he'll get a Kind later on, but I think he recognized the tankier I am, the more of a meat shield I can be for the squad. And I think with that pick, the Oni Warriors could have looked towards the Fire Giant, but because Pagon's ult was down, they thought better of it for the time being. 5-0, 20 minutes in. This is exactly the type of pace that the Warriors like. They don't want the game going to 30. They don't want to have to deal with enhanced Fire Giants. They want to get the lead early and keep it.
So much control. Level 20 already. for Pagon, sub 20 minutes in. Power farming on the Vulcan, itemized, just power farming. A lot that the Dragons have to respond with. So now, Shelly, objectives haven't gone their way. And we have seen this team take a game like this, maybe not as egregious, but game like this and drag it out as long as they can.
Right.
And so defensively, for a game like that, like, can they wait another 8 minutes, punch back, 20 minutes, punch back, or are they going to be forced if the Warriors continue to roll like this?
It becomes so much more difficult because of the Oni Warriors composition, Gore. Pagon just gives so much to the team as far as burst, as far as DPS. Netroid having this lead is also a big issue, and that all could be overlooked if Genetics didn't have the Scarab's blessing. Even if the Jade Dragons grouped up and found the pick of a lifetime, it could just be taken away from them if Genetics is on point. And on this stage, Gore, he usually is. But they have some ins back in. They've got good wave clear. Dards isn't too far behind. He's got his itemization. That's Soul Reaver. Once it gets finished up, he should be able to shred through some of these tankier targets. Coast, I think he's going to need a minute to cook. He's going to need to sit in that duo lane, set up the Bifrost under the tier 2, and get out of trouble anytime someone looks by. In fact, if I'm the Jade Dragons, I'm calling right now, hey, we're going to soft defense the Fire Giant. Coast never rotate, stick in duo lane, and we will play for a later portion of the game. We will play for the second Fire Giant. And that's what's happening currently. Coast by himself on the left side of the map. The Oni Warriors going in for the Primal Fury. That's going to go down uncontested.
They've got complete control on the left side of that. They've got complete control anywhere they step. And it's going to be, like you said, a Primal Fury over to the Oni Warriors.
We take those.
That's going to have a little bit of time to respawn. You've got a Pyromancer coming up. Just a little over a minute. Pressure in all the lanes has amounted to 3 tier 1 towers knocked down on the Dragon side of the map. So you can afford to move around, teleport. Used by Sot to show up around the Fire Giant pit. And you've got Hachi starting to walk over here.
Yep, that's heading right.
Shelly, do they have the capability? I mean, they've been pulling objectives without too much of an answer. Could they start this FG?
They 100% could start this FG, and I want them to. SOT already tanking it up. This could be a bait, could not be. Doesn't matter. Vapor's Coast is nowhere in sight. This is a smart play from the Jade Dragons. Do not contest. Do not step forward. You cannot fight in this jungle. Let Vapor's Coast get Kins. Let him get his starter item online. But do not step forward. There is just too much damage. I think that was the correct call. They understand they want to live to fight another day. This gold lead currently insurmountable. Yeah. There's no need to risk a pick, no need to risk a fight. The Oni Warriors can take what they want.
22 minutes, almost 11,000 gold for the Warriors. Just 500 shy of jumping over that. Level 20 hit first, and every single roll.
2 runic bombs.
They've got 2 runic bombs, as you say. Pressure over on right. That bird gets deleted instantly, and the Dragons have no chance to respond. They finally step up with the damage. Oh man, it's going the other way. Mike can't play carefully enough. Taken down by Lasbra.
Lasbra, this might be game. This is game. This is game. This is game. This is game.
Good damage forces
they have
out
net.
Vegas, but
They
you've got
have Pagon.
the DPS.
This is it.
It's on the Titan. The Warriors want a game 5, and the Dragons cannot stop them here. We're going
Game 5.
Single kill drop. The Oni Warriors were not in a bad position that entire game. Pagon's ults were heat-seeking. He did not miss.
I still have like half
the
of
Jade
my food
Dragons
left.
From the get-go, the analysts on the
But
desk didn't love the draft. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stem the bleeding. I didn't see how they were going to be able to stop
We're gonna
that
play a
early
game of Arena
I think this
between
game was
games 4 and 5.
Started early.
Yep.
Dragons get blanked out.
Before we do that, I'm gonna go refill my water. I
In
will be right back,
objectives
chat.
and in every step, and you have to remember that pressure.
Yep.
External, internal, maybe even as well.
That's building as well.
You are up 2-0. Now you're tied 2-2. A little bit of stress there. Meanwhile, the Warriors, that momentum shifted to the other side.
Gore, there's one phrase that could take away all that stress, and it could be said to both of these teams. Just one game.
Just one more.
Just one game. That's all you have to tell yourself. You have to win one Smite game. You've done it 1,000 times in your career, and that's true for people on both teams. They just have to win one more game, and you are world champions.
One game. A lot of weight on one game, but whoever takes it gets to lift the hammer that is sitting on that stage. We're going to find out who it will be right after this break.
Okay, like the same reward and everything, or? Neat. Neat. Well, for the most part, I'm not the one playing. Grand Finals is good. We're going into Game 5. Yup. Yep, loading up a game that will probably barely be started by the time the break ends, but that's whatever. I'm just shocked at the fact that after all of the being behind schedule, Grand Finals Day is the day where shit's on schedule. First 2 days where we could not have been more behind. First 2 days went over 12 hours. Alright, if we get dodged, I just won't have time for a game. Okay, we're not getting dodged then. Alright. This is a terrible meme build chat that I'm going for, but we are playing Attack Speed Ymir for the comedy. I mean, technically we're an hour behind schedule, but like... Oh, so when it ends, we'll be about 2 hours behind schedule. Maybe 2.5 if this runs really long. Well, considering that's also, if that's the case, that still puts us at being like 6 hours shorter than day 1 and 5 hours shorter than day 2-ish. For Grand Finals Day. Now, if there was a third place match, then we'd be talking same longest of the bunch. But there's not a third place match. Also, if the show match was best of 3, that would have been cool. I'm of the opinion that show matches should literally just be full-on competitive matches, best of 3 and everything. I think that shit would be funny. Well, you know what? While we're loading into this game that is now, because it's taken so long to get into, chat, let me see if we actually have the patch notes for next patch yet. Have they released them yet? Uh-huh. I refuse. Nope, you stop that, you motherfucker.
And then there was one. 2 teams remain, 1 game remains for the World Championship in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League.
Oh
Back to the
my
analyst desk to break down game number 4 and then set up game number 5. Mifflin inbound. Hazer still with me, and for one final time with me for Season 10 of the Smite World Championship. Reverse sweep yesterday inbound in the semifinals. Reverse sweep brewing.
Hey, Marty's not building attack speed. I could take
as the Steel Series Moments of Glory walk us through game number 4. What did you see here inbound from the Oni Warriors?
I'm taking purple.
I'm just really not liking this Maman Cryo. I just don't think they're getting enough value out of it. And on the opposite side, the Khepri's getting too much value. There's a lot of fights that are just able to be jungle going too deep, solo going too deep, because they have the safety of this Khepri. And while the ESET was there to kind of counter the Khepri, the CC didn't last long enough. Khepri was able to kind of play through it. The team was able to dive a little bit longer. I think if you are going to go back,
no,
give up
I want to be your
you
friend.
Have a little bit something else in the tank.
Fine, fuck you.
Yeah, and I think we can see the problems here. We got a highlight in solo, there's a stereo kill in solo and duo, and then we see the jungler die, and then we see the mid laner die. Oni Warriors were dominating this game across the board. Lasbra cannot control the map like Panatok can. He's crushing it on the Susano. Pagon dominating the mid lane. Salt on the Bellona, now getting totems, now getting...
I don't have enough mana. I'm mashing my ult button. Like, why the fuck isn't it firing?
Jade Dragon's just got it pretty much all
cry
in the draft for this one.
1650, and I couldn't tell you what happened between game 3 and 4.
No, honestly though, we can just skip
like
the
Netroid
Telegram.
has completely
We're just gonna
level,
go straight
or
into
even
Demonic.
2 to 3. It's just the last few matches, Netroid's been dominating Vaporish Coast.
And 100% correct. And with that, Hachiman has got to go. You have got to either pick it or it has got to be banned because it is all too comfortable in Netroid's hands. The safety, the lane dominance, it's all just too much.
Am I reading that right?
You are.
2,613 damage from
Lowest in the
Lasper
game.
on the man.
Damn.
Lowest in the game.
Is a top 2 jungler pickup that's doing less than 3k damage in a game, less than a Kepri.
The sheer amount of draft capital spent on that pick makes that near inexcusable, and I think that's something the Dragons are going to have to address going into picks and bans for game number 5. I didn't want to get too dramatic.
I missed a
going into game
melee
number 4.
auto. Are you fucking
Something
kidding
made
me?
I was like, do the Dragons have to win this one? Is it now too far
Yoshi's
in their
just
heads?
ignoring me.
What
Let's
could
go.
possibly happen? The fans still at their back, but the Oni Warriors starting to build up some momentum. Lots of little things at play here, Mifflin, going into game 5.
I think, and I'm sorry I have to do it, jungles need more from the Jade Dragons. The priority we've seen for Hanatom on the other side has just worked out for them. They're last picking his
I am
god. They're making sure
2-0
he's
and
comfortable. He's
2
getting something
as
that can
attack
count out the other
speed
side.
you
He
mirror.
even found success
How
with
about you
Gilgamesh.
attack
Season 1
speed
goes
you
in, goes
fear
back to a
me?
standard assassin and dominates
Fear
there.
me?
I do not want to see them on Reggie from the Jade Dragons. I will look at literally anything else. You can open up the Smite God list, cross out Lamont, throw a dart at the board, and I'm happy.
Can we cross out Pele as well? I don't want to see Pele.
Okay, no Pele, that's fine.
Sorry, I was looking at signs again while you guys...
What's with you, man?
I've had to do literally nothing all week long. You guys have been absolutely killing it up here on the desk. It's been my pleasure. Oni Warriors, though, inbound, now really riding with this momentum. A team that has been riding with momentum in every set for a while, except for this one. More of the same as your prescription for game 5?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Warriors, why not go back to what worked?
Skloof.
And I agree completely with the value that they're getting on Panatom's last pick versus
we outta here.
first pick jungle.
Owie,
It's just night
my
and day,
face.
and they just need to stick with that.
Shut
and I
they're
think
bullying
we
me.
saw the difference with Panatom
okay, we
on the
get the
Susano
13.
versus that Gilgamesh
And then
even.
we have
The
Cyclopean,
Gilgamesh was
and then
ramping
we're
up, it was
fine.
getting better in that late game, but the Susano from the start of the game was just different for Panatom, and I wanted to see him go back to something like that. It doesn't have to be early. I just want something that's going to be doing a lot of damage, able to get
You know
in
what?
and
We
get
can just
out.
get Cyclopean
There's a lot
here.
of gods that can kind of fit that.
And talk about the mental pressure now that the Jade Dragons are under.
There we go.
The reverse sweep curse just broken recently. All of a sudden now you're feeling that weight added on. The crowd, which was electric for the first 2 games, has essentially been silenced now by the Oni Warriors. It's like something's different in the air.
The weight on the brain is similar to, a full weight mouse and not the SteelSeries Aerox 5 wireless mouse. That is just a nice lightweight.
I see what you're doing there.
Okay, right, mouse. But the Dragons fans distracted me a little bit here. And Hazer, this is maybe what these players need on stage. Some of this, bring up the mood a little bit. You were 1 game away 2 games ago, but you're still 1 game away.
Yeah, what they need is energy, and what they need, I think, is to get off to a good start in this upcoming game. I want to see switch-ups in the pick and ban. I really want to see Coast try and get that Hachi man. I feel like he's been pretty ineffectual in the last 2 games. Dual pressure seems to be really, really important. I want to see them switch over to that first pick again. They lost that, so they do get choice offsides going into this one.
And to pair with that Hachiman, I also want one of these auto attack.
I thought I had teammates
the
next to
Achilles
me.
was there, it was doing stuff, but it's just not able to farm. He was down 3 levels in that later portion
Alright,
of the
I
game.
wanna
Nobody
get some
else was even
procs
close
here.
to that far behind. Osiris, Bologna, one of them, either one.
Like, I'd really like to go with one of these, but I really need it to be neutral procs.
It almost even feels like the Jade Dragons are getting sucked into the Oni Warriors pace.
Shell.
P's and B's as well. I mean, that Achilles is a direct answer to the Kepri. It's I really don't.
I think I'm just gonna go Thieves. It's really efficient. It's really effective.
I also think that one thing that the Jade Dragons did so well in the semi-final, we saw them
We're gonna
reverse
be a
sweeping,
fucking CC
is they
machine,
changed
too.
their
I'm gonna
drafts.
get
They
Entangling
changed their
Wings.
bans. And in this
As
set
soon as
so
we get
far,
Thieves, I'll
it's
pick
been
up
the
Entangling
Emoja,
Wings.
it's been the Odin, it's been the Thoth in all 4 games. I want to see a switch up. I want to see maybe the Kepri denied.
Off my team.
Maybe something
Off my
else, but
team.
I want to see them change the challenge that they're giving the Oni Warriors. The Oni Warriors are too comfortable in the draft so far.
Why delay it any longer? Picks and bans for game number 5 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. For one last time in Season 10, we go into P's and B's, and it's the Jade Dragons inbound in first pick.
This is a good start. Now we got to ban away somewhat similar gods. I want to see the Emojigon, and I want to see the Keprigon. Personally, I think it's just, he's too comfortable on it. They're just getting too much value out of that Kepri. Get rid of it, and the Thoth,
They're getting an ass load of value out of the
give it to
Kepri.
him. Let him have it. Let them play that. It's not even like that is something that Pegon is going to go back to. He's looked comfortable on the Tia, the Merlin. Give it to him.
Nice try,
if you want,
idiot.
But I want Hachiman more than anything. And then on the Warrior side, I think that's maybe where they could look for that third ban. Maybe ban away instead of that Daji, ban that Hachiman.
I really think that would be a great idea, Bobby. That's almost exactly what I think we're going to see happen. Toth is the one that the Jade Dragons opt to leave open, and now we get to find out the answer. Dardes, a mid laner who does not always play the meta picks. Does he even have a Toth in the pocket? But there it is, the first pick, Hachiman. Feed Coast, feed the hot hand, pair this with something aggressive in support, and take control of the dual lane.
And it's the viability of either playing aggressively in the dual lane, or you can trust again that it's a very, very safe pick that scales well in towards objectives. If the Jade Dragons want to play again with their hot hand, for me, that's Dardes. Get him on something that get active, at least in that mid game or early game, play around him, and then trust Coast to just hit those objectives later on.
And now with the Warrior side of things, just get Solo as comfort warrior, whichever one we want. Bologna or Cyrus, one of them is fine. Lock in that Bologna, and with this next pick, I don't want to see the Maman. Do not worry about it. The Thoth I don't mind. I do think there was a lot of value in the Tiamat, but I still think Thoth has been dominant this tournament.
Did not last as long as I thought it would.
On the late game just makes him so valuable.
Oh.
Gotta take a deep breath.
I didn't land the hit, but I killed that Mitch.
Yesterday in the semifinals, my friends up here, my heart is beating yet again in picks and bans for game number 5. Jade Dragons now considering.
Fuck off of my team.
What's still left open? The only Warriors inbound will get one more pick for the next wave of bans from the Dragons.
What is that range?
They're a little too slow with this Osiris. I think this is a rather obvious pick here. The Achilles, there's a few other Warriors that they could possibly go to, but I want to see this Osiris. And don't go for the Maman. The last thing I want is just no Maman pick here in the top 3.
I think it could be okay if the Maman goes mid, but
Realize, have we been...
feed Dardes
No,
and feed him
that's a
his
reason.
Merlin. He has looked electric on this pick so far. Matchup into Toth. I don't think this is such a good matchup for Merlin. Can get punished in the laning phase. Doesn't have a whole lot of answer to Toth's poke.
I like this from the Oni Warriors. If you can't get the Hachiman, you can still find some pressure. Netroid has leveled up throughout this set. Get him on the Ishtar, something that can burn
Get off my team.
pressure out the lane, absolutely shred objectives with a crit build. I think it's a smart adaptation.
Seems like both teams in a solid spot through the first 6. Remember, in picks and bans for game 4, there were some question marks from us up here on the desk almost immediately into picks and bans. Inbound, given what the Dragons have and what the Oni Warriors have, what would you like to see fill this final ban slot?
Wow.
I just think they should just hit that assassin spot again.
Dude, why is he not taking damage?
In a while now, make him kind of dig a little bit deeper, especially compared to Pentatom. I think Pentatom has just showed that he has so many gods in the god pool. Make sure Lasberg gets another uncomfortable pick, and I mean, give him the Maman again. Don't ban that. Ban something like that Thor, like the Rat, and make him play something a little bit weaker.
Thor's a good shout out. I think Panatom would have a really good matchup in that Hachi, as well as being able to chase down the Merlin in some of those later team fights. That Hachi matchup's maybe the priority.
I agree that
thing
banning the
I'm
Maman is really
concerned
weird
about.
here.
Throw the wall up in front of the horse, and all of a sudden,
Right, it doesn't seem like what the Warriors want to go for.
Is just gone.
Surely no
didn't see
Freya
the sign.
support.
No,
We are
please.
waiting for a bottom 2 pick from Genetics, and this can be where he delivers. I wonder if we could see him go towards a pick that he hasn't touched in a while, considered by many to be the best Horus in the world, a pick that we haven't seen on the world stage so far. I'd be excited to see if he could lock that one in.
And lastly, something that hasn't really reared its head in this set, the Athena. Is there a possibility with all these Guardian bans, do one of them go back to that Athena? Because it has dominated games. Yes, they lost the one game with it, but they put it in jungle.
You know, yeah, support Athena would actually fit the Oni Warriors draft incredibly well here. You've already got some beads burned from the
I'm not damaging her. Hello? I just hit her. I just hit her with 2 autos for no damage. Awesome.
Join up with the Bologna, those early ganks that we see from Athena support. I can't believe we've seen her foregone again.
I think it could be good on both sides.
I think we
actually.
just
Both
go Typhons
supports
to
could
round
be
out the
looking at
build
this
check.
pick. Only Warriors going to have first
We're gonna have
option.
plenty of
likely
attack speed
Going to
with
leave
this.
their counter pick in that bottom slot to Panatom and grab a support here. So they're going to get first choice. Maybe they go for the Athena.
I won't commit to
Dragons
anything yet.
might try and go for the Ganesh to counter, but it's a god who has not performed well so far in this set.
I just want something that can engage. I think that's my big thing with this Warrior
We are gonna
support.
get
That's what I
entangled.
want more than anything.
And think about this, we've seen Sobek prioritized by just about every other team in the league. That we haven't seen Sobek just about
And
at
Greater
all.
Fury.
And he goes back to the Gilgamesh here. I actually like how it plays into the Merlin for the dive, but I would have expected a standard assassin.
I actually love the Gilgamesh here for the Warriors. If they get that last pick Athena, the dive potential, the split potential, the early game, mid game, I think their comp kind of runs itself together, and it may put it to the Jade Dragons to kind of pick away that Athena just so they don't have to deal with that and the dive comp that this Warriors team has drafted.
It also gives the Oni Warriors the chance that if that Athena gets locked in, they can go towards that Ganesh. They can grab that pick that is considered a counter, the silence on the dash
we could have been flooring them,
stops
but
the taunt and stops the damage being followed up on.
Given that we've been winning, I don't think that it was intentional. Probably not going to report him. Also, bug respawn timer, yay!
For the Dragons or for the Warriors?
Oh, excuse me. Can't put that Merlin anywhere else.
Merlin
jungle? Merlin jungle?
You may have seen me wave off a thought earlier on. I was like, remember in Game 5 yesterday? That was when
My brain's
Dardes...
so fried.
Like, it's been a long weekend, but don't worry. We are down to the final 2 picks here. The most important picks of the year.
Well, I was thinking about
Dragons.
Erlang Shen as well. I was thinking Erlang Shen in the jungle for last round might be pretty decent here. Could trade into that Gilgamesh, has some ways out of the Gilgamesh ult, able to fight him 1v1. That is something that I would really like to see last round look towards here. The taunt, it won't be the Athena taunt that we're thinking about, but could be strong as well. The Erlang setup for that Merlin damage, certainly powerful.
And I think I'm on the same page with, I want Laz on something that can get involved and start these fights off. And another god that comes to mind with him is that Serket. They played it in that best of 5, and they had that little comeback, and it looked fantastic.
Hazer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a Laspra special.
He locked it.
He loves this god.
This is a
Atlas
Laspra
Pele.
One of Laspra's
All
core
right.
picks. He loves it. He loves to get aggressive on it. But I just don't think the god is very good. I don't think it has a good matchup into Gilgamesh. I do not see it doing particularly well into the top. And yeah, there was a reason I was not hoping to see it here.
No, he locked the Ymir. He went back to the Ymir.
That counters Pele so hard.
Such Hachiman, Pele, Atlas. There is so much value out of this Ymir, and he's going to dominate laning phase. They picked this Hachiman
I had already
to
pressed
win
it by the
lane.
time that came
they
out.
picked this Hachiman to play safe. Ymir does both into the Hachiman.
And talk about the synergy with Gilgamesh. Drop kick into a wall, your stun's point blank. I actually love this Ymir pick. Genetics
good.
masterclass right there in P's and B's. But I will sing some slight praises for Pele. You can always find at least something good to say about junglers. She is the queen of the 1-for-1. Volcanic lightning in. If I see this Stove use evade and punish haphazardly even a single time, Lasper go in, trade your life, kamikaze style.
I'm worried about that kamikaze style, though. We've seen a lot of timelines in this event. We've seen so many of them, and it makes these 1-for-1 junglers, these junglers that need to get kills for resets, things like Kali, things like Pele. It's really, really difficult to take down the mage, and that is your job. But this Ymir for Genetics, the most feast or famine god in the game, I feel like. If he gets off to a rough start in a game 5, pressure on the line, he could go 06, 07 very, very quickly. It's really important for both sides to make sure this Ymir gets off to either a good start or a bad start.
And to kind of just add into that, Ymir has a horrible matchup into Merlin. Yes, it's really good into some of these other gods, but he's standing still for a lot of his abilities. Merlin is able to put a lot of damage onto him.
Oh yeah, no, Merlin fucking shreds him.
And when Dardes is playing as hot as he is,
I mean, not if you're the Ymir, but it's funny if you're the Merlin.
It's also pretty good into this.
I've been on both sides.
It's a give or take. I still really like the Ymir, but as Hazer said, it's very, very risky.
Leaning even further into that, Pele actually has a really good matchup into Ymir throughout the early game as well. You kind of maneuver around him, avoid that freeze, stick to him very easily. I mean, if you want to camp duo lane, Lasbra used to be that guy. Early rotations over to the long, that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, they call it the Laspra gank for a reason. Getting over to that Geo side of the map, level 3, level 4, and looking for those early kills, hanging around and just not going away.
Nah, I'm running.
I think that should be his strategy here. You want to put this Ymir behind you. You want to let Genetics flounder in this game and not be able to get that wall leveled up, not deny those ways out, and make sure you can put him off to a bad start.
Let's soak it in here, fellas. Why don't we? One more time. Hazer, give me Dragons, give me Warriors.
Warriors.
It's so hard.
Inbound.
The curse hasn't been broken. Give me the Warriors.
Mifflin.
Oh, it's not easy, Dave. I gotta go Warriors, man. I'm in love with
Warriors
that
in
Ymir pick.
Game 5. I've talked a lot about history here this weekend. Let me give you one more lesson. Warriors and Dragons, two entities that have been spun together in mythology, in battle, since the beginning of time.
That's
and two
true.
SPL teams that have fought since the
At
beginning
no point
of
did
this
that
year.
cross
Remember
my
the
mind
finals
somehow.
of the kickoff
But
tournament,
yes,
these two
that is
teams
fair.
met. Even in this set, Warriors, unbeaten in this tournament, made to bleed.
They
And
surrendered?
Jade Dragons, history,
Damn.
thoughts of reverse
I didn't even
sweeps
get to
of
funny
past
my way into one
brought to
last
the
fight when I hit
forefront
full build.
of their mind. It all
1.96
culminates
attack
in
speed, by the
one
way.
final moment for these two teams. The Jade Dragons with 2. The Oni Warriors.
I'm going to ask if they
with
surrendered
2.
because Game 5 is
There's
about to
only
start.
one
I know you
more
guys can't
place to
see
go,
game chat.
and it's
I'll let
on
you
to
know
the
what they say.
battleground to figure these things out. Let's all soak in this moment together. One last time in Season 10. The Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors will go toe-to-toe. The energy in the building builds as the moment starts to rise. And in we will go. Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors, game number 5.
Game
Just one
5.
Game stands between one of these teams and lifting the hammer. Their whole year culminates in this, and I couldn't have said it better. The Dave just did. Beautiful moments.
To see Game
beautiful
5. I know they have
drafts,
4
and
tickets
Charlie,
left. I just need to ask if
we
they
are
surrendered
in
to see
for
Game
a
5.
treat through and through. And so much on the line, a lot of pressure, a lot of the play. You get signature God picks, you get counter God picks. And it feels like it has everything
Look.
you need
I
to
outdamaged
really
the
give us
AFK guy and the
now
supports and the
Lasbra,
Maman and the Bologna.
There it is.
I'll
And
take
he's
it.
Going in on the Sot. He wants a little bit more, but they don't have the knockup. They don't have the CC. And Sot walks back to the tower line. A-OK.
Wow, the cringe
That could have been
game
close.
meant nothing for Lasbra. Not quite enough damage. I thought maybe the knockup would come through, but no. Chose the Pirate class, and it did not have the DPS. Close, but Sot lived to see another day. I gotta give some pressure. Watch out for that tower shot, Genetics.
But yeah, I like this
Getting
draft.
knocked
A
down
lot
low.
of
I gotta
crazy
echo
different
a
stuff.
little bit of
You
what
just
they were
have
saying on the
ever
decks. This
staples
Shamir
like
pick
Atlas and
gets
Ymir though.
immense
Like they're
value.
always there in
Genetics
the background.
very rarely
Ever
misses
since
a
they came out, they've just
well-placed
kind of
wall to set
not
up
literally,
for
but
his
from my
team.
to my
But I gotta
understanding,
disagree
Atlas and
with one
Ymir are
thing.
just
I think
like
this Pele
they're in there with Yamoja in
absolutely
the sense
destroys
that they're
If you can blink
they're
to
in the
back
pool
line,
of
he evaded
characters that is
punishes, you follow
just
the volcanic
always
lightning. There
playable.
is nothing Pagon can do. Lasbra
You always
needs
have to be ready
on
for them.
this thought.
Honestly,
Pagon
like
has had a
Ishtar is probably
fantastic
never leaving.
tournament.
Ishtar and Iza are probably
MVP
like,
candidate
in there
if
as
the
well.
Oni Warriors are
Unless
able
they
to
are
win this one.
completely
You gotta
unplayable.
deal
They're
with
playable.
the mid laner, and it's
You have to
Lasbra's job.
completely remove them to
You gotta
make
think
them
back to back.
non-viable.
You gotta go for Paul to Pagon. A very difficult double of mid laners to face. But if Lasbra was able to do it
Oh, yeah,
once, they can
totally
try to
overlay
do it
down as well.
again. This is gonna be the set for them to try and make it work. Again, there's just so much to look at. Ymir, such a solid pick. Mike, maybe if he gets the pick up onto net, forces the beads. They've got some damage waiting out the dash. Maybe has the EI jutsu, but there, a kick into the wall. The damage on the Coast and the chase right now from Panatom. Peel should be there, but the leap, it's good. Luckily for Coast, he has just the right amount of movement, gets out of there, and stays alive.
The relics are down. Vaporish Coast had to beads. Other side, Netroid had to beads. There is some openings on the left side of the map for these junglers. Have the ability to go in. Lasbra, though, he's found Pagon at the back camps. Doesn't have much to go for the kill, but is just going for an aggressive play. A rotation in from the solo laners could be just what the doctor ordered, but that's going to be all. Aggression already. Sparks flying through all lanes
I'm trying to
of
think
the
like
map.
who else is in
So
what
far,
what
like I
I'm
said,
going to
duo
call
lane,
the
both
Everpool.
relics down. That's
Actually,
where I want to see Panatom. That's where I want to see Lasbra. The second level 5 comes around, they may have an open.
I mean,
We've
Susano
talked
for
about
Assassins
it.
is
And
in the
Shelly,
Everpool.
I want your opinions on
Thor
this,
is
not
also
just
in the
the
Everpool.
Pele
Like if Assassins are good, they're going to be.
what
You know,
leads
it's,
into
again, if they're not
right,
unplayable,
Panatom,
they're going to be
great
there at all
games on
times.
this Gilgamesh to the point where we were talking about it, and you thought that Thorban was almost for sure going to be Gilgamesh.
Oh yeah.
So having Panatom go back on
Herc
it, but then having
is-
Lasbra
Herc,
switch away from
Wukong,
Milan
and Guan
hasn't
are
had the
pretty
impact he
damn
wanted, and go
close.
on to something we have seen. None this event, but a lot from him.
But I wouldn't say they're
What is it going to
truly
bring,
in
and
Everpool.
is it going to be
You know,
the
Guardians,
punch
you
that
have
the Dragons
Yamoja,
need in a
Ymir,
game
Maui.
I think it's a good switch up. It's a good start. The Pele has that die potential. Maman, like I said, how does Lasbra like to play? When do we
Horace,
see him get
actually,
cut
for
out in that
Warriors
last
is pretty
game?
much always
When he's
good.
trying
He's
to go
just a
for these
CC
wraparound
machine.
plays, when he's trying to be sneaky,
Khepri
get to the
again
back,
as well.
Maman just can't do it.
Athena.
Pele one of the fastest characters in the game. She's got Blink, she's got
Basically,
lightning,
all
she's
of the
got her 3. There's
supports
plenty
that are
of
just
tools to
fundamentals
escape if you get caught out in
and
the
good
back.
and
more
shit and
specifically,
like
you can
support
dive the back line
fundamentals
so
as
much
far
better.
as that
Night and
kits
day
go.
difference. I
You
don't
know,
care about the matchup in the Ymir.
fucking
I don't care about any of that. I just wanted to see
box
Lazarus
cutter
with someone that
supports
can
are
close
just
gap
always
and get
good.
to Pagon. Last time there was a Vulcan, there was a team, there were so many different picks, but the thought in
Hebo
particular
seems
does
to
not
always
have
be
the
good.
self-peel to survive. It's going to be on Genetics, it's going to be on Sot. They have to keep Pagon safe.
There's a lot of pressure to make this work, and like you said, with Genetics, the wall, the
That's
freeze,
really all I
a
have
lot
for
of that
mages
capability
looking through the
really
list. Like,
holds true. As we jump back into Game 5 here.
And there's not really
And watch
any
carefully
okay.
for a team
So
to
it's
try
really
and take
just
the lead. Wait
the melee
patiently.
class. Like the ranged classes don't really
See
have.
who is going to open up first blood
any
in the
ever cool.
conversation of this game. Shelly, I have to ask about the Atlas as well.
Please
It's
do.
something we get to see very rarely, but when Mike plays, it plays well. And so far, the pickups, the control, it has given so much over to the Dragons duo lane.
You know what else Mike does when he plays this pick, Gore, is builds damage. It is very rare that he goes more than 2 tank items on a pick like the Atlas. Maybe he'll go Cloak and a Spectral Armor. Besides that,
Cloak
Staff of Beard
thieves,
and Divine
and
Brew
then you
Spirit
just
Dust.
and
So
then
we
you just
see
spec into damage.
come through from this Atlas pickup. And where's he going to drop it?
Or
Onto
Thieves' Cloak,
Genetics.
if
This
you're
Ymir
bad,
is
but-
so immobile. If you just drop the Gamma Ray Burst, shred his prots, and go for the Ymir first.
To be fair, if you can
Hazer
succeed
said
with
it,
Thieves'
Feast or
Cloak, that probably means you're
Famine. That's
better
going to be the target. The
than if
Jade
you
Dragons
can-
want
that-
Aegon,
that-
and they want Genetics
the
dead
baseline
first
of
in these
succeeding with Cloak
engagements.
Thieves.
You've got Sot and Panatom over here for the cooldown. Nika does not care. Steps up and unable to steal the buff away. And that one goes towards Sot, but he's playing the lane bully right now, and that's been the main goal. I mean, this Bellona-Osiris matchup, that's the danger whenever the silence comes through, but Nika is not afraid of Sot right now.
Nope, and there's no reason to be. Sure, Bellona's got some better clear, but at the moment, that Warrior's Axe is going to help out. Look at this rotation. That was Polar Bear Mike, the support, looking at a gank. There comes Final Judgment, not going to
Could be looking
confirm
for
much,
more.
but look at this, the blink in.
They've got Pagon right where they want him. The dash
The
is good for the
pullback
pullback.
No.
And it's just a little stronger. Cortez gets first blood, and the Dragons
Damn.
look for a second. Lasra puts them up on the board. 2-0
Oh, that's not a
lead
good
for the
start.
Dragons.
And that's what I'm talking about. Nika
Okay,
getting
revenge,
he's got
revenge,
more of the
revenge,
All he has to
revenge.
do is ult the ult, and he does it. No problem there. No solo kill will come
Shit.
through. And that's why I don't care about Ymir walls. That's why I don't care that Pele might have a rough matchup. You can dive the Thoth. Pagon used Aegis. No beads available, and the bird gets cooked.
Good spot to be in, and if you're Lasra, if you're Nika, right now it's going to be a small reset, but soon, Shelly, because you had highlighted it, the Aegis is down, right? Yes, you've lost out your blink. But Lasra, if that ult comes back, do you want to see him go back to mid? How much pressure should he be applying to this Thoth?
It's almost a guaranteed kill. You wait for Blink, you blink in, Pagon dashes, you ult him down, he's gone. However, remember, that kill comes through not because of Lasra alone, because Mike yoinked him back. That pull was a big deal. If Pagon gets that Aegis off and immunes the damage, he should have been fine. But Polar Bear Mike makes it happen. The CC from the Atlas was too much to deal with, and that's gonna make you regret going Aegis sometimes, right? You want the beads to immune the CC, but the burst damage that Pele can provide, that Lasra can provide, sometimes be just a little bit too much. So now Pagon has to stay back underneath the tower. He's got plenty of range, shouldn't be a problem.
Now spread across the board, that gold lead finally kicked open. And at 2,000 gold, that is where the Dragons find their home, as they did in Game 2. Now, it's just about making sure it stays this way. Lasra, no blink for 30 seconds. He's hanging out the right side of dual lane. Good ward.
So the question is Nika going to go for the ability build or the auto build?
He's waiting for Genetics to walk forward. Someone just has to step out of position, but they won't get it in time. Instead, it'll be a shield buff. Good wall. But again, not much to follow up on. Panatom, meanwhile, right side of the map. Not a lot to invade
Axe
for
is such
himself.
a weird starter item to me because
He'll have the opportunity to go and dive this
it's
tower.
a starter
for
item where the
Nika.
first
That's what he's looking for.
the tier
He's
1 of
waiting
it.
for it. And he's been drawn out of the tower line, but a good lead. Make sure that Nika stays alive. Panatom doesn't find the game.
Yep, Nika's got the upgraded teleport. Shouldn't be a problem.
Clearly,
Lord of the Afterlife to immune the kick.
It's much
exactly
more
how
geared
that should
toward
go.
ability based.
He's getting outboxed a bit by SOT, but that's going to
But
happen.
then it
Not a big deal at
has
the moment. Just stay sustained. You'll be just fine in lane. However, Panatom
An
now
auto
knows
and
that
an
he used
ability
absolutely
upgrade.
nothing but a
Doesn't-
drop kick to
weird.
get the ultimate down. Panatom could come back.
Like
he's
every
got
other
Blink, he's
starter
got
item
Winds
is
of
just
Samash, and Nika
one or the
has
other.
already used that teleport. And I want to see it. At the moment, Pantom's on the left side of the map, but there's an ability to gank here.
Or
And it's not
dedicated team
Pantom looking for it. Look at this. We got both Mike and Lasber nearby. Maybe it's the blue buff, maybe it's the kill, but they're looking at Sot.
Maybe it's both, honestly. They're not going to find Sot, so they pull back instead. Left side of the map, blue buff's going to be coming in, but it looks like a small retreat. Mike resetting, and Lasber going to secure the buff.
Diving tower.
Nika.
He's going to try to wall off the ult. That's the only reason you were set up in this spot. I guess they're just going to invade Chester, but diving tower is still risky, especially against a Hachimangor.
Especially 8 minutes in, it feels like the tower does a lot. Panatom would need genetics to hold on to that for him. Right now they don't have that. Instead, what they do have, Dardas, Mike in the jungle. They're not going to be responding to anything, although Ghost needs to be careful with where he is standing. Should be fine, dashes back to the tower line, has soon his team coming over to help him out. The Ward's going to catch out just a few. Mike looking for a pickup, not able to find a good kick from Panatom and a better leap. Makes sure that the distance is created. And Lasber doesn't have anything to work with over on left. 9 minutes in, the Dragons found their 2 kills, and while they've been hunting Trelly, they've not been able to find any more success after.
They'll take the gold for now. They're just trying to get to late game. Lasber going into the Rune Forged Hammer, it appears. Wants a little bit more tank stats, but also more damage. It'll help you out when that CC comes through. Pyromancer, not available. Beacon, not available. These objectives to create urgency, to create some fights, are not happening. It's just been, what can Lasber do? What can Dardas do? Those have been the questions. They've been answered twice now. But has not brought any sort of action besides that. Slowing down just a bit. I still think Pantom could have went in for a gank opportunity, but Lasber does not have that same level of success. Not against SOT, not with Eagles Rally available. You need just a little bit more. Nika's gonna need to poke him out just a little bit more before an actual gank opportunity could show up.
Yeah, the chase down, it's a little dangerous. Has the beads, or the blink I should say, available. The beads for the mid laners back up online, and now just picked up for Pagon, Aegis. We had been looking at that since it was on cooldown, but since then, no pressure over in mid from Lasber. Sot getting poked out. Lasber is on his way. Half health, you're at the tower line. Doesn't feel like they can get as aggressive as they want. Instead, channeling the back. Might be in a spot where if both of them wanted to, they could try to get aggressive, but instead, Sot's playing back. So it's a retreat and reset from the Dragons.
Yeah, there's a health threshold you got to see before
Oh, yeah, today
feels
will be.
confident pulling the trigger on that
There's a
ult,
green
on that
bird
gank.
yelling at me.
It's not what solo or troll was in currently. Phantom, though, deep in the enemy jungle, just looking to see who he can find. There's no camps available. He's gonna have to let that one slide. This is what I was talking about. This is why this Pele facilitates Lasber so much. The movement, the speed at which he can farm actually goes into the Dawnbringer, which is an item that I forgot about. This was a jungle meta that came through a bit ago. Haven't seen it in quite some time.
I got a
Might be the
dual
only
window
damage
notification
tank
and it
item
was
we
just
see
telling me
on this
that
Pele, but still,
when I do
gonna
my
give
lesson
Lasber
today,
a bit
it'll
more
be
survivability after that ultimate. Point being, though,
I'll be on a
Lasber
13-day
can run quickly, he can run
streak
around the map
of
as
learning
much as he
Japanese.
wants, and that is
Very
the style he likes to
varied
play. He
pace.
doesn't want to be the
Trying
first
to
one
get
in the
back to
engagement.
the pace that I
He wants
started
to be
at
behind you
doing
when the
the
fight
handful
starts.
of shit a day.
Maman couldn't do it. Pele, she sure can.
You have to be careful right now if you're the Warriors. While these neutral objectives have been pretty dominant from the Dragons, it means that the gold lead has been slowly growing towards the Order side. 2,500 gold.
Teleport.
It's enough to hold on to. Teleport, as you mentioned, from Sot. Kos uses the ult. Gold Fury seemed to be in the cards. It would have been early, but now that you've got Sot over here, you gotta look for something. Luckily, 30 seconds. Beacon will be back, but 30 seconds is a long time to just stand around. Now, match, Sot with his rotation. Will have something to help out with, but will it be the Gold Fury? No, the burn
Wow.
from the Dragons. Extend their lead and give them a little more gold to work with.
Wow.
I mean, the Warriors had final judgment. They thought that Sot wasted the teleport, so everyone retreated, and the Jade Dragon said, we've got vision. We know you're not here. The Thought's in mid lane. This is uncontested. They burned that so quickly. I'm amazed that the Oni Warriors didn't at least stick around to see what would happen, what would come from a play like that. Beacon spawned in 12 minutes, and the Jade Dragons are still here.
3,300 gold.
They should grab this for free as well.
I think I might get a little bit of damage in there, but that's about it in response. Beacon goes their way. Everything's going their way right now. As the Dragons turning things on their head. Maybe not quite as dominant as what the Warriors just did in Game 4, but a very dominant performance so far here. 12 and a half minutes in. Actually, I don't see him slowing down anytime soon.
Nope. And these fans don't want them to, Gore. Jade Dragons, that's what you hear. And now a little bit of an engage, actually. Ult goes down, Pantom's in trouble.
Hold back, you've got 4 dragons surrounding you. You need something massive to stop it.
No.
Fire Giant is looking for the assist here and getting some damage, but no one from the Warriors is able to respond, and it's a third on the board for the Jade Dragons.
Wow, SOT was close, but could not close the gap. You're happy with those trades. A Porsche Coast feels the excitement, wants to find a 1v1 versus Netroid, and he's gonna run away. It's
You know
been
what?
3 games
I see
since
what,
we've seen the Jade Dragons in any sort of winning position.
Hold up, I see what
But they are
Panatom is
back.
building.
They
and
have the lead
I'm
3-0.
pulling up jungle practice real
They
quick.
didn't get a single kill last
I'm gonna continue
game,
paying
boys, so
attention to
night
the
and day
game, of
difference.
course.
And I think
But
getting
I have to
Lasper
pull
on a
up jungle
facilitator,
practice.
on a
I need to
character
see
that can just
something.
break this map wide open was the stepping stone they needed. He's 2-0-1, a part of every single kill, and he's on the left side of the map.
But the good news, and well, maybe good news, I guess to be determined, because I'm going to ask you a question. Your Warriors, early game, 13.5 minutes have gone by, and they have not been able to step up to the Dragons so far. As we transition to the mid, to the late, where do they start to fight back? We might actually have to hold that for a
I have
moment.
like a third of Bologna's skins.
Won't
That's
get
crazy.
the close gap onto Netroid. Instead, it'll be a purple buff invade. And I have to ask again, where do they fight back? Is it at this Pyromancer?
No.
Not with this level of burn. Can Sot do something? No, it's too late.
Way
and again,
too
the Dragon
late.
with another objective. You got Mike. You burn him down. The wall is good. You pull him in. Finally, you put one on the board if you're the Warriors.
You're going to be okay with that.
You
trade
got
for the
one,
Jade
but you
Dragons.
don't
got the
want it to be on
Pyromancer, you got the
genetics
Runic
here.
Bomb,
Like
the
it's good that they
PBM
got
goes
it,
down,
but you
and
don't
finally,
want it
no
on
more
your
Gusev.
support.
The only
You wanted to
Warriors
give some of
are
that
here.
comeback
This is what
potential
you
to one of
ask.
your
Where do they
carries.
step back? Remember,
Or
Pagon
your
is on
at least your
Final
solo to have the
Judgment can be a delete button, but a good block. The dash gets blocked. You got a 1v1.
Now you've got the ult for ult trade. Shot is good. Aegis a little better. Is Ko's going to stay around? Genetics walking through the jungle might be enough to ward that off from the true 1v1. So instead, we get a little bit of that over here in the solo lane. Some damage over towards Nika, but this is the danger, and really, Trelly, something that's going to change up a lot. Not only is Lasbra on a stronger pick, a better pick than what we've seen. Coast is back on this Hachiman, and it feels like that has enabled him. I've seen more from Coast this game than I got in the entirety of the On-Her game.
I'm surprised it took them this long to prioritize the pick, Gore, but look at this. Lasper's got the cutoff. He's going in for Netroid. He's got so much damage.
Oh, man, and the wall actually hurts him. Oh, my God, Genetics kills his teammate, and it helps Lasbra out. Now the chase is on. Can you catch up to Panatom?
That was a
You've got the
horribly
banner. You've got
misplaced
to pull back, but a
wall.
leap is a little stronger. Opening space for one. Oh, my God, Pagon.
You can't be
Almost killed
fucking
off
that
by Darnez
up,
in mid,
dude.
and no way can this connect. Just shy,
Oh.
just to the right. But oh man, the Dragons are cooking.
The roof would have blown off this place if that ult connected either way. So much damage. Lasbra has the wraparound and cleans up the kill. Netroid tried to wall off, or I guess Janex tried to wall off Netroid, but ends up locking him in place.
Insane.
Tier 1 tower goes down. Genetics takes some damage, but here comes Panatom.
You've got the aggression. Lasbra walled away. Damage
Please.
being taken. Has to play careful.
Oh, there's
Hammer
Lasbra.
dropped
Shut
from
down.
Sun. Kills off the jungler Panatom. Tossed into
That's
a tower.
huge.
Meanwhile, Genetics zoned out by Nika, but he can't get the kill. He can't lock him down. You need a little assistance to get out of there. Luckily, the
When
jungler
Panatom goes
was
down, they
waiting
might get
for you,
Nika though.
son.
They
Great
do.
from
They do.
Netroid. You're
Okay.
trading this one out. Luckily for Genetics, he keeps his life, and the Warriors pick up a couple.
The Oni Warriors are 5,000 gold down, but still able to find some winning trades. This is a ridiculous amount of back and forth, but it's not over yet. Primal Fury spawned in during that scrap. A Porsche Coast, first one here. He's got a 3-level lead over Netrigoid. He forgoes building the dominance, just goes right into Demon Blade, gives himself some crit chance, and he wants the 1v1. He wants to find Netroid any chance he can get. Both relics are down, so this Ishtar is going to be underneath the tier 2 tower.
Beacon in 10 seconds. Dardes has been putting on pressure. Dardes has been putting on a hell of a performance this weekend. It's 1-0-3 right now. 0-1-3 for Pagon. And pressured out right now. Primal Fury, you had mentioned it, main target, and getting burned quickly by the Jade Dragons. Another objective going their way, and more gold lining their pockets. They start to pivot over. Beacon available.
Yeah, look at the timing. Primal Fury, Beacon, Pyromancer, all
Sorry,
spawns
chat.
in around the same
I'm
time.
testing
the Jade
something.
Dragons can just do a clean sweep unless
With,
the only
Acts of
warrior step
Animosity.
forward. Pagon has Final Judgment. He might be able to go in for a steal towards one of these objectives, but does not want to get caught out. Blink available for Lasbra. He's missing his beads, and Panatom, he's got no sort of aggression. Both of his relics are down for 30. A breath of fresh air for the time being. There's been a lot of action. Take this time, breathe it all in. The tier 1 towers have been the target. There's a lot of
It's not as if STV can do funny shit with Axe and Stone of Gaia. I think you could have before the item changes, but nowadays you just can't. Gaia doesn't give enough health to warrant it. He used to give like 600.
Pyromancer, you called for it a second ago. The burn should be there. Merlin creates so much for him. And you had Coast over here. Another runic bomb in pocket 2 to the Dragon's name. Charlie, there's a lot of towers on the board to knock down. 18 minutes in. Like you said, a lot of action. Almost 8,000 gold. Still actually covering closer to the 7K mark. But the Dragons in a massive, massive controlling lead. And it's just trying to find that step up into the right direction. They're going to put some pressure on the tier 1 and right. They'll knock it down, no problem. Tier 1 and mid is in danger as well. And the Dragons have the crowd surging behind them.
Netroid has not rotated. He is staying in left lane. Foregoing the rotation, says, I need farm. The Jade Dragons recognize that. Fire Giant should be the call. They're walking right over towards it. There is no way he gets here in time. It's a 4v5 at best. Pagon would have to get so close to this objective, but look at this. They're not going for Fire Giant core. They're looking for a wraparound. They're trying to find Pagon. They're trying to find genetics.
Ghost spotted out thanks to Sot. Burn a little bit their way. Charlie, they are going to fall back, and they are going to start trying to burn this Fire Giant. 19 minutes into this game. Sot and Genetics are right there, and they're looking like they're going to 50-50 as soon as they have the burn to get the damage. They do. They get the fire, and now the chase is on. Panatom is low, and Lasbra has his target. Sot is burned by a vaporish Coast. Now, you've got Panatom dead to rights. You've got the Warriors running back in mid. Genetics locks himself down, can't get anything done.
Pagon gets Lasbra though.
Gets one, but he's gonna lose his life for it.
He jukes around, he gets one. Netroid has to go back to base. The tier 2 tower is the target here. They don't have minions. The Phoenix was never the option, but the tier 2 will drop down. The Jade Dragons with Fire Giant on
God,
board. They've got no problem
this
trading
was
out
the
Lasbra's life.
comeback, and now they're
We said
falling
feast or famine,
apart.
and this Ymir pick is not working out. Genetics keeps getting caught out. The tether that Nika provides, the slow, he can never outrun it. It's just not going to happen. Forced into an Emperor's armor, trying to keep the Phoenix alive. The Jade Dragons, 8,000 gold in the lead, and they haven't even started their Fire Giant siege yet.
A lot that they can do. And Charlie, that's not even counting the Fury that's going to be spawning in just a few seconds. The world is their oyster. We haven't even looked at the builds too much this game. There's been so much going on, but Nika, it feels like we've talked about an Osiris being unkillable the last few weeks. He is entering that discussion. If you look at Dardas, I mean, this burn, it feels like those two plus Coast have been really the absolute pillars of this game for the Dragons.
It was the Hachiman pick, man. That and giving Dardas back the Merlin that he looked so solid on before. Lasbra on a facilitator, everything just came into question here for the Jade Dragons. It took them a few games to get it, though. And best of fives, you have to adjust. You have to adapt. And the Oni Warriors have some adapting to do. They've got good range. Pagon still has the delete button. Final Judgment is available. He's got Soul Reaver, he's got Staff of Myriad. Even tanks will feel the brunt of that damage. Not to mention the range that Pagon has. You can't just walk up into a Phoenix. Oni Fury goes down, enhanced minions will be marching forward. The Oni Warriors, they have to stay back. It's got to be a Phoenix defense or nothing. The tier 2, an afterthought. There's no way you step this far forward.
Yeah, that's going to get knocked down pretty easily. 9,000 gold for the Dragons. And they're going to extend it even further as they step forward. But, Trelly, got a minute and a half on the power play. What are they playing with? Well, time, as it is. They back away. Massive lead. Dardes gets a reset. Again, we're looking at level 20 spikes that are starting to come through and Vision. But it's an early Fire Giant, and even with the minions pushing forward, they want to take their time. Pyromancer's going to be spawning in. Objectives still on the board for the Dragons. An absolute control so far for 22 minutes. The Warriors are going to have to fight back, and Trelly, they're holding on as best they can.
Jade Dragons did not go back for the beacon. I thought Titans is what they were looking for. No, they wanted to push in with this enhanced wave. They'll grab the last tier 2 tower off the map for them. Gold in hand, plenty. They're gonna head on back to base. Their Fire Giant push is just about over, but they could get the beacon, Gore. They could launch the Titans out. PBM goes back, gets a Spectral Armor, and a Phantom Shell online as well. Even if Genetics gets the wall of his life, could be dealt with that one relic. Fire Giant was on all 4. Remember, Lasbra did get shut down. He did get shot by that final judgment right through the wall. So Pagon hits level 20, should be able to upgrade that starter item soon. I'm just looking at the positives here for the Oni Warriors because it's looking rough as far as defense goes, but they've got damage dealers at level 20, that's big. SOT did not go auto attack, he did not go Kins, he did not go Xe, so he's tanky. He can set up for the squad as well. And of course, Genetics getting that Emperor's Armor means whoever's tanking up that Phoenix, whoever is letting that Phoenix or build damage up upon is going to get shredded. These tankier targets, Nika and PBM, they're going to have to watch out. That damage will add up.
Well, it's 12,000 gold, 23 and a half minutes into this game. 9-4 with the kill lead, leaning over towards the Dragons. Charlie, they've got everything they need. They've even got the crowd support. They even have a trombone in the crowd.
Oh, I've heard it. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Trombone jump scare.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
You can hear it.
Found it.
And when you've got
That is
support like
fucking
that,
hilarious.
the question is how you can transition this into the late game. Fire Giant going to be spawning in soon. Third beacon of the game up on the left side of mid. And the Dragons have absolute control of this. Right now, looking at the Warriors' positioning, they don't seem to think of Fire Giants anywhere nearby for the Jade Dragons.
Haven't spawned in yet. Titans will be unleashed. Right lane is where they're headed. That's lucky for the Oni Warriors. They don't have to worry about losing their best Phoenix. That'd be the far left one. But this Fire Giant completely uncontested. No way a Warrior gets in range of this one. Fire Giant on all 5. Titans marching up right lane any second now, and the Jade Dragons have all the momentum in the world. You'd think they'd be waiting for these Titans, Gore, but it seems like they just want to shred it down as quickly as possible. They want the Chaos Titan
trombone.
first, and then they'll decide how they want to
Holy
siege.
shit, that's
Runic
amazing.
Bombs, just
I
one.
hate
PBM's
it, but I
got
love
it.
It's terrible, but it's
Pay attention
incredible.
to Pagon. Pay attention to Panatom. If the Oni Warriors want a defense, those two have to go massive.
1-0 from Pagon can determine a lot on the right side of the map here. Panatom, left side of the lane, has Lasbra in his sights. If he can find the CC, might be able to open up a conversation. Fire Giant causes some trouble. Chaos Titan. It's not going to have a lot of damage to be dealt as it gets taken down quickly by the Jade Dragons. And Trelly, they're looking to knock on the door of the Phoenix.
Playing this one slow, Gore. They've got a Titan. It's at tier 1 tower at the moment. No reason to step forward without it. That's a 6th man with a lot of HP, a lot of damage. And there's no reason to let Pagon poke you down for free. Waves just trying to slow this one down. Remember, that Emperor's Armor will start to add up if Nika steps forward, if Mike steps forward. But the Jade Dragons are playing this one slow. I like the idea. Panatom tried to find a 1v1 beforehand versus Lasbra. That play is gone. Panatom is back, showed himself underneath the Phoenix. With the engage here, Mike's gonna drop ult. Nika's gonna go to the back line. Just try and get the bird. That is the play. The Jade Dragons have a very easy strategy here. They just drop all the ultimates and focus out the Phoenix, and here comes the Titan.
Yeah, the Titan joins the Dragons on right. Nika goes into zone. They just want to get the bird. That's the main target. And goes the damage. They've got exactly what they need. Phoenix taken.
And they weren't defending it, but I was hoping they'd get
Crack open the base of
something.
Warriors. Nika still playing a little aggressive. Lasbra as well. They've got the Titan standing there, and it's distraction. It's the zone out and open up this middle Phoenix for the Jade Dragons. But now you've got some performance. Panatom comes in and at least sets up a defense.
Good win to Samaj. Stalls this one out for a bit, but there's some low health bars on the side of the Oni Warriors, and the Titan is still around. That mid Phoenix should drop, and it will.
Oh,
Pagon charged up the judgment.
Warriors,
could not send it out.
no.
You'll grab 2 Phoenixes, and the Jade Dragons go in for a reset. They drop
Not
0 kills.
again.
That's a picture-perfect siege. If you're the Oni Warriors, you're really hurting now. You got to deal with fire minions coming through right, fire minions coming through mid, and the Jade Dragons grab one more Runic Bomb. Gore, they've got some time. Primal Fury is available. They still have FG for another minute. It'd be risky to go in for the bird, but they can certainly grab some more gold off the map.
It's like you're balancing if you're the Warriors on the tip of a needle. Things can go wrong so drastically. One kill opens up that base and goes to that burn you just mentioned. Right now, the Primal Fury, a minute left on the power play. Maybe we slow it down. Next Fire Giant, depending on how long the dance goes, or if the burn is quick enough for the Dragons. Maybe it's enhanced, maybe it won't be. But for now, the lead, Trelly, continues to grow ever more for the Dragons. Fire Minions in mid and right. Where do the Warriors set up? How do they stop this? Because they are talking about their world's life. Their championship is on the line.
I mean, Panatom needs to find another gank like he just did. I think it was a beautiful play. If Pagon was ready for it and sent an ult through, maybe that siege goes different. That's step one. Step two, not getting picked here. The left side Phoenix, you'd love to keep it alive, but I think that's not happening. I think the Oni Warriors might have to let this one go to keep the Titan alive. It's not Enhanced Fire Giant. You could let the bird go and try and defend afterwards. Mike already finds some good poke onto Pagon. That CC, pay attention to it. Atlas can really disrupt the team fight. They're backing up though. Their Fire Giant buff has worn off, and they cannot fully break the base of the Oni Warriors, so it looks like it will be an Enhanced Fire Giant. The good news, the Phoenixes will not respawn. The Oni Warriors are gonna have to deal with Fire Minions if they want to step forward. The bad news, you don't have too much to step forward to. The Oni Warriors are behind a heavy margin still. They found some farm, they've hit some XP, guys, but look at the recipes, they're still available. They're not 6 slotted yet. Netroid cannot match the damage of Vapor's Coast. Vapor's Coast has 3k gold in hand. He's about to get an elixir of power, and I think he just purchased it.
And there it is.
These crits,
oh,
pay attention to the Hachiman. We're about to see some big crit damage coming from the ADC of the Jade Dragons.
17,000 gold. This Fire Giant's gonna be coming in, and it's gonna come in hot. Enhanced.
This is the end of gold lead
Warriors
mattering, by the way.
Step out of the base. What could be
This is probably the last fight that's going to take place where the gold
factor
lead
in this
matters.
game is how much the
But
Warriors are able to commit to this, how much they can get out of it.
It
3 towers,
could
3 Phoenixes still stand on the Dragon's
determine
side
the
of
game.
the board. And it's just making sure that's set up, making sure you don't misstep right here for the Warriors to make sure you
It does
stay
not
alive.
help
The Jade
that
Dragons
Net
playing
has
it
done less
flawlessly.
damage
Stepping
than
back. They have Fire
PVM
Minions pushing.
has.
There is a wave in the base of the Oni Warriors. Eventually someone has to go back. No reason to get poked out before then. They've got vision, they've got ward coverage, they've got the map state. The Jade Dragons just have to be patient. The second they see someone in the Titan, the second they see someone channel that back, Fire Giant needs to be pulled. Pagon needs to be zoned. And they know this. This is something they've done many times already. Pagon shows himself, Fire Giant begins.
Immediately looking for the burn down. And Trelly,
And
do
that's
they
EFG.
have the burn? Fire
Oh,
Giant
no.
enhanced, all 5 of the Dragons powered up and ready to start running it down.
Right side bird already spawned back in, but that's the target. The Jade Dragon siege forward. Remember, this Fire Giant is enhanced. The Oni Warriors, they're not waiting in the Phoenix. They want to find a fight themselves. Lasbra
Ooh.
forced the ult defensively just at the thought of SOT. That is ridiculous. You lose volcanic lightning, but the team
They're
sieges
going to
forward.
ignore
They've got
backdoors and
minions,
kill
they
the
have
Phoenix.
EFG.
All you need is a couple of autos from Coast. That's going to be massive.
Yup.
Right side Phoenix taken down instantly. And the Warriors with a small reset. Now they know where they can set up a defense, but look at Nika. Immediate over to the left lane where minions happen to be trying to push up a little bit for his team. And no full reset from the Dragons just yet.
Nika's got damage, but no runic bomb. It would take him a while to chop through that Phoenix. Mid Phoenix, he could get no problem. If we're doing a 4-1 split, the Jade Dragon's got to send 4 left. I mean, that makes way more sense. That mid Phoenix could drop in an instant. 2 runic bombs for Polar Bear Mike. The structures could be deleted. The Titan could be deleted if that's the call. But look at this, SOT, Phantom, they're pretty far forward.
if
It
they
looks like
push
the Jade
this
Dragons
the
will
way
fight.
they've been
They're
fighting,
going for the cutoff path.
then
Panatom
the game
has
is
to go
over.
carefully, and you need.
No! You can't now! Oh my god, are you serious? This one's not me. This one's not me. Oh no!
What you need, but he didn't blink in time, and the damage not quite.
Okay, we got it. We got the cut. Shit,
30
shit.
Without Sot, they're gonna play it slow and go in for
Sot
the end call where that Titan needs to drop.
Fire Minions on right. The Jade Dragons on the precipice of a championship.
No, no, no,
They're gonna
no!
walk forward and break their curse.
trombone player is having a time. Oh. That was 4 really good games, and then a 30-minute slog of a stomp. God damn.
You hear that crowd, Norm? The curse is broken. The dragons will not be slain.
Wow. Damn. But it's also good to see Vaporish, who I was following at the beginning of the year, having a win here. It's like, I'm upset, right, because I was rooting for the Warriors, but I'm still happy about the Dragons winning. Like, they're a team with Lasper too. Just following them at the beginning of the year. Darda as well a little bit.
Nico, how does it feel to finally be holding the
Nico's
hammer
hilariously the only
to
one
be
on
the
this team that I don't
champion?
have any.
I've been playing. This is my 8th year playing, and you know, I felt like every year I got closer and closer, and I'm just so glad end of Smite 1 we can finally close it out, and I love this team so much. I'm so proud of all of us.
End of Smite 1, so does that mean there's just
I love you guys as well. Thank you so much for the support.
Does that mean that
We
pro
couldn't have
play
done
is
it
going to be in
without you, and
alphas?
This is just like the best day of my
Smite
life,
2, or does that
honestly.
mean
Like
you're gonna
I
be
can't
like
even
off
describe
of
it.
Smite
I'm
Pro?
just lost for words.
It was an incredible run. For a second, it looked like what you guys did yesterday was about to happen to you, winning 2 games and going down 2. I have to know from you guys, Lasbra, maybe I can get a word from you. What was going on in the discussion between the
The
team?
talking hammer.
What was
Oh, never
going
mind, he
on in
handed it
between
away.
games 4 and 5 that allowed you guys to walk away with this win?
I thought it was going to get
we
handed
just
to
tried to stay
Lasbra.
confident and like really find out our confident picks. And I mean, going back on Pelican 5, even though it wasn't like the best pick and they got Jameer, which is a counter, we just ripped it and we got the dub, you know?
PBM, I think you have a lot of fans here right now, and I think they'd like to hear some words for you. What does it mean to be up on this stage right now?
This is gonna sound troll, but it just means everything. Before the games, like, this is the most emotional win ever. I literally, like, to pump myself up, I watched the 2 finals that I lost, and I just wasn't losing today. It just wasn't happening. The
Honestly,
support
fair
is
enough.
insane.
We got the audience here right now, but is there anything that you want to say to them? Anything you want to say to the fans at home?
I mean, thank you, everyone. You just gave us so much. You gave us so much confidence. I love you guys. I love you.
Real quick, final thoughts on everything. Being able to be here for the Season 10 Smite World Championships, to be holding the axe after this incredible run that you've done.
It's an absolute honor. I'd like to thank everyone, the Hounds for giving me the chance to even be SPL. Obviously, Dragons for picking me up, but especially, I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to 2 people. The first one's Kenneth. He just took me to the next level. I'd never want to be SPL, and the other one's Rapio. I'm my longest teammate ever, like 6 years, and a best friend. And this one today is for him, so I hope he's happy.
Everyone, one last time, please give it up for your winners right here, the J Dragons. And let's head back on to the desk.
All right, chat.
I'm gonna let us soak it in for just another second.
We're going to play a few more games. A few games of Conquest.
That
but
emotion,
before we
I
do,
don't know, guy. This is gonna be a hard one
I'm
to
gonna be
get
back.
through. There
I'm
are
going to be right back.
tears. what we just witnessed, what we were all just a part of, is something that I hope we can all look back on and realize the importance of for the rest of our lives. And inbound.
Okay, there we go.
We'll,
gonna leave this on the BRB.
Good job, stage, buddy. The emotion hitting everyone up here hard. Inbound, Hazer. I mean, I guess we got to break down game number 5. Jade Dragons come out. They come out
and then we're gonna do.
They really turn things around after going
games.
2
Not
up,
too many, probably only
2 even into game 5.
2-3, given that we've been live for so long already.
Pick and coast on this Hachiman pick.
30.
Game
So,
3, game
yeah,
4, he looked uncomfortable, he didn't look confident, and then you get to game 5, and he's sitting around corners, he's literally hunting, trying to find somebody to kill, and he played fantastic in that 5th game, and the team as a whole, like, to be able to go into that game 4, lose game 4, be on the precipice of that reverse, and then to be able to just pull it all together and in that game 5, have enough wherewithal to actually take that, it's incredible. What an incredible group of guys.
This whole thing feels like one big moment of glory, but for one last time, let's look back at your Steel Series moments of glory from game number 5. Jade Dragons fans, they lit it up here today. Things quieted down in the middle of that set. They erupt once again, Hazer, at moments just like this.
Yeah, feast or famine is what we talked about. Ymir, and I've never been so glad to be so wrong about a pick. Pele for Lasbra. He absolutely ate it up on there. And I cannot believe that a team under this much pressure in game 5, they've got a history of being reverse swept. They've been reverse swept, and they've gotten a reverse sweep themselves. It wrote itself for them to go down here in 5, but the confidence they played with, they went all out. They showed no fear, and the sieging problems they've had all year seem to be completely absent. Perfect play once they got the lead. They did not take their foot off the gas, and they ran it all the way home.
Now, I don't know if you believe in superstition, omens, those sorts of things. That early wall from genetics is going to live in my head for a long time. It really set a tone for this game that never really turned around. Certainly not all on the wall, but if you're looking at an example of what happens later on in the game, things like that come to mind. We will be handing out MVP trophy here shortly, so if you're in the arena or at home, keep watching. We're going to hand it out. Plenty of options here for the Jade Dragons.
And we touched on the Ymir, we touched on the Hachiman. Dardas did 26,000 damage in that final game. Perfect positioning. They couldn't really ever find him. And Panatom on this guild, something we were a little worried about in the few games we saw it, wasn't able to do any damage this game. Netroid also not able to do much damage at all. And he just didn't build the damage really to actually dive that backline.
No, couldn't get to them, but it was just all that early game. With a comp like this, the Jade Dragons able to open out that early game, and they just ripped objectives every single time. There was no chance to hit them because you didn't see them. They went to gold, and they dropped the Atlas ult, and they bursted it down before anybody could get a look in. Just incredible play by them. To do that, I don't think people understand just how hard it is to make those calls and stick to them in this circumstances.
Well, a lot of fan favorites from the Jade Dragons on stage, but only one of them can win MVP. I'm sure the rest are not concerned. They've got the big one. They've got the hammer. They won the whole thing. But let's find out who your MVP of this weekend was with Kelly on the stage.
I have the absolute pleasure to announce our MVP of this Smite World Championships, and it is Dardas. You all deserve it. Dardas, congratulations. Your entire team did incredibly well. But I have to ask, from your side, representing the Jade Dragons, what is it about your team that skyrocketed you to victory?
I actually don't know what to say. I think the crowd was such a big part of it. Honestly, you just carried us so hard. I don't think we would have done it without you guys, so.
And to all the people out there that see you and are inspired by you and want to become a professional player like you, is there any words that you have to say to them, any way that they can become as great as you?
Just play Melon. That's it.
Dardas, everyone, please give up. And of course, for the rest of the Jade Dragons here, thank you all so much for joining us. And if I'm not mistaken, we're actually going to have a few more stars coming out. Everyone, this has been an absolutely incredible journey. Starting this all the way back in 2014 during the Smite launch tournament, and all the incredible players and all the incredible talent that we've had. I can't even express myself how much this means to me, but Dolson, I think you personally would do a lot better at this, so please, the final words.
This is all about the Dragons and what they were able to do. Every hoarse voice that you guys hear, every tired eye that you see from production and all the casters is a labor of love, and we do it for all of you guys. This is what it's all about, and bringing everyone together, and this, all of this is what this is all about. And everyone gathered here for one unbelievable moment, for I guess a few over the course of this weekend, but everything this community has been able to build together, you know, I really just owe so much thanks to the players who put on such an amazing show, and the casters who came before me. John Finch, we love you, buddy. We know he was watching here today. This is a big one for him. He helped all of us be ready for moments like this, and he deserves this moment as much as all of these players do. I don't know what else there is to say. Dragons, we love you guys. Players, we love you guys. Fans, all of this for you. Thank you for everything. You have loved us, you have supported us, you have been here for everything. And there is nowhere else any of us would rather be than right here, right now. So for one last time in Season 10, thank you so much for watching. We love you all, and we'll see you soon.
I am a monster. But I don't care if you speak ill of me. Thank you for speaking ill of me behind my back. I am only becoming stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines in concrete. Stronger and stronger, like the firefly shines in concrete.
Oh shit. I made it back just in time for the thanks for watching screen. They're not doing a proper post show. Neat. I totally muted myself through OBS and then forgot I did, but it's okay because apparently it didn't work. So, we're fine on that front. What a fucking weekend, dude. I'm glad I did the watch party for this like I did with World Cup. It's been really fun. It's been a great Worlds to watch, and I'm really glad that I got to stream it. We're not done streaming yet, though. We're gonna play a few more, not a ton. I'm gonna leave this on, just until it gets done. We're gonna go play some Assassins in mid lane again, chat. It went well once last time, that's good enough for me. Alright, we'll just insta-queue. Nice. Alright, cool, we're in the mid lane, B. There you go, Lance. That's probably not a bad pick. Moderately safe, solid clear. Yeah, fuck it. We're doing it. Do we go red Lance, or do we want to go blue Lance? We're gonna go red Lance. Blue Lance looks like it. Also, the spear looks much better when you swap around the red and the white. I actually think the white spear looks better, though. We need weapon skins, damn it. Oh, no. We're not gonna have a, You just play, like, Ao Kuang. Or not. Junglers complaining when there are literally 2 mage assassins. Is it just gonna loop the music? Is it just gonna freaking loop the music? Also, we're gonna do, I'm gonna do a 90-second ad break here on Twitch, by the way. Their Twitch stream is still going as well. I don't know if anything got said in game chat. Oh, there it goes. The whole thing frozen. I can't even tap back. Yeah, okay, their stream ended. Nice. All right. The patch notes exist yet? We'll give this one last shake. They don't. Well then, that is unfortunate. That is upsetting. That is upsetting my spaghetti. I guess we go the 2 for early clear because it's much bigger AoE and does more damage, and I'll just be level 2 in lane anyway to have the 1. So it will be fine. Part of me wants to go gooseberries, but I think that's wrong. Just actually getting that leveled in mid lane sounds like a huge penis in the anus. I could do this, but I should really work for my clear, you know? Kinda just want to go trans, because it's a funny item, you know? It's just a fun item. I like stacking. It's crazy. I'm assuming that what they have been posting in the Discord servers has white backgrounds, because it's Google Docs stuff. I can't read off of that. You can't put that shit in the dark mode. It's really annoying. Oh god, my shit's not set to... Okay. I forego potions. That's okay. Quick, and quick. There we go. None of Lance's abilities I like having on normal or instant, so. Oh god, fucking damn it. I'm gonna get this going. That's unfortunate. Like how the jungler with CC decides to not help me there when I clearly don't have the getaway. Nice CC. Zero clear. Yeah, it's almost like we're early game or something. If I were a mage, I wouldn't have good clear either. Hello? Why wasn't it letting me pop my pop? There we go. Gaming. Yeah, dude, we need a shitload of mana regen to get this going. It's also just really bad into Chunga. She has too much range. Like, that's a far-reaching ability she's got there. Got a level to 2. Nope.
Your ally has been called back to the land.
That's problematic. I like how I pinged middle and which direction she went, and the jungler's still mad at me. That's hilarious. Now, there's a decent shot that Loki is currently... Never mind. I was going to say, there's a decent shot that Loki is currently in my green camp, but that's fine. But no, he's not, which is even more fine. God damn it. Motherfucker! And Serket just won't fucking come back. He won't leave and she won't come back, so I don't get to play the game. Part of the problem with trying to play assassin mids is just that, like, sometimes you just need your teammates to be there for your early game so that you can actually get going. And then they're just not. Yeah, she could help me right now. She could gank this. I mean, I'm out of mana, but I could at least do something. Nope. She's getting all her camp stolen. Too bad. No, I'm dead. Fucking hell. Like, I just needed Serket to be here. She just needed to be here for, like, one singular moment at any point in time. Like, I'm getting buried alive because Loki has been in my lane 2-3 times? 1 or 2 times, because obviously start doesn't really count. God, dude. It was actually to a wave because I got hit a lot. Because I can't fucking farm. Jungler's getting mad at me for getting pushed under tower. Nice. Imagine if there was a role that could help your laners get ahead and prevent them from getting behind, dude. Imagine if there was a role whose job was to help laners.
I know it is hard, but they are a part of this land now.
Oh well. I could just wait for the waves to come to my tower. No wards! I don't have a tier 3 yet, buddy! Only reason I'm in back to base is because I died. Because I'm getting shit slammed down my throat. Fucking hell. No wards, no awareness, no idea how to play the role. Proceeds to not ward, not be aware of the Chang'e that is right fucking there, and neither gank nor peel for me. Nah, dude, I ain't helping that. Fucking hell, dude. There we go. See, now my clear is actually kind of starting to come alive. I'm gonna back, because I can actually start stacking my my funny hammer. And that'll also give me a lot of mana regen. Also, the Serket will just not help me. I don't know why I popped that. That's not a mana pot. Wow, it's like I pinged that or something. Wouldn't it be crazy if I had pinged that? No, you're not living. I don't care that I burned ult for that. Like, I wish I didn't have to, but it's okay. That is unfortunate. I shouldn't live this, but if he screws it up, I will. No, I won't. It's okay. So I guess we just go Crusher next, right?
Your
Go like Crusher and then Chalice, and then there we go. Excuse me, did my support just teleported?
Shut down.
The jungler is getting mad that the jungler that she hasn't been stopping is overleveled. Damn. Imagine if there's someone that we had. Oh.
They should know that I am on the chase.
Rip.
Face me.
It's fine. Nope. Oh. Dude, I'm hitting all the wrong fucking keys.
We must protect our allies so that they
Okay.
may protect this plane.
Oh, that was Ganesh that came back. Dude, I just saw someone. That's unfortunate. Dude, the jungler is not farming or ganking. Which begs the question, what is she doing? Okay, bye. Stabongle. Owie. Shit. Motherfucker.
Even when beaten back,
I mean, the Gep tried. It's more than the Circuit's done.
neither can you.
Damn. Got real close. Like, I don't even, dude, the guy pinged me with an emoji. Like, okay, well, fuck off. Like, I would like to rotate as well, but I do need to work on farming at least a little bit. Owie. Yeah, okay. Sylve's coming at me. Or, Loki's coming at me, I mean. Sylve's trying to cover me.
You're embracing the power of this land well. Killing spree.
Damn, that's unfortunate. If only I had a jungler that could have come and helped me. What's our KD? 0-2. I'm just being an ass. I'm just being an ass because they're being an ass. It's just fun. I don't know. Don't be toxic. Even the toxic people. You shouldn't. Don't do what I do. Hey, I have clear. I just needed to fucking get going.
Your enemies are trembling.
The clear is not why she's rotating. It's the fact that she's fed because Loki got me.
Fear the land now.
Dude, you didn't do shit before the lanes were fed. Okay, bye. Like, I understand the logic, and in theory they wouldn't be wrong, but...
But they are a part of this land now.
Yeah, and you weren't.
Unstoppable.
Nope. I was gonna go help him, but then Changa showed up. It's unfortunate.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh, they're getting chests. Okay, it's fine. Oh, shit, they're not getting chests. Loki's getting chests. Fuck. Not doing that. I'm gonna go fairly shallow here. Skloof. Damn. See, like, I have decent fight, but I also kind of want to just spend a little bit of time clearing. This is winnable if we actually have a fifth teammate.
Your enemies are trembling. Their roots have been cut.
Shit.
We must protect
Hi, Surtur.
our allies so that they
Ah, pain.
the blood of this forest.
This is winnable. Sarkett just needs to actually help. Like, she's 0-2, but she's also just not doing anything. She's literally going AFK when we start fighting. Do I want to go Hydra's, actually? I mean, Hydra's is really good on Lance. Yeah, fuck it. I could use the CDR. Early days. Might as well grab it. Oh, shit. And there's Hydra's. Wacky. Yep. And she's just not going to help. Duo lane are glued to each other, which isn't great, but you know what? They're not being, like, actively toxic, so I don't care. And I do care, because it's not great, and they really need to split up so that ADC can farm, but, like, whatever. And they're not getting nothing done. It's just that we're stuck in a 4v5. Alright, there we go. Team. Oh, they got the bacon. Sylv is not going for the camps that I thought he was.
Time to ride, old friend.
Loki is going to be coming for us. Loki ends up on Hades. How far is Hades into builds? Kind of far. Not really. Wow. Our team fight is actually pretty decent. Shame we don't have a team. We have a quad.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Triple kill. You're embracing the power of this land well.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I'm not gonna ask that because then she's gonna be like, well, you're an assassin. Like, yeah, it happens. It's like, it's a thing. It's like the people that yell at me for Neath mid. Lance wasn't the best choice, but I know that Lance mid is a thing you can do. Just, you know, you have to be good at it, which I'm working on. It's occasional. People get so mad, and it's the funniest shit. Speaking of working on it, why don't I work on this live? We cleared that way faster than I was ready for. Alright, we can go get the jungle camp at least, right? Surely. Yeah. Ooh, that's unfortunate. That's a pre-20 fire giant. Ta-da! Okay, that's not up for a little bit. So we're gonna ward in the area of Fury. Should probably be warding before I go for camps, but I'm going for camps first. Motherfucker. I should have just gone for the Fury. She's going for chests, which is, I mean, look, she's doing something. It's more than she's done. Taking the XP is kind of problematic, though.
Your ally has been called back to the land. Their numbers mean nothing. Double kill. Your enemies are trembling.
Damn. Unfortunate.
Triple kill.
Unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack.
These are winnable team fights, 5v5.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
I was not the problem there. I'm just trying to play the game with something a little off the walls. Lance isn't that good right now in general, but like, whatever. I actually kind of had fun with a lot of the fights that game. Maybe going a stacker first isn't the way to go. Maybe go like Jotuns into trans. Jotuns, trans, Hydra's, Crusher, Heartseeker. It's probably not too bad. The issue there, though, is mana. Trans, even with trans, we didn't have much mana regen. But I kind of like the build path we were on. $2k damage. Nice. I think it's funny. Lance kind of actually has better wave clear than Neath once you get first item. Even before then, actually, probably. The only thing you don't have is wave clear at a distance. Big sad. That's just Lance getting kicked in the fucking face by his horse. That's stupid losing animation, and I love it. Alright, give me mid lane. Let me do some funny shit in mid lane. Fuck. What can we do in solo? I just play an assassin, and so I just play like Loki, solo, Crit Bruiser, Nem. Crit Bruiser Nem sounds fun, actually. Thinking. What do we want to go here? I can just kind of go whatever I want, huh? I have a plan. I have a plan, chat. It's gonna be a stupid plan, but I have a plan.
I've got a stun. I've got the root. And then I have the mesmerize. I have the stun in my ult as well. So you know, this will be great. We have the capability of just pushing up as long as I have the tank built. We're gonna go axe. We're gonna try and get that max health damage on my autos. Gonna get gonna get the nice attack speed bruiser build going on. It's gonna be great. Please tell me this is not a solo lane. Okay, it's not. Thank God. I was gonna be real upset if that was a solo lane build. Deaths is gonna be better early game, but I really think Animosity is going to be better late game. Yeah, Temper and Axe are really strong together. If you could build them together, that's fine. Oh my God, yeah, because you just go Temper, Ornate, and then Axe of Animosity, and then whatever you could to get a bunch of. Oh yeah, these give you health too. And then where do you get the most health out of on Fizz side? Thinking. Shit like this is why I think it would be really cool if you had a game mode and surely laning against the Erlang. Okay, I'm going to need beads. I'm going to need beads. But I should be able to get away without it early on. I mean, Arachne's a concern. I need to play Arachne. I need to play Arachne because she might be the only auto hunter that, or the only auto attack assassin that you could actually get away with playing in support. And I want to do that challenge. She has a slow and a stun. So. Kind of want to get there eventually, but, you know, it's gonna be a while. I didn't buy potions. Okay, awesome. So I didn't buy potions. That's going to giga-fuck me. Did I last hit all 3? I don't know why I said all 3. It's all 9. I got 8 of them, actually, yeah. That's insane. Okay, I was right. It is the Erlang solo, as expected. Ah. The fuck? Does so much damage.
I love a challenge.
Fuck. What? He does not have anything with that much range. Excuse me? Erlang does not have that much range. That is insane. That is bullshit. Okay, we're gonna just pre-pop the pot. Yeah, that reached nowhere near as far. It's probably a thrown ability, but also, like, god fucking damn, dude. That does not have that much range. That is insane. Kind of wasted my 1 there. Which is a problem because I need mana. He hungry. He hungry. And I can't do anything. I really need a gank. But at least Merc is getting shit done. Oh wait, nope, he's not. Okay, well, he is, just not as much as I thought.
Alright, I'm gonna go do my buff so that I can actually have some fucking mana to work with. The nice thing is, fuck off! I need help. And Merc isn't even fucking paying attention to my lane. I literally can't play the fucking game right now, and it's not because of my pick. Oh my fucking god. I took too much damage on the fucking jungle clear, and now I can't. I took too much damage on the jungle clear, and Merc won't gank. And those are the factors that fucking... And I can't... I right-clicked, and it didn't fucking cancel. I didn't want to use all that mana. Okay, well... I'll be able to back soon without losing much. And if he keeps clearing waves, I'll keep getting full waves to work with here. God. Hey, he's helping. As I fucking miss an ability. It's okay. He's trying. Dude, he could have helped me clear a little bit of the wave here. Okay, what's important here is that I get Totem right fucking now. This is huge for me and the team. It's gonna be his item completed, surely. Yep, it's Phalanx done. Okay, that extra MP5 is massive because it means I can actually farm a little bit now. Or I can just stand here. That's not even, honestly, that bad. I can just get my health and mana back right now. Yeah, now that I can actually fight back a little bit, we're kind of in an okay spot. I need more out of my one though. I don't get extra mez time, do I? No, it's just extra damage on all of my abilities. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yo, Murky's getting my shit. Let's go. And I get exactly enough for Berserkers. Fantastic. I don't mind having the item shop open for that back, just because, like, I know I shouldn't, but I'm fucking dying if I get run at. Did I get it? I got it. So you do a tiny bit of inting for Totem and it works out. Okay, I don't get this totem, but that's kind of okay. Because the more of a position to actually fight back against him I'm in, the better that's going to be for recovering this. I'm doing this for the clear, funny enough. Alright, need just a tiny bit more. He's getting all the neutral, but honestly, it's not that bad. He's not that far ahead of me. It's not a lot, but the 5% pen should come in handy. I don't need to back. That's the fun part. I should have gone shotgun and bullied him.
This killing spree is just getting started. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. I want to get Executioner, but the correct thing to do here... Well, I'm going to get Executioner. The correct thing to do right now is to get just a little bit of attack speed. And a little bit of power, and then we TP back to lane. He copied my TP upgrade, but he's not back here. He's on buff.
A good warrior always watches his back.
Damn. I went fucking through him with the dash, huh? Damn it. It's okay. It's not bad. It's only second death. It's not great, but it's not bad. What did he build into? He's going... Wait, why is he going... Interesting. This is a shit time to die, though, because my TP's on just enough cooldown. Merc, wait. I really wish he would have fucking waited for all of it. Okay, second ward here.
This killing spree is just getting started.
I'm not comfortable going for the invade. I guess neither was Merc, to be fair.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice. Like, it's good that we're getting shit done, even if... No. Who the fuck is that trying to surrender? The AMC. Which, of course, it's the ADC. I just need to stop fucking autoing and run. Tower dive me, bitch. Okay. I want to stick around for a few hundred more gold, but I literally can't. And I need to get back there as soon as possible. That's the thing, is I need to get out and get in as quickly as physically possible right there. And just like that, we're back. Still 2 levels down. He's going for buff. Okay. He should be back by now.
needed.
She won't get behind me. Okay. Get you on the return. Dude, the tower's not shooting. The tower didn't fire its first shot, and it should have. That's bullshit. Alright, well, I'm gonna need beads just in case I get CC'd. I want more attack speed, but I don't think I can go Kens. I might have to go Kens, though. I want to go Shoguns. If I go Shoguns, it'll be safer for me to rotate sooner. Man, I don't fucking know. Yeah, there goes my tower. I need to path safe to get to... I don't like that Merc's only been in my lane once at 14. Especially not considering the fact that he's probably the only person on this team that's actually going to be capable of fucking... capable of helping me. No, I'm dead. Why are you spam laughing? You've had a jungler gank your lane multiple times. Why are you spam laughing? What? Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate. Dude, double Shoguns? That shit's gonna be funny. Alright, I'm rotating to mid. I'm not gonna get there in time with TP or with running, but I'm gonna run and not try to bother with TP.
Just what I needed.
Look, if Erlang's gonna sit over in solo, I ain't dealing with that shit right now. I'll let Khepri have it. I want it, but I'll let Khepri have it.
Death is for cowards.
Le Grab. What? That didn't even leave the... Huh. That's interesting. Very unfortunate. Yep, AMC's mad. Was Ragni in my lane 2 or 3 times?
The enemy team has destroyed the gold Fury.
I guess has only, and it doesn't really apply. Not mad at Merc. Just pointing out the horrendous flaw in just looking at Katie and being like, like, yeah, I mean, I'm fucking... The fuck? I want to be extremely careful about this. It's just... I do need to farm, you know?
Ready for anything.
You know, honestly surprised. I thought I'd be further behind than I am.
is her best. Nice try. Rolling thunder. You're no match for me. Blaze of light.
He's fucking CC immune during that? Are you shitting me? Why is he CC immune during that? And also, why am I getting focused so much? Like, Arachne is just always on me. I cannot do anything about that. What I can do is get a Kins. Shoguns doesn't help with Arachne, but I can get Kins. And then we'll just get as much fucking health as I can. Honestly, 200 from Heartward doesn't sound bad. 300 from Mana Cores with 2 hard CCs actually sounds really solid, though. I'm gonna go grab the Cyclops camp. I just need to, like, I need to farm, but I need to not be alone, is the problem. The paradox. No, I can't. I can't save him. Dude, I'm not fucking tanky. Like, it's like I don't have any protections. She fucking max attack speed? She fucking is. I'm getting focused for no reason. Not my fault. I don't choose who they focus. I guess I do if... How is it my fault I'm getting focused for doing my job? If it's my fault I'm getting focused for doing my job, it's their fault I'm dying for doing my job, okay? You know what though? I agree with the Kepri. Suddenly indeed. He is but a crab. Crab. Just want to get one good conquest game with something stupid. And then we can wrap up. Or, you know, like 2 more games tops. And then we'll be out of time. Well, it's not like I'm out of position. I'm trying to be a solo laner. My soul dies when I play Arachne. I'm gonna give this to the Merc. Dear God. Aw, no one's gonna be funny in chat. I mean, people are being funny in chat, but not toward me. Ah, well. I did more damage than the Mercury. Wow. The Kepri barely out-mitigated me, too. It's just weird. That makes sense, though. I was getting focused and fucking deleted. I don't know if I'm going set, but we're going with an assassin. That's for sure. Or do I want to go with a warrior? I think go on mid works every time I play. Not every time. Most of the times that I play it. I just go like Mulan, Arthur. I've tried Arthur. Arthur doesn't work very well. No, I want to do it in mid lane. I know what I am doing. I'm not good at it, but I know what I am doing. I can go Horus mid. That actually doesn't sound too bad. Go a little Bruiser, go for rotations. Could be a huge help. I could go Thana mid. I'm not good at Thana is the problem. I'm not good at Thorin, that went well. I'd have the silence.
Thanatos.
Yeah, fuck it.
Thanatos. An epic battle awaits us.
The fuck is this skin? What is this skin? Oh, oh my god, it's sick. I don't know how this is gonna go. Probably not well. To be oh, they have a whale. Oh wait, they have a whale. I didn't see that. Oh, it's over. Oh, we lost. They have a whale. I should play Erlang mid. Dude, I should be playing Erlang mid. Duh. Duh.
Choose who I bring to Valhalla.
We go 3, right? Because the 1 doesn't pierce minions, I don't think. Now, Thana not being on quick cast, I think, is actually just because I haven't played him since before I started moving abilities to quick cast. Sadly, I don't get any form of guidance. Now, do I want to go full power, or do I want to go a little tanky? And I could literally just go Sunder. About those dragons. Very Jade, you know. I'm not wrong. It's literally the team name.
My weapon yearns to be in the midst of combat.
Shit, I didn't get pots.
Let's not waste any more time.
Imagine Anubis support in Worlds Grand Finals. Shit would be hilarious. Freya support. It's something I want to try. Yeah, it does not seem to go through minions. You know, the dodge team knows that we just need to stand under tower and wait for wave to come if we want to clear it. I am not last hitting the minions. I can tell because I'm not fucking healing. Like that. Alright, I don't even have to ping it. Nice. This gives me move speed, right? Yes. Move speed, bonus speed, and pen. Okay, pretty easy. Wow.
Let's go.
Getting that first spark to ignite.
Let's go. Dude, imagine having a jungler that doesn't get mad and then also actually pops off with you. Honestly, just because of his longest Dick's cooldowns, I think we might actually be able to get away with playing an assassin in the Ra. Yeah. Gotta get that 3 leveled for the sake of wave clear, though. Oh shit, that's gonna be up after next wave. I'm going for that after next wave. I'm going for that now. No, I'm going for it after next wave. It's too late now. I could have committed to going after it early, but I needed to commit to going after it early, and then I didn't. Dude, imagine if, like, Thana 1 pierced minions, right? But it didn't deal damage to gods afterward. Damn, he already fucking cleared it. Unfortunate. Alright, well, I want to get harpies, but right now we're going to get green. Right now we're going to rotate. I really wish I was 5, because then I could go in and do spicy shit.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, I'm not fast enough. Nice.
Double kill. You're warming up now. That's a killing spree.
Okay, I did not intend to aggro the camp.
Whoa, 2 and 1.
Damn. So yeah, assassin mids, chat. Assassin mids. I've only spent 800 mana. I'm gonna cry. Oh, meanwhile, Dodgy cleared my camp. I'm actually sad about that because I really wanted the farm. But to be fair, I did go ahead and get a double, so we take those. We take those. And having a bunch of extra CDR. Wave's already under my tower, so we're gonna go for harpies. If they're up, they sure are, baby! The only way I don't get these is if they get jacked, which is going to suck balls. It's my chain anyway. That's not the key to see that. Okay. Full, then 3, then... Full and a half. Got it. Full, then 3, then half. I'm gonna go for neutrals. See if they're there. They are. Nah! Get out of here! Dude, I'm Thana diffing. Why am I Thana diffing out of the mid lane, chat? Okay, and because of how the timing works out, this should be back up. Ah, fuck. That's okay. Go for a little bit of lifesteal here. I miss a wave, but that's okay, honestly. I mean, it's like, it's not the preferred outcome. That's alright. Shit, dude, if she's getting the wave, that's not even that bad, because that means the wave's not going to waste. No, she didn't take it. Okay. That's also fine.
You're warming up now. That's a killing spree.
This dude. Raw has no escape, so we're gonna... His beads. Not quite the same thing. As evidenced. Nice! Dude, we are on the fucking teamwork grind. You know, I want to make a comment about how I'm literally walking at the Khepri and he's still pinging for help on his camp, but then at the same time, I've been there. I've seen it, and I'm never gonna stop believing that mid laners will fucking ignore me. I'm ganking. I don't have ult, but I'm ganking.
The battle is on.
Dude, the whale's dead here. Dude, the whale's dead here.
Now you're on fire. You're on a rampage.
Yo, the Khepri. Yo, the Khepri. Yo, the Khepri.
Even the brightest fire can go out, just like that.
Cancel that, you rock. Very different meaning. Cancel that, you rock, and you rock, cancel that are just very different sentences. Okay, I do want to get move speed, so I'm actually going to go with a really weird decision. And I'm going to early buy into Serrated. I'm going to upgrade my beads out of sheer unadulterated fear. I have a feeling this is the game we're ending on, chat, because this is just, ooh, 5-1 as a Thana mid, baby. Do with some pen, that ain't so bad, that ain't so bad. We take those. I should mention 5-1 at 9 minutes. Now, to be fair, Thana's significantly more of an early game god than a late game god, but... I shouldn't have popped my 2. That's okay. We shouldn't stand right on top of each other just in case he thinks coming back is a good idea. Did she just let me stack? Dude, I have fucking gamer teammates. Come here, whale man. Nice wave, idiot! Just gonna fuckload of healing off of that shit, too. Oh, boo. And his red's down. Sad. What if I went over to solo? What if I bullied the Erlang? Or Erlong. I think it's Erlong, but... They No! They surrendered because they're getting shit on by a Thana mid. I hate to end on something that anticlimactic, but I can't. I'm not gonna get... Chat, I'm not gonna get another game this good. I'm not good at Thanatos. I got so fucking lucky. I got a good matchup. I got a good matchup into an enemy Thana that's not good with a crazy-ass jungler and support. I really wanted to play that one out, but... Okay, well, that's we're gonna be wrapping up here. Give me 1 second. We're gonna see who's live that we can raid at a nice crisp 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Pacific. Oh shit. There's someone I don't think I've raided in a while. I want to see stats first, though, before we go. And then also, you know, gonna look for someone to raid on YouTube, so it's gonna be a moment. I just want to see stats real quick. Fucking 6-1, baby. Top damage in the lobby by 2,000. Insane. Thana mid confirmed broken, chat. All right, YouTube, we've got someone to rate, so give me just 1 second. YouTube, hold on, let me go to the end screen. YouTube, head on over this link with the hashtag ThonkRaid. Be sure to drop a like, show some support as always, because most people in this community are pretty heckin' cool. Twitch raids happen automatically as long as you don't opt out of them. I plan to be live again tomorrow, but for right now, this is going to be the end of it. This is also the end of Smite Worlds, of course. So thank you all so much for coming out, showing support on the stream, and I'll see you all, and over the heck would you watch mine next.